126. Chapter 126 Heat Breath, Inglong Daeju, Full Order. It seems that you have really reached your limit. Physical skills, armed colors, conquerors, the marshal standing at the top of 1,000,000 marines. I have seen it. So, are you ready to understand my power? After Aaron sent Kong Kongjin flying with a mallet, he twisted his neck slightly, and there was a crisp sound of fried mushrooms. Understand your power? Kong Kong was stunned when he heard the words, as if he didn't quite understand what the man in front of him said. You don't think that the strength I used to fight you just now is my go all out? Aaron couldn't help but smile when he saw that Kong Kong was unknown. What? When Kong heard the words, his complexion changed suddenly. To be honest, since I left the Valley of the Gods, I haven't really tried my best until now. 170. After all, the opponents I encounter can often be resolved with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Only Kazuki Oden, who I met in Wanakuni, made me push a little bit until you showed up. Aaron raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers gradually gathered towards his palm. Let me show you the power that surpasses the Marine Marshal. Haki's words just fell. The ground under his feet, no, the entire island vibrated, as if several super-large sea kings were crazily impacting the island. Bang. There was a loud thunder, and the Conqueror's haki was released like a torrent, rushing towards the sky, like a rising ocean current, passing through the sea of clouds, stirring it into a Uzumaki shape, and continuing to rush to a higher place. The billowing coercion spread out overwhelmingly, making the air as thick and oppressive as the sea, rippling out waves of ripples and pressing towards Kong. Chi. As the Conquerors turned into a lightning bolt and rose from the ground, the blazing thermal breath dragon flame rose up, covering the whole body and expanding rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the heat-breathing dragon that covered the sky and the sun turned into a heat-breathing dragon that was bigger than the island under its feet. It has horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, and ears like a cow. From horn to tail, from dragon scales to dragon whiskers, every part is finely crafted and brought to life, cast by a combination of thermosiren fire and extroverted armament haki. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over, like a typhoon passing through, covering the island, blowing up sand and rocks, and uprooting countless towering ancient trees. Such a terrifying hurricane was caused only because of a heat-breathing dragon, which was bigger than the island, spread a pair of dragon wings. It was a pair of dragon wings also forged by heat-breathing fire and armament haki. The moment it opened, a hurricane swept up the sky, taking away the few rays of light and making the sky, which was blocked by the sea of clouds and became dim and lightless, darker and darker. Respiratory Inglong Torch. With the appearance of Rexy Inglong and spread its wings covering the sky, covering the island, a terrifying high temperature immediately dropped. The surface began to smoke, the rocks began to melt, and the trees set themselves on fire. Before the attack was launched, the island was like a volcanic eruption, and the magma passed through, entering the countdown to extinction. Stronger than Kongti. Being in such a high temperature is also a feeling of unbearable heat. He's not a person with abilities, but he has trained his physique and physical skills to the existence of ultimate. Although he does not have Aaron's indestructible body, as a hexagonal marshal, even if he jumps into hundreds of degrees of boiling oil, he can still do it without hakied. Hold on. Can now. In this island occupied by Rexy Inglong, he actually felt hot and began to sweat. This monster. Don't say he is a phantom beast, even if he is Maramara fruit. No, he is a lava fruit-capable person. Probably no one will believe it. He actually created a fire dragon bigger than an island with just a few gestures. Seeing the Rexy Inglong entrenched on the island, Kong Kong couldn't help showing emotion. He has seen a lot of people with fruit ability. He has also seen quite a few phantom beast ability users. But it's the first time he's seen Aaron's terrifying ability user who has played with the special abilities attached to phantom beasts to a level that is even more terrifying than Logia. Just the residual heat emitted from the whole body is enough to steam the earth and burn mountains and rivers, melt rock formations and soil into magma, steam and bake the river until it stops flowing and becomes foggy. This kind of fruit ability, in addition to requiring extremely high strength and massive physical strength to support it, can only be achieved by developing devil fruit to an extremely high level. Although Kong Kong is not an ability user, but as the Marine Marshal, he is better than 99% of the ability users in this sea when it comes to devil fruit. Take it, Kong. Aaron stand above the sky, between the eyebrows of Rexy Inglong. Still, Admiral Kong. The scorching red fire flashed, and the originally extremely dim sky was instantly illuminated, turning into a dazzling fiery red sky. Standing on the ground, Kong Kong looked up at the heat-breathing dragon that descended from the sky. He hadn't actually touched it yet, but the heat wave and wind pressure that fell from the sky had already poured down, shaking the ground into bursts of hot, magma-like mud wave. Kong Kong raised his head to the sky and let out an angry roar. Even though the hot breath of Inglong swooped down like a meteorite from the sky, and the hot wind was as thick as a mountain, making his whole body hot and unbearable, but he was still not afraid. Instead, he aroused a powerful spirit and stepped forward to the sky. His slightly aged face also had ripples like the ground under his feet, and even the eyes Kakuzu were elongated. One of the two strands of haki penetrates into the bone, turning the whole body into Kong. The other wraps around the hands, gathering the conqueror's coercion in the palm of the hand. Armament haki goes deep into the bones, and with a return of life, it hardens the bones of the whole body meticulously, as if turning the bones into a black knife. This moment, strength, speed, explosive power, defense, etc. are all improved to ultimate. Aaron, don't underestimate the man who bears Kong's name. As the hot breath Inglong made a dive movement, the dragon's head swooped down condescendingly, and the atmosphere suddenly exploded with bursts of sound waves. Obviously, the body size is better than the island, but the dragon body formed by the heat-breathing fire and armament haki is extremely light, but the speed of the materialized flame energy is so fast that it can cause a large sound barrier. Realizing that this battle is at a critical moment, he is no longer stingy with the consumption of haki. Not only is armament haki fully activated, but also Conquerors, which consumes a lot of energy after even a fierce battle, is also used. Rumbling. Haki into the bone does not just make the bone hard. It's not just the former Marine Marshal Sora standing in front of you now. He raised his right hand, waved it lightly, and the heat response dragon, which was bigger than the island, moved. With just one movement of the probe, a blazing hot wind swept over the island and swept across tens of kilometers, causing ripples in the air. And then steamed and baked at high temperature, it becomes extremely viscous. He is no longer the former Marine Marshal, but the Kong Admiral from the past history. 127. Chapter 127. Yes, this is defeat. Overlord Kong's shock. Face off against a heat-breathing dragon created by Aaron that is bigger than an island. Kong Kong was not afraid, and even advanced instead of retreating. He took the lead in stepping forward and went forward. Armed to the bone. Conqueror's wrapped hands. The moment he raised his momentum and haki to ultimate, he struck out with both hands. The sky was turbulent, and the invisible air currents in all directions shattered in vain, stretching for tens of feet in all directions. At the front of his hands, a shock cannon entwined with black lightning, like a meteor piercing the sky, soared into the sky, aiming at the head of the oncoming heat breath flame dragon. Bang. Aaron is not afraid when he sees that Kong wants to confront him head-on. While thinking, the hot breath came down from Inglong's probe, and the Conqueror's haki surged out of the body like the Yangtze River, flowing onto the dragon's head, turning into huge black lightning-wrapped areas. This moment, the heat-breathing flame dragon is no longer a thing of flames, but a huge dragon-shaped burning meteorite, carrying the power of the nine heavens and smashing everything. The dragon head and the fist are approaching. The heat breath and the shotgun are drawing closer. Time seems to slow down. Only the speed of the two is getting faster and faster. Bang. Haki roared, shaking the sky curtain 28, and the shattered thunder roared. Black and red lightning, shining in the sky, tearing apart the endless sky. Rolling impact, cleansing all directions, crushing the waves of the sky and the sea. Shanglong flame 8 trigrams. Aaron roared, opened his right hand. 5 palms burst out with terrifying power and pressed down. Respiratory response dragon let out a dragon chant that resounded through the sky, and immediately the dragon's head wrapped in black lightning fell like a star, engulfed in infinite coercion and heat, and crushed the impact cannon in front of it. No. Kong's eyes were red. He still didn't give up. He didn't dodge or dodge. He rushed forward, his hands as black as ink, ruthlessly buckled on the dragon's head. Chi. Heat breath dragon flame is already terrifying, plus the increase of armament haki and Conqueror's haki. Although his hand was protected by haki, but the moment he touched it, white smoke still came out of his skin, which was a gesture of being steamed. Immediately afterwards, the thermal coercion carried by the faucet directly twisted and cracked his skin, muscles, and even bones hardened by armament haki. Under the bursts of popping beans, it turned into a twist and burst into blood. Puff. Kong Kong's chest twitched, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, but was evaporated by the heat wave immediately. He wanted to carry the dragon with both arms, but the simple and unpretentious dragon god swooped down and ran all the way from the sky to the island. A burst of dazzling fire erupted, completely dispelling the dim sky. A terrifying pillar of fire, mixed with black lightning, rose from the center of the island, like a volcanic eruption, and magma spewed out, rushing directly to the sea of clouds thousands of meters high, instantly vaporizing the sea of clouds that wanted to reunite. The long-lost Huang Great Sun reappeared, connected with the lightning fire pillar. As if responding to Eren, even the Great Sun sent down boundless heat, continuously increasing the power of the heat-breathing Yinglong. Let it spread to the entire island, submerging everything directly. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the eruption of the pillar of lightning and fire erupted for more than a minute before it began to weaken and dissipate. When all the dust settles, an island suspended in the inner sea has disappeared. Yes, from the rock formations on the surface, to the trees, to the mountains, and even everything, all were directly wiped from the sea by the burning and explosion of the lightning and fire column caused by the Rex Yinglong's dive. Not just erasing all matter and life on the island, but completely erasing the entire island without leaving a speck of dust. Not only that, where the island was before it was erased. At this moment, there was a gigantic hole in the undulating sea surface, the bottom of which could not be seen, like a huge deep well. Even if the seawater poured into it frantically, it would not be able to fill the hole in a short while. It took a while. After all, the seawater filled it up, and suddenly a figure surged up from the repaired sea. Both hands disappeared at the root, and the remnant body was twisted and twisted like a twist. Especially the face, 3 out of 5. The eyes are ruined. The bridge of the nose is deformed. The ears are gone. Only a terrifying big mouth remained. The whole face looks like a ghost. But if Ben was there, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This is Sora. Facing the heat-breathing dragon created by Eren and the rising dragon flame 8 trigrams. Although he survived, the price he paid was extremely heavy. Without the 3 senses, the disfigurement will not be mentioned. It's just the loss of both hands and extensive burns on the body. It can be said that unless one eats a devil fruit that can restore the injury to the original state, or the person who has the ability to heal the fruit, don't hesitate to spend your life to save him. Otherwise, Kong's life is over. As strong as the former Marshal of Marine, it is impossible to rely on his strong physique and amazing resilience to return to the original state. Old Man, but I ask this a defeat? Kong has no eyes, and the entire eyeball has been evaporated. But it still doesn't affect his ability to use observation haki. No. Without eyes, he can see a dragon-shaped figure covering the sky and the sun, entrenched on top of his head just by observation haki. Yes, this is defeat. Defeated. This old man actually lost. The laughter was full of disbelief, but also full of unwillingness and anger. Under the heat-breathing dragon, his face was calm and extremely calm. He didn't seem to have thought that he would lose at all, let alone that he would end up in such a miserable state. As a former Marine Marshal, you will not be unique. Defeating the former Marine Marshal, and it was still in 1v1, was not like Wang Luffy fighting against the 4 emperors, but defeating the 4 emperors in a dignified one-on-one, as if to him, it was just a trivial matter. Ha ha ha. It's ironic, the old man, the former Marine Marshal, who has been sailing the sea for many years, will fall into the hands of a kid. 597. In the future, there will be more Marines like you, such as Sengoku, who took over your position. Kong roared angrily, every word. Eren looked down at Kong, who was badly injured. Sora was silent for a moment, then suddenly opened his throat and let out a hoarse and miserable laugh. This sentence is not only suitable for pirates, but also for Marines. Don't find it difficult to accept. Talented people emerge from generation to generation, and new ones replace old ones day by day. Those who don't know will never believe that he just killed a former Marine Marshal, the old Marine Apex, until he was defeated and crippled. As the Marshal, Sengoku is far superior to the old man and Garp. If you think that you can beat the old man, you can ignore everything and treat Marine as nothing. Then the old man's defeat today will be your end tomorrow. Eren said flatly. 128, Chapter 128. Goodbye, Kong. Full order. It's you who are defiant, not me. Times have changed, Kong. The era of chasing beasts all over the world with just 1 or 2 admirals is gone forever. Seeing that Kong Kong was temporarily threatening himself with the marine apex Garp and Sengoku of the new era, Eren was not afraid, but shook his head and laughed. True, it may be true as you say. The Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr of this era are stronger than your marine apex of the old era. But so what? You don't think I'll stop here, do you? Eren looked down at Kong. Kong lost his eyeballs, leaving only an empty eye socket. Hear this. Kong Kong only felt slightly in a trance. This moment, he seems to have seen a gigantic green dragon, soaring through the clouds and fog, flying up to the sky, looking down on the entire Grand Line. Those dragon eyes looking at the world with disdain reveal the ambition to meddle in the world. The incomparably vast dragon might is filled with Haki, who despises the world. Whether it is the Marine or the world government, they all have to submit to this azure dragon. The world is not as narrow as it seems. Eren, one day you will find that you are not qualified to talk lightly about how the world is. Kong Kong shuddered and came back to his senses. He knew that the result of the fiasco was not only ushered in death, but also ushered in the decline of courage. Kings are human too. It will change with strength, status, age, experience, etc., thus affecting the change of courage. It may become stronger, or it may become weaker. These are some kings who are old, frail, and disease-ridden, and will even be so weak that even Haki can hardly be mobilized. After all, at the end of the day, all Haki comes from will. The will can affect the body, and vice versa, the body can affect the will. Yes, I will not lightly say what kind of existence the world is, but I will sternly adjust how the world exists. If one day I find that the world is not as I imagined, then I will change it into what I want. Eren smiled lightly, then squatted down and whispered in Kong Kong's ear. You are a former Marine Marshal, and you have a lot of experience, so you should have heard that devil fruit can be awakened. Then guess, have I awakened when I just fought against it? Hearing this, Kong Kong's face, which had been burnt so ugly after the fiasco, changed in horror. Eren's words are undoubtedly asking, are you sure that the me who just fought with you is in my prime? Is he awake? These words caused Kong Kong to feel overwhelmed, and at the same time, an idea emerged uncontrollably. But before he could think about it, a finger had already touched the center of his brow. Goodbye, sir. As the murmured voice resounded in the ear, a ray of thermal breath, like a hot laser, engulfed armament Haki, drilled through his skin and bones and broke into his skull. Blazing heat. Powerful armament Haki. The two merged with each other, pierced through his head, and burned all the brain tissue in his head. Let Kong Kong's thoughts completely freeze on whether Eren has awakened the fruit. No. Far away. Ban felt that Kong Kong's aura was like a blown candle in the wind, and he was fighting against Kaido. It should be said that he was completely suppressing Kaido to fight, so that the future four emperors could not rise from the sidelines. Former Marine Admiral, who could only rely on the indestructible body of the Ghost Clan and the defensive power, recovery power, and vitality of the Green Dragon form, froze and his face changed suddenly. With one palm, he set off a monstrous wind pressure, hitting the air like the surface of water, rippling in circles, setting off flying sand and rocks, crushing the earth into a huge pit, directly crushing the 100-meter green dragon into the pit, and strode into the sky violently. Without looking back, he rushed towards Eren's direction through the air. Do you die? Oh. The battle is really over sooner than I imagined. Kaido, who was hit on the ground, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care. Instead, he grinned and got up from the ground. He has thick skin and thick flesh, and his blood is amazing. Even if they can't beat the former Marine Admiral at this stage, they won't be defeated in heads up. This breath, the aura belonging to the living, has disappeared. It is Kong. Did Marshal Marine die in battle? Not only Kaido and Ban were aware of the death of Kong Kong, but also Jin, Shaki, Burndy Wald, and others who were in the middle of a fierce battle with dozens of Marine elites. This made them all shocked, delighted, and extremely proud. Since the establishment of naval headquarters and the establishment of Admiral and Marshal, Grand Line has rarely found that Marines at the level of Admiral and Marshal have failed. One is because the heroes who can serve as Admirals and Marshals are, without exception, those who stand on top of millions of Marines and stand at the top of the world. The second is the problem of inheritance. Most Admirals and Marshals will basically retire before their strength declines rapidly and new, more powerful people will take over. The third is that Marines' top combat power has never acted alone, let alone fight in certain battles. As long as they are dispatched, They can basically win, and as long as they are dispatched, they will not fight alone. At least there will be someone to respond. As it is now, dispatching the marshal, dispatching admiral, besieged and killed a pirate group with less than 10 people, but ushered in a disastrous defeat and sudden death. Looking at history, only the Battle of the Valley of Gods happened. Admiral killing thing. It's not just Admiral who died now, but also the former Marine Marshal. They are incredibly proud and honored to be a part of the Beast Pirates. After today, the sea is going to set off a storm of the times. The death of the Marshal at any time, any place, any era is something that affects the pattern of the sea. Also, Kong's death is not just an end, but a beginning. Kaido, Jin, and Shaki Goodly Zhao thought to themselves. They could imagine what a terrifying storm the news of Kong's death would cause after the news of the Grand Line spread. Even more horrifying is the death of Kong, which is just the beginning of this storm. They don't think that Eren will miss work. Yes. After noticing the arrival of Kong and others, Eren issued an order as the captain of the Beast Pirates. Annihilate the incoming Marines. Whether it is the former Marine Admiral or the former Marine Marshal, this sea is the place where two people are buried. Eren, you killed Sora. How dare you kill him? Banta stepped into the void, like a cannonball fired from its chamber. The speed was so fast that it set off a huge wave of fanaticism in midair. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Eren and also witnessed the body floating on the sea, with its head pierced, and its appearance was so tragic that it could not be described in words. 129. Chapter 129. Admiral? Not even qualified to make me feel pain. As a comrade in arms for many years, the kind that lives and dies together. When Ben saw the inhuman and unrecognizable corpse in front of him, he recognized it at a glance. Kong? No. Although he already sensed the disappearance of the other party's aura, when he saw the corpse with his own eyes, he still felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could only feel the rumbling ringing in his ears, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Before departure, after learning about the Beast Pirates, he knew it was a tough nut to crack, so he let go of his old prejudices and went with Kong to the former Wanakuni and today's Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, with the strength of the Marshal and Admiral of the old era, he never gnawed on this keel, but instead his teeth were shattered and he died on the spot. What you said is really funny. Why can't I kill him? Or do you think I should just stand still and let him kill me? Or do you never think that he will die? Facing Ban's questioning with boundless anger and murderous intent, Ingluan remained calm and composed. Even though he just had a battle with Kong, the aura he exudes is still as vast as the ocean. It seems to form a hole with the turbulent sea under the feet. 837. The old man asked you again. Have you ever thought that you will die? Dead at the hands of the old man. Fight to this moment. Even Kong is dead, and Ban, who has long been the remnant of the Marines of the old era, is even more unlikely to back down. All words are feeble. After a roar that resounded through the sky, and a roar that shook the sea, he burst out with an earth-shattering holy aura. He doesn't have the aptitude of Kong's king, but as an apex of the sea, and he can still become admiral without the aptitude and fruitability of a king, his strength is beyond doubt. Just spreading out the murderous aura, it swept across the sea like an icy guerrilla wind, and the temperature dropped crazily, making goosebumps all over the body. Just this murderous look, just that cold, determined look, told everyone in Tianhai. The old Marine remnants are about to show their power. Iron Hand Hunko. Ben glanced at Eren coldly, and immediately a gust of violent wind rolled up, causing huge ripples and surging waves in the sea. His speed is astonishingly fast. Like a rock spreading its wings, it soars up to 90,000 miles. In an instant, people are like rushing thunder, lightning, carrying sound waves roaring, using the air as a ladder, pulling out after images, rushing to Eren, stepping forward with palms, violent hockey combined with heavy palm strength, pushing horizontally with one hand and hitting directly. The air was directly exploded, and there were bursts of sharp howls. It was as if the sky was begging for mercy. The palm, which was originally as black as ink, turned crimson at the moment of pushing horizontally, like a red-hot soldering iron, first smashing the air in a radius of 100 meters, and then emptying the air flow hundreds of meters in an instant, and even further away. It's just that he pushed his palm halfway, and there was a loud explosion from the joints all over his body. Pushing this palm, Eren didn't feel any kind of spiritual oppression, only the absolutely powerful armament hockey and the unpretentious, yet capable of overwhelming everything. 10,000. Combine the two. The palm strength is like a mountain. Haki is like a torrent. The two gathered together and turned into a statue that stirred the airflow. Haki's monstrous wuxishin instantly covered everything in Aaron's sight, as if he had become unable to see. In the darkness, one can only faintly see a wuxi mountain wrapped around armament Haki, carrying the boundless power of crushing and shattering everything, condescending and hitting directly down. Boom. After being slapped, Aaron's body retreated instantly in midair. Wherever he passed, the atmosphere set off boundless wind pressure, and a huge gully was formed in the sea. However, after seeing it, Ban, who was extremely angry, felt happy, silent, and even more unbelievable. The happy thing is that the palm under the anger hit it, and the silent thing is that he hit Aaron with a palm with all his strength, just like hitting the red line, and felt an incomparably tough palm from the palm oppression. As for unbelievable, it was such a powerful slap after Aaron received it, apart from being beaten back again and again. When he stabilized his body, the place where he was hit was unscathed, let alone spurting blood on his back. The expected tragic scene of bones shattered and blood flying, and red and white objects scattered all over the sky did not appear at all. No wonder. This is what Sora went through just now. It's clearly hit, but it doesn't work. The sense of powerlessness that can't even break through the defense will really make people desperate. An idea popped into Ben's mind. He finally realized what Sora felt when he fought Aaron just now. Compared to facing an opponent with strange abilities or a huge gap in strength, this kind of opponent who can't break through the defense by all means is even more desperate. After all, Martial Marine, it's really unbelievable that you can't break the defense when others stand still. Amazing Haki. Although you don't know Conqueror's Haki, you have cultivated armament Haki to a level above the sky. It's a pity, if you have the qualifications of a king, master the Conqueror's winding, or eat a powerful devil fruit, it should make me feel the pain and even do better than Kong. Aaron patted his chest. The dragon scale was not damaged at all. Even with Ban's palm, carrying the powerful armament Haki, penetrating into the body, hitting his internal organs, he still didn't break the defense. With armament Haki alone, even if he cultivated to be better than Kong, he still couldn't break through the defense, and he couldn't even feel the pain. Only with Conqueror's entanglement or devil fruit like flash, magma, shock, etc., with this level of armament Haki, can he feel pain. As for further breaking the defense, killed Kong with his own hands, and he thought that if Marine might let Garp come, he should be able to do it. Other people, even Sengoku, falls short. As for classes, he didn't even mean to escape. Emerald, devil fruit, but dare to fight, that is another matter. The old man doesn't need it. For nothing else. Is the Conqueror's winding, just to give Kong an explanation, just to give the justice behind himself an explanation. Not even qualified to make him feel pain. No devil fruit. Bang. It's stupid to know that it can't be done, but he is still so sweet. The combination of rolling palm power and armament Haki is like two rivers converging into one body, turning into a majestic force, submerging Aaron's whole body. None of this can be a reason for him to retreat, let alone a reason for his timidity. Can't break the defense. This is the building. This is Aaron at this stage. In an instant, Ban struck again. His palms were pushed horizontally one after another like lightning. The airflow was surging, and the waves reached the sky. No conquerors. Ben yelled, and then stepped forward. 130, Chapter 130. You can be proud that you can die under my Inglong torch, full order. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of thunder and loud noises exploded. The airflow shoots in all directions, mixed with purple streamer, centering on Aaron's body. It turns into a series of Haki shock waves, agitating in all directions, pushing the sea of clouds in the sky to a higher direction. Man Quan's two palms seemed to be so powerful that the entire space came to a sudden stop, making Aaron feel like a mountain, unable to move and could only bear the blow passively. Chi. But after this blow, Aaron went out to sea like a black dragon with 5 fingers clenched tightly, and his arm was pushed out like a cannonball, bursting out a series of purple roaring thunder and Conqueror's black thunder, hitting Ban's abdomen with one blow. Bang. 2 palms and 1 palm. In a blink of an eye, the two of them were hit by the opponent's attack at the same time, like a cannonball fired, and their bodies flew upside down. But it was the same attack, and it was also flying upside down. Aaron let out a mouthful of turbid air as if nothing happened. On the contrary, Ban's abdomen had been hardened with armament hockey, but there was still a large area of scorched black marks from the beating. Intense dizziness flowed through the whole body, along the nerves like the water of a torrential river. Stronger than Marine Admiral. As determined as he is, he still feels staring at his eyes and a splitting headache. From the moment Conqueror's hockey can be entangled, the lethality is no longer limited to the spirit. Instead, like armament hockey, it has strong physical attack power. What's even more frightening is that the mental oppression that they already have will also increase and become extremely powerful. Even people with the aptitude of kings will faint and go to battle on the spot after being entangled by a blow. Boom. After shaking his head a few times on the sea surface with a will that surpassed steel, he forcibly suppressed the impact of being entangled by the conquerors on his body and spirit, and Ban pressed his hands into the sea water. The soft sea was as hard as concrete, and he pressed it with both hands, and he immediately used his strength to pull his body out of the sea, and then threw it towards Eren like a rocket. Iron hand breaking the sky. Ban shot like lightning, wrapped armament hockey with both hands, and hit 2 five-fingered mountains in succession, filled with terrifying shock waves, accompanied by the roar of dragons, crushing on Eren's body, knocking him back one after another. That ultimate armament hockey was so powerful that the instant a blow was delivered, he couldn't even resist and could only be beaten passively. But such an attack undoubtedly consumes a lot of physical strength in hockey. Especially hockey. Wanting to suppress it until it can't move at the moment of palming, producing an effect similar to a sudden stop in space, hockey consumes a lot, which is simply terrifying. However, this kind of attack can only make Eren feel his whole body stiff, beyond mosquito bites. Like a child throwing a fist, he can't feel any harm or threat at all. Once hockey weakened and his palm strength faded, he immediately got out of trouble, and his whole body was ignited with explosive heat-breath dragon flames and violent roaring thunder. With every step, it flashed to Ben's back like a thunder that tore through the night, crossed his index fingers, and closed his hands together, as if holding a conqueror's sledgehammer smashing down. David Hiti 8 trigrams. In a hurry. Ben didn't have time to dodge, so he could only raise his hands, and with the sturdy posture of Uranus Toda, he carried the condescending heat hammer. However, even if he fully defended, the power of this blow still exceeded his expectations. The fiery fury of heat breath, armament hockey's sharpness and hardness, the heavy pressure of Conqueror's hockey. The combination of the three turned into a black and red beam of light, dividing the sky and the sea into two, leaving an incomparably huge crack. The two fists smashed down, and Yipping was pushed away from the half of the world that was divided. Boom. Ben's chest heaved, and he felt dizzy, and he felt hot and powerful shocks all over his body, which made the skin of his hands blackened and cracked, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body fell to the surface of the sea in an instant like a meteorite. Click. The sound of bursting silk spread all over the place. The sea is like a cracked mirror, covered with shocking cracks. In the center of these cracks, a huge deep well of the sea appears out of thin air, reaching thousands of meters deep into the sea. Understand, even if your armament hockey is still above the sky, no matter how hard you try, you still can't hurt me. You did your best with the 2 palms just now, but I haven't. Eren let go of his fingers, looked down, and the observation hockey spread out, clearly seeing that Ben was swimming from the deep sea like a murloc at an astonishing speed. As a Marine Admiral, I've worked so hard to please me. Let me show you. Let Marshal Marine can only drink and hate the power of defeat. You can be proud of it and die under my Inglong torch. Ask for flowers. The voice of looking at the world just fell. Waves of purple roaring thunder surged out from the body, forming an incomparably huge lightning column, soaring into the sky. One end is connected to the vast and boundless sea of clouds, and the other end is connected to the magnificent sea. Puff. When Ban broke through the sea and poked his head out of the sea, he happened to see a purple thunder dragon that was bigger than an island, winding and extending out from the lightning pillar connecting the sky and the sea. Just the dragon head is more than 1 kilometer long. When the entire purple thunder dragon flew out of the air, even though he had witnessed the same huge heat-breathing dragon from a long distance before, he still couldn't help taking a breath. A terrifying dragon body that is 10 kilometers long. Especially the pair of dragon wings that cover the sky and the sun, just spread out, leaving only a piece of purple in the sea. 0. That's the color of thunder. That is the color of Inglong. Even if he was full of anger, and his eyes were filled with killing intent, his face was still moved at this moment, and his heart was full of turmoil, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He deeply felt the despair before Kong Kong died. Watching the wings spread out, it will cover the sky and roar the thunder dragon. Monster. Just looking at it, there is a feeling of facing hell. It was directly destroyed by Rexing. This moment. Not to mention, this dragon body is composed of Paolei and Haki from the beginning to the end. Not only has an empty body shape, but also is full of devastating aura. The same is true for Paolei Long in front of him. A man who can become a marine admiral with only 2-color Haki and physical skills, and without the aptitude and fruitability of a king, is in turmoil, as if he is in hell. It is conceivable that Aaron's move is terrifying. The same coercion. Same horror. Just the size of Paolei Long makes people feel hopeless. Not long ago, he also witnessed an island with his own eyes. Under the same huge dragon god who swooped down with a simple blow from a heat-breathing dragon, it was smashed to pieces by a dragon head. There is no way to leave the lust behind. No. Same body type. Aaron stood between the eyebrows of Paolei Long and was not harmed by Paolei at all, but was tightly protected by Paolei. Roaring Thunder Inglong Torch. 131. Chapter 131 Roaring Thunder Inglong Human and Beast Form, Full Order. Marshal Kong is dead. Now there is the same trick that killed Marshal Kong before. Can Mr. Ban hold it? Looking at the majestic shore like an island, the roaring thunder and dragons that cover the sky and cover the sun. Before the expedition, the Marines who had full confidence in their own Marshal Admiral were all pale at the moment. Not long ago, Kong died under the heat of the dragon. No. Change of shift. It is really difficult for them to have much confidence. Pirate power for a new era. Qing Long Aaron's terrifying strength completely surpasses the marine apex of the old era. For him, it seems empty. These former admirals, former marshals, are just remnants of an era, veterans of the marine. Here we go again. Sure enough, that's right. Heat breath, roaring thunder, bad wind, and flame cloud, the 4 forces of nature dominated by the blue dragon's 487 form, he has corresponding tricks. If there is heat breath Inglong Torch, there must also be Paolei Inglong Torch. It's different from the ashen-faced marine. Kaido, Jin, and others from the 100 Beasts were all red and excited. After getting along with Aaron for a long time, they also have a certain understanding of the way and tricks of their own captain to develop the fruitability. Whether it is the 8 trigram series or various morphological models, once there is one, there must be 3 corresponding ones. For example, if there is Palei 8 trigrams, then there must be heat 8 trigrams. For example, if there is a heat mode, then there must be a thunder mode. One trick, the 4 natural elements are common, and different natural elements will have different effects. Even one trick can fully integrate 4 modes. For example, in the previous battle with Kong Kong, the 4-element mode was used, which combined heat breath, bad wind, Zonlei, and Yin Yin. They have seen heat breath Inglong Torch with their own eyes, and they have also seen Paolei Inglong Torch. They have no doubts at all, after the fusion of the power, there will also be a torch of the Inglong shaped. Thus, only now did Kaido and the others realize that perhaps Aaron's Roar Thunder Inglong Torch was not his limit at all. On top of this, there may be even more powerful tricks hidden. As crew members, they all know that their captain has always had the habit of hiding cards. Not one sheet with 2 sheets, but one sheet with 2 layers of turns. Whenever you think this is Aaron's limit, he will take out 7 or 8 brand new whole cards to refresh his cognition. Fighting against the air for so long, I also performed tricks of the same scale before. Is it possible that there is no impact on his physical strength and Haki, and there is no weakening? Even if you are a phantom beast, no matter how unfathomable your physical strength is, no matter how vast your Haki is like the sea, you will eventually run out of time. Ben clenched his hands in disbelief. Obviously, not long ago, he had a fight with a marine marshal, and his energy and physical strength should be exhausted. The results of it. The strength that Aaron displayed at this time not only was not injured, but also his physical strength and Haki did not seem to have dropped much. At least, after cutting the air, he can perform tricks of the same scale again. With a large number of Haki and a huge roaring thunder, a dragon that can cover the sky and the sun with its wings spread out is created. You seem surprised, even hard to accept. Why, do you think you can kill me after Kong? It's just an admiral. You think you can kill me? You are really arrogant. Aaron stood between the eyebrows of Pao Long, and after taking a panoramic view of Ban's expression and the changes in his eyes, he immediately saw what the other party was thinking, so a sneer sneered on the corner of his lips. Certainly, a cold drink. Pao Long suddenly changed. The 10-kilometer-long dragon's body, like the Great Wall, began to undergo tremendous changes. Under the roar of thunder that swept across the sky and shattered the sky, the dragon's body began to grow human faces, hands and feet. Roar, thunder, Inglong Dedong, human and beast form. Face and Aaron as if withdrawn. It's like an enlarged version of him in thunder form. With the completion of the shape change, everyone in this inner sea was shocked. Isn't this the Qinglong human beast form? Kaido looked around and recognized it instantly. The figure in front of him has shrunk somewhat, but it is still 5 kilometers high. With its head above the sky and its feet on the sea, the appearance is similar to that of Aaron when he transformed into a green dragon beast. The only two differences are the body shape, and the shape of this Inglong man and beast is formed by Zanlei. Puff. Following the shape change, under Aaron's will, the 5-kilometer-high roaring thunder Inglong reached out to the sky and plunged into the dark sea of clouds with one hand, as if looking for something. Rumbling. Loud noises roared like dragons and tigers roaring in all directions. When Pao Long pulled out his palm from the sea of clouds thousands of meters high and retracted it, there was a thunder-long knife, also form of purple Pao in his palm. Chi. Scarlet light appeared in Aaron's eyes, and the Conqueror's haki spread out, turning into black lightning bolts, entangled on the thunder knife. Paired with armament haki, a layer of armed flames ignited on the Conqueror's thunder knife again. This moment. Ultimate's fruit abilities. Ultimate's armament haki. Ultimate's Conqueror's haki combines all three. Class. The class was violent on both sides. Unwilling to wait for death with his hands tied, he stepped into the sky, controlled the rolling armament haki with both hands, turned into 2 haki palms and pushed across. Be it the beast crew or the marine, they all stopped at the same time, watching this earth-shattering duel intently. The remnants of the era just need to be swept into the long river of history without being known or remembered. Bang. It is so gorgeous that the 3.2 purple-black sword of Huang Day suddenly blooms. The sky and the sea of clouds cracked, and with Aaron's sword slashing down boundless haki, the violent thunder and lightning vented in all directions. This half of the world was first cut open and then pushed out by the blade. The air is like the surface of water, and together with the sea, ripples spread out layer by layer, gradually forming a vacuum area. Not qualified. Aaron didn't even ask Ben's name, let alone remember the other's name. Only the top marines of the new era, only the top pirates of the new era, these heroes and kings who are better than the next generation are eligible to be known by him and firmly remembered. It seems that for him at this moment, the old admiral is no longer enough for him to remember. Before he even made a move, just the body of the dragon man standing tall and tall like a mountain exudes the power to destroy everything and stir up the sea of clouds to cause monstrous waves. Roaring thunder Inglong followed like a shadow and immediately raised the 10-kilometer-long haki thunder blade, slashing down on his head. Farewell, unknown marine admiral. This moment. Wherever the thunder blade passed, there was a bright blade light, which was as vast and brilliant as a galaxy. Aaron raised his right hand, held it openly, and waved it lightly. 132. Chapter 132. This is the era of Azure Dragons. Seek full order. Captain of Beasts. Former Marine Admiral. Seeing that the confrontation between the two had reached a fever pitch, it could even be said that it was the moment when it was time to decide whether they were superior or not, as well as life and death. Everyone stopped their hands at the same time. Because all the pirates present, Marine knew that the outcome of the confrontation could not affect the direction of this war at all. The only thing that can decide the outcome is Aaron and Ban's blow. Under the gaze of everyone, one big and one small, the figures with huge disparity in proportion collided fiercely like a comet and the earth. Bang. The purple-black thunderbolts flashed in all directions. Under the roar of haki roaring like a dragon's roar, a terrifying shock wave surged, spreading tens of kilometers in an instant. The boundless sea of clouds rises a foot in an instant. The turbulent sea collapsed 3 points in an instant. Impacted by the aftermath of the power of the two, both the sky and the sea were greatly affected. The marine remaining in the distance felt a swipe in front of his eyes, and then he was struck by lightning, and his whole body was hit by a large sea kings that swooped in. All of them were thrown into the air. Kaido also had to create a flame cloud to drag the ship. Shaki, Bernie 28 walled and others who could no longer fly. Only Jin spread his wings and flapped them frantically, barely nailing his body in midair, and was not blown away by the violent shockwave. When the dazzling Haki sword light that seems to have replaced the scorching sun in the sky dissipated, Kaido and others immediately projected their eyes to the center of the battlefield. What came into view was a ravine with a width of 100 meters and a length of tens of kilometers spread straight, stretching into the distance, with almost no end in sight. The sea was split tens of kilometers. A gap that cannot be healed in an instant has been left. Through this canyon-like gully, you can even see the creepy sea kings on the bottom of the sea. In the past, the frightened sea kings would inevitably run away in groups, but now, as if they sensed the threat of death, as if they saw the coming of hell, they scattered to swim deeper into the sea. Because of their ferocious eyes, they caught a glimpse of the sea surface where a roaring thunder dragon was floating. Thunder roaring everywhere. Haki that terrorizes the sea. It is spreading out all the time, not releasing. Facing such real coercion, no sea kings dared to approach at all. Chi. After a knife fell. The Paolaying Long, which was several kilometers high, stood up with his sword back and scattered the Haki thunder blade in his hand. Puff. At the same time, in the chasm of the sea that was gradually filling up, there was a tragic figure that was almost split in half, dripping with blood, and one could clearly see internal organs floating on the surface of the sea through the wound. Class. Seeing this scene, whether it was the Throne Marine or Kaido and others, they all fell silent in unison. Powerful. It is too strong. Before, everyone was fighting fiercely and did not witness how Kong Kong was killed. Now everyone stopped in tacit agreement and got as close to the battlefield as possible, witnessing the whole process from challenging Eren to being killed. Cut off with one knife. The sky is 3 feet high, and the sea is 3 feet high. Such a Haki, such a power, is completely beyond the scope of human comprehension. Only Ultimate's body, Ultimate's fruit ability, and Ultimate's Haki can forge such a terrifying calendar. If one of the three is missing, such a mighty power cannot be born. Whoa, it's over. After a brief silence, Kaido grinned and looked at Eren, as if he was looking at a king who had reached the top of the world stage and stood on the top of the stage. He knows. My elder brother has already stood in that position, but he still has a long way to go. At least. They couldn't even draw with Marine Admiral, let alone kill the Marshal and Admiral successively. This is the old Marine remnant. In the new era, Garp and Sengoku, who are at their peak, will only be stronger than the dead Sora and Ban. This is the law of the sea. Kings emerge from generation to generation, and a new generation of kings bury the old ones. The future is unknown, but in this era, the new king will only be stronger than the old one. Pirates are like this. Is also like this. But now, Kaido firmly believes that his elder brother can still keep pace with these new kings who have already stood at the apex, or even be better. Mr. Eren, is this your prime? Jin looked up at Eren, who was riding the roaring thunder Inglong and standing in the sky like a god. His eyes were full of awe and respect. This is the age of beasts. It's also the era of Qinglong. Burndy Wald murmured. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Shaki's eyes flashed with a fiery splendor. Roger, Garp, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Sengoku. The 5 strongest people at the current stage were also at the peak when they were nearly 40 years old. But now, from breaking away from rocks, forming 100 beasts, to being king enough, it's only about half. The most important thing is that Eren is half a year older than Kaido. Such a young new king is naturally more shining and eye-catching. Former Marine Marshal and former Marine Admiral expedition to New World Dragon Country. Such a big event cannot be concealed at all. Naval Headquarters also has no intention of hiding it. After all, in the eyes of those who know the inside story, this war is not accidental at all. A field marshal, an admiral, and 2 marine apexes from the old era set off together. Looking at the new world, there are very few forces that can withstand and defeat this force. Roger, pirates. They're pirates. Yes, only these 2 can do it. Even Whitebeard can't do it. After all, he established the Whitebeard pirates, yes, but all the children in his hands are not the strongest pirates in the era of great pirates. Facing Marine Marshal and Marine Admiral, He didn't fight alone, but siege. One-on-one and group fights are completely different things. Stronger than rocks, facing Garp and Roger, also directly drink the Valley of Hate God. In particular, Whitebeard not only had to face 1 against 2, but also faced an army of thousands of people at the same time, and also had to protect the children on board. Exactly. Sengoku, Garp, and others didn't hide at all, nor did they want to hide it. They sat in the office one by one, eating senbei and drinking black tea, waiting for Kong Kong and Ban to escort the beasts and Schwankinglong, and Guy came back. However, they did wait for it, but it was not Guy passing by, but waiting for the news that Kong's squad, 2 former marshals, and former admiral died together at the hands of Eren. This bad news was sent back to the headquarters, which immediately detonated the entire Marine senior management. What? Old Ghost is dead? Sengoku, are you sure you're not kidding me? After learning that Kong Lagui died in battle, Garp's first reaction was to laugh. After all, although he let go, it does not mean he is relieved, but for the sake of the justice behind him and the future of Monkey D. Dragon, he chose to put down his iron fist. But in his heart, he still wished that old Ghost Kong would die. 133. Chapter 133, 4 Kings. Seek full order. Who would make fun of such a stupid thing? Seeing Garp laugh heartlessly, Sengoku couldn't help but sneer. Really dead? Sengoku saw his old friend's gloomy expression, which didn't look like he was joking, and the hand that was holding the senbei and was about to put it in his mouth stopped in midair. Died. Expedition to Wanakuni, by the way, is now called the Kingdom of Dragons. It is occupied by beasts, and the country has been destroyed. According to the surviving Marine generals, Marshal Sora and Mr. Ban fought Eren successively and finally died in battle. Sengoku's expression was solemn and gloomy. The person who can defeat Kong Ban is terrifying in itself, let alone beheading 2 people in succession in a wheel battle. Looking at the headquarters, the only people who can do it are myself and Garp. Others, even if the law comes, they can't do it. But Eren did it. This also shows that this young man in his early 20s has become a king. Will battle, kill the marshal first, and then kill the general? How long has it been? The big blue dragon of the 100 Beasts has actually grown to this point. Garp got up from the sofa, walked to the marshal's desk, and his eyes fell on the reward order placed on the table. That's Eren's bounty. The most eye-catching ones are the pair of black wings and burning flames. He and Kaido belong to the same ghost family, and both have the same indestructible body as King Kong, but they are far better than Kaido. In addition, I somehow possess the power of the Lunaria clan and the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form. Ghost clan, Lunaria clan, blue dragon form, plus Haki. The combination of the 4 created such a monster. Sengoku's face was extremely heavy. Call Zephyr back. Even old Ghost Kong and Ban are dead. If you let him go alone, you are sending him off. Garp realized the seriousness of the matter and put away his carefree expression. Sengoku nodded, then picked up the phone bug and called Zephyr. As he expected, after hearing the news, Zephyr was silent for a while, then said yes and hung up the phone. It's not easy, W. There are more and more people going to sea, and more monsters. Eren, Roger, Shiki, Newgate, these 4 kings, once they join forces, it will only take an instant to overthrow Marine. Sengoku murmured, with a disturbed expression on his face. 4 kings. If anyone is pulled out randomly, naval headquarters must be fully prepared for the battle. Even if they win, there will be heavy casualties, let alone join forces. Although all kings have their eyes above the top and will not submit to others, but not being submissive does not mean that they will not form alliances. Especially in the 4 kings, 3 of them had stayed in the same boat in the past. Once the interests are aligned, they will be united immediately. Roger can let it go for a while. If you bastard Garp didn't lie to me, then this man is a relatively pure pirate, and he has no ambition to dominate and is not interested in conquering the world. Newgate can also let it go for a while. That guy is busy nursing the child and doesn't touch his child, and in 10 or half a year he won't make trouble. Sengoku lined up 4 bounty orders. They are Eren, Roger, Shiki, and 100 Kings. After pondering briefly, he took Roger and Whitebeard away first. It wasn't that the 2 were not strong. On the contrary, he knew it very well as he had fought against Whitebeard and Roger. In terms of personal strength, whether it is Roger or Whitebeard, they are even better than Shiki. After all, Whitebeard, relying entirely on his own strength, turn a group of 7 or 8-year-old orphans into the strongest pirate group in the future. Before Margot, Jaws and others grew up, Whitebeard was completely alone, facing other kings and marine. Unlike Roger and Shiki, there are several kings under his command, and there are countless powerful heroes. But because the pursuit is different, for the marine at this stage, and even the world government, the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are actually less threatening. At least, Whitebeard became the strongest man in the world before the Roger pirates mastered ancient weapon and became one piece. In the eyes of the world government and naval headquarters, the harm is far less than the Shiki cause. After all, Shiki is not only at his peak, but also has the strongest pirate group at this stage. Then take Eren and Shiki. The former killed Kong Lagoe and Ban, an unprecedented blow to marine and justice. The latter's pirate group is getting bigger and bigger, and his ambition to conquer the world is already on the surface, and more countries are being plundered and destroyed in his hands, and he can't keep it. Garp agrees with Sengoku. However, whether it is beasts or flying, these two pirate groups have one thing in common. That's flying. Not only itself, but also let the ship, the crew, and the island fly together. Crane, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. If you want to conquer the world, you must come down. Eren and Shiki are very arrogant. One just killed the Marshal Admiral, the other always regards Marine as a soft-footed crab. As long as they come to the door, they will not hide. Sengoku pondered for a moment. You want to go out in person? Will the 5 elders agree? Garp sensed Sengoku's plan. Admiral will not move lightly. There is no need to say more about the Marshal. Now there is a former Marshal, former Admiral, and 5 elders will not let Sengoku play easily. So, it's up to you. You join forces with Zephyr and Crane, and first destroy one of them. After washing away the humiliation of Marine and Justice, the pressure on the headquarters will be greatly reduced, and the 5 elders will allow it. Garp, don't stare at Roger all day long. After Eren is solved, or Shiki, you have to chase Roger all over the world. I will fully support you. Sengoku acted like I will reimburse you for the expenses of dancing with Roger. That's what you said. When Garp heard this, he was eager to try it immediately, wishing to go out immediately and go to fight with Beasts and Feijong. Just when the 3 of them were discussing how to use the 2 big pirate groups of Beast and Feijong to join forces. The 5 elders in Mariehua are also planning something big. I didn't expect that Li Diheo Big Green Dragon finally became a climate. Both Kong and Ban are dead. Although they have retired from the positions of Marshal and Admiral, they are still in their prime. Beasts can't stay here. The climate will be so terrifying if the big green dragon rises. If the little green dragon also rises, whether the new world will be in chaos or not, I'm afraid this pair of brothers will have the final say. Should we attack them? What about Shiki, Whitebeard, and Roger, not to mention Big Mom, Silver Axe, Achaku, and so on? Sengoku took over the position of Marshal, Garp refused to serve as Admiral, and Zephyr was the only one left among the 3 admirals, and there was no alternate candidate. The strength of the headquarters is not enough. Even if the CPO is dispatched, it will be a little bit meaningless. It is impossible to dispatch the Knights of God. No, you can't do this unless it is absolutely necessary. It will alarm Lord M. Pangaea City. In the Hall of Power. The 5 elders surrounded Eren's reward order. Sitting on the sofa, all of them looked thoughtful. 134. Chapter 134 World Conscription. Seek full order. The death of a Marshal and Admiral, even if he was retired, still brought justice to the naval headquarters and had a huge impact on the majesty of the world government. This news cannot be suppressed at all. As the supreme ruler of the world government, 5 elders certainly cannot remain indifferent. Whether it is to restore prestige or revive Marine's prestige, they must take action. After discussing briefly, they discovered a problem. The cards that can be played in the hand are seriously insufficient. Unless the Knights of the Gods are mobilized, simply relying on the cards on the bright side is not enough to stabilize the situation. After all, the death of a Marshal, the death of an Admiral, is really traumatic for naval headquarters. Indirectly caused Sengoku to be unable to go out easily. Otherwise, the headquarters will completely lose the suppression of the highest combat power, and any Big Mom may push the headquarters. Yes, since the card Knights of God cannot be played, let's find a new card. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank the Beast's pirates. If they had caused a farce of thieves from the world before, I would not have thought of it. Wait, the world recruits thieves. You mean we also have a world soldier? Why not? before the Beast pirates, who hadn't reached the top yet, were able to recruit a cook with the qualifications of a king by publishing newspapers, with the prestige accumulated by the world government for 800 years and the prestige of Justice of the Marine, only 950 when we launched the world conscription, we will definitely be able to recruit monsters with Admiral's strength. And no matter how bad it is, we will be able to recruit good seedlings with Admiral's capital. You can also say Admiral's talent, even if you don't have the qualifications of a king, unless you are born with a heart for Marine. How can you recruit such a person with a little favor? There are currently 2 vacancies and 3 admirals. Do you think it will be possible to recruit if these 2 spots are used? Are you going to the sky in one step? It is estimated that Marine and Rear Admiral will have opinions. Without military merits, I will be Admiral as soon as I come. It doesn't matter, using extraordinary means in extraordinary times. Things like military merit can be accumulated slowly. As long as you have strength, not to mention our favor is the best military merit. Right. 5 elders, you talked to me, and the matter was quickly finalized. The next day, newspapers, transported by Newsbird, are quickly sent to all parts of the world. Whether it is a member country of the world government or 100 families of the sea, even if it is a pirate wandering around, as long as anyone who can buy newspapers is basically shocked by these 2 sudden news. The former Marine Marshal Kong and the former Marine Admiral Squad were both defeated by Beast Aaron. Inside the main ship of the flying pirates, Shiki couldn't help being stunned listening to the newspaper news read out by his assistant. No, class, that's someone older than him. Although he has always regarded Marine as nothing, thinking that the real strong are all in the pirates, but that is also a strategic contempt, and he still quite agrees with a very small number of Marines. For example, the empty in class in the old days. Not as good as New Age Garp, Sengoku. When the world recruited thieves back then, I knew he didn't know. I didn't expect it to be so long. Take a trip to Wanakuni, and it will be a serious problem for you, Captain. Icarus stared at the newspaper in his hand, looking at the photo of Aaron published in the newspaper. Although it is not a one-on-one kill against the Marshal Admiral, it is also defeated in a wheel battle. Looking at the air pirates, that is, Shiki can do it alone. Even, it may not be able to do better than Aaron. A serious worry. Just depend on him. When Shiki heard the words, he subconsciously wanted to refute, but when he reached the tip of his mouth, thinking of the dead Sora and the dead band, the words that reached the tip of his mouth couldn't help but be swallowed back. Facts speak louder than words. Nothing is more convincing than the fate of a marshal and admiral. At this moment, the extremely proud Golden Lion had to admit that the trainee crew members in the Rocks Pirate had grown up. The big blue dragon of the 100 Beasts. It's getting better. This sea is getting more and more lively. Shiki grinned suddenly. There was no fear in his eyes. No fear. Instead, he revealed the arrogance of swallowing the world. Lousy CIBC thought that Newgate was the only person worthy of attention in the sea besides Roger. I never thought there is still a picture of Dragon. Aaron, right? Lousy remembers you. No. He suddenly had an idea. That is to meet the trainee crewman in the Rocks Regiment back then and see what he looked like. Captain. Except for Whitebeard, all the pirates are growing. Roger is like this, and so is Aaron. Their pirates are small in number, but their overall strength is extremely strong. We can no longer stand still and be content with the status quo. Vice Captain Icarus suggested. You mean recruiting more crew? Shiki narrowed his eyes slightly. He is more interested in growing up than anyone else. Only the stronger of the pirates can realize their ambition of dominating the world and completely complete the dominance that the Rocks have not yet completed. Although the flying pirates have grown at a frightening speed since their establishment, they already have a fleet of 8 pirate ships. Every ship was commanded by a captain, except him and Icarus. In the future, Shiki will be able to push Joel de Roger into desperation, relying on a powerful fleet and a powerful subordinate. Shiki couldn't help being interested. The pirates in the flying group are all existences comparable to Marine Rear Admiral. Compared with continuing to recruit, I think the captain should focus more on improving his subordinates. Not to mention that Joel de Roger is not the only one who owns Conqueror's hockey in the Roger Pirates. Shiki spread his hands. As for the master being weak and the servant being strong, I never even thought about it. With Conquerors, which is comparable to Joel de Roger, or even better than the red-haired Shanks, if the strength is not in place, the number of people in front of the future One Piece has no meaning at all. Hear this. Icarus shook his head. After all, the stronger his subordinates, the stronger his overall strength. Hockey's cultivation is not achieved overnight, and the qualification basically determines the upper limit. As you have seen before, I have disclosed the training methods of knowledge color and armed color to the entire Flying Pirates, and the result? None of them have trained knowledge color to foresee the future, but how many of them have mastered armed color? One, but internal damage, just one. For his subordinates, he had very high requirements in his peak period, otherwise he would not have overwhelmed the Roger Pirates for a while. Quantity without quality has no meaning at all. Pirates like this are not so easy to find in the New World. To his subordinates, he is a tyrant who does not lack in generosity at the same time. How to improve? 135. Chapter 135 The Weight of Phantom Beast Species. One fruit for one franchise country, full order. Hockey is the best way to strengthen the overall strength of the Air Force, but not the only way. Compared to hockey, there is a treasure that can directly transform a person. Even if the qualifications are mediocre, as long as the development is in place, it can still form a strong combat force. Icarus also admires Shiki from the bottom of his heart. After leaving the Rocks Pirate, a marine fleet was established in a short period of time, and its overall strength is no less than that of the Roger Pirates, which has been established for more than 10 years. Just because Shiki is confident enough and strong enough. All recruited crew members can get the method of learning hockey as long as they become regular crew members from trainee crew. The color of knowledge. Armed color. Even Shiki, the method of controlling conquerors' hockey, was disclosed and popularized in the Flying Pirates. This is also the reason why in the future, after Shiki develops the Flying Pirates to ultimate, even the Roger Pirates are no match for them, so they can only retreat. The head was not opened by the rudder. The legs are not broken yet. The Shiki before all this was a true golden lion, with the ambition and strength of a lion roaring the sea. Devil fruit. A gleam flashed in Shiki's eyes. He himself is Paramecia demon fruit power, the king who ate super superior lion fruit. Naturally, one devil fruit is enough to change a person's fate. I've been having people stare at the devil fruit thing, underground world, and the countries of the world. Icarus can become Shiki's deputy, assisting him to become king step by step. Before, we captured the country of endless wars, but we didn't declare it to the outside world, so no one knew that this country was already one of the strongholds of our Flying Pirates. Not long ago, the king of the country with endless wars called me. He overheard that a general of the enemy country had obtained a devil fruit, and he also hooked up with the world government. He wanted to use this devil fruit in exchange for the position of king. The world government also gave a clear answer and entered into the general's request. As soon as this word came out, a gleam flashed in Shiki's eyes. His head has not been opened yet, his IQ is normal, and he has not lost his mind. Just the words of AI rocks, he can guess 10 extremely important pieces of information. GF is a member country of world government. For a devil fruit, he did not hesitate to depose the current king and hand over a franchise country. Once this kind of thing spreads, I am afraid that other alliance countries will have opinions on the world government. They will not hesitate to take such a risk to agree to the general's request. One devil fruit is exchanged for another alliance country. It seems that this devil fruit is not so simple to accept. After Shiki finished speaking, his tone revealed strong greed. It's not yet known what devil fruit it is. The only thing that's certain is Zoan, Phantom Beast. Icarus met Shiki's gaze and said word by word, "Lousy wants it." Shiki was suspended in midair from the chair, exuding an unmistakable hockey, as if that devil fruit was prepared for him. Of course. Alokas chuckled and said in a natural tone, "A phantom beast. That is a devil fruit even rarer than Logia. Once eaten, it not only possesses Zoan's transformation ability, but also possesses powerful abilities. The top phantom beasts even possess more than one ability. For example, Eren and Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form. Eating such a devil fruit is simply equivalent to eating one Zoan plus 4 Logia devil fruit. Icarus doesn't expect that unknown phantom beast to be the top one, but even if it is an ordinary phantom beast, as long as it is well developed, it still surpasses more than 90% of devil fruit. Once this phantom beast falls into the hands of Shiki, it means that the Flying Pirates will have one more combat power comparable to the General Star, the Three Disasters, and the leader of the White Team. Even if this kind of combat power exists in the Flying Pirates, and there are more than one, who would think too much? Bang. As the waves surged, 8 huge pirate warships soared out of the sea, like birds spreading their wings, soaring upwards, and submerged in the sea of 10,000 meters of clouds in a blink of an eye. Kingdom of Dragons. It has been a long time since the Daimyo coalition was destroyed and Kazuki Oden was killed. The Dragon Palace, which was not completed at the beginning, has now been fully completed. Before, in order to serve Eren and handle the big and small affairs in the Dragon Palace, Shaki also selected a lot of women in the Dragon Kingdom to enter the palace and act as maids. Ask for flowers. But not long after, most of these battalion girls were sent to other areas. As for the duties of the maids and guards in the Dragon Palace, they are all performed by the crew of the 9 Snake Pirates. No, it should be said that the citizens of Amazon Lily. All the Kanzuya who served as court ladies in the Dragon Palace before were dispatched to the 9 Snake clan and served as subordinates of the 9 Snake warriors. All important positions in the Dragon Palace are filled by women from the 9 Snake tribe. Not only that, after beheading Kong Hebben, Eren also specially transformed into a green dragon, soared to calm belt with Tingyun, and airlifted the entire daughter island to the Kingdom of Dragons with the Flame Cloud. The two countries are each other's horns, suppressing the sea area. 0. Mr. Kaido. In the Isle of the Dragon Palace, walk forward more quickly. All the way down. Sitting in the courtyard, Eren had just picked up the wine that Shaki had poured when he saw Kaido rushing in with a wave of anger. He sat down on the chair, picked up a jug of wine, and took a sip, then said happily, "In the GF country, a general named Cibolo got a phantom beast and wanted to make a deal with the world government. Lin called me just now, saying he got a piece of information. Rather good news." Hearing this, Eren raised the corners of his mouth slightly, outlining a playful smile. The 9 Snake warriors in charge of patrolling saluted one after another. Dining with Lord Shaki in the palace harem. With his foot strength, even if he just walks normally, he can walk like the wind, like a motorcycle. When a strong wind blows, he arrives in Shanghuyuan within a short while. Kaido didn't bother to sense Eren's aura with observation haki and asked directly to a Hydra warrior who had just saluted him. "Phantom Beast, do you know where my brother is?" "Kaido, this is a devil fruit that is rarer than Logia." Kaido nodded, then turned and walked towards Gonghayuan. The 9 Snake warrior replied immediately. "Big Mom should really want it, but she actually told you?" "Kaido, you are here, let's eat together. There are 2 brothers in the same world, and they can even share fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form, so Kaido will not be polite." 136. Chapter 136 Deku, True God. Brain Rebellion? The anti-bone has been smoothed out, seek full order. Devil fruit is priceless. Put it on some islands and villages in the world, and 1 devil fruit can buy the whole island. For example, Kokoyashi village and the like. Needless to say, the top devil fruit is not priceless, but priceless. Not to mention, it is still a phantom beast. Phantom beasts that are rarer than Logia, even if they are not the top phantom beasts, still do not affect the value of this devil fruit. Now, Charlotte Lin took the initiative to tell Kaido the news, not to mention giving up, but adding 10 competitors. If Charlotte Lin didn't want this devil fruit, Eren wouldn't believe it. It is true that he, Kaido, and Charlotte Lin had a good relationship when they were in Rock's Pirate, but now they have gone their separate ways. Even if the relationship is still 850, and now they're both busy developing, growing, and dominating, there is no need to give up treasures like phantom beasts if they can get them by themselves. After all, he knew very well how much Charlotte Lin lacked in devil fruit. After all, he had too many children. Giving the 2 brothers a phantom beast at the beginning was already an act of benevolence, and there is no need to give more. Lin, she's pregnant. Even if you want to grab it, it's more than enough energy. If you want to have this baby, she should be very important. Otherwise, she will be able to compete directly with the abortion. As expected. Kaido directly explained that it's not that Charlotte Lin doesn't want phantom beasts, but that she has more than enough energy. So, after weighing it up, she chose to sell this news to us. Eren's eyes flashed with understanding. In terms of relationship, in Charlotte Lin's eyes, even children may not be as important as their brothers. Not only because he was the younger brother brought out with 1 hand and 1 foot, but also because he and Kaido have this value, which far surpasses all children. Yes. Kaido nodded. Although Charlotte Lin also had ulterior motives, it did not affect his high spirits. After all, in the world of pirates, there is no absolute pure emotion. On the contrary, adding a little interest into it is conducive to the stability and long-term relationship. This is also the future. Kaido captured Charlotte Linlin alive, but let her go directly, chose to form an alliance, and rescued her again and again during the battle on Onigashima. The accumulation of feelings from most of my life, and then entangled in interests. Such a relationship, lava fruit plus conquerors can't break it. What does she want? Tell me. As long as we can do it, we will do it for her. And the final analysis, the fact that our brothers can have today is indeed her original love. Eren is not a person who does not miss old love. Although he did not get along with Charlotte Linlin when he traveled through the war in the Valley of the Gods, he accepted the memory, and he did inherit the fish from the other party. Fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form can make a quick start. Whether he or Kaido owes everything to Charlotte Linlin, he still admits it. Exactly. Without waiting for Kaido to speak, he spoke directly, saying that as long as it can be done, it will be done for Charlotte Linlin. She wants a set of devil fruit from the Paramecia food line. The more the better. If there is, help her get it. If she has information, we will go there. Kaido nodded, agreeing with Eren's statement. Don't look at him saying that he has already paid off his debts to Charlotte Linlin during the battle on Ghost Island in the future, but in fact, he values love and justice more than anyone else. Facing the head of the 4 emperors at his fingertips, he let him go directly. Okay, you can answer Linlin for me. I will help him keep an eye on the fruit power of Paramecia's food. As long as there is news, I will make an appointment in person. Eren nodded. Although the value of devil fruit is 100 million berry, but that is the starting price, and there are still some devil fruits with unknown or rubbish abilities. Like phantom beasts, even if someone is really that stupid, if they put it up for auction, it will start at billions. Those involving space and immortality like op fruits start at 5 billion. This is still a case where not many people know that op fruit involves immortality. Otherwise, it would not be 5 billion. Good. Kaido nodded. Trading a pile of devil fruit from the Paramecia food series for a phantom beast seems to be a loss, but in fact it is a big profit. That is to say, Charlotte Linlin's childhood experience made her very fond of the fruit ability of food. Otherwise, no one would trade this kind of fruit ability for phantom beasts. Even if it's just information about a phantom beast. Do you know the fruit ability of GF's phantom beast? Eren was not in a hurry to set off, but chatted and ate. At his speed, he was not too sure that hour and a half. No, all were retrieved. For such a phantom beast to be eaten by a dutiful son is pure waste. Phantom beast, indigo fruit, Oguchi true god form. I changed Yamato's bloodline, replaced it with ghosts and 9 snakes, and I taught him from the sidelines, so I don't think it will be rebellious. Drop or smooth out. Those who don't know think that Kaido is Charlotte Linlin's husband, and Yamato is her biological daughter, as for other Charlottes, such as Katakuri and Owen. Even Katakuri's own children are not treated like this. Eren's eyes lit up. Is Deku true god form? Now, after he learned that this phantom beast was in the form of Deku true god, he had already made up his mind. Needless to say, Yamato was rebellious, and 9 times out of 10, it was Kaido who ate the edge grass when he was in Wanakuni, which caused Yamato to be mixed with Wanakuni's blood, so he became a dutiful son. In the original time and space, Kaido has nothing to do with the 3.89 snakes. That is to say, Yamato's mother is definitely not from the 9 snakes. No wonder the relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin is so strong. The father took the form of Yu fruit, phantom beast, and azure dragon, and the daughter took the form of phantom beast, dog fruit, and Dekujinchen. Thinking of this, Eren secretly decided that if Kaido wants to get married and have a daughter in the future, he must choose a partner from the 9 snakes. Anyway, the 9 snakes don't have many other things, but the most women, and all of them are warriors, and they are like ghosts. The family is very good, and it is also very good with Kaido. Kaido said while eating. But that's all for later. No matter who Kaido marries in the future, whether or not the one born will be Yamato, he doesn't intend to leave this phantom beast to the other party. If it is really born in the future, if there is no rebellion, he will prepare another Logia for her. Or a phantom beast, it is not too late to plan. The phantom beasts of the father and daughter were all taken care of by Charlotte Linlin. Unfortunately. 137, Chapter 137 Eat Big Mouth of Jin in True God Form, Full Order. Deku True God Form. This is not something ordinary people can control. Anyone who has a rebellious brain eats it and looks like a wolf. It is better to leave it to those who are loyal themselves. Ember, come here. Eren took out his phone bug and called Jin, who was patrolling around in the Dragon Kingdom when he was free. Although Amazon Lily was airlifted by Eren to the sea next to the Dragon Kingdom, the Beast Pirates solved the problem of manpower shortage. They had enough troops to guard the country and enough manpower to govern the country. However, Jin is still loyal. Apart from practicing and studying, the rest of the time is spent touring the Dragon Kingdom. Once you encounter wild samurai Ronin, kill them directly. In this regard, Eren is also watching. Such a loyal wing who bet everything on himself, this canine fruit, phantom beast species, big-mouth true god form won't be eaten by him, so it's hard to keep it for the filial son. Let Jin eat it. It's really the best option. Although Deku Jinshin is not the top phantom beast species, it is only slightly inferior. As long as the development is in place, it is still extremely powerful. Compared with most phantom beast species, it is better than most Logia. When Guy 28 at the side saw this, a smile flashed across his eyes. Obviously, he quite agrees with Eren for leaving this phantom beast devil fruit to Jin to eat. In fact, at the beginning, Kaido probably also saw that his daughter had the potential to be a great son, and he didn't want to give him the dog fruit, phantom beast species, big-mouth true god form. Maybe it was reserved for Jin, but later by chance, it was given to him by Yamato. He took the lead first, but in the end he had no choice but to let Jin eat a useless dragon fruit, ancient species, pteranodon form. Boom. A howling roar suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, a figure with wings on its back descended from the sky like a peregrine falcon, swooped down, but landed smoothly. Mr. Eren, Mr. Kaido, you called me over. What's the matter? Jin nodded to Eren and Kaido, respectively, after landing on the ground. Sit down. Eren motioned Jin to sit down. Don't be so polite, Kay said. I asked you to come here, and there is nothing for you to do, just to inform you. The phantom beast species I found for you has been found, and it will be delivered to you soon. I just don't know what you think of this devil fruit. After Jin sat down, Eren got straight to the point and directly narrated the matter of Deku's true god form. As long as it is given by Mr. Eren and Mr. Kaido, I like it, Jin answered simply, and was even more moved in his heart. Eren and Kaido fulfilled the promise made to him that day with their own actions. Really found a phantom beast for him. No, although the phantom beasts are precious, it also depends on whether they fit together or not. If you don't know anything about this ability, and you resist it from the bottom of your heart, even if you eat phantom beast, it's all-purpose. Let me tell you this, as far as I know, the ability of Deku True God's form, in addition to the beast form and human beast form transformation that Zoan has, also has the ability to create and control freezing air. Eren signaled Jin to take it easy and let himself finish speaking patiently. In other words, this is a Zoan plus Logia's devil fruit, the form of Deku True God, which includes the ability of Zoan's transformation and Logia frozen fruit. As long as you develop it in place, except that you can't be as elemental as frozen fruit, and the ability direction is different after awakening to a certain extent, you can do what frozen fruit can do. The most important thing is that after eating the form of Deku True God, you will have a characteristic that 99% of capable people are extremely envious of, and you are not afraid of the sea. Eren looked into Jin's eyes and said word by word, "It is true that the sea is a nightmare for those with abilities, an absolute nemesis, but not all demon fruit powers are afraid of the sea. In a wide variety of devil fruit, there will always be a very individual ability to be able to be fearless of the sea. For example, he and Kaido are in the form of fish fruit, phantom beast, and blue dragon. They are not afraid of falling into the sea at all, and can even enter the deep sea. For example, the frozen fruit eaten by Marine Admiral Akiji in the future will not matter if it falls into the sea. It will freeze the sea directly. Similarly, having the form of Deku True God, which is similar to frozen fruit's ability to produce frozen air, can naturally be fearless of the sea. Certainly. The premise is that Jin can develop Deku True God form to the point where the sea is frozen. In this regard, he is very confident. After all, a dutiful son like Yamato, who can explore on his own, can release the freezing air that counters Kaido's heat when he is on Onijima. It is undeniable that Deku True God's form is powerful. Even Yamato can do this, let alone Jin, who has been taught by the famous teacher Kaido since he was a child. Don't be afraid of the sea. Jin heard Eren say that Deku's ability in the form of the true god cannot fear the sea, and his eyes couldn't help showing a touch of heat, comparable to the heat of the flame behind him. That's right, as long as the development is in place, it's just a matter of time to freeze the sea. That's fine. In the future, even if all of us beast pirates are capable users, we will be able to display our full strength when encountering naval battles. No longer afraid of the harsh weather of New World, as well as tsunamis and waves. Aaron nodded. Mr. Aaron, I want this devil fruit. Since this phantom beast has helped beast pirates so much, I want to obtain this ability even more. As you said, if you can freeze the sea, even those with all the abilities of all beasts in the future will be able to walk on flat ground without fear of the sea during naval battles. No matter what devil fruit Aaron gives him, Jin will be loyal, unambiguous, and touched. After all, everything he has now is given by Aaron. Not to mention, my captain really put all his effort into cultivating him. He said that he found the phantom beast species, and he didn't let him eat it right away. Instead, he let him make a choice to see if it was suitable for him. In this regard, he has nothing to say, except to silently record this kind of favor in his heart, and then dedicate the rest of his life to Aaron and risk the beast pirates. Okay, since you said that, then Deku True God form is reserved for you. But you don't have to worry. You can think about it before we come back. You have the Devil Fruit illustrated book yourself. You can look at the records on it. Although it is certainly not as comprehensive and perfect as World Government and Naval Headquarters, it can also serve as a reference. When we come back, if you don't want to eat it, then I'll find another Devil Fruit for you. Aaron patted Jin's shoulder and then glanced at Kaido. The latter understood and immediately got up and transformed into a 100-meter green dragon, stepping into the sky. The black wings on his back spread out, and the flame clouds swirled around, like a rock spreading its wings, soaring upwards. 138. Chapter 138. Meet Bullet for the first time. The combined fruit. Seek full order. Bang. The artillery roared and the smoke filled the sky. On the border of the country with endless wars, cannons pointed at the city wall, like a giant slaughtering beast. Under the dazzling flames and ferocious roars, they continuously spit out pitch-black cannonballs, blasting the city wall out of giants one by one. The pit, blowing up the battlefield where blood and flames coexist, turned people on their backs and corpses littered the field. Every second passed, countless soldiers fell into a pool of blood and slept forever under this field. However, there was another boy in military uniform, holding a short sword. Under the hail of bullets, he was like a flying butterfly, not touching his body with a single leaf. Puff. All the soldiers blocking the way, all lay down at the blossoming Bloodflower station and fell at his feet. Obviously, every minute, every second is dancing with Shinigami, but Shinigami seems to be unable to do anything to him. Especially his childish face, full of rebellion and self-confidence, showing the courage to treat heroes as nothing. Come on, with the number of enemies I've killed, as long as I become the first person to climb the city wall, Minister Gray's medal will be mine. The long knife in Douglas Bullet's hand is full of light, just like the sickle in Shinigami's hand. At least for those soldiers who died when he fell, he is Shinigami. Seeing that the city wall had reached his feet, he jumped down suddenly, using his hands and feet together, his palms like knives, pierced into the city wall, kicked hard with the soles of his feet, jumped up along the wall, and jumped over tens of meters of the wall, just like a bird, step into the wall of victory over the endless kingdom. Boom. But at this moment, bullets suddenly struck from behind, carrying ferocious murderous intent, and sank into his back. You. The smile on Douglas Bullet's face froze for an instant, and he turned his head in disbelief, staring in the direction of the bullet. What came into view were faces about his age. That was his companion. Also a boy soldier under Secretary Douglas Gray. He didn't expect that these companions would open fire on him when he climbed the city wall. He was highly concentrated, but his attention was on guarding against the attacks of enemy soldiers in front of him. In addition, he didn't know how to observe hockey, and he never thought that he would be attacked by his companions. Facing the black gun from behind, he was shot out of blood one by one. He had already stepped on the city wall with one foot, and he was unable to fall down the city wall. Oh. Douglas Bullet's face was extremely furious, and his eyes were filled with monstrous anger, as well as strong regret and resentment. He regretted that he shouldn't have trusted his companion wrongly, and he resented that he was so weak that he couldn't even block the black gun behind him. It is my fault. I shouldn't be negligent, I shouldn't be arrogant, and I shouldn't hand over my back to my so-called companions. This is my biggest weakness. If Bullet doesn't die today, I won't trust anyone anymore. Douglas Bullet roared again and again, but it still couldn't change the result of falling to the ground. Puff. The impact of falling from a high place, coupled with a gunshot wound on his back, made him vomit blood immediately when he fell on the opponent, but he did not give up. Instead, he endured the pain and powerlessness and slashed backhand, using resentment and anger as the power, beheaded several soldiers who wanted to take advantage of it, and then rushed out of the battlefield without looking back. He didn't dare to go back to his own camp, for fear that his weak self would be blacked out by his companions again. He didn't dare to stay on the battlefield, for fear that his head would become a tool for enemy soldiers to demonstrate their military exploits. This moment, like a wounded tiger, it doesn't believe anyone. It just wants to find a place to heal its wounds, and then use its sharp claws and teeth to devour its enemies one by one. Food. I want food. Relying on his indomitable will and strong desire to survive, Douglas Bullet fought his way through the battlefield, but he also paid the price of being shot several times. To this, he ignored it, but stepped into a forest with bloody steps, while looking left and right, looking for something to eat. If you can't go back to the barracks, it means you have to deal with your injuries and food yourself. For a wounded person, both are the most important. That is, suddenly, Douglas Bullet's eyes fixed on a strange-looking fruit. He was trained as a young soldier since he was a child, and he knows a truth very well. When encountering strange fruits in the wild, it is best to eat them, and 9 out of 10 are highly poisonous. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. He could only drag his broken body, climbed up a tree, and stretched out his hand towards the strange-looking fruit. But just when his palm was about to touch the fruit that was close at hand, a hand suddenly stretched out from the top of his head and took away the life-saving fruit under his constricted pupils. Before he could get angry, a smell of meat rushed into his nostrils. Immediately afterwards, his eyes darkened, and his face and chest were hit by heavy objects, making him weak back 6 or 7 steps, almost slipping from the tree. Meat. Douglas Bullet took a look at the heavy object that had hit him, and found that it was a piece of roasted meat. It was just a piece of meat, but it was bigger than an ordinary tiger. At least 600 to 700 catties. Not to mention being injured now and urgently needing meat supplements. Even in normal times, as a young soldier, for a piece of meat for a mouthful of food, it is only through desperate struggle. Do you still feel clear now? No one would be so stupid to kill himself in this way. Want to? In order to recover as soon as possible, Douglas Bullet didn't care about the fruit being robbed, and he didn't look at who the other party was. He just ate and stuffed it, frantically refusing like a beast, biting the piece of meat in his hand. Scoff. The heat is directed at the combined fruit in Aaron's hand, and the hatred is directed at those companions who shoot black guns in the back. For the sake of this piece of meat, let's settle the matter. This is the power to destroy a country. Do you know what kind of fruit this is? Devil fruit. After eating the meat, his body warmed up, and after feeling weak and partly expelled, he just shifted his mind to the man who robbed his own fruit and gave him a piece of life-saving meat. Guwang Zhao. Aaron raised the combined fruit in his hand. Hundreds of catties of meat. In just a short moment, he ate more than 30 catties. Although it is worse than shit, after eating it, you will have incredible abilities. If you are lucky, you will encounter the top devil fruit, which will have the power to destroy a country. Douglas Bullet sat on the root of the tree, his hands barely holding the flesh in his hands. Cleared. Are you sure? Facing the huge meat at his fingertips, he didn't consider whether it was poisonous at all, because this piece of meat was worth more than his own body. When Douglas Bullet heard this, a trace of heat and hatred flashed in his eyes. Taking a full look at Douglas Bullet's expression, Aaron showed a sneer on his face, and then under his stunned gaze, he threw the combined fruit in his hand. 139, Chapter 139 Bullet. Be my crew member. Seek full order. For why? Douglas Bullet stretched out his hand to catch the combined fruit thrown by Aaron, his face slightly startled. At first, he didn't know it was devil fruit, but now he knew it, but the other party made himself happy. Meat first, then devil fruit. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the person in front of him was not malicious to him, and even saved his life. Of course, I didn't save you for nothing. I appreciate you, so I plan to recruit you to be my boat area. Aaron didn't hide his thoughts and got straight to the point. Crew, are you a pirate? Although Douglas Bullet has lived on the battlefield all year round, he is not ignorant of everything in the outside world. After all, the country with endless wars and GF country are all in New World. As the strongest young soldier, he can still read newspapers occasionally. Yes, I am the captain of the Beast Pirates. I was going to the GF country to get my things, and I happened to see you. Your eyes are very familiar to me, but I used to have such eyes when I lived with my younger brother in the kingdom of Folka. Aaron nodded. Pirates, why should I agree to 950? What's more, I don't trust anyone anymore. Douglas Bullet curled his lips, and then in front of Aaron, he reached out and directly dug out the bullets embedded in his body one by one. Why? Hearing this, Aaron put his 5 fingers together to form a knife, and with a light wave, a violent wind pressure was generated. Rumbling. A loud noise like the roar of a dragon and a tiger exploded in all directions. Billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the ground continued to vibrate. When he withdrew his palm and everything had settled, there was already a kilometer-long gully in the forest. Douglas Bullett's eyes were bulging, and his expression froze instantly, leaving only a deep shock. Is this something human can do? With a random wave of his hand, he split the 1,000-meter-long land. That's all. As far as we can tell you. What is strength? Aaron looked at Douglas Bullett's unbelievable expression and said indifferently, whether it's GF or a country with endless wars, even the so-called battlefields are just children's playthings. The metal you want, other things you want, and everything Sibj, I can give you with a snap of my fingers, including Emperor. Witnessing Aaron's gestures, showing power like a god, and saying that he can give himself this power, he has personally cut off the trust of his companions, and Douglas Bullet, who chose to believe in power, was suddenly moved. Compared with being a young soldier king in GF country, he wants to pursue this kind of power more. Since you can see everything in your eyes, then you should know that I don't trust anyone now. Only the power zone. Do you dare to accept me as a crew member? A crew member who has no allegiance to you? Douglas Bullet suppressed the shock and longing in his heart and met Aaron's gaze. Why not? As for whether you believe in your companions or in your strength, it doesn't matter. Trusting others and relying on others mean the same thing. It's the behavior of the weak. To me, these are meaningless. As for the loyalty you mentioned, when you are strong enough, you will find that the people around you are good people. Since you are good people, how can there be such a thing as betrayal? Aaron spread his hands. Yes. He hasn't forgotten how the Beast's pirates came to be from establishment to growth. Strength. He and Kaido, with strength, build up step by step. Rather than saying that he believes in his companions, it is better to say that he, like Douglas Bullet, believes in power. In this dangerous and powerful ocean, the only person he can really trust is Kaido in the past, but now there is one more person. Emperor. Even Aaron himself didn't trust any of the crew members, and he naturally wouldn't force the crew to trust him and be loyal to him. When you are strong enough, you are surrounded by good people. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Douglas Bullet was taken aback for a moment, and after chewing for a while, he burst into a big grin. May I have your name? Aaron asked. Douglas Bullet. Douglas Bullet stopped smiling. He found that joining the other party's pirate group seemed to be a good idea. My name is Aaron. Bullet, be my crew. I will give you a new understanding of power, and I will also give you unprecedented power as a crew member of 100 beasts. Aiming for mere medals is an insult to men. The world is the strongest. You just try to use it, go after the goal. Aaron reaches for Douglas Bullet. Facing Jin, he gave freedom and grace. In the face of Douglas Bullet, he gave strength and grace. These are two very different people. Is the world the strongest? I will not obey people who are weaker than me. If you want me to listen, be a good person by your side, then you will always become stronger, always stronger than me, and always be the strongest in the world, making me only chase your back and footsteps. Otherwise, I will choose to leave. Of course, you can also restrict me and prevent me from becoming stronger. After Douglas Bullet dug out all the bullets, he held a hand that Aaron extended towards him with his bloody palm. That day won't come. I'll give you time to catch up until you can't see it. If he is surpassed by his own crew, then he is not worthy to be a king. Chasing the strongest in the world. With his own actions, he interpreted the dream that Aaron gave him. Douglas Bullet took a deep breath, calmed down a restlessness in his heart, and then raised the combined fruit in his hand. Although he kept saying that he no longer believed in his companions and would only pursue strength for the rest of his life, but now he is less than 10 years old. Restricting his own crew, even if the crew are all kings with ulterior motives, Lux has no intention of restricting. Yeah. As for restricting you, I will not do such meaningless things. On the contrary, I will make you stronger. Aaron shook his head. Captain, yes. Even if he destroyed the GF country and became a pirate, after the 3 views were fully formed, he almost regarded Roger as a companion for a time. Let alone now. Eat it and have the power to destroy a country. Douglas Bullet heard the words, looked down at the combined fruit in his hand. His face was slightly moved. He just encountered a big change, but met Aaron, who helped him and brought him to see a wider world, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel touched in his heart. Is this real? You just said that this is called devil fruit. After calming down, Douglas Bullett's thoughts immediately focused on strength. 140. Chapter 140 Composite Fruit. Rubbish. Seek full order. The top devil fruit does have this ability. Aaron nodded and admitted that devil fruit is capable of destroying a country, but added a premise. Top devil fruit. Yeah. When Douglas Bullitt heard this, his face showed eager expression. Like Aaron and Kaido, he has lived in war since he was a child, and everything he comes into contact with is related to the battlefield. This also made him yearn for power since he was a child, especially after being backstabbed by his companions. His desire and pursuit of power reached an unprecedented height. If I were you, I would think carefully before eating. It is true that devil fruit has the incredible ability to create miracles, but it also has many disadvantages, such as being afraid of the sea. It is better to be afraid of sea stone and some devil fruits that restrain your fruitability. If you don't know what the ability of devil fruit is, if you eat it indiscriminately and get some tasteless abilities, then not only will it not improve your strength, but it will go backward and add a few weaknesses. Just when Douglas Bullitt was about to stuff the combined fruit into his mouth, Aaron's words made his movements come to a sudden stop. At this time, he just realized that the devil fruit mentioned by Aaron had a prerequisite. That's top-notch. What is this devil fruit? Is it top-notch? It's a matter of strength, although Douglas Bullitt is reckless and arrogant, but he does not lack the consciousness of not being ashamed to ask others. Devil fruit is roughly divided into 3 categories: logia, paramecia, and animal figure. Logia, as the name suggests, is to allow people who eat logia devil fruit to have the ability to control a certain natural element, and even their physique to become a certain natural element. Paramecia, that is, after eating paramecia devil fruit, it has different superpowers, such as flying, such as changing gravity, such as falling apart. Finally, Zoan, it's even simpler. After eating it, you have the ability to transform into an animal, and your physique, resilience, strength, speed, etc. will be greatly improved. Aaron explained the 3 series of devil fruit. As for the devil fruit in your hand, it is a combined fruit, a type of paramecia devil fruit. By the way, let me remind you, a person normally speaking can only eat 1 devil fruit in his life. If he eats 2, he will die. Hearing this, Douglas Bullitt's feverish head immediately calmed down. In your opinion, what is the combined fruit? Douglas Bullitt held up the combined fruit and asked Aaron for advice. The strength of a devil fruit depends on both the strength of the fruit itself and the development level of the ability user. Leaving aside the level of development, let's talk about devil fruit's own strength. The combined fruit, in my eyes, is just rubbish. Aaron looked into Douglas Bullitt's eyes and said every word. That's how he sees it. Douglas Bullitt didn't use the fusion fruit and just relied on his own hockey and physical skills to directly pick up all the supernovas. Luffy, who was in the 4th gear, was just a matter of a few punches. After using the combined fruit, the power is stronger, but the massive hockey is scattered and wasted. Ro ravages supernova and becomes fist-fighting with King Luffy. In addition, after the fruit is awakened, the huge, extremely slow body formed by gathering warships without any special abilities is also stronger, and for the top powerhouse, the whole body is full of flaws. If the Pteranodon form can barely be described as icing on the cake to Jin, then the combined fruit is pure tasteless to Douglas Bullitt. As long as Douglas Bullitt is replaced with a decent fruit, not to mention the super superiors such as Flash, Magma, and Shock, or even the strongest devil fruit, just take any explosive fruit. Doors, even the smoke of Logia's shame will do. Even regular Zoan is also better than fusion fruit. Just relying on his conquerors and armed colors that can cover the island, he has trained to Ultimate's physical skills, and then paired with the Zoan that increases his body, it is simply terrifying. Jin took the Pteranodon form, which at most limited the upper limit, but at least it didn't seriously hinder it. Douglas Bullitt was not only limited by the combined fruit, but also seriously hindered. Rubbish. Douglas Bullitt broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the words. A person can only eat 1 devil fruit, that is to say, he has only 1 chance to choose. As a young soldier who has roamed a battlefield since he was a child, he is too aware of the gap between a powerful ability and a weak ability. Seeking flowers. 0. As for doubting the veracity of Aaron's words, he didn't think so at all. It's not that he really trusts the man in front of him that much, but that there is no need for doubt. Just because of the positions of the 2 sides, The gap is too big. See for yourself. This is the devil fruit illustration book. Not to mention recording all the devil fruits in this sea, but there are at least half of them. After reading it, you also have a certain understanding of devil fruits. Aaron took out a devil fruit illustrated book and threw a backhand at Douglas Bullet in the face. Scoffed. Douglas Bullet didn't care about eating meat and quickly flipped through the pages. Even not to mention comparing with a super superior or even the strongest devil fruit, in this illustrated book, a random devil fruit is much better than a combined fruit. Don't eat. Douglas Bullet directly threw the combined fruit to Aaron and let the other party handle it. Douglas Bullet shook his head with a conflicted, disgusted expression. Compared with these abilities, the combined fruit in my hand is simply rubbish. Do you still want to eat? Although it is not a powerful devil fruit, it is still a treasure that many people are chasing after. Knowing everything in advance in his eyes, the combined fruit is simply not popular. Paramecia that destroyed the world. Recognized as the strongest Logia. Here you are. If I really want to pursue the goal of being the strongest in the world, this combined fruit will only become my legacy. A playful look appeared on Aaron's face as Douglas Bullet was sweating profusely. As the devil fruits came into view, his heart became colder. The more he knew about devil fruits, the more grateful he was that he didn't eat the combined fruit. A phantom beast even rarer than Logia. Ken now. If he hadn't met Aaron, hadn't seen the size of the world, and was just a young soldier who was seriously injured and had nowhere to go, then the combined fruit would definitely be a treasure to him. Just treat it as you letting me know all this and preventing me from eating the reward of this exhausting ability. 141, Chapter 141 Go. Get the devil fruit belonging to beast full order. Smart choice. However, you should take this combined fruit first. In the future, it's fine to sell it or use it to exchange for a devil fruit for you. Seeing that Douglas Bullet knew how to choose, Aaron rejected the combined fruit he got without hesitation and chose to wait for a vague and unknown future. In other words, he believed that he could use his own hands to find the devil fruit he wanted, more and more satisfied. Although he is not like himself and Kaido, nor is he born in a special race like Jin, with inherently strong physique and abilities, but it is undeniable that Douglas Bullet is really the ultimate of normal human beings. There are so many armed colors that can cover an island. Conquerors that are big enough to shake islands. Unparalleled combat skills and awareness. 10 years is one day, never slack self-discipline. Work out your physical skills to ultimate .690 inch. In terms of potential and qualifications, Douglas Bullet is even higher than Jin. Everyone ate a tasteless devil fruit, and even the combined fruit was far inferior to the ancient species Pteranodon. However, Jin, who was born in the Lunaria family, has the highest limit as the Emperor's deputy, and Douglas Bullet is comparable to Pluton Rayleigh in his teens. If it was replaced to the devil fruit, it would still not be at the peak and the age stage of rapid development of strength. Garp, Sengoku, and others gathered the power of Marine and threw them into the Impel down to suffer. Instead, they would gallop in the sea and symbolize with the kings. Even if it is a combined fruit, it can hold back, and it can't restrict him from stepping into the level of One Piece. Yes. In Aaron's view, Douglas Bullet's qualifications are almost unmatched in the world, especially Haki's quality. If you move, you cover the island. Who can compare? However, lack of luck, unlike Shanks, can develop smoothly. Was thrown to Impel down early, missed the chance of golden development. But even so, it is still an admiral-level existence. You are also capable. Can you tell me what devil fruit are you eating? Douglas Bullet puts the combined fruit in a somewhat broken backpack. The physique of the monster has already been revealed. Less than 10 years old, he was shot many times, and he dug up the bullets with his bare hands. He didn't sterilize and treat the wound, but it stopped. Fish fruit, phantasmal beast azure dragon form. Aaron glanced at Douglas Bullet, then revealed a fruit ability that made his eyes shine. Phantom beast. It's getting more and more interesting. This kind of you is worthy of my chasing goal. Douglas Bullet grinned and secretly decided in his heart that he must find a top-quality devil fruit in the future. Whether it's Logia, Zoan, or Paramecia, it's all good, but the premise must be top-notch. That is super advanced. Otherwise, he would rather not eat, so as not to leave himself with the weakness of being afraid of the sea stone, and being restrained by certain abilities. Okay, it's about time. We should get out of here. Aaron smiled, and a cloud of flames rose from under his feet, connecting him and Douglas Bullet. Where are you going? Douglas Bullet flew for the first time, and instead of panicking, he showed excitement and joy. Go get the devil fruit that belongs to beasts. Aaron looked in the direction of GF country. Devil fruit? As soon as he heard that it was related to devil fruit, Douglas Bullet immediately became sleepy. Let Aaron personally dispatch. In his opinion, this devil fruit is definitely not easy. Just don't know if it's Logia, Zoan, or Paramecia. GF country. In a luxuriously decorated general's mansion, as the owner of the mansion and the general of the GF country, Cibolo, with 100 elite soldiers armed with live ammunition, is trading with 3 CP agents in white suits and masks. What about things? The tallest CP agent headed by him had a low tone, unable to hear emotions. I want to see the government's answer first. Cibolo sat on the chair and said calmly, Our presence is the government's best answer. As long as the deal is done, we will help you take over the country. Your Excellency 5 elders will also issue an order recognizing you as King of the Confederate States of the government. Agent CP said coldly. Good. Cibolo pondered for a while, then nodded. He is not afraid of the world government being black and black, not to mention that he has a backup. Even if he does not, this kind of thing really happened and it is easy to be exposed. At that time, who will make deals with the world government? Click. With Cibolo's nod and permission, a general wearing a military uniform similar to Douglas Bullet's, but with a much higher rank came over holding a box and opened the box in front of the 3 CPs. An orange, persimmon-like devil fruit is exposed to everyone's eyes. It's right. Dog fruit, phantom beast species, Deku true god form. Several CP agents looked at each other. As a CP agent, I have naturally read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, and even memorized it fluently. After confirming that it was correct, one of them immediately stretched out his hand. Click. Bang. But just when the CP agent hand was about to touch the devil fruit of the phantom beast species, there was a sound of cracking hard objects, and immediately the ground shattered, rock formations, sand and stone rose from the ground, turning into a monster. The huge lion swallowed him up in one gulp. Lion fruit. Golden lion. The sudden change stunned everyone present. What happened next made the two of them fall into an ice cave, and also made Cibolo's heart fall to the bottom. He can surrender to the world government for the throne of GF country, so naturally he can surrender like Shiki. But soon he reacted. However, without the support of the government, do you think you can become the king of GF? I and this country are willing to serve the death calendar for the flying pirates. Cibolo's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect Shiki to appear here. The following crimes, without the permission of the government, are not stealing the country. I am willing to offer my hands, as long as you are willing to support me to become the king of GF. The 2 surviving CPs only felt that the lights suddenly dimmed, so they couldn't help but look up, and sure enough, pirate ships descended from the sky. Cibolo rolled his eyeballs, and with an idea, he bowed to Shiki. Admiral, I think you suddenly appeared because of this devil fruit. On the bow of one of the pirate ships, there was a man with golden hair like a lion and 2 long knives hanging from his waist. Seeing that golden lion hadn't said a word, Cibolo immediately turned back, and the 2 agents were immediately angry. Shiki. For point 2 thinking of this, he knew that the 2 CP agents could not protect themselves, and they might even be unable to protect themselves. The 2 recognized it immediately. It was the golden lion. Apart from looting GF, the biggest possibility that can attract the golden lion in New World is this devil fruit in his hand. 142. Chapter 142. The New World is too small to accommodate the miscellaneous kings. Full order. Do you have a share here to speak? Seeing that Shiki hadn't spoken yet, the 2 surviving CPOs didn't grovel or cower, but dared to jump out. His character was like a lion king. He's sometimes generous and sometimes cruel to his subordinates, let alone the 2 CP agents. Lion Majesty, earth coiling. I saw him raise his hand and move. The earth trembled, and the sand in the rock layer rolled up like the Yellow River and flowed upstream towards the sky, turning into a lion roaring in the sky. We stepped on his limbs. He rolled up waves all over the sky, but it was just a bump and a bite. The 2 CP agents were dead and disabled, without even a chance to groan. You just said, take this devil fruit and trade it with me, in exchange for me to support you, to become the king of GF, right? After finishing off the 2 agents with every gesture, Shiki looked at Cibolo with a half-smile. Yes, it is. Cibolo was a little apprehensive. Compared with this kind of big pirate who has the power to destroy a country, and can wipe out an army and destroy a country with a flick of his fingers, he is really too weak and insignificant, and he dare not show any disrespect at all. Jia, ha 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 ha, let me show you something first. Shiki waved his hand, and a figure suddenly stepped out on board 28. Your Majesty the King. Seeing it, Cibelo's expression changed suddenly. His reaction was so fast, he naturally understood what was going on. It seems you understand. The GF country is mine, and the Phantom Bee species is also mine. Also, don't you know, you can sit in this position and be a general, and that's also my permission. Now you want to use my Phantom Bee species to exchange GF countries with me. Are you sure this is a transaction, not playing with me? Shiki was smiling, but the smile was extremely cold. If it wasn't for him occupying the GF country early, even the king is his, and he also overheard that Cibelo got the Phantom Beast. It is estimated that this devil fruit, which should have belonged to the flying pirates, will be under his nose underneath. It was given to the world government. How can this make him not angry? Master Shiki, I don't know. If I knew that GF country is your stronghold and your influence, I would have offered this Phantom Beast species with both hands. How would I dare to trade with the world government? Master Shiki, yes. Cibelo was so frightened that he was sweating profusely. His face was as white as wax, and he even dropped the box containing the Eudemon's devil fruit in his hand to the ground. Jia, look at how nervous you are. Okay, I'm shallow. Shiki took a deep look at Cibelo, then grinned. Thank you, Shiki-sama. Cibelo looked relieved and kept wiping the cold sweat off his face. It's okay, get up. Just be careful in your next life. As soon as Shiki's voice fell, Cibelo hadn't reacted yet. The stone lion who had just swallowed a CP agent and hadn't dispersed was like a beast. The stone lion entrenched in his general's mansion had turned his head and stared at he. No. Cibelo's pupils constricted. His face was full of fear. But what responded to him was the stone lion's merciless mouth. Bang. The sound of thunder suddenly sounded. Everyone felt the purple light shining in front of them, and then a purple thunder, like a pillar of heaven, descended from the sky, carrying violent power and splitting on the head of the cloth lion. Click. With just one blow, the stone lion's head was blown to pieces, turning into bursts of mud and scattered in all directions. Shiki's face remained unchanged, but his eyes turned cold in vain, and then he slowly raised his head. What came into view was a cloud of flames burning like a flame. There are 3 figures standing on it, 2 big and 1 small. When he saw the faces of the 2 of them clearly, his icy eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Long time no see, more blind. Eren stood on the clouds and met Shiki's fierce gaze. Ta, you've been quite the troublemaker recently. I have heard a lot about your brothers. Eren, Kaido. Shiki glanced at Eren and Kaido one after another. As for Douglas Bullet, he ignored it directly. To be able to be looked at squarely by him, at the very least, he must be a sub-level person. He didn't even have the qualifications to let him take a look. That can only prove one thing. New World is too small to accommodate Sherba's village. Eren spread his hands. This is what Lousy loves to hear. For the sea, I, Shiki, are enough. So, you are here today at Lousy's site. Are you planning to join my pirate group? If it is, I can let you be my right hand, and your younger brother, and I can also let him lead the ship alone. With Lien Zhankong and Ban's record, even an arrogant Shiki would recognize Eren. I'm not interested in surrender. But if you want to come over, I can agree to your request and reserve a boat for you. It can only be a boat. After all, I am different from you. Beasts don't raise idlers, let alone garbage. Eren looked down at the flying pirates on the 8 ships below him. Court death. How dare you say that the members of our flying pirates are idlers and rubbish? Master Admiral, don't talk to him so much. Take him down first. Hearing Eren's words, the pirates of the flying squad flew into a rage. That is to say, your answer is to teach me to kill you in 510 here, or your brother, let alone his subordinates. Even Shiki's expression darkened in vain. In his opinion, I'll let Eren be my right hand. That is already an incomparable gift and honor. It means sending the air pirates to Sea Rocks. Eren turned a blind eye to Shiki's faint murderous intent to open the room. Playing. With the sound of gold and iron rubbing against each other, the pirates on the 8 ships all showed their weapons without exception. Knives, guns, clubs, axes, as well as rifles, pistols, cannon, etc. All at this moment, pointing distantly at Eren and more. Hey, General, right? I give you 2 choices. 1, I'll kill you, and then take away the dog fruit, phantom beast, Deku true god form, and 2, you hand over this devil fruit to me, and I allow you to insert the pirate flag of 100 beasts in this nation. Facing the flying pirates with swords drawn, Eren took a glance, then looked away, and turned to the forgotten Cibolo below. I choose one. Captain Eren, this devil fruit, as well as the country GF, are all yours. Y. Of course, and my loyalty. The voice just fell. Cibolo looked like he didn't even think about it, so he picked up the devil fruit on the ground, raised his hands high, and Eren knelt down on both knees. 143, Chapter 143, it's mine now, full order. That's the man I'm chasing. Just one sentence, a general who is more senior than Minister Douglas, kneels down and bows down, giving everything. Douglas Bullet witnessed that Eren made Cibolo, whose status was second only to the king in GF country, kneel down and surrender with a single word, and his eyes flashed a little fiery. What kind of young soldiers are just floating clouds? To coerce a country with one word is his pursuit. That's Lousy's devil fruit. Shiki frowned slightly, as if trying to suppress his anger. Yeah, sorry about that. Now it's mine, Eren said casually. Boom. With a scarlet light emerging from Shiki's eyes, the rolling Conqueror's haki spread out under the roar of dragons and tigers. In the Conqueror's storm that covers the sky and the sun, one can clearly see strips of black lightning connecting the sky and the land flying wantonly, flickering wildly, releasing infinite coercion. Boom. Facing the oncoming Conqueror's haki, Eren snapped his fingers casually. His eyes flashed with scarlet lights, and the majestic aura in his body was like roaring beasts, thunder and lightning. Under the roar of the sound, the aura of the king turned into a substantive coercion, like a hurricane the crossing, like the Yangtze River, is like a galloping and roaring army of thousands of horses, rolling up black and red airwaves raging in all directions, like a long murderous dragon opening its bloody dragon mouth, revealing its ferocious dragon teeth and biting fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. While the Conqueror's black thunder was churning and flickering, 2 strands of haki, engulfed in overwhelming coercion and bursts of sound waves, and scrupulously joined together. In a face-to-face meeting, boundless coercion, agitated in all directions, stirred up the airflow, washed away again and again like the surface of water, and bloomed in circles and waves. Wherever they passed, everyone in the city under their feet felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Under a burst of body convulsions, their eyes turned white, foaming at the mouth, and they fell limply to the ground unconscious. It's not just people who are washed away by the Conqueror's collision and the resulting haki torrent. Under the sound of cracking silk, the glass objects within the envelope of haki exploded, the wood shattered, the walls cracked, the earth shook, and the whole city seemed to be eroded by shock waves over and over again. Flying sand and rocks, smoke and dust filled the sky, countless broken stones, broken wood, tiles, etc. were swept into the sky. While the royal city of GF country was shaking, the sky was also doomed. The originally cloudless sky suddenly thundered and flashed, and the dark clouds rolled, and then the Conqueror's torrent turned into a black and red beam of light, rushing straight into the sky, first tearing the boundless sea of clouds into 2, and then the majestic haki spread like a bomb, instantly shattered the sea of clouds. He can be equal to the vigor of the Admiral. No, not evenly divided. Oh my God, the courage of the Admiral has been suppressed. In the beginning, all the pirates in the flying group who were not stunned by the Conqueror's impact were all shocked. They couldn't believe that there was someone who could compete with invincible Shiki. But soon they discovered that it was not a struggle. After a short Conqueror's conflict, Shiki's courage receded like a tide. No, it should be said to be suppressed. If Shiki's spirit is like a lion roaring at the sea, then Eren's spirit is like a green dragon looking down at the world. When a fierce fight broke out between the lion and the dragon, there was only one outcome. The lion was trampled under the claws of the dragon. I had already overestimated the great azure dragon of beasts. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated him. How long has it been? When he was in the Valley of the Gods half a year ago, he was at best like John, Silver Axe, and even worse, I didn't expect that in just half a year he would be able to keep pace with the captain, no on Conquerors, and above the captain. The vice-captain of the flight regiment, Ikaros, felt his heart tighten when he saw this scene. He never underestimated Eren, but overestimated it earlier, but only today did he realize that his overestimation was also a kind of underestimation. Conqueror's conflict, even Shiki is no match to this. He was shocked, but not much worried. As Shiki's second-in-command, No one knows the strength of his own captain better than him. Conqueror's Haki is just one of the many powers that Shiki wields, and it's not the strongest one. Yes, not every strong man who has the aptitude of a king must be good at using conquerors, and not every king who masters conqueror's winding, their conqueror's Haki is the most powerful. Every king has conquerors, but not every king is like Roger, like Shanks, mainly conquerors, and the strongest ability is conquerors. After all, compared to conquerors who cannot be cultivated and can only become stronger with the improvement of courage, more kings tend to those who are under their own control, and as long as they practice, they will definitely become stronger. Such as fencing, such as physical skills, such as armed color. For example, the color of knowledge, such as devil fruit. Korea? Get every inch. Many kings, they just regard conquerors as an embellishment, a kind of power, because they can't cultivate and improve directly, so they don't put too much thought on it. Anyway, the power of conquerors will increase with the tide. Even some kings who mastered conquerors' winding did not focus on conquerors. Like Shiki, he himself is a great swordsman with 2 swords, Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki, and the lion fruit he masters is the super superior Paramecia devil fruit. Conquerors are not his forte. His strongest is swordsmanship, and his major is devil fruit. At this point, it's not going to be Conqueror's Tangle. It's a sure win. The same goes for future Charlotte Linlin. Icarus, who is well aware of all this, will naturally not worry that Shiki will lose the battle just because he is inferior to Eren in the Conqueror's conflict. Even without Conqueror's Haki's natural 3 generals, the focus is on devil fruit. Seeing your conquerors reminds me of that fellow Roger's nephew, Whitebeard, Kaido, even Douglas Bullet, who ate the combined fruit. Join me, my ability, strength, plus your courage, and a little green dragon beside you. You can rule the world in no time. Even the government, Roger and Marine, they can't stop us. Obviously a fruit-capable person, but Conquerors is unbelievably strong. Fruit ability is the main one, sword skills and Conqueror's Haki are supplemented. Seeing that his Conquerors is not as good as Eren's, Shiki's expression was gloomy at first, but he was relieved immediately. Instead, he showed appreciation and invited Eren again, which was also an ultimatum. In the face of those who dare to reject Laozi, there is always death, but only you, Laozi is willing to make an exception once. In the final analysis, it is still necessary to fight for the hard power that combines all aspects. Jiahaha, what a powerful purple air. On your courage, I approve of you, Eren. In the final analysis, even most kings who ate the top devil fruit. It's not that if Conqueror's conflict, Nuoma's, is strong, it must win. Conqueror's Haki is just a kind of power like swordsmanship, physical skills, fruit ability, and even other Haki. 144. Chapter 144. When did you start to have the illusion that I was surrounded by you? Full order. I reject. Facing Shiki's repeated solicitations, Eren still refused without hesitation. My patience is limited. Or do you think it's just the 2 of you brothers, the enemy country Laozi, and Laozi's flying pirates? Rejected twice, Shiki's patience has been worn down. His voice fell. All the pirates of the flying group cast cold eyes on Eren, like thousands of tigers, staring at him. Haven't you found it yet? You are surrounded by Laozi. Shiki raised his neck. His dark eyes showed endless killing intent. Surrounded? When did you start to have the illusion that we were surrounded by you? Or is it that your understanding of the word surround is inherently wrong? Facing the pirates floating in midair and besieging him, Eren smiled lightly, as if he was not surrounded by him, but the flying pirates in front of him. Let me tell you what siege is. This is the siege. As a voice full of disdain fell, there was a rumbling sound from the sky, and waves of purple thunder descended, blowing bursts of violent hurricanes, pushing away all the ships suspended in all directions. Hold head high. The mighty and domineering dragon chant, mixed with the conqueror's mighty dragon that looks down on the world, stirs the air, rippling like water. He transformed himself from a human 507 form into a 100-meter green dragon. The dragon's body was winding and circling in the sky, and violent black lightning burst out from his body, sweeping up tornadoes. Every tornado is entwined with black lightning, plus purple lightning descends from the sky one after another. One purple and one black symbolize the blessing of nature and Haki 2-color lightning. Wherever the thunder tornado passes, the rolling coercion spreads overwhelmingly, carrying the majestic shock wave and the power of thunder and lightning, tearing apart the houses with a radius of hundreds of feet, The rock stratum was shattered, the rough ground, dust and gravel flew up, suspended in the air and vibrated violently, until it turned into dust and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. Within a range of hundreds of feet, all ships were also not spared. Even if Shiki used the ability of lion fruit to suspend these ships in midair, they were still pulled by the thunder tornado and were dragged past uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. Puff. Once close to the tornado and included in the attack range, the suffocating Kamui pressure and the terrifying impact depression immediately crushed the flying pirates on the ship until their chests collapsed and blood vomited wildly. Laozi changed his mind. From today on, there will be no more beasts on the Grand Line, I said. Seeing that Eren dared to take the lead, Shiki made hundreds of his crew vomit blood and fly upside down, destroying 3 pirate ships. Bang. He drew 2 famous swords, Sakura-ten and Muku, with both hands like lightning, and then swung the 2 swords one after another, making mournful cries in the air, bursts of wailing, 2 slashing waves hundreds of meters long, across the sky, instantly submerged Eren's 100-meter dragon body. Boom. The violent airwaves scattered in all directions, and the entire general's mansion was directly divided into 2. The huge green dragon was chopped down from the air by the chopping wave, and fell into the ruins of the building that was divided into 2. Bang, bang, bang. Shiki's 2 knives directly blew the clarion call for the flying pirates to counterattack. In an instant, arrows, bullets, javelins, cannonballs, etc., the attacks of the powerful armament Haki fell on Eren one after another. Purple light flashed. The huge explosion, mixed with mushroom clouds soaring into the sky, completely engulfed him. Aren't you going to help? Douglas Bullet frowned slightly when he saw that Kaido was protecting himself behind him, but did not step forward to join the battle. You're going to die right away. What's more, who do you think my brother is? With this level of attack, you can't even tickle him. Kaido glanced at Eren, who was overwhelmed by countless attacks, and instead of worrying, he showed an innocent smile on his face. He didn't forget that since Eren beheaded Marine Admiral Kong in Marine Admiral's class, the terrifying Haki increased his speed these days. Just when the Amazon Lily was airlifted from Calm Belt to New World Dragon Kingdom, he sensed that Eren's aura expanded at an unbelievable speed. That's fine, sis. He also witnessed with his own eyes that Eren released a massive amount of armament Haki. He didn't use any physical skills or fruit abilities. He just pushed out a palm and released the armament Haki whole. Like a deep well that reaches the deepest part of the sea. It's dark and daunting. Aren't Rao tickling worthy? A deep shock appeared on Douglas Bullet's face. Boy, since my brother has accepted you as a crew member, I think you must have some special qualities, or you have hidden powerful talents that are not known to everyone. However, it seems that my brother knows you very well, but you don't know him at all. This is a great opportunity to open your eyes wide and see clearly what kind of power the man standing at the top of the world possesses. Hearing Kaido's words, Douglas Bullet could only feel blood boiling in his chest, and couldn't help opening his eyes wide, staring at Eren intently. It seems to be responding to Kaido's words, and also seems to be responding to his gaze. What did Eren go through in the half a year since he left the Valley of the Gods? However, boom. Seeing this scene, Shiki's face remained unchanged, but his hands holding the knife tightened unconsciously. Not only that, bang, click. The slashing waves, which are enough to cut the sea for several kilometers, or even further, fell on the head, like 2 mountains of golden swords pressing down on Eren one after another. Shiki took the lead, soaring into the sky from the main ship, holding 2 knives, bursting out with a fierce sword force, shaking the air in circles, and Eren, who was in the ruins, felt a wave of fierce swordsmen, like thousands of sharp blades on his own. Each dragon scale is cut and passed. With the slashing waves of the great swordsman, his dragon head was not damaged at all. It was said that the dragon's scales were damaged, and not even a trace of white marks could be left. Dual sword slash wave. Eren, who was blasted down from the sky by the flying pirates, lifted the dragon's head from the ruins at this moment. It was just a movement of the dragon's head up, and it immediately burst into thousands of air currents. The dragon's tail flicked gently, sweeping away the storm scatter the mushrooms that caged him. He swung the saber with both hands and slashed Washan twice in succession, but was such a simple sword move. But when the blade fell, it burst into infinite golden light, and the area where GF country was located suddenly darkened, as if the sky was full of light. Under the light of a golden sword, he became dull and ashamed. Eren just swung the dragon's head and hit it in the air. The Conqueror's lightning burst out, the terrifying Haki torrent swept across all directions, and the 2 slashing waves shattered one after another. Lie there if you fall down. Don't get up. The hardness of this physique, even that woman Charlotte Lin Lin can't compare to. Even Lousie's knife can't cut through. 145. Chapter 145 Maramara Fruit. Okay? There are two types of swordsmen in the Grand Line. The former can't cut anything. The latter can cut through anything. As the top swordsman of the two-sword style, who can compete with One Piece and even suppress the Roger pirates for a time, Shiki at his peak is naturally the latter. The Sakura tin in his hand, nothing can be cut open dash. Wherever the blade passes, even sea stone can split. However, so sharp, but when he met Eren, he couldn't even break the dragon scale. Naturally, Shiki couldn't help feeling turbulent in his heart. Is your sword only at this level? Eren opened his dragon eyes, glanced at Shiki, and then without waiting for Shiki to get angry, he flicked his neck and opened the dragon's mouth. With a flash of blue light, wind blades burst out, splitting the airflow, and flew in front of Shiki in an instant. Clang clang. Shiki used both knives together, burst out a terrifying sword net, and flew the oncoming wind blade, but he himself was also shaken by the wind blade and fell back 100 meters into the sky. At this time, Eren soared into the sky, surrounded by flame clouds. He had already ascended into the air and came to the nearest ship of the flying group. Don't underestimate the power of the flying pirates. Facing the green dragon that was so close at hand, the pirates on the deck were not afraid, but jumped up one by one, releasing the powerful armament Haki, which turned into more than 100 streamers, like the starlight piercing the sky, carrying a powerful impact, bombarded Eren. Boom. Haki's beam of light shot up into the sky, eroding hundreds of meters of the ground. The general's mansion, which had already been turned into ruins, was shattered for the second time, and a huge pit appeared on the ground, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. It was appalling. After the light dissipated, hundreds of meters of pirates hold sharp blades, like pendants, hanging all over Eren's body, up to the head facial features, from the middle to the heart and spine, down to the dragon claw's tail. Even the dragon wings that cover the sky and the sun have been taken care of. Gathering a ship and hundreds of elite pirates, Haki hit with all his strength, except for the slight sway of Eren, who transformed into a green dragon. All sharp blades and Haki were isolated from the dragon scales. Some people who possessed the abilities of Paramecia and Zoan activated their abilities one after another. But the weird Paramecia and the Zoan that increases the body, after acting on Eren, none of them worked. He didn't take the initiative to use Haki, but the huge amount of Haki hidden in his body diffuse invisible, making most of the abilities that act on the dragon body directly invalid. Not to mention the dragon scales in the form of the blue dragon, the flames of the Lunalia clan, and the indestructible body of the Ghost clan, all combined and superimposed. His body is so powerful that a marine marshal like Kong Kong can carry conquerors winding and hit hard one after another. I just felt pain, but I didn't break the defense, let alone get hurt. Kong Kong is still powerless, and Shiki's two-sword style is still unshakable, let alone the power of this mere one. Impossible. Whether it was Shiki who stopped his back, or the Vice-Captain Icarus, they couldn't help being slightly moved when they saw this scene. It can't be cut. What is the structure of this monster? Haki is completely useless. The crew of many air regiments hanging on Eren's body unbelievably increased Haki, or punched, kicked, or chopped with knives. Clang. Under the sound of gold and iron clanging, what was obtained was nothing more than a waste of effort. All their attacks, fruit abilities, physical skills, even swordsmanship and Haki, all have no effect. Surround me? Are you referring to these ants, Shiki? If it is a pity that the number of your flying pirates has no meaning in front of me. Eren glanced at Shiki, then turned the dragon's body. The airflow was like boiling water, jumping up instantly, then spinning rapidly, twisting, turning into 10 tornadoes soaring into the sky. If it's just a tornado with the strength of the pirates of the flying group, at most they will be swept away and fall to the ground. If they can moonwalk and use Haki to protect their body, they won't be injured, let alone killed. But as the tornado took shape and unfolded, waves of purple thunder burst out, like thousands of thunder snakes, integrated into the tornado, turned into a lightning storm, and directly swept away the pirates all over the body one by one, booming into coke, and then fell to the ground. It was just a face-to-face, carefully selected by Shiki, and the flying pirates who passed down the two-color Haki were wiped out. A joint attack by a boat of people can't break through the defense. This monster, how on earth can we break through his defenses? The pirates on the 4 surviving ships were all shocked when they saw that Eren was invincible and Haki was invulnerable. Oh, ask for flowers. In this world, the most disappointing thing is not the peak period powerhouses like Whitebeard and Roger, because they were stabbed. They were still destroyed and injured. On the contrary, Eren, who stands still and lets you output, but can't break the defense, is the most hopeless. Why panic? Don't be surprised. Isn't it just a little harder? Use a stronger Haki, and use a stronger fruit ability to blow him up. The morale was damaged in front of him. The deputy captain Icarus stood up, and then flew out. A flame tail spewed out from his feet, soaring into the sky like a fire dragon, and flew to Eren in a blink of an eye. Boom. In his eyes, the Logia Marimara fruit ability user only got a moderate evaluation. He strode across the air, blasting out his burning iron fist fiercely. Armament Haki was released, covering the violently burning orange flame with a layer of purple light, turning into a flaming iron fist bigger than a giant, surrounded by the mighty flame that burns everything. Yes, it hit Eren. Dazzling flames bloom. Armed Dragon Iron Fist. In the blink of an eye, the violent fire fist fell from the sky like a meteorite, bombarding Eren's face, erupting a storm of flames that raged in all directions. Stop looking down on people. A scorching roaring airwave swept across all directions. The entire arm of Icarus turned into a violently burning orange flame, surrounded by high-temperature energy and armament Haki, carrying terrifying waves of waves. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere distorted, and the surrounding temperature soared wildly. Fire Punch. Vice Captain of the Air Pirates. The pillar of purple-orange fire soared into the sky, rising from the ground like a majestic mountain. Everything along the way, whether it was walls, houses, streets, or trees, was completely burned by this terrifying flame, and there was no trace left. When Icarus heard the words, he, who was always calm and calm, couldn't help but burst into anger. Bang. I saw the 5 fingers of his right hand clenched into a fist, and armament Haki turned into streaks of purple streamers, lingering around the fist, and then blasted out with the cannon fist. Marimara fruit, it's okay. One punch, flaming sex. Eren turned his face slightly to one side, then turned his head back to the original place with the fiery fist on his face, and glanced at Icarus with his cold dragon eyes. His tone was neither salty nor weak. 146, Chapter 146 Heat Information is Marimara Fruit Superior, Full Order. It worked. As expected of the deputy captain. Should he be dead? That is inevitable. No one has ever survived the iron fist of the deputy captain. That dragon is dead. Looking at the pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky, dyed the boundless sea of clouds orange, and burned a huge hole. Seeing that Eren was completely engulfed by the flames, all the pirates in the flying group showed ecstasy. Almost everyone didn't think Eren would be alive, and there were very few people who thought he could be alive, but they were dying. Puff. Suddenly, the voice of the sun burst into flames sounded. The pillar of fire that reaches the sky is like a bamboo that has been split in half, split into 2. In the center of the split fire pillar, a 100-meter green dragon instantly came into view. Looking at Eren, who endured the burning of the flames and heavy blows, but remained unscathed, the cheers of 050 that had just resounded through the sky stopped abruptly. Very comfortable. This flame bath is much warmer than a hot bath. Can you heat it up a bit? Eren transformed from the form of the blue dragon beast to the form of the 10-meter-high blue dragon man-beast like a hill. The dragon wings spread out on the back, and with a light stroke, it was like waving a banana fan in mythology, and the wind burst, digging the ground 3 feet. The pillars of fire in all directions were instantly blown away, turning into fire and quickly dissipating between heaven and earth. Bang. Without saying a word, Icarus ignited raging flames all over his body, like an emperor in fire, and rushed towards Eren with strides. As the deputy captain of the flying pirates, everyone is in awe of him wherever he goes. Where is it like now? It has been underestimated. Chi. As if taking a step in response to the anger in his heart, the ground where the soles of his feet stepped, blazing flames burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, the area with a radius of 100 feet was already surrounded by a sea of flames that burned fiercely like a wave. Except for Shiki, other members of the flying pirates did not dare to approach easily if they wanted to help. This is the horror of a Logia-capable user with super attacking abilities. Like Icarus. It is itself a flame, bursting out with all its strength, directly changing the environment and climate of an area. If you want to besiege him, Unless your strength reaches a certain level, you won't even be able to approach him. But in the same way, if you want to join forces with Ikaros, it is not something that ordinary people can do. Eren, if your intention was to piss me off, you did. It's just my anger. You may not be able to bear it. Icarus approached Eren step by step. The flames raging in all directions became more and more violent, and the temperature became more and more terrifying, directly distorting and folding the nearby air. But within a few seconds, the temperature in the area covered by the flames has reached over 1,000 degrees. However, in the raging sea of fire, Eren didn't even use haki. Instead of showing pain, Eren had a pleasant smile on his face, as if he was soaking in a hot bath, feeling indescribably at ease. Anger. If you're worthy of that level of fire, you might as well save the candles for the birthday cake. Eren looked around, and even reached out to touch the flames that were close at hand. Feeling the temperature, he clenched his 5 fingers suddenly. The power of the palm exploded, sweeping away in all directions like a shock wave, extinguishing the flame in the palm, and rushing away all the flames around him that wanted to get close. Don't underestimate Maramara fruit. Icarus's eyes glowed with a cold scarlet light, completely different from the burning flame coat on his body. He took a sudden step, clenched his 5 fingers, pushed his arms horizontally, and the flames spewed out, turning into a huge fire tornado. Entangled armament haki stirred up the flow of animation, surrounded by violent heat and impact, and blasted towards Eren. Armed Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. Mr. Huidexing Hushi 8 trigrams. Facing the fire tornado that broke through the air, Eren did not dodge or dodge, raised his arm, and the hot dragon flames wrapped around his 5 fingers, and a Vulcan figure rose behind him, following him like a shadow, and punched him together. Boom. Fist and fist collided, and a majestic haki impact exploded, shaking the ground to pieces. Countless gravel rose from the ground, suspended in midair, and was shaken, turned into mud and spread out. Heat and flames intertwined fiercely, like water and fire. An unprecedented confrontation broke out, burning the surface and melting the hard rock formation. Puff. The flying pirates who were watching thought this was a great battle, but they never thought that the two just punch each other. After passing by, Icarus, who was burning with flames all over his body, suddenly stretched out his hand to hold his fist, palm. Kneeling on the ground on one knee, a low scream came out of his mouth. Ah! Icarus' face was distorted, full of disbelief. Pain. Hot. After eating the Maramara fruit, his physique turned into fire, and the moment he fisted with Eren, the flame tornado was directly scattered, and the fists that exchanged also heard a long-lost scorching fire. It's like the feeling of ordinary people being added to their bodies by flames. It was excruciatingly painful. What happened? Isn't Vice Captain Icarus a Maramara fruit capable? How did he get burned by the flames? The pirates standing on the ship could see clearly through the barrier of the sea of fire. The palms of Icarus and Eren's fists were dripping with blood at the moment, and even the white bones could be seen, and the flesh and blood, together with some bones, were directly scorched. They have seen this kind of picture too much. In the past, those enemies who died under the ability of Icarus were like this. But now, the Maramara fruit ability user was actually burned by the flames. What did you do to me? I'm clearly a Logia-capable user. Why are you burned by fire? Icarus's eyes were bulging, his blood was rushing wildly, and his tone was full of shock and horror. Defeated, he can accept. After all, the man in front of him had just killed a marshal and admiral not long ago, and the majesty of the king was even worse than Shiki. But he couldn't accept that. As a Maramara fruit-capable person, he was burned by fire. It doesn't matter if you are the strongest Logia among Devil Fruit's abilities. You are just an ordinary 5.2 fire. Eren turned around and looked down at Icarus, who was half kneeling in front of him. Mine is the heat that burns out the fire, compared to your insignificant fruit ability. Heat is the superior of Maramara fruit. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the audience. Until now, Eren has demonstrated 3 natural abilities: Hurricane, Thunder, Interest. If according to what Eren said, heat breath can burn even fire, doesn't it mean that Maramara fruit is not even as good as one of the abilities dominated by his blue dragon form? Yes. Not to mention the comparison with the Qinglong form, but compared with the heat in the Qinglong form, they are far from each other. This is Maramara fruit. Dogs don't eat it. 147. Chapter 147 for Kings of Beasts. Seek full order. I do not believe this kind of thing. How could it happen? Icarus struggled to his feet. He would not accept this kind of thing. Shock, anger, horror, and other emotions dominated him, making him lose his composure. To prove that Maramara fruit is not so weak. In order to prove that he is not so unbearable. He was injured by a punch just now, and his flesh and blood were taken away. He roared angrily and raised his hands. Fire God Yendi. A spiral of flames rises and spreads like a vortex of flames, occupying an area of hundreds of feet, then shrinks crazily and drips toward the top of his raised hands. As the flames flashed, a giant fireball that was as bright as the sun, blazing and violent, was suspended above his head. The size of the fireball is far higher than that of Yendi that the future ace will actually fight. The fireball condensed by Icarus is only 5 kilometers long in diameter. Rather than carrying a fireball, it is better to say that it is holding a burning meteorite. 28 meteorites the size of islands. Eren, didn't you say that your heat is the superior of my Maramara fruit? Didn't you say that your heat can burn out the flames? Then try it. Icarus carried the giant fireball with both hands, but did not release it. The boundless heat had spread out, distorting and wrinkling the area near the fireball. The surface rock layer turned into a boiling red liquid. The grass and trees spontaneously ignited and turned into coke. The sky was directly burned into an orange-red color. Is this the ability of devil fruit? Far away. Douglas Bullet, who was protected by Kaido's armament haki, did not feel the heat attack, but he could see the changes in the surrounding environment and the terrifying fireball in his sight. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he met Eren. At this moment, he was extremely fortunate that he did not eat the combined fruit. Such a powerful Maramara fruit, in the eyes of his own captain, only got a fair evaluation. No wonder his combined fruit only got one sound. Rubbish. How do you feel, boy? Kaido seemed to sense the violent ups and downs of Douglas Bullet's mood. That stage. One day, I'm going to stand there too. Douglas Bullet pondered slightly, then growled in a fervent and confident tone. Boom. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud roar like a tiger roaring in the air out of thin air. At the same time, a palpitating, involuntarily wanting to surrender breath spread from his body. Oh, Conqueror's Haki? Boy, don't speak out so easily. That stage is very big, but it's also very small. There are only a handful of kings that can accommodate it, but there may not be a place for you. Kaido was startled for a moment, then laughed wildly. As expected, he was indeed the crew member that his elder brother liked. Like himself, like Shaki, he is born with the aptitude of a king. Moreover, this age is not even 10 years old, but it has already awakened, and the first awakening, the range is so large, it naturally covers a kilometer area. Such conquerors are simply appalling. Even he, at the beginning of his awakening, did not have such a huge conqueror's haki. Yes, anyone who has the qualifications of a king has conqueror's haki. Not every king's conqueror's haki is the same. The gap between people is sometimes not as huge as the gap between people and dogs. But the gap between kings and kings is sometimes even bigger than the gap between kings and dogs. Some kings, throughout their lives, conquerors only stay in the primary stage, which is uncontrollable. Some kings who have spent half their lives as soldiers and horses can only use conquerors to clean up trash fish like conquerors of Doflamingo, and the coverage is very small. Some kings are born with extremely terrifying strength, and it is no problem to cover an island with a thought. 9th class, then Douglas Bullet is the king of Ladder 0. The coverage of Conqueror's Haki can easily cover an island. The massive armament Haki can completely harden a person the size of an island. But Douglas Bullet is not too evil, but also single-handedly challenged the Buster Call composed of a large number of top kings such as Garp and Sengoku, and was thrown into the Impel Down. But like the red-haired Shanks, he developed wretchedly in the sea, even if it doesn't take 2 or 3 years to step into the level of One Piece after eating a piece of rubbish combined fruit, which is even scarier than the red-haired one at his peak. Is there no place for me? It's very simple. Let the people above make way for me. Douglas Bullet met Kaido's aggressive but appreciative gaze. Oh, whether you fly off the character with one breath, or be the king who can reach the top of the stage, I'm looking forward. When Kaido heard this, the anticipation of his laughter grew stronger. This kid is not yet an adult. No, he's not even 10 years old. There is also conquerors, and the scope is so amazing. Damn it, that boy Eren was only a trainee crewman back then, so how could he make so many kings surrender and be used by him? Shiki couldn't help looking over at Douglas Bullet. As a top king, although he doesn't major in conquerors, he can tell at a glance that Douglas Bullet should be the dominant color for the First Awakening. Strength to him is naturally not worth mentioning. But the coverage, as well as the amount of hockey, made him have to look at it differently. Kaido, Shaki, and this unknown brat plus that Eren kid, a small beast's pirates actually gathered 4 kings. Icarus, you are right, beasts should not be underestimated. This moment. As proud as Shiki, he had to admit that his deputy was right. Eren's horror surpasses all the kings of this sea. Another conquerors? Never mind. Today you, the 3 kings of beasts gathered together, can only stay in this GF country forever. Sensing the conqueror's hockey emanating from Douglas Bullet, Icarus glanced at him, his eyes full of undisguised ferocity. Now that he has become an enemy, he is determined not to let the other party leave alive. After all, beasts are too terrifying. There are less than 10 official crew members, but there are already 4 known kings. Eren, Kaido, Shaki, Douglas Bullet. Of the 4 kings of beasts, even Shaki, the oldest, is only 26 years old, and Douglas Bullet, the youngest, is not even 10 years old. Such a pirate group with many kings is still an enemy of Shiki. How can he allow the other side to survive? 148, Chapter 148, this era is called Shiki. Look at you being so talkative. What are you proud of? Just with your insignificant amount of flame. Do you think you can block my heat? If this level of flame makes you so arrogant, then before you start to be proud of your own abilities, let me show you the power gap that can't be made up for even if you practice hard for a lifetime. After Eren saw Icarus carrying the huge fireball like an island, he became arrogant, even boasted that he could destroy himself. Kaido and Douglas Bullet could not help laughing from the joint doctor. Immediately, he raised his arms, fingers slightly bent, palms facing upwards. Respiratory Inglong Torch. Y. The low and chilling voice just fell. The temperature of the land under his feet rose at an alarming rate. The heat is rising, and the texture is thousands of miles away. This is the beginning. Soon, as the temperature continued to rise, the soil and rock layer melted into a red boiling liquid, and a painfully hot dragon area began to appear in the area with a radius of several kilometers, whether it was the sky or the ground. All tangible and intangible substances were ignited and then burned to nothingness. Even the sky was burned so distorted and out of shape, it looked like a tide, rippling out waves of ripples. Bang. Suddenly, when the temperature climbed to a critical point, the earth began to burst into shocking cracks, and then endless flames burst out from the cracks. Mixed with the roar of the volcanic eruption, a large number of thermal breath dragon flames, like lava eruptions, rose from the cracks and turned into a pillar of fire that pierced the earth, tore the sky, released infinite heat, and stirred up the sea of clouds with the atmosphere. Bursts of blazing flames rippled out. Originally, the sky over GF country was filled with dark clouds, as if a heavy rainstorm was about to pour down, but now it was burned and washed away by the pillar of fire, not to mention the rain, and even the dark clouds disappeared, burning the sky, rainwater storage. Hold head high. Suddenly, the high-pitched dragon chant spread with a coercion that looked down on the world. A dragon so huge that Wang Wensheng poked its head out of the pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky for Inglong. It was just a dragon's head, but it was comparable to a mountain, and even bigger than a mountain. With golden eyes burning with flames, he looked down on Icarus at his feet. The sea of fire rolled, and the sky and the earth turned dark. Obviously, the sky is burning with heat, and Icarus is carrying a fireball like a small sun, releasing infinite heat and brilliance. This country should be shining brightly, and there is no such thing as darkening at all. But now, everyone feels that the light of this world has been taken away. It's because in the pillar of fire that reaches the sky, a pair of dragon wings that cover the sky and the sun spread out, blocking all the light, and at the same time dispelling the pillar of fire that sank into the clouds. At this time, the body shape of Resonant Inglong was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. 10 kilometers? No. Compared with the time when he fought against Kong Kong and Ban in the Kingdom of Dragons, the size of the heat-breathing dragon that Eren created at this moment has fully doubled. A terrifying reminder of a length of 20 kilometers. Even the largest sea kings is far inferior. Just coiling up the dragon's body can even encircle an island a few times. The pair of sky-shrouding dragon wings are even more frightening. They are completely spread out, and it seems that the entire GF country can cover them. Big. It is too big. Before Eren shot, Icarus created a giant fireball, as huge as a small island, but now When Rexy Yinglong was born from the fire, spread its wings and flew high, and came to this country, the originally huge Yindi fireball seemed extremely small. It was like a light bulb the size of a palm being held in the hands of a 1.9-meter tall man. This comparison further highlights how insignificant Icarus' fireball is. Monster! Looking at Rexy Yinglong entrenched in the sky, all the pirates in the flying group, from the captain in charge of the ship to the ordinary crew members, were all pale and dumbfounded. Even Shiki, who was extremely arrogant and swallowed the sea, was terrified and moved. Big doesn't mean it must be a lie. If the body is huge, it must be the winner. Then it is not humans who rule the sea, but sea kings. Eren, don't think you can intimidate me with tricks of this size. Icarus also changed color slightly, but immediately stabilized his mind. As Shiki's deputy, how can he be easy to deal with? Chi. I saw a cold scarlet light appearing in his eyes, holding the fireball's palms, bursting out black lightning bolts, entwining the huge fireball and turning it into a thunderball. This era is called Shiki. Icarus roared, not only telling Eren, but also declaring to every pirate and every life in this sea. The name of this era is Shiki. The only one who can dominate the sea is his loyal king. Bang. The roar of flames. Work. It's not over yet. The other dragon claw suddenly lifted up, and the place it passed was like a hurricane passing through, surrounded by terrifying wind pressure, and one claw was drawn on the great fireball that was about to explode. Facing the huge island-like fireball flying through the air, Eren stood between the heat-breathing dragon's eyebrows. He didn't even make a move, but in the blink of an eye, a heat-breathing dragon claw had already stretched out, the huge shadow and wind pressure shrouded down. Tang Long hot breath 8 trigrams. With his intervention, Emperor Yan's fireball exploded in an instant, bursting out with a dazzling fire that made the world pale, and then expanded rapidly, exploding like a nuclear explosion, releasing a sea of flames that filled the sky one after another, carrying the power to overthrow everything and destroy everything. The heat wave burned all the tangible and intangible things along the road. Black thunder roared. Chi. Once the dragon claw and the fireball collided, the shocking sound wave resisted all directions, and the flame storm spread to the sky and the sea, and the earth that was melted into a red-hot liquid boiled completely, rolling up waves of tides. Feeling the heat waves and flames coming towards his face, Eren glanced indifferently. Boom. It sounded one after another, and the shocking air formed a series of ripples, and the fireball injected with Conqueror's lightning burst out with terrifying power. As Icarus jumped up, the fireball in his palm carried the heat that burned and boiled the sea, as well as the coercion that overwhelmed everything, set off bursts of hot wind, crushed countless houses, trees, and washed away the sea of clouds in the sky, pushed up towards Eren. His whole body burned with raging flames, turned into a huge fire dragon, soared into the sky, and fell into Emperor Yan's fireball. Boom. The shrouding dragon claws suddenly exerted force, and the 5 nails tightened suddenly. The attack was so fierce that it wanted to pierce through the sky, but the burnt Yindi fireball was forcibly stopped in midair, just like Zhou Qin Zhao fell into the hands of an athlete. The basketball, being caught tightly, was even slightly dented by the pressure, rippling, and fluctuating flames. When Icarus saw this scene, his heart sank, but he still did not give up. Boom. 149, Chapter 149, Don't you forget about this, I will conquer us. Bang, bang, bang. The blazing Yindi fireball, as Icarus turned into a fire dragon, merged into it and immediately exploded like a nuclear bomb. Many pirates of the flying group even released armament hockey, ready to resist the aftermath. Never thought about it. As Rexy Yinglong raised the second dragon claw like a 5-fingered dragon mountain, it crushed on the fireball, and the exploding, expanding fireball was like a balloon that was blown up and then blown up by someone's palm. Shing pressed back. Yes. With one claw down, it blocked Yindi's fireball. The 2 claws went down, suppressing the explosion of the fireball. The fireball cannot expand. The fiery sea of flames could not spread. In front of the 2 claws of Rexy Yinglong, Icarus is like a monkey grandson who has exhausted all means, still unable to escape from Wuzishin. No, impossible. Being in the core of the fireball, Icarus watched Eren suppress his strongest blow with both hands, unable to release all the power at all, and couldn't help but be moved. No. In other words, Emperor Yin released it, but it was useless that I in front of the other party. It was just a matter of 2 claws. That's the way it is, and it won't change. When a monkey fishes for the moon, what the eyes see is only the reflection in the water. Even if you want to fish it, It will only sink to the bottom of the water. Point 827. Your flame will never hurt me. Aaron's scarlet eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the Yindi fireball in front of him and reach Ikaros in the core area. Click. The voice just fell. There was a sound of cracking silk, and the hot breath responded to the force of the dragon's two claws, crushing towards the center. The fireball in the dragon's claws burst into appalling cracks, and then shattered like glass balls falling on the ground. After the fireball shattered, it did not turn into a flame storm, nor did it set off a shock wave like a missile explosion. Instead, under the crushing and burning of the dragon claws formed by the blazing heat, the broken Yindi fireballs dissipated one by one, like ice and snow burned by a raging fire. Burn out directly, completely extinguished. Only the thick smoke was left, rising into the sky. No. Without the protection of Emperor Yan's fireball, Icarus fell directly into the claws of Rexy Yinglong. As the five dragon fingers continued to tighten, it was as if the sky and the earth were collapsing, making his eyes bulge, and his face was full of powerlessness, horrified. What do you want to do to Laozi's crew? At this time, Shiki finally couldn't sit still. Before, he was able to allow Eren to fight against Icarus, one Sid, was because of his recognition and trust in Icarus' strength, but he also wanted to see the depth of Eren. Now that his deputy was in danger, he immediately swung his knife regardless of sneak attack or siege. Bang. At the point of the blade, the earth shattered and countless layers of mud and rock rose from the ground, like towering mountains. As the strong wind blew, the soil on the rock layer turned into an earth lion. It opened its mouth wide, stepped on all fours, swept the violent wind pressure, and flew in front of Rexy Yinglong, biting the dragon claw he was about to close. Chi. At the moment of touch, the earth lion immediately emitted a large amount of black smoke, and the lion's head and body burned rapidly, turning into a magma-like red liquid. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. Seeing that a lion couldn't do anything to Eren, Shiki raised the other knife. The earth is broken, sand and rocks are flying, and the waves are overflowing, covering the sky and the sun. One after another, the earth lions broke out of the ground, scrambling to fly over, biting the Rezying dragon one after another. However, no matter how many lions there are, it will be difficult to defeat Yinglong. Boom. With a wave of Eren's hand, Yinglong immediately spread out those wings that cover the sky and the sun. These dragon wings are not for decoration and flying, but they are formed by the condensed formation of Starfish's armament Haki and Heat Breath Dragon Flame. With just one movement of spreading the wings, a blazing wind pressure sweeping across the sky will be set off, bringing the extremely heavy the lion flew away. Those lions that were cut by the wings of a heat-breathing dragon were even split into two, melting like butter when it encountered magma. Captain. Seeing his captain make a move, Icarus immediately seized the gap, and the elementalization exploded into strands of flames, flying out from the gap between the dragon's claws like sparks, and then reunited in front of the dragon's head where Eren was. After turning from fire to human, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and the flames rose up, forming huge fist marks. Armored colors are released with conquerors, intertwined with each other. As Shiki's deputy, he naturally also has the qualifications of a king, and even conqueror's entanglement. For subordinates, Shiki can pass Haki on, let alone his own deputy. Not only did he give Ikaros the Maramara fruit he plundered in the Valley of the Gods, but he also taught him the skills of conqueror's winding, without reservation. Exactly. He did not hesitate to risk everything to chisel Shiki's name into the Grand Line. Eren. Icarus let out a roar, and the flaming fist blasted straight, bursting out several kilometers of flames all over the sky, blasting the overlord black thunder that tore through the sea of clouds, and hitting the armed shock that penetrated the earth. The three combined and turned into a terrifying flamed cannon fist, like a mountain collapsing and a meteorite falling from the sky, bombarding Rexy Yinglong's head. The captain and vice-captain of the flight regiment had joined hands for 10 moments. One person to contain, one person to attack. But in the center of Rexy Yinglong's brow, Eren was not afraid at all, and he didn't even have the intention of dodging. He just spread out the dragon's wings and wiped out all the lions. The flaming fist mountain came. Boom. The heaven and earth exploded, spreading throughout the entire GF country. Under the gaze of a pair of shocked, horrified, and fearful eyes, the dragon head collided with a mountain of fists. As expected, the earth-shattering fierce conflict did not happen at all, and some were just crushed. The faucet formed by the heat and the fist mountain of flames, once impacted, the flames were directly burned and extinguished on the spot. The armed color collided with the armed color, and the hockey wrapped in the flame quickly collapsed. The conflict between conquerors and conquerors, all black, like a boa constrictor cut into more than a dozen pieces, after a brief struggle, was finally annihilated. Don't you forget, I know conquerors too. With the impact of the respiratory dragon's probe and shattered Ikaros' flame fist mountain, Eren raised his right hand, facing his palms, and then clasped his 5 fingers together. Boom. The dragon's head, which was bigger than the island, burst out violent black lightning, and then slammed forward fiercely, as if the land plate was moving. After being hit by such a blow, even if Icarus released the powerful armament hockey body and used the Conqueror's entangled fist combined with Maramara fruit to resist, his body was still twisted by the fire. The blood evaporates, the bones are carbonized, and the viscera melt. The flame physique bestowed by Logia Maramara fruit could not keep him. Armament hockey can't keep him. Conqueror's hockey couldn't keep him. Even the fruit ability in hockey, followed by Eren's blow, directly accompanied Icarus and annihilated under his Tanglong hot breath 8 trigrams. Ashes. 150, Chapter 150, the peak golden lion, worth killing with my own hands, full order. Icarus. Shiki looked at the ashes of Icarus in front of the faucet. His pupils constricted suddenly. This is his deputy captain, and also his brother, who has devoted countless efforts. Ask Logia Devil Fruit for Logia Devil Fruit. Ask Hockey for Hockey. Now it is dead. In front of his own face, he was killed by Lewin. Executive Captain Icarus. How could he die? Is that a lie? He killed the vice captain alone under the siege of the admiral and the vice captain. Seeing that Icarus died on the spot without even leaving a trace of ashes, all the pirates in the flying group were stunned. Feelings of astonishment, anger, fear, etc. came to my mind. Many people grabbed their weapons and wanted to avenge Icarus, but facing the entrenched sky, the dragon's wings spread out, which could cover the sky, and the bravery that Inglong just surged into his heart dissipated. Even Icarus couldn't break the head of the heat-breathing dragon with all his strength and hurt Eren in the slightest. Even Captain Shiki's lion majesty, Earth Coiling, couldn't be destroyed by the heat-breathing dragon with its wings too. If they go up, the sum of all of them may not be enough to make Inglong heal day by day. Yes. Not to mention that Eren itself is invulnerable, Haki is invulnerable, and the fruit ability is hard to hurt. It is extremely difficult to break through the huge heat-breathing dragon alone. Hotter than flames. More violent than magma. How to fight such a monster? Eren, Lousy wants you dead. Just when the pirates of the flying group were at a loss, Shiki suddenly raised his head, and his scarlet eyes burst out with a killing intent that could not be washed away by the water of the 4 seas. Playing. He held a sword in one hand and slashed the edge of the sword to the ground. Accompanied by a loud rumbling noise, the earth shook and the island tilted. Under the bursts of waves, the entire GF country rose from the sea. Clatter. As the GF country lifted into the sky and floated on the sea, monstrous waves surged out of the magnificent sea, and giant lions protruded out of the sea. Each sea lion has a body length of 1 kilometer. The number of lions has reached more than 100. Pairs of stern and ferocious eyes locked on Eren, who was standing between the eyebrows of the dragon head above the sky. This is angry Shiki. This is the golden lion at its peak, at full strength. With his sword out, the island rises. Pointing at the point of the sword, Kaido surrendered and turned into his Li Huang. It's not just you who are going to die. Your brother, your crew is dying. Everyone in this country is going to die. Shiki's eyes were bulging, and his face was ferocious. Having lost his deputy captain, he needs mountains of corpses and seas of blood to calm down the anger and killing intent in his heart. Killing 1 Eren is not enough. Killing 1 beast's pirates is not enough. He must destroy everything in front of him, all tangible things other than the flying pirates, in order to eliminate the hatred in his heart and extinguish the anger in his heart. Lion Majesty. Shiki held up Sakura 10 and waved at Eren. The GF country, which has risen to an altitude of 10,000 meters, immediately plummeted, engulfed by terrifying wind pressure and heat waves. Just like a star collapsing and falling, a terrifying power directly hit Eren's heart. A country rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters and then fell at an extremely fast speed, smashing at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. What a horrible thing. Just looking at it is enough to scare people. The country has not yet been smashed, and it is frightened to death by this terrifying majesty. Not to mention, This is not just as simple as a country falling down. As the falling speed becomes faster and faster, streaks of purple streamers unexpectedly burst out from above. Shiki overlays armament hockey on top. While not as dramatic as the Douglas bullet, an island-sized object can be completely covered and hardened with armament hockey for a long time with just a snap of your fingers. However, after entwining a large number of powerful armament hockey, the impact power becomes extremely terrifying. Is Lion Fruit awakening? Eren watched Shiki raise a country into the sky with every move, without much surprise. Shiki, with his head open, old and frail, and lost his legs, can still lift the 3 islands, together with many animals and humans, to an altitude of 10,000 meters for a long time without any effort. Not to mention, now that his legs are healthy, his head has not been opened, and his body is in its prime, the most important thing is that he has an extremely strong spirit, with the ambition and will of a lion roaring across the sea. It can be said, mind, body, technique, and fruit abilities have all reached ultimate. Such a Shiki, even if an island several times larger than that of the GF country is lifted into the sky, he will not be surprised. You like this or worth killing with my own hands? Oh, ask for flowers. Eren raised his palm, and Wu Jiao made a fist. Rexy Yinglong looked up to the sky and let out a dragon chant that shook the sea, triggering waves of sound that swept across the sky, like a hurricane passing through. Even the speed of the falling GF country was affected, and the terrifying momentum was interrupted. Chi. At the same time, the 20-kilometer-long Rexy Yinglong hovered in the sky for a while, and its shape changed dramatically, just like Eren changed from the form of a blue dragon beast to a form of a blue dragon man and beast. It has also changed from a 20-kilometer Yinglong to a dragon man with wings on its back, whose appearance is exactly the same as Eren's green dragon beast. Shrunk in size. Wings also become. Originally 20 kilometers long, it has now become 5 kilometers high. But that is also the length of a super large Sea King's. 0. The body size has shrunk by a quarter, but the oppressive feeling has not weakened with the change of body size. On the contrary, with the change of body size, the comprehensive combat ability is even more terrifying. Chi. As the shape changed, Eren stretched out his right hand and held it. Rexy Yinglong followed like a shadow, made the same movement, stretched out his hand, and held it in the air. Bang. Accompanied by the loud noise of the volcanic eruption, a crescent moon knife completely condensed by the heat-breathing dragon flame fell into the palm of the palm, and black lightning and purple streamers competed to wrap around the blade of the dragon flame. Clatter. Facing the GF country that fell from the sky, Eren spread his dragon wings with a thought, and with just a light flap, a shocking storm was immediately set off on the sea surface, and a terrifying tsunami hundreds of meters high was rolled up. The dragon's wings shook and soared into the sky. The Longyan Yinue saber in his hand spanned the sky, and he slashed Washan Mountain with a simple and unpretentious move. The Conqueror's lightning and armed purple light burst out boundless Haki Kamui, stirring the air to set off a terrifying shock wave. Click. The 3-color sword light bloomed, and the sound of smashing resounded in all directions. Under the shocked gazes, beneath 10 unbelievable faces, Eren controlled Yinglong Gundam and split a country that fell from a height of 10,000 meters into 2 halves. Bang. With the 3-color knife light splitting the island into 2, a terrifying crack was created, and then a terrifying flame burst out from the crack, directly blasting the GF country into countless pieces of the island, like a shower of flaming meteors falling on the ground one after another. In the boundless sea, countless holes were smashed and countless waves were shaken. 151. Chapter 151. Destroy the country with one blow. The controversy between the dragon and the lion. Full order. Destroy the country with one knife. This world does not lack strong men who can destroy cities and countries, nor does it lack the ability to flatten islands. But most of them destroy a town or even a city. In the true sense, there are very few people and even abilities who can wipe out a country together with the island plate where it is located in the entire New World, not the entire Grand Line. Such as shock fruit, such as lion fruit, such as lava fruit, such as frozen fruit, and so on. Without exception, these are the top-level devil fruits of each series, and they are also known for their attack power and destructive range, and they must be developed to ultimate by capable users. Even the pirates of the Flying Squad, following Shiki in the north and south, few people have seen it, and some of them can destroy the country with one blow. But now they saw it. The mountain-like, towering heat breath responds to the dragon's sand chi. The Longyan Yinyuan knife stretches like a ridge. With a single blow, the GF country was directly chopped into pieces. The visual impact caused by this kind of picture is far more shocking than when Shiki just used the lion fruit to raise the GF country to an altitude of 10,000 meters and then smashed it down. Is this kid eating Phantom Beast or Logia? There are 4 natural elements controlled by the blue dragon form. The temperature of the flame is higher than that of the Maramara fruit of Icarus. The destructive power of the flame is also stronger than that of the Maramara fruit, and the amount of flame is also higher than that of the Maramara fruit. Many. Is he an ability user in the form of Yu fruit, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon, or is he the Azure Dragon who ate Lava fruit, Thunder fruit, Foam fruit, and Union fruit? Seeing this scene, Shiki was surprised by Aaron's strength, even though his heart was burning with rage. Only the guy drinking water knows it's cold or hot. His attack just now was not simply hitting people with a country. In addition to lifting into the air, he also used lion fruit to accelerate and entwined armament hockey to increase its power. It can be said, looking at the Grand Line, you can count the number of people who can catch up with you in a tough way. Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, that's all 4. At least, of the people Shiki had ever met and were alive, there were only 4. Now there is a 5th, Aaron. I must compliment you, Shiki. Even Kong and Ban, their 2 marshals, Admiral never gave me this kind of blood-boiling feeling. You are the first. Aaron's eyes flashed brightly, the dragon's wings spread out, and the heat of the dragon rolled up the fiery wind pressure, sweeping across the sea like a flame typhoon, not only setting off waves, but also burning the sea to emit billowing heat. With just one flap of the wings, the sea water in the area covered by the hot wind is almost boiling. With such power, it shocked Shiki again. He had no choice but to wave his hand and send the few remaining ships, together with the flying pirates on them, farther into the sky. After seeing Aaron's strength, he knew that it was impossible to interfere with the existence of Marine Admiral, and his own crew came to help, but it would be a burden and distract him from protecting it. That being the case, it is better to send the crew away first. Otherwise, even if he kills the big and small blue dragons in front of him, the flying pirates will be wiped out, so he will lose the capital to conquer the world. Having already lost a deputy captain, several pirate ships, and hundreds of crew members, he can no longer lose the rest of his forces. Yeah, I have to praise you for being able to catch Lousie's blow. I also have to admit that I have always underestimated you. Except for Roger and Newgate, you are qualified to be Lousie's opponent. For this reason, I will use Sakura Ten and Muku to kill you with my own hands. After seeing off the crew, Shiki turned his head to look at Aaron, who flew towards him. In addition to anger and murderous intent, Shiki also showed fear and recognition that he had never had before. The proud golden lion also admitted that the big blue dragon in front of him has the qualifications and strength to fight against him. You took over a country. I just don't know. Can you accept the words of the sea? Aaron. As the lion roared and fell, Shiki opened his hands, and the blade pointed directly at the sky and the sea. Bang. A loud noise came out, and the waves of the sea rolled up and down in an instant. Huge sea lions emerged out of thin air one after another, and then rushed forward, carrying the majestic currents, and flew away. Each sea lion has a body length of 1 kilometer. There are many. Like the sea kings in the depths of the sea, they are innumerable and inexhaustible. This is Shiki in its prime. Naval battles and air battles are almost invincible. The lion fruit, which was developed to ultimate by one hand, seems to be inferior to Whitebeard shock fruit in instantaneous destructive power and scope, but in fact, it is no worse than shock fruit in the sea and in the sky, and it is even more terrifying. Raise a country with every gesture. Roaring up to the sky, shaking the sea, creating a tsunami-like group of lions. Chi, hiss. The sea lion didn't even need Aaron's hand. When it touched the heat-breathing dragon, it was completely burned by the massive flames of the heat-breathing dragon. But such sea lions are as numerous as stars, and they are rushing forward one after another, just like a continuous tsunami, suppressing the speed of Aaron's advance. And as the number of sea lions increases, the frequency of flying over becomes faster. The respiratory dragon also began to shrink and was continuously melted. Whether it is flames, magma, or even the heat of the green dragon in front of the boundless sea, it will eventually be extinguished. Water can overcome fire, let alone the sea. You put out Lousie's deputy captain's fire, and Lousie will put out your heat. Seeing that Rexiang Long was being wiped out by countless sea lions, Shiki let out a grin, soared into the sky like a bird, and flew above the white mist in the sky, holding Muku and Sakura Ten with both hands. The violent conquerors and fierce sword power erupted together. Like a mountain of conquerors' sword broke through the white mist and crushed on Eren. Chi. Muku and Sakura burst out black lightning at the same time in their hands, and then slashed down condescendingly. Two slashing waves entangled with Conqueror's haki flew out from the 0.1 blade. One after the other, they were closely connected, turning into a cross that split the sky. Boom. Rexy Yinglong was destroyed, and his body was bitten by the sea lion and swallowed into his stomach. The majestic ocean current invaded his whole body, and he felt a strong sense of weakness immediately. Even in the form of Yu Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Blue Dragon, he can't ignore the influence of the sea. But unlike other ability users, he will die when he falls into the sea. As long as he is surrounded by huge ocean currents, he will be weak and powerless like other capable people. However, the flames burning behind him still did not go out. The indestructible body of the ghost race did not disappear because it was covered by the current. It was just because of his weakness that his speed was greatly reduced, and he didn't have time to react, so he was generally overwhelmed by the Conqueror's cross-slashing waves falling from the sky and fell into the sea directly. 152. Chapter 152. The internal organs are broken, and the blood volume is -10, so scary. Seek full order. Click. There was a deafening sound of objects splitting, and in the turbulent sea, turbulent waves hundreds of meters high instantly exploded, like a huge and incomparable sea curtain trying to cover the sky. Even with the barrier of the soaring sea curtain, Kaido and others can still see that there is a huge cross-shaped crack in the endless sea. Like a scar, inlaid on the surface of the sea, no matter how the immeasurable sea water waters it, it will not be able to fill it up for a moment. Is there anything wrong? Aren't capable people afraid of the sea? And there is a substance called sea stone? He fell into the sea now. Standing on a cloud of flames, Douglas Bullet couldn't help turning his head to look at Kaido beside him. He always felt that the ability of the man beside him was very similar to Eren's. After all, this kind of flame cloud was created by Eren before, and he also flew in it. Only dragons have ever entered the sea. How can a dragon be drowned by sea water? Kaido glanced at Douglas Bullet, seeming to sense what he was thinking, but didn't say much. Bang. As if 28 was responding to Kaido, in the wave that has not subsided, and the cross-crack that has not been filled, a figure like a demon god broke through the sea, and the dragon wings with a wingspan of 20 meters spread out, flapping between, like a big rock, soared up and stood in front of Shiki. Can't even the sea drown you? Shiki watched Eren break through the sea, seeing the sea as nothing. His face remained unchanged, but a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Different from shock fruit. His lion fruit doesn't have instant eruption and substantial destructive power. All attacks come from raising the matter first, and then controlling the matter to attack. For those with abilities, no, it should be said that for all the lives of the Grand Line, what is the scariest? Of course it's the sea. But he has just awakened with lion fruit, first raised a country, smashed it at Eren, and was destroyed, and then created countless sea lions, setting off a tsunami of lions, and then combined with the slashing wave that entangled conquerors, hitting the general, the opponent fell into the depths of the sea. Whether it is a person with ability or a person without ability, if he receives such a combination of punches, he will definitely die. But what about Eren? Deep in the sea, like going home, withstood conquerors' slashing waves, but the body surface could not see the slightest knife edge. The internal organs are broken. It's really scary. As expected of the Golden Lion, it actually made me feel pain. Eren felt the pain where he had just been hit by the slashing wave that wound conquerors. He knew that it was because the body surface defense was not broken, but the internal organ defense was broken. In a daze, he seemed to see a series of blood loss prompts popping up behind his long blood bar. HP -10. HP -10. HP -1. The combination punch just now, conservatively estimated, lost a full 100 HP. However, even if he does not awaken with a fruit in the form of a green dragon, his blood recovery rate under normal conditions is still 300 to 500 per second. If it is rounded up, the defense is broken, but the blood bar is not lost. Qing Long Kid. When Shiki heard this, his eyes burst out with ferocious killing intent. He was completely enraged, and immediately flew forward. The two knives in his hands burst out with a sharp conqueror's sword. Armament Haki briefly turned the two famous swords into black swords, and then released them like purple flames, covering the long swords. Conqueror's haki turned into black lightning, wrapped around the blades, and forged the two knives into lightning blades. Lion slash wave. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of a male lion, Shiki turned into a giant lion surrounded by black lightning, with a fierce sword that split the sea, and the sea of clouds burst out all over his body, opened his bloody mouth wide, and swallowed Aaron's entire body. Bang! The berserk sword energy scattered in all directions, and the wind and air flow paralleled. While overturning huge waves, they cut hundreds of huge crisscrossing cracks on the sea surface. Each one was split by giant warriors with all their strength. Bang! The sword light dissipated. Aaron extended his palms horizontally, using his flesh and blood to toughen the two famous knives covered with armed colors and conquerors in Shiki's hand. Where it collided with the blade, the dragon scales in the palm of the hand were intact, without any cuts, and there was no overflow of dragon blood. Even if the two of them exchanged blows, sound waves would be stirred up, waves would be swept up, and the majestic haki would surge endlessly, conflicting continuously, shaking the sea surface to collapse and crack, but they couldn't completely cut the dragon scales. How can it be? Laozi is invincible with two swords. Coupled with armed colors and conquerors, there is nothing in the world that cannot be cut. But he couldn't even cut his hands. Shiki's pupils constricted, and he saw with his own eyes that the place where Aaron's palm was cut was just a white mark, and it was fleeting. There is still a long way to go before the defense is completely broken and the blade cuts the skin. Clang. When swords and palms collided, bursts of sparks burst out. Conqueror's lightning roared into the sky, piercing through the white clouds, making them into skewers, splitting holes in the sea surface and shaking up waves. The two looked at each other, and the eyes were intertwined, and a cold, murderous aura surged out in unison. Aaron's arms were in vain, and they had been lurking in his body. The armament haki, which had not been used since the beginning of the battle, was like a torrent opening, like the Yangtze River, rushing out toward a pair of dragon palms. Boom. Shiki. Almost at the same time, Shiki's two knives crossed in front of his body, and a powerful sword energy came out, sweeping the conquerors and armament haki, pressing the area with a radius of 100 meters into a collapse visible to the naked eye, and then there were split wrinkles. Bad wind blows. Heat breath ignited. The front of the fist splits the heavy sword, resisting the fierce and violent sword pressure, first splits it open, and then collides with the slowly knowing double swords. The front of the fist slashed down, with overwhelming power. With a vertical fist on his right arm, he clenched his 5 fingers and squeezed the air to explode. 720. The 4 natural forces dominated by the green dragon form emerged one after another, gathered on the fist, and then wrapped it with armament haki. Armament haki turns into a dazzling purple streamer, wrapping around his head. Blazing white and frightening, the air was torn apart with a chirping sound, and scorching air waves scattered to both sides like a howling weasel storm, as if at this moment, the fist that contained the ultimate fruit ability and ultimate armament haki was shocked and split open. The flame cloud rises. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by 2 roars that shook the sky, the two rushed towards each other at the same time. Aaron, thunder flashes. As if the space couldn't bear his powerful haki, it was first distorted by the suppression and then split by his sword energy. At this moment, time seemed to be affected by the power of the two, and the flow became extremely slow. Coincidentally, 153, Chapter 153 Mere Golden Lion, you can't die after one punch from me. In an instant, Aaron only felt an unprecedented sharpness attacking his palm, his indestructible dragon scales, his indestructible body, and the ability of the Linealia clan with strong defense when the flames ignited. All of them could not completely erase this feeling sharp cut. Armament haki came out through the body, directly destroying the flesh, and nerve tissue in the palm, and even flowing down the arm to the internal organs, attacking again and again. The row of overwhelming armed-colored shockwaves washed down continuously. The Hong bell rang loudly, and the ear trembled. Aaron's body stiffened slightly, perhaps because he hadn't felt that kind of pain that was close to being injured for a long time, and he was a little uncomfortable facing the pain coming from his palm and inside his body. The most important thing was that he seemed to see the system reminding him that his health bar was falling. HP, minus 20. HP, minus 20. HP, minus 20. Yes. Compared with the previous attack, under the rage, Shiki, who was carrying ferocious killing intent, erupted with more powerful force. After a burst of food, he lost at least 200 HP. Fine. In the next second, he recovered 500 blood, which also made him slightly stiff, and his body, which was a little uncomfortable, recovered instantly. The stack is so thick that even Eren feels a little uncomfortable. Let alone Shiki. There was a loud roar of thunder, shaking the eardrums. His hands holding the knife trembled uncontrollably, even with the protection of armament haki, but the blood in his chest was churning, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. Bang. Under the two people's feet, the sea surface was sunken and arced, sound waves and air waves roared, haki impacted and washed away, and there were countless fierce directions. Wave after wave, higher and higher waves rose out of the sea, as if they were going to drag down the sea of clouds in the sky, and under the coercion of the haki torrent, the roar spread. Bang, bang, bang. Eren's feet stepped on the air one after another, and his body kept retreating. With each step, he stepped on the air and the sea below him to create a clearly visible atmospheric crater and current hole. Backed up dozens of steps, then stomped fiercely on the surface of the sea, trampling out a basin-like sea pit, blasting waves into the sky, and then the dragon wings spread out, swept the wind pressure from the sky, pushed away the waves, and turned into countless. The water bomb flew out, turning a pirate ship flying in the sky into a hornet's nest, and sent away a dozen unlucky pirates by the way. Ahem. Eren coughed softly, a look of surprise on his face. It's just a golden lion. The reward is 1 billion higher than him, and his age is 10 years older than him. It's fine to fight him hard without dying, but it makes him feel the pain of his palm being cut. More than that, it also made him feel short breath. It lasted for several seconds before he calmed down. He looked down and breathed a sigh of relief. There is a white mark on the dragon scale in the palm, but it has not yet turned red, and the body surface is not broken. However, the fact that the surface defenses are not broken does not mean that the visceral defenses are not broken, and it does not mean that there will be no pain. Moreover, he is attacked inside and outside the body, and there are attacks from the spirit. Triple shock. It still made him feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, he downloaded double copies of Ghost Clan, double copies of Vajra Indestructible Body, and Lunaria Bloodline, coupled with a huge increase in the Blue Dragon form. In a few seconds, he felt the pain in his palm disappear, his chest was no longer tight, and the internal organs attacked by armament haki before seemed to be fine. Even the spirit that had endured the Conqueror's entanglement attack was the same. Sure enough, just stacking armor is far from enough in the Grand Line. If it is thicker than Big Mom, it will also encounter penetration. Stacking armor plus avoiding damage is not enough. The Lunalia clan's ability will also encounter real damage plus critical strikes. Only by stacking armor, recovering blood, avoiding damage, and maximizing it at the same time can we remain invincible. Eren thought to himself. This is the route he took, not simply stacking armor, but stacking armor plus healing and avoiding damage. Stacked armor ignores external attacks such as slashes. Armament haki that negates internal damage. The blood recovery will encounter real injuries, critical strikes, and after armor piercing, the destroyed hundreds of blood will be fully restored in an instant. It is precisely because of these three-piece suits that a king as strong as Shiki, who is at his peak, can only knock out hundreds of blood in one blow, and he has not recovered quickly. If on this basis, it would be perfect to have another bloodlock. This is an ability that is more than the famous sword in the king. In the Grand Line, many people have the ability to lock blood, but only the monkey family can be full. At this time, he only felt buzzing in his ears as if countless bells were ringing. His brain went blank, he was dizzy, and he couldn't hold back the blood gushing into his throat, along with his flowing golden long hair were dyed red before he stopped. The body, indestructible, is better than sea stone. Damn it! Conqueror's haki better than him is just like Joel de Roger. Devil fruit, developed to a superb level. Heat is better than Maramara fruit. Bad wind is like foam fruit. Roaring thunder is comparable to thunder fruit. Flame cloud is like union fruit. People can't tell if they eat fish fruit. Phantom beast, the ability user in the form of the blue dragon is still the blue dragon that 8-4 Logia devil fruits point to. The speed is as fast as lightning, and it is omnipotent in the world. Bang. Among them, apart from the development height of devil fruit, the most moving one is armament haki. The power is unrivaled, and the punches will send out mountain torrents and tsunamis. It was just a small intern of the Rocks pirate back then, and he actually had such terrifying power. That's why Eren got the idea of Monkey D. Dragon early on. Shiki flew upside down like a cannonball fired. Even with the lion fruit trying his best to stabilize his body, he couldn't do it. He could only let the heavy punch crushing his body fly 1,000 meters away, and then he rushed straight in the sky, A huge hole was broken in the sea of clouds. Even with blood on his face, Shiki's face and eyes can still see the shock and horror visible to the naked eye, Wang Zhao. After rushing thousands of meters into the sky, the body that was flying upside down was stabilized just now. But that doesn't mean that the fist force dissipated. On the contrary, it was the triple destruction of internal and external and mental. 6 or 7 broken ribs, broken organs, torn muscles and bones, disturbed chi and blood, damaged blood vessels, and countless other injuries flooded the body and finally exploded a puff of blood mist, killing a nearby white cloud, all red. Observation Haki can see the future. His chest was ripped apart, and the bones in his body could be seen. The armament Haki contained in that punch gave him the feeling of facing the torrent of the tsunami. 154. Chapter 154. Download the armed colors of the entire 9 snakes. Full order. Yes. Shiki can be sure that the feeling he just felt is not an illusion, but a real existence. The armament Haki that Eren punched was as big as a tsunami torrent, and its strength was far above him. In a trance, he feels that he is not fighting Haki with one person, but with thousands of people Haki. Exactly. The fist is invincible, directly defeating Haki, who is wrapped in 2 swords. The armed color that turned the double swords into black swords was directly scattered, and Muku and Sakura Ten, who turned into black swords, were beaten back to their original forms on the spot. He himself was the one who was seriously injured and remained the same externally. Fine. Although he doesn't have the physique of Kaido and Charlotte Lin, but as the top powerhouse in the sea, he has one thing in common. That is, the blood bar is long enough. It was because of his unfathomable blood that he was not killed by Eren's punch. But Shiki was still not the slightest bit happy. Just because of this kind of punching edge, even if his health bar is as deep as his, he still can't catch many punches. This is still the result of hard work. If he received a punch from the front, it could only be described as narrowly escaped death. Eren, what's going on with your Haki? It's only been half a year. When I was with the Valley of the Gods, I was like a completely different person. Suddenly hearing the howling sound of breaking the sound barrier, Shiki turned his head and saw a figure flapping its wings, dispelling the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, pulling thousands of air currents and flying towards him through the air. My Haki? Who knows? Facing Shiki's doubtful question, Eren smiled and did not answer. I can't tell the other party that after I airlifted Amazon Lily to the Dragon Kingdom, the God-level download system judged that all the 9 snakes in Amazon Lily are his subordinates. You can download all their abilities. What is the most coveted thing about Hydra? Not physical skills, not fencing, not archery. Instead, they are soldiers all over the body, from the Emperor's warriors to the old and weak, women and children. All can use Haki. Benefiting from the Calm Belt, the Hydra has no natural enemies, unlike the New World pirates, who are always facing various dangers and battles. But it is also limited by the Calm Belt. There are no natural enemies, and there is no oppression by strong enemies. Even though all soldiers have a systematic Haki training method, there is still no Admiral-level strongman. The top is the level of Shaki Boa Hancock. But in Eren's view, these are not problems. Warrior, her thunder is not worth mentioning. Whether it's Haki skill or quality, it's all insignificant. But what about 10? How about 100? How about 1,000? Or even the entire 9 snakes? Eren has no shortage of skills, but what about Haki? Whether it is strength or quality, he always adheres to the principle that the more the better. Overnight, he downloaded all the Haki of all members of the 9 snakes. Overnight, his already powerful armament Haki, in the Emperor, can be described as massive, and his strength has also undergone weekly changes due to quantitative changes. Reached an incredible height. Little ghosts, don't be too arrogant. Seeing Eren smiling but not answering, Shiki thought that Eren looked down on him, so he couldn't help but change. Do you think you have surpassed Lousy? Naive, the battle has just begun. The one who wins can only be me, Golden Lion. Talking. A monstrous conqueror's Haki erupted from his body, sweeping up terrifying wind pressure and pushing away all the clouds at an altitude of thousands of meters. The knife light flickered. The person is already covered with armament Haki again. Sakura Ten and Muku, who turn into black knives, turn into Haki lions roaring in the sea, carrying the edge and Haki that crush everything, biting towards Eren. Boom. Playing. When the palms and knives collided, bursts of sparks were splashed, the Haki wind burst out, and thousands of clouds were shattered. Even the sea surface thousands of meters away was rippling and rippling, showing arc-shaped depressions. Bang. During the explosion of the gangphobe, Eren exerted strength with both hands, and armament hockey in his body poured into his hands like a torrent of gates, and then exploded brazenly, arousing the power of the overlord. Lei and Z-Pow Lei, like a thunder dragon spear, flew through the air. Call out. Hearing the sharp piercing sound and seeing his future with observation hockey, Shiki's face changed suddenly, and he dared not neglect. He directly let go of the double knives that Eren raised his hand to shake back, and then activated the lion fruit. While withdrawing and flying back, he forcibly summoned the dual knives, like two black lion fangs, entangled with Conqueror's hockey, like a fairy holding a sword. Use lion fruit to control the double swords and perform Conqueror's slash in the air. Oh. Ask for flowers. Boom. The black light flashed, and the brilliant sun that directly flooded the sky turned the sea of clouds into darkness, like a black sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. Click. The sound of tearing silk sounded, and the purple-black thunder light split the dark sky, like the light of dawn. Eren used the dragon's tail as a gun, and a fierce Conqueror's conflict broke out with Sakura Ten and Muku. And after triggering the hockey hurricane that shattered the sea of clouds, he forcibly fired two famous knives to catch up with the fast retreating, even worse. Puff. Blood splattered. Shiki's abdomen was pierced by the dragon's tail wrapped in two-color lightning, piercing from the abdomen and stabbing the king in the back. The heat is like magma gushing, like flame burning. Since this is the case, why should we distance ourselves? No, it should be said, why should we be afraid to back down? Before Shiki could get angry, Kaya Longdo had already set off a pounding wind in the sky. Seeing this, Eren clenched his right hand into a fist and didn't even lift it up. He just took a step forward without even flapping his wings. Shiki was like a frightened cat startled. His speed increased sharply, and he recalled two famous knives. Protect in front of you. Puff. Seeing this, Eren raised the corners of his lips, and a smile flashed across his eyes. Since the battle, the mysterious fire of the Lunaria clan that has never been extinguished and has been burning suddenly disappeared. The battle distance will be meaningful only when the strength of each other is equal. The battle distance between you and me does not have any meaning. At the same time, or are you afraid that you will enter the attack range of my fists and feet when you approach? If this is the case, it is just unnecessary troubles and superfluous behaviors. Snored. Shiki, didn't you say that the battle has just begun? The voice fell. With this retreat, the dragon's tail was pulled out from the abdomen immediately, and the blood bloomed completely in midair like a blooming flower. Covering Eren's whole body, compatible with armament hockey, it turns into a golden flame, like a coat of flames, draped all over his body. Conqueror's hockey comes out through his body, and turns into a black lightning thread that wraps around the golden flame. Didn't you say that the only one who wins is you? He snorted, the blood on his face faded rapidly, and severe pain and numbness invaded his whole body, but he still didn't dare to neglect, let alone waste time to catch his breath, endured the severe pain and horror, and forcibly pulled back. 155, Chapter 155, 3 Punches. Grand Line No Flying Pirate, full order. Call out. Hockey vertical and horizontal, golden light vents. Eren flapped his wings and dived at a speed as fast as a teleportation. Even if Shiki used observation hockey to foresee the future and knew everything in advance, he still couldn't distance himself. Knowing the future and having the ability to change the future are completely different things. Under normal circumstances, Eren, who is in full combat power, is so fast that he can easily break through the sound barrier and even reach a flight speed several times the speed of sound. Now that the eternally burning flame behind his back has been extinguished, although the damage-free defense has been reduced, it has gained ultimate speed. Under the speed increase, that is as fast as a gust of wind and as fast as lightning. His strength has also been pushed to a whole new level. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Facing the astonishing speed displayed by Eren, Shiki knew that it would be useless to distance himself or dodge. With no choice but to retreat, 130 swung the saber with lightning with both hands, bursting out the light of the saber. Accompanied by the sharp, mournful sound when the air was split, dozens of slashing waves entangled Conqueror's hockey, bursting out black lightning like a storm in wind, wrapped in majestic coercion and sharp edge, and completely submerged Eren, who broke through the air. Bang, bang, bang. After extinguishing the flames on his back, Eren, whose defense had declined, didn't force the Conqueror's slashing waves, but used the soles of his feet, dragon wings, and flame clouds together. Sometimes the moonwalk turns across the sky. Sometimes a cloud of flames rises. move around from time to time. Even though the oncoming slashing waves were as dense as a shower, as thick as a mountain, and surrounded by boundless sharp edges, it seemed as if they were dancing with the slashing waves, and none of the slashing attacks touched his body to share. In Shiki's eyes, he just swayed several times in the slashing waves all over the sky, like a butterfly piercing through flowers, dodging through the numerous slashing waves without touching his body. And then with one dodge, Haki swept all directions Gangfeng, his speed increased to a higher level, and he flew in front of him in a blink of an eye. Zhurong Vulcan 8 trigrams. Eren stepped forward with 5 fingers clenched tightly, and a golden figure of Vulcan appeared behind him. The moment when his fist blasted out, he followed him like a shadow, and also spread his arms, blasting down the heat-breathing dragon fire and Ultimate's armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki formed Fist of Flames. Kimui is like a prison. This moment, Shiki only felt that what Eren was hitting was not just a fist, but an entrance leading to the gate of the flame hell. Facing this terrifying flame fist mark, relying on his deep blood, he endured the pain in his muscles, bones, and internal organs, crossed his 2 knives, broke out with a majestic atmosphere, and cut out a ferocious, arrogant, huge lion, entwined with black lightning, biting on Eren and the Vulcan figure behind him. Bang. Chi. In front of the terrifying, heat-breathing dragon fire and the mighty Haki, the huge lion that Shiki cut out instantly melted like butter meeting magma, and disappeared in a sound of metal and iron clanging. Next second, the blazing fist edge burst out a terrifying Haki impact, like a magma eruption, like a torrent and tsunami, sweeping along the blade to the arms and even the body. Under such a terrifying force attack, his blood-stained face twitched and twisted, looking extremely painful and hideous. At the same time, a flame storm erupted, instantly knocking away the 2 black knives in Shiki's hand, and blasting blood mist all over his body, with extensive burns on his body and blood spitting out of his mouth. The body is like a broken kite in mid, generally backwards. Seeing this, Eren showed no mercy or mercy. Such is the struggle between kings and kings. Either die or surrender. He spread his wings forward and instantly caught up with the retreating Shiki. The Vulcan figure behind him did not disappear and punched out again. Shiki was clenched with blood-stained teeth, and Lion Fruit used both hands to drive Sakura Ten and Muku, who had even knocked off the armament Haki on the blade, to meet again. Boom. Fist and blade collide. The broiled gold Haki washed away all directions and washed his whole body, causing him to vomit blood and fly thousands of meters away. At the same time, the hands holding the knife twisted, making crisp sounds like roasted chestnuts, and the arms twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a ball of bloody water exploded and spread. Lion Kong Wu's powerful forearm. Both arms are gone. The most terrifying weapon of the great swordsman of the Urdeo style. His hands are gone. Different from other kings. Shiki is both a king and a great swordsman. What he is most proud of is not the conqueror's Haki, but the ultimate 2-knife swordsmanship and the fluttering fruit that can move mountains and fill seas. Kendo. The invincible 2-knife swordsmanship never had a chance to be used again. In the confrontation of kings, his hands were punched into blood by Eren. My hand. Shiki's eyes were bulging, and his expression was ferocious like a ghost. He couldn't believe that he, who was full of anger, would be defeated by Eren, and he couldn't even keep his hands. Keep your voice down. Don't yell. Don't worry, it will be over soon. With a shake of the dragon wings on the back, the air in front of it was instantly dispelled, forming a nearly flat passage with no wind resistance. Eren flew through the air, displaying supersonic speed. Shiki, who had just been thrown upside down, felt a blur in front of his eyes. A fist burning with golden dragon flames came into view, and it magnified extremely quickly, ultimate occupying all of his sight and pupils. Boom. Facing the menacing third punch full of killing intent, he did not choose to sit still, but gritted his teeth and took Lion Fruit as his hand to control Muku and Sakura, turning them into 2 black lightning bolts, piercing the sky. Coming from the side, one fell from the sky and stabbed at Eren's spirit cap and heart. Bang. A black light flashed, like a huge black curtain, covering the entire sky. It wasn't until the blazing fist, the golden torrent of Haki blooming, distorted and shattered the sky, that this space returned to normal. Above the sky, Eren hit straight with his right fist, like a white rainbow, penetrating the sun, piercing Shiki's chest and coming out from the back. At the same time, Sakura Ten and Muku hovered 1 meter away from him with 2 blades wrapped around Conqueror's Black Thunder. It's not that Shiki is slow, It's that with his body as the center, a 5.7 armament hockey that is so powerful that it seems to be able to penetrate the sky is released, forming an invisible but indestructible defensive wall, blocking the two famous knives outer. The edge of the black knife. The coercion of Conqueror's hockey. None of them can break through the defensive wall evolved from the massive armament hockey. You lost, Shiki. Eren looked at Shiki, whose face was as white as wax, and whose body was twitching slightly, and said softly, "It seems to be telling him that your time is over." Ha 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 ha. Shiki forced a laugh, didn't say anything, just laughed wildly, full of unwillingness and loneliness. It wasn't until the look in the eyes disappeared and became dim that the violent attack resounding through the sky gradually dissipated. Flying pirates. Duh. 156, Chapter 156, Download the second devil fruit. Died. It's a lie. How could such a thing happen? Not only the vice captain Icarus, but even the admiral died. 3 punches. That Xinglong actually killed the admiral with 3 punches. Witnessing Eren's shocking triple blows and beating Shiki to death, the surviving pirates of the Flying Pirates all showed astonishment and horror. But immediately, they didn't care about the death of Shiki and AI Rocks. Because after Shiki died completely, several pirate ships that had been suspended in the sky relying on the lion fruit immediately fell rapidly from a height of several thousand meters. Ah, damn it. It's at least 3 or 4 kilometers away from the sea. Even if it is sea water, if you fall, you will die easily. After realizing how dangerous the situation of themselves and others was, all the remnants of the Flying Pirates had pale faces, full of panic and worry. Losing the captain and vice captain in an instant was an extremely huge blow, and now they are facing the situation of life and death, which makes them want to collapse. In the world of One Piece, although the average person has a strong physique, bloody bulls, and countless monsters, not everyone can fall from a height of several thousand meters without being injured. 28. If everyone could do it, the multi-meter airdrop will not be so amazing. After watching the whole battle, what do you think? Eren ignored the several pirate ships falling from the sky, but flapped his wings and flew in front of Douglas Bullet. This is simply a battle of the gods. After the young Douglas Bullet witnessed the battle between Eren and Shiki and Icarus, his face was full of excitement and longing. He has no awe, but only a stronger desire and persistence. He will use his whole life to pursue such power. Gods, that kind of thing doesn't exist at all. At least there are no gods in the Grand Line. Even if there were, I wouldn't dare to go before the world. I could only hide in the dark, like a mouse in the gutter. I'm not interested in being that illusory god. I just want to be a real existence that can be upright and conquer everything. Compared to him, who hides in the dark and dare not sit on the throne of the sky above board. Compared with the 20 kings who are afraid of everyone, in the name of equality, they dare not steal the throne. Eren is after stately conquest. King. Conquer all things with strength. I want to be that kind of man, too. Douglas Bullet's eyes lit up with heat. That's natural. You should have already noticed that the newly awakened power is called Conqueror's Haki, which is the courage of the king and the proof of the master's qualifications. Looking at the sea, there is only one existence in a million people, so you have the innate aptitude to be a king. If you don't become a king, then life is meaningless. Eren reached out and rubbed Douglas Bullet's head. He is the only one who can touch the devil's air like this. Where are they? Aren't you going to get rid of it? I have been on the battlefield since I was a child, and I have come to a realization that since it is an enemy, then no one should be left behind. Douglas Bullet was a little upset, but this unprecedented act of being cared for made his heart skip a beat, and he didn't feel any resistance in his heart. After all, he is just a child under 10 years old. In particular, Eren appeared after he had just experienced a betrayal, broadened his horizons for him, saw the bigness of the world, and kept calling him. This made him not resist the man in front of him deep in his heart. Good. That's how fighting should be. Don't ask for aesthetics in battle. Don't ask for death to follow virtue. If you want to protect what is worth protecting, then do whatever it takes to destroy the enemy in front of you. Eren nodded happily and was extremely satisfied with Douglas Bullet's character, saving himself the effort of sculpting. With a wave of his hand, the remnants of the Flying Pirates, who were more than 1,000 meters away from the sea, were immediately covered by clouds of flames and then quickly lifted into the air. It wasn't until the altitude of 10,000 meters, or even tens of thousands of meters, that the flame cloud dragged several ships and the pirates on them and fell rapidly towards an island. Waiting for the ships to turn into powder. Wait for the pirates to turn into blood foam. Aaron and others have left this sea area. Is this the phantom beast? A cloud of flames flying towards the kingdom of dragons. Douglas Bullet looked at the devil fruit in the box. His eyes were full of curiosity, desire, and excitement. It was obvious that he really wanted to eat this devil fruit. After all, he just netted on Aaron, who is very powerful. It can not only increase the body and spirit, but also control nature. It's like a blue dragon eating 4 Logia devil fruit. Although not every phantom beast can be so powerful, as long as it is a phantom beast, it will not be too bad. Good. You can't eat this phantom beast. I prepared it for a subordinate. This is the promise Kaido and I made to him. Aaron glanced at Douglas Bullet, noticed the desire in his eyes, and said, "Is that so?" Douglas Bullet forcibly suppressed his inner longing after hearing the words, but he didn't feel much disappointment. Instead, he recognized Aaron even stronger. To abide by the promise to his subordinates, even though he knew that he had great potential, he still did not change, but stayed the same. You have already read the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Although there are not all devil fruits recorded on it, there are about 400 to 50% of 200 recorded. Although this phantom beast cannot be given to you, if you also like phantom beast, I will find other phantom beast for you. Among the beasts, follow the capable ones and the weak ones, but that must be upright. I don't need such things as infighting and intrigue. Aaron is not stingy about rewarding his subordinates at all, and he also encourages healthy competition among his subordinates, but the premise must be benign and upright. After all, the crew and the enemy are completely different things. Would you help me find it? Like the crew of this phantom beast? Douglas Bullet couldn't help but look over at Aaron. Why not? Aaron asked back. In the past, he was quite passionate about helping the crew search for devil fruit, and now he enjoys it even more. For nothing else. After stealing Wanakuni, changing its name to the Kingdom of Dragons, having its own residence, and mastering Amazon Lily, he discovered that the God-level download system unlocked new abilities. Download devil fruit. Yes. In addition to UU Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon form, he can now download the crew's devil fruit, but he can only download 2. Exactly. He didn't rush to download Douglas Bullet's ability, but searched for more top-level devil fruit for the crew first, and then thought about it. 157, Chapter 157, True Godaku. Jin. Ice and Fire. Seek full order. Kingdom of Dragons. All the beasts gathered, from the Captain Aaron and the Deputy Captain Kaido, down to the newcomer Douglas Bullet who just joined the pirates, all gathered in the arena of Dragon Palace. This is the training place for the crew of beasts and the 9 snakes guarding the Dragon Palace. At this time, everyone stared at Jin intently, with expectations in their eyes. Jin looked at the devil fruit in his hand, and his expression was a little excited. After all, this is a phantom beast. Apart from Aaron and Kaido, he is about to become a phantom beast ability user. How could he not be excited? Thinking of this, he became more and more grateful to Aaron and Kaido. For the sake of themselves, the captain and the deputy captain can be said to have broken their hearts. Jin, eat. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen someone eat devil fruit. Aaron is also looking forward to it. After all, it was also the first time he had seen someone eat devil fruit, and his own green dragon form was also downloaded. Jin suppressed the excitement in his heart, stuffed the dog fruit, phantom beast species, big mouth true god form into his mouth, and then crushed it into pieces, resisting the extremely complicated taste stimulation, and swallowed it into his stomach. Is it going to change? Douglas Bullet is also looking forward to it. He also wants to become a person with abilities, so he is very interested in the process of transforming a person into a person with abilities. Immediately, slow 1 or 2 minutes, fast 10 seconds. The capable ones will come out. Kaido has experience in UU Fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Blue Dragon form. As expected. 30 seconds later, a curl of freezing air, visible to the naked eye, suddenly rose from Jin's body's surface. It didn't seem huge, but after the freezing air rose and spread, it instantly froze the ground with a radius of tens of meters into ice. The strange thing is that the person who released such freezing air actually had a raging flame burning behind him. Same as Captain Aaron said. Sure enough, it has the ability to control freezing air. It's the equivalent of eating a phantom beast with a Logia. Burndy Wald was extremely hot-eyed. At this time, he regretted eating the multiplication fruit too early. If he knew that he would join the beast pirates in the future, and Eren and Kaido would almost share the devil fruit, he would not have eaten the multiplication fruit. Ice and fire. The Lunaria who control the flames have the power of ice. It's really interesting. The corners of Shaki's lips raised slightly, and he snuggled into Eren's arms. To this, the people around all have expressions of being surprised. The women of the Nine Snakes pursue love, and they are so direct, frank, and even fanatical when facing the opposite sex. Especially the queen. Boa Hancock is so. The same goes for Shaki. It can be said that it is a tradition passed down from generation to generation by the queen. As for Kaido, after realizing that the relationship between the two has grown by leaps and bounds, they have already started to prepare everything related to parenting behind their backs. Parenting books. A nanny who takes care of children. There's also a variety of baby food toys. They even started looking for devil fruit. Maybe this is a common problem with the kings of the One Piece world. For their own cubs, most of the kings are grazing or even indifferent. Kaido is like this. He treats Yamato with strange parenting methods, but he treats Eren's offspring and his own nephew with complete care, ultimate. Although Yamato is naturally rebellious and possesses the attributes of a filial son, if Kaido's parenting method changes a little bit, and there is 1/10 of the nephew that has not been conceived now, it is estimated that even if Yamato is naturally rebellious, there is a certain probability that he will not develop supercilious eyes wolf. Hiss. As the freezing air lingered and spread, Jin's body size suddenly increased. Fortunately, he knew that he would eat phantom beasts, so he put on clothes specially made for Zoan ability users, and he didn't explode due to the transformation and body shape change of clothing. In a blink of an eye, Jin transformed from a human form into a white-haired wolf god with sharp fangs and a ring of freezing air all over his body. Big Mouth true divine beast form. Changed. Seeing this scene, Douglas Bullet couldn't help shouting excitedly. People who didn't know thought he was the one who ate the phantom beast. How does it feel? Eren put his arm around Shaki and asked Shaki. The body becomes very strong. I can feel that before and after transformation are completely different things. There is also frozen air which can be controlled at will. Jin felt the changes in his body carefully and then explained. Good. The fire of the Lunalia tribe, the ice of the true god, please develop it well. Develop both ice and fire to ultimate, and you'll be no worse than Marine Admiral. Eren nodded. A look of excitement flashed across his eyes. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with the Deku true god Jin he has cultivated by himself. Can you be dissatisfied? Animals do not raise filial sons. Beasts do not raise white-eyed wolves. Now the fruit of the dog, the phantom beast, and the form of the big mouth god have been eaten by Jin, and Kaido's wife can only be picked from the Nine Snakes. White-eyed wolf does not exist. The big dutiful son does not exist either. As long as it can make all the beasts grow stronger, he can give everything. In order to overwhelm the opponent. These days, he has been in contact with Douglas Bullet a lot. Yes, I will not let you down, Mr. Eren. Thinking of this, he quietly glanced at Douglas Bullet, who was already enthusiastic about cultivation and became more energetic. After a round of fighting and exchanging ideas, they clearly realized how terrifying the potential power of the Devil's descendants is. Naturally, it is clear that the other party, like himself, is also a person who is favored by Eren. In this regard, he has no fear or jealousy. Instead, he seems to be sympathetic to each other, and he takes the initiative to tell Douglas Hubercio his experience in practicing hockey, physical skills, swordsmanship, etc. Jin clenched his hands into fists, his voice sonorous and powerful, full of determination. In just a few days, whether it is Jin or Douglas Bullet, the balance of power has improved by leaps and bounds. Eren and Kaido cultivated him time and time again, and even found a phantom beast for him. Naturally, they wanted to develop the ability of this fruit to the extreme. Of course, he was willing to make Douglas Bullet stronger, but he didn't allow himself to be surpassed. With the air of the devil as a competitor, he practiced even more vigorously and selflessly. Especially the air of the devil, whose strength changes day by day. The same is true for Douglas Bullet, and it is rare for him to meet strong contemporaries who have the same topics and can compete with each other and achieve each other. Not only does he have the innate Conqueror's Haki that he doesn't have, but also the Conqueror's Haki, especially the armed color and Conquerors, are so huge that they are scary when they just wake up. In terms of money, even he is inferior to the other party. There is only one wolf god who is most loyal to him. The two got up early every morning and went to Kaido's place to take the first 3 Thunder 8 trigrams. After recovering, they played from morning till night. He is naturally satisfied. 158. Chapter 158 Big Azure Dragon, Too Strong. Seek full order. Cake Island. Charlotte Lin Lin had just given birth, so she kicked the man she snatched back out of the door very skillfully, and then began to have a baby, eating the sweets delivered by Home Eyes in big mouthfuls. For natural saboteurs, having a baby is like farting, and there is no pain at all. The so-called miscarriage is nothing more than wanting to eat after giving birth. Otherwise, she would not have single-handedly given birth to an incomparably huge Charlotte family. If it wasn't because of her experience since she was a child, her desire for food has been deeply rooted in her bone marrow, and even devil fruit has given priority to food. It is estimated that the Charlotte family would be they don't hold a food-type devil fruit, but Phantom Beasts and Logia has them. Long bread, why are you here? You look so bad. Well. I just gave birth, and my complexion is prettier than yours. After Charlotte Lin Lin ate an unknown number of cakes, she saw that Long Bread was holding a newspaper in her hand, walked in with a heavy face, and couldn't help asking curiously, "After you read it, your complexion will not match. Remember the information you sent Eren and Kaido? He got the Phantom Beast." Chong 690 Bread heard the words and handed over the newspaper in his hand. Well, their brothers are still so capable. It's not in vain that I sell my favor to them. I even got the Phantom Beast species. Charlotte Lin Lin smiled and reached out to take the newspaper. The problem is they're just too capable. You don't know it yet. The people who are eyeing this Phantom Beast are not only beasts, but also Shiki. The Long Bread speaks amazingly. What? Is Shiki here to get involved too? The two of them were able to snatch the Phantom Beast from that guy's hands. It's not easy. Charlotte Lin Lin was taken aback. As a cadre of Rock's pirate, she knows Shiki's strength better than anyone else. Looking at the entire Rock's pirate, except for Rox himself who can overwhelm Shiki 100%, even Whitebeard is just neck and neck. Of course, this is only on the surface that if it is a life and death battle, no one can tell. Even she herself is no match for Shiki. But now after leaving the Rock's pirate, the Flying Pirates have been established, constantly recruiting strong combat power, cultivating subordinates, Shiki's own strength, coupled with the overall combat power of the Flying Pirates, not to mention dominating the CD world, but definitely one of the most powerful forces. In the end, Eren and Kaido won the Devil Fruit, so how could she not be surprised? It's not just simple. Kaido didn't make a move, but Eren was alone, and he ate Shiki and Aloka's alone, and wiped them both out on the spot. The Air Pirates are history. Long Bread once again broke a shocking news. Impossible. Charlotte Lin Lin stood up in shock, her face full of shock. Beat Shiki, that's incredible enough. Not to mention the successive defeats of Shiki, Icarus, and the destruction of the entire Flying Pirate group. Even if Shiki loses with Lion Fruit's ability, he will be able to retreat completely. It was published in the newspapers. There are pictures, and there are truths. The Qinglong is too strong, too strong. Long Bread said in a deep voice. He had a word that he hadn't said yet. When he saw the newspaper publish that Eren cut Shiki, AI Rox, and wiped out the Flying Pirates, a figure appeared in his mind. Rox D. Zebek. Yes, the master of the sea that needs Roger and Garp to defeat. There is only one step away from the king of the world. Seeing Eren's photo, he had the feeling of facing Rox when he was still on Hive Island. That's Whitebeard, that's the oppression that even Shiki can't bring him. He really did it. From the Valley of the Gods, he's completely different from before. First, he has the same ability as Kaido, and then his strength begins to improve by leaps and bounds. Legendary-level pirates and legendary-level marines died in his hands one after another. Charlotte Lin Lin unbelievingly opened the newspaper and looked it over. When she saw all the contents and photos in the newspaper, she couldn't help but her face change in horror, and she sat down on the chair. No. Her expression was exactly the same as when Long Bread walked in. Lin Lin, I don't even know how to say admiration to you now. You took good care of the two brothers when they were in their infancy. You first gave them fish fruit Phantom Beast species blue dragon form and dog fruit Phantom Beast in the form of Deku True God. It should be said that you are confused, and you have coaxed two Phantom Beasts one after another, not only making their brothers triumphantly, but also their subordinates are getting stronger and stronger. Long Bun let out a long sigh. Who would have imagined that the two little brothers beside Charlotte Linlin will become so terrifying? Less than a year. One after another, the legendary powerhouses were pulled down from the throne one after another. Charlotte Linlin's expression fluctuated. At this time, she was also a little worried and happy. What is worrying is that she is determined to become the Emperor of the Sea, and now she is getting closer to her goal. But the problem is that a more terrifying emperor has appeared in this sea, so terrifying that Shiki, Kong Kong, and others are no match for her. The joy is that such a powerful emperor was once regarded by her as her own brother, who took good care of her and owed her a lot of favors. Lin, next thing you really have to think about is what to do in the future. It's still a corner of peace when you compete for the top. Big and small blue dragons are not mean and ungrateful people. If you want to settle down and dominate the sea area, although New World is small, but if you want to see the past, their brothers can still tolerate you. If it's a competition, you have to be cautious. Even if you lose, they may not make things difficult for you, but becoming king is already impossible. Longbread said earnestly. In the past, the reason why he followed Charlotte Linlin was because he saw that the other party had the qualifications to become the Emperor of the Sea. Although in the middle of the journey, Charlotte Linlin took a wrong path, did not practice seriously, but instead focused on eating and drinking, robbed men, and had children, but this still did not affect her. With the support of what can be called the strongest qualification of the Grand Line, Charlotte Linlin can become 4 emperors even if she lies down. No way, the qualifications are too good. It doesn't matter if you don't practice, you are still 4 emperors. Fruit ability rubbish, never mind, still 4 emperors. That's a born destroyer. Is it a safe place? Well, it's too early to say these things. I won't just give up this sea. Although Charlotte Linlin realized the strength of Eren, she might have surpassed herself, but she realized that as a natural destroyer and a born top king, she also had her own pride. Especially now that she is only 30 years old, she is not the 68-year-old old woman who will lie flat for decades in the future. Her body and will are still at their peak. No, it should be said that they are far from reaching their peak. After all, she has never practiced before. So where is the peak? 159, Chapter 159. Big Mom rolls up. Goal, female version rocks. Seek full order. Did you still choose to fight for that position? That's right, this is the Linlin I know. But since you have this awareness, you can't just talk about it. Linlin, you should change. Long Bun felt the oncoming conqueror's haki, and a smile appeared on his face. This is the queen he is willing to follow. The strongest woman in the sea. You are better than me, so what? Influence me to challenge you. Does not affect. You are weaker than me. I want to conquer you. You are better than me. I want to challenge you. This is Charlotte Linlin. It is also the spirit shared by most top kings. No matter who the opponent is, how famous they are, or how strong they are, they will never be afraid until they have fought. Change. Charlotte Linlin habitually reached for a piece of cake. Yeah, change it up. In the past, I didn't mention you because I knew that no matter what you did, you would become the king of the sea. But now, no, you can't eat, drink, and sleep every day, Linlin. The long bread reached out and knocked the cake that Charlotte Linlin was about to put in her mouth. My cake. Long bread. What are you doing? It's my tea time. Charlotte Linlin's complexion changed suddenly. Someone else would have slapped her to death, but the other party was long bread. She chose to endure it, at least listen to what the other party had to say first. Linlin, the time to eat, sleep, and lie down to be the king of the sea is over. The man you want to fight for that position is Tianlong, a king who can solo kill Shiki Asara. Without the slightest fear, Longbread met Charlotte Linlin's devouring eyes. You don't think that you can compete with him if you eat, drink, and lie down every day like in the past. Times have changed. Whether it's Eren or Kaido, they are no longer the little follower who followed your ass in the past. They have become kings. Fruit ability, you have lagged behind them. If you continue like this, you'd better give up your heart and be a king in a corner. Hearing this, the fierce light in Charlotte Linlin's eyes gradually subsided, and instead she showed a thoughtful expression. You can eat the cake, but some things need to be changed. You can also see the Beast Pirates. There are a lot of people. It can be said that it is completely supported by the brothers Eren and Kaido. But so what? Less than 10 people will affect this pirate group and become the most feared force in the sea. One of them. In front of the top kings, the number of people is of little significance, unless every son and daughter of yours will be a marine admiral in the future, or at least a candidate for admiral. Otherwise, what's the use of having more? I also help you manage. It's just about Wangua. and deal with some pirates who don't have the qualifications to become kings. Longbread jumped up. His small body showed amazing speed and strength. He reached out and grabbed the Napoleon on Charlotte Linlein's head, and then threw it towards her. It's as strong as the flying pirates, and Eren can kill them all by himself. You are a born destroyer. What he can do, you can do too. The premise is to stimulate your potential power. I firmly believe that the King of the Sea is not your end, but your starting point. The next rocks is your end. Longbread's tone was extremely passionate. He had known Charlotte Linlein since she was very young, and it was just like this. No one knew better than her what a terrifying history was hidden in this woman with a childlike heart. Although I was hindered by the soul fruit, it doesn't matter. The fruit is not good. Hockey is here to make up for it. As long as Charlotte Linlein is willing to step up and practice, he is sure that she will become the next female version of Rox. Rox. A familiar figure appeared in Charlotte Linlein's mind. Once upon a time, she also wanted to surpass the other party, and later became a member of the Rox Pirate, and there was no direct conflict between the two parties. In addition, her mind was all on snatching men from hundreds of clans, raise children, and grow the Charlotte family, instead of chasing and becoming stronger. Gradually, she lay flat. But lying flat does not affect her lying down as a cadre of the Rox Regiment. Well. Then try it. Long bread, starting today, double the original meal. Charlotte Linlein thinks of Eren, who has surpassed herself, thinks of Kaido, who is improving every day and is still not far from catching up with her. She finally puts out the idea of lying flat, and for the first time has the decision to involve. Ask for flowers. Since it is going to be rolled up and turned into a female version of Rox, with such a large amount of practice every day, the food must be doubled. No problem. As long as you are willing to become the second Rox, even if all the chefs in this sea are tied here, I will feed you. Linlein. The Longbread saw Charlotte Linlein decide to make a roll, grinned, and then turn around and walk towards the kitchen. Twice the food, that's no joke. Charlotte Linlein's appetite, which can be described as a mountain, has doubled now, which is equivalent to 2 more mountains. It is not an easy task to feed such a gluttonous monster. Charlotte Linlein, who has raised her mouth, is no different from when she was a child. She not only eats a lot, but also eats well. She is very picky. 0. But it doesn't matter. As long as Charlotte Linlein refuses to lie down and starts rolling in, he will do as much as he eats. Well, Eren. Are you ready? The next time we meet, I will give you a surprise. Charlotte Linlein looked in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, then picked up Napoleon and walked out of the castle. After a while, the rumbling sound resounded through the Cake Island like thunder. Sometimes thunder and lightning flashed. Sometimes the flames burst into the sky. Sometimes the sword light cracked the sky. From this day on, born breakers rolled up. USS Oro Jackson. Shiki, that nasty guy is dead? Is it the big blue dragon from the Beast family? What an incredible guy. Roger put down the newspaper in his hand, with a complicated expression on his face. Roger, I think you need to pay attention. That big green dragon has a big heart. It's too big for me. You know that he occupies Wanakuni, where Pluton is. Rayleigh reminded. Shiki's death is indeed a good thing. After all, when the other party was alive, he did not make trouble for them. Although they all lose more and win less, but they can't stand Shiki's ability, and they fly into the sky if they can't beat them. And as time goes by, the flying pirates grow stronger and become more and more difficult to deal with. Such a king is dead now, but a more ambitious Eren has also ushered in. This made him not know whether to be happy or worried about you. 160. Chapter 160. Roger, Eren? Let's have a fight then. Seek full order. Eren. It doesn't matter if he comes. Let's have a fight. Roger grinned, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, because Eren wiped out the flying pirates. Even Charlotte Linlein knew that she was not as good as Eren, so she didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, she curled up and wanted to compete with the other party. Let alone him. Yes, this is the future One Piece. Even if Eren defeated Shiki, he never thought that he was inferior to Shiki, let alone that he would lose. Good. We are not the group of low-class guys in the flying group. We are the Roger Pirates. Hearing Roger's words, Jabba and others said one after another, what kind of captain, there is what kind of crew. As the king, Roger is not afraid of anything, and as the king's subordinates, they are naturally fearless. 417. It's still too early to fight against him now. What we're going to do is find the end of the Grand Line, conquer the sea completely. Although Roger also wanted to fight against Eren to see how far that trainee crewman had grown in the Valley of the Gods. However, he was more focused on finding the end of the Grand Line. Compared with being king, he just wants to conquer this magnificent sea and solve all the mysteries. We have been to all seas, Grand Line, all routes, and almost every island, except naval headquarters in Mariewa. Since there are no clues in the sea, for example, let's go to the sky to see, Rayleigh suggested. Okay, then go to heaven. Roger heard the words and immediately made a decision. Theodore Jackson immediately turned around and headed for the upwelling current towards Sky Island. These years, the Roger pirates seemed to have no fixed place, only one ship, no power, no islands, but in fact he spends all his time visiting every island in the Grand Line and the Four Seas, every Article C area, every route. After his decades-long search, he already has an idea. All the clues point to those stones. He found one of those stones, but now there are still 3. Kingdom of Dragons. Martial Arts Arena. 2 figures of similar size stood facing each other. When their eyes met, one spread his wings and the other stepped forward. A violent air current was stirred up, which shattered the ground and swept up sand and rocks. Boom. A loud noise came out, and the 2 had disappeared from their original places, appearing in the center of the martial arts arena. Their fists and feet collided, causing a circle of fluctuations, sweeping away all directions. So hard. Douglas Bullet felt the hard feeling from his right fist, as if he had punched a piece of sea stone, and even walking made his fist hurt slightly. Jin, on the other hand, stomped his feet on the ground like a dexterous ape. With wings and a gust of wind, he had already circled around Douglas Bullet's side, raised his feet, and swept across. Call out. Accompanied by the sharp whistling sound of the air, before the right foot kicked Douglas Bullet, a chopping wave visible to the naked eye shot out like the force of the wind. Iron body steel. Douglas Bullet's expression remained unchanged, and he pumped his muscles calmly. His whole body was extremely hard, better than steel. He withstood the oncoming chopping waves without any damage. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Jin's right foot, stepped hard on the sole of his foot, and rushed forward, like a rampaging mammoth. Rolling up violent yellow sand, Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki burst out all over his body. Boom. With a move of Iron Mountain leaning, Jin's feet were knocked off the ground, and he flew upside down 10 meters away. Had to spread his wings to stabilize his body in the air, but at this moment, a figure came into view. The speed was as fast as a black light, and he dashed to the front, his 5 fingers clenched into fists, and Armament Haki vented like a storm, turned into an extremely large fist and bombarded his abdomen. Boom. The powerful punch landed and instantly blasted out a majestic shock wave, which entered from Jin's abdomen and blasted out from the back, instantly tearing the ground into a gap. However, Jin, who had endured the blow, did not change his face as if the person who suffered the heavy blow was not at all. Instead, before being hit and his body backed up, his right hand drew out the word Hidao like lightning, and a purple light lingered and flames erupted from the blade. The knife light instantly flooded Douglas Bullet's whole body. Bang. There was a loud noise, and the 2 of them flew upside down at the same time. Jin took 5 steps back and stabilized his body. Douglas Bullet took 10 steps back. Which one is strong and which one is weak? Good at low judgment. It's hard. The abilities of the Lunaria clan are a bit too strong. No wonder those celestial dragons of Mariewa and the world government have chased and killed you for 800 years. No matter how you hit it, you can't move it. It's just like a monster. After Douglas Bullet stood firm, he didn't make another shot. The fight just now was just to test my growth these days. Don't act like you're just an ordinary person. Only a month. When you first came to the Kingdom of Dragons, I slapped you, and now you can fight against me. If you say that I am a monster, you are not much better. Jin glanced at Douglas Bullet. Yes. It only took 7 days from the first contact to fully mastering the 6 styles and proficiently applying them in actual combat. He knew he was going to be the tail end of the Beast Pirates again. But now... Captain, where did you find such a monster? Burndy Wald, who was watching the game, felt his scalp tingling. He has always been reticent, but because of the similar age group, and because both of them are monsters, they practiced and competed together. When he got along with Douglas Bullet, he gradually began to talk more. Even though he has just awakened, the amount of Haki is still shockingly huge, and it is increasing rapidly every day. From scratch, 1 day to awaken the armed color, 2 days to master the winding, 3 days to master the hardening, 1 week to master the external release. That is to say, on the threshold of internal destruction, a little stuck for 2 weeks, but it is not far from the mastery. He looks more and more like a person of the same age, and seems to gradually walk out of the psychological shadow brought about by being hunted down by the world government since he was a child. Forget it, Lunaria. 1 month later, Douglas Bullet learned 0.5 armed color, knowledge color, Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki, especially the progress speed of armed color, which is even more exaggerated than that of Jin. Even being able to compete with Jin on the same stage, compared to before, he is simply a different person. What now? But him, how did you discover his talent? Haki skills don't matter. The key is that whether it is Conqueror's or armed color, Douglas Bullet seems to be born with a talent that is different from ordinary people. A month ago, Douglas Bullet was still a young soldier who didn't know Conqueror's Haki and had no experience with advanced physical skills or swordsmanship. The only thing worthy of praise was the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, and the first time he awakened, the amount of Haki can be described as massive. Not only Haki's talent points are full, but also the physical skill area. 161. Chapter 161 Thunderbolt. Phoenix Bullet. Seek full order. Although Bullet does not have the ability of the Lunaria race like Jin, but the human race. However, in terms of aptitude, he still has to be above Jin. If you don't have the ability of the Lunalia clan, and don't use the fruit ability, the strength of the two of them is estimated to be 50-50. Shaki has also seen Douglas Bullet grow firsthand. Thousands of miles a day is not enough to describe the growth rate of this young man. He was able to grope and practice on his own without being taught by anyone, but when he was only 15 years old, he drew with Rayleigh. This is the offspring of the devil. What now? After being brought back from the GF country by Eren and joining the Beast Pirates, he began to accept the teachings of Eren, Kaido, Shaki, and others at the age of 8. Conqueror's Haki. 6 styles. All major schools of swordplay. There is also Jin as a sparring partner, a rival in competition. The best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment, and the best food. Let Douglas Bullet not need to think about anything every day. Just immerse himself in cultivation and fighting. His growth is even more terrifying than that of the original time and space. This kid is really good, arrogant enough, Haki enough, to actually target my brother. However, judging from the qualifications that 28 has shown so far, he does have some capital. As the famous teacher of beasts who trained Jin single-handedly, Kaido also couldn't put it down for Douglas Bullet, a new student who joined his class. Famous teachers always favor talented disciples. Not to mention that Douglas Bullet is beyond the category of genius and belongs in the same category as Charlotte Linlin. One is the heir of the devil. One is a born destroyer. If there are two people, one is not out of luck, and the other is not lying flat. They are both one piece or even rocks. According to his growth rate, it is estimated that in another month, he will be able to draw with Jin, who does not use the fruit ability. Eren pondered for a moment, seeming to be planning something. Brother, do you want him to eat devil fruit? A better brother is like a younger brother. Seeing Eren's pensive look, Kaido immediately detected his brother's thoughts. I have this idea. Children from normal families are still growing at this age, so it is not suitable for too harsh training and fighting. However, Bullet is obviously not in the ranks of normal people. Like Linlin, he is a monster that cannot be measured by common sense. Eren nodded. The sea tribes usually enter the golden stage of rapid growth when they are 16 or even 18 years old. Even Luffy, who is the king of cheating, began to improve rapidly when he was 16 years old and received training from Pluton Rayleigh. However, some people, maybe they don't have cheats, but they can use their qualifications to win cheaters, or even just win. Like Charlotte Linlin, 5 years old to get the giant hero. At this age, Wong Luffy is still playing with mud. Like Douglas Bullet, draw with Rayleigh at 15. At this age, Wong Luffy has not gone to sea yet. Indeed, instead of giving him devil fruit later, it is better to let him acquire abilities earlier when his strength is growing rapidly and develop them from a young age. Anyway, he has learned Conqueror's Haki, 6 style, and other physical skills now. Don't worry, too much distraction leads to the result of everything being clear and everything loose. It's just what kind of devil fruit do you plan to prepare for him? This kid has unparalleled talent, whether it's physical skills or Haki. If it's an ordinary devil fruit, it's better not to eat it so as not to add weakness. Kaido also agreed with Eren's statement. Douglas Bullet cannot be judged by common sense. Bullet, Aaron waved to Douglas Bullet, who was about to go to practice as usual. What's wrong? Seeing this, Douglas Bullet suppressed his desire to practice and walked over. Do you want to eat devil fruit now? Aaron asked. Think. As soon as Douglas Bullet heard it, he became energetic immediately and put aside his favorite training and fighting for the time being. Conqueror's hockey he had. Physical skills he will. Swordsmanship he will too. It just so happened that he also wanted to learn something new. When I met Aaron, the devil fruit, which had a huge psychological impact on him, was naturally the most attractive new thing. Maybe it was influenced by Aaron. Maybe it was imitating the other party invisibly. He feels that Ultimate's hockey, Ultimate's physical skills, and Ultimate's devil fruit can create the strongest. There's nothing fruit power alone can't conquer the world. Only hockey can do it all. Douglas Bullet's idea is simple. The strongest hockey he wants. The strongest physical skills he wants. He also wants the strongest devil fruit. Only in this way can he chase Lewin, whom he regards as a star. I have 2 clues of devil fruit in my hand. Look, which one do you want more? One is Zoan and one is Logia. Hearing what Aaron said, not only Douglas Bullet, but also other people gathered around. As crew members, no one knows better than them how high-minded and picky their captain is. A devil fruit at the level of the ancient species would not be seen by it at all. Bird fruit, phantom beast phoenix form. This is not a phantom beast that is good at attacking, but it has almost immortality, self-healing and regeneration ability, and the ability to fly. 3 Admiral cannot kill. Aaron talked about the abilities of bird fruit, phantom beast species, and phoenix form. Not to mention Devil's Air Bullet. Douglas Bullet's eyes lit up, and excitement appeared on his face. Even Margao, who doesn't know Conquerors, eats this devil fruit and doesn't have Fruit Awakening, so he can get along like a duck to water in high-end games. It can be said that after eating it and developing it to Ultimate, you will always be at the peak before your physical strength is exhausted, and there is no possibility of injury. In addition, the awakening of the Phantom Beast species, the recovery ability is different from ordinary people, and it is different from the form of the Phoenix, combined with the revived Qingyan. Except that you were locked by the Sea Stone and fell into the sea. Otherwise, it is estimated that there will be very few people in this world who can kill you. Logia Thunder Fruit. Charlotte Lin couldn't kill. When Douglas Bullet heard that he was not good at attacking, he was a little disappointed and a little bit resistant, but after learning about the ability of the Phoenix form, he was moved again. The 2 disasters can't kill it together. Blackbeard with double fruit cannot be killed. A phantom beast. It's a phantom beast. Aaron looked around at the crowd and spit out a terrifying fruit. What about the other one? Now there are 2 devil fruits, both of which must be extremely rare and powerful. It seems that because he has witnessed Aaron's destructive posture in the form of the Phantom Beast and Green Dragon, he defeated the invincible Golden Lion. Between Logia and 173 Zoan, his first reaction was Zoan, not the 3-line devil fruit known as the strongest Logia here. 162. Chapter 162 Set Sail. Point to Whitebeard. Seek full order. Thunder Fruit. It's actually it. The closest thing to invulnerability in Logia Devil Fruit. Captain, do you even have information about this devil fruit? When it came to bird fruit, phantom beast species, and phoenix form, Shaki and others were surprised. But after all, 100 Beast has produced 3 phantom beast species, so it is acceptable. But when it comes to thunder fruit, they are not surprised, but shocked. Among the 3 series of devil fruits, there are not a few who have the reputation of being the strongest, such as shock fruit, known as the strongest paramecia. For example, lava fruit is known as the strongest peak attack power among the 3 series of devil fruits. To put it bluntly, these devil fruits who have the name of the strongest are only the strongest after all. Only thunder fruit is rarely known as one of the abilities closest to invincibility. Without him, too comprehensive and too little ability to restrain it. The speed catches up with the flashing fruit. The attack power is not below lava fruit. The scope of destruction is no less than that of shock fruit. In addition to speed, attack, and damage range, it also has various auxiliary abilities. Just being recorded in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, it is mentioned that it has a huge amplifying effect on knowledge and color, and can perform cardiac resuscitation, generate heat by electricity, and can also be converted into light. It is recorded in such detail, one can imagine how powerful Thunder Fruit is. Some are not recorded, related to Fruit Awakening and deeper, diversified abilities are no longer rare. After all, Thunder Fruit involves too many fields and has too much potential, which cannot be compared with ordinary top Devil Fruit. Exactly. When Aaron said that he had the clue of Thunder Fruit, he immediately caused an uproar. Is it still worth choosing? If it's an ordinary Logia, then I definitely choose a Phantom Beast, but this is Thunder Fruit. The Phoenix form is good, but its attack power is still lacking. If it is an ordinary Logia, then the Phoenix form is an excellent choice. Compared with Thunder Fruit, there is no need to choose it. Burndy-Wald's eyes were shining, full of envy and regret. He really regretted it, and really hid himself from eating the multiplication fruit back then. How do you know that Beast's pirates not only arrange Devil Fruit, but also give Logia, Phantom Beast species? Thunder Fruit. Douglas Bullett's eyes flickered, both excited and confused. He has also read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, and naturally knows the power of Thunder Fruit, but when facing this Devil Fruit, he hesitates. Are you wondering whether you want to eat Phantom Beasts or Logia, because the captain is a Phantom Beast ability user? Shaki took in Glass Bullet's expression. Douglas Bullet didn't speak when he heard the words, but just looked at Aaron. The meaning is self-evident. In the final analysis, he was still influenced by Aaron. In the final analysis, the great battle between the dragon and the lion had a great impact on him. Let him have a kind of attachment to the Phantom Beast species in his heart. Even though he knew that Thunder Fruit was one of the abilities closest to being invincible, he still didn't choose Thunder Fruit right away, instead preferring the immortal bird form. The road is your OWN.IT is up to you to decide how to go and which one to take. However, you don't have to tell me right now your choice whether it's Phoenix form or Thunder Fruit. I just have clues, but I may not be able to get them. Especially the Phoenix form. Whether you can get it or not is another matter. Maybe the only one you get in the end is a Devil Fruit, and you have no choice. Aaron didn't make decisions for Douglas Bullet on his own. After all, the other party is different from Jin. The latter is willing to be his own wings, while the former is bent on chasing the strongest and taking himself as his dream. All he can do is give Douglas Bullet the best option and let him have no regrets. At least it won't be like the original Time and Space, who first ate a garbage fusion fruit sadly, and then at the age of rapid growth and strength, was thrown into the impel down by Garp, Sengoku, and other top Marines with a set of combo punches. And the fruit that Mr. Aaron can't get? Jin was a little surprised. In his opinion, as long as there are clues in the location of Devil Fruit, no one can stop Aaron. The history of the prosperous flying pirates is the best proof. Who owns the Phantom Beast? Kaido is also interested. Newgate. Aaron spat out Whitebeard's name. This name seemed to have incredible deterrent power. The moment he said it, the air seemed to be filled with a sense of oppression. Without him, the shadow of a famous tree. In terms of power, Whitebeard is not the strongest. In terms of fame, he is not the biggest either. But in this era where kings are like clouds, this is a name that cannot be avoided by anyone who aspires to become a king. Even though Whitebeard is not interested in being king at all, he is still like a mountain, standing majestically on top of the sea. Almost all forces are afraid of Whitebeard, even more than Shiki, who was in full swing before and aspired to be the strongest pirate group in the world. For nothing else. Just because Shiki is the king of the sea, all depends on three things: strong enough, ruthless enough, and many subordinates. As for Whitebeard, it also depends on three things: strong enough, family affection, and many sons. The former is because of his own strength and ruthless means, coupled with the fact that his subordinates are like clouds. The latter is his own strength, leading a group of children aged 4 or 5, or even 2 or 3 years old, to keep pace with Shiki and Roger. It is conceivable who is more successful. Just finished Shiki. Are we going to face Newgate so soon? Shaki frowned. What about Whitebeard? He has a bunch of unweaned brats under him. He is the only one who can really fight. A ruthless look flashed across Burndy-Wald's eyes. His meaning is very simple. With the power of the beast, Wang Qin's pirate group, destroy Whitebeard. Do this. Shaki Jin had a calm expression on his face, as if he took it for granted. After all, with Aaron's legendary record of destroying the entire flying pirate group single-handedly, it is not easy for Beast's pirates to destroy a Sun pirate group that was supported by Whitebeard alone. I said that I may not be able to obtain the Phoenix form, not because I am afraid of Newgate, but because I am not sure whether this Phantom Beast was used by him to feed his son. Aaron spread his hands across the valley. Who doesn't know? Whitebeard is famously good. Phoenix form. Dark fruit. He used all these phantom beasts, Logia, to feed his son without even frowning. If the bird fruit, phantom beast species, and phoenix form have been fed to Margot by Whitebeard, even if he completely wiped out the Whitebeard pirate group, it will not help. After all, he can't dark fruit. 163. Chapter 163, The Strongest Creature in the Sea, Land and Air, meets the strongest man in the world, full order. Isn't that right? Don't you know if you go to see me? Speaking of which, we haven't met Newgate for a while. Simply just touch him this time. Kaido put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Eren. Brother, let's talk first this time. Shiki, as well as the entire flying pirate group, were all robbed by you. You have to let me come first when you meet Newgate this time. You are not allowed to rob again. When it comes to being tough with Whitebeard, the reaction of others is fear, but Kaido has a smile on his face, eager to try. Can. Eren nodded indifferently. Others go to Whitebeard to be tough, that is courting death, but Kaido is different. The most is to be hammered. Anyway, I can't die. Coincidentally, in the battle with Ben, Kaido's fruits, Haki have broken through to a new height, and it is normal to want to use Whitebeard to practice. After being beaten severely, he can become stronger. Throughout Kaido's life, it is completely a history of defeat. Few can win, but it doesn't mean that he is too bad. On the contrary, every lost battle has extremely high gold content. Others use victories to show their own strength. Kaido is different. He uses defeats to show his own strength. Without him, just because of his defeat history, whether he singled out the 4 emperors or the naval headquarters, it is difficult to be undefeated. However, every time he loses, he does not die, and every time he loses, he will become stronger. Mr. Eren, can 423 take me? Seeing that Eren and Kaido have finalized the order of appearance, Jin, who has rarely asked Eren before, made an unprecedented request this time. You? Eren glanced at Jin. Yes. As Mr. Eren goes farther and farther and stands higher and higher, there are fewer and fewer people who can keep pace with you. Seeing one is one not. I miss the flying pirates. I don't want to miss Whitebeard. I hope to witness with my own eyes the process of you fighting against the strongest man in the world. Jin nodded, and a trace of strong expectation flashed in his eyes. Yes. During this period, Whitebeard was already claiming the title of world's strongest man. Just because the other party brought a group of children from the youngest 3 years old to the oldest 8 years old, they kept pace with Shiki and Roger. I also want to see the battle between the kings with the strongest reputation. Whether the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air is better, or the strongest man in the world is better. If you win, I will continue to target you. If you lose, I will take Whitebeard's head and worship you. Douglas Bullet is more direct. Jean wants to go. Bullet also wants to go, so let's do it. Beasts, all sail. Eren looked around the crowd and saw that every crew member looked excited and looking forward to it. Thinking that the Beast's pirates had not set sail for a while, he waved his hand. Beast, the symbol. The captain is wise. Pirates should go to sea. I have stayed in the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Kill Whitebeard. When everyone heard this, they were all gearing up and excited. It seems that the opponent is not the strongest man in the world, but an ordinary trip that just goes away. Snap. Eren snapped his fingers casually, and the flame cloud rose, transporting everyone to the sky. At the same time, a pirate ship moored in the Lake of Dragon Palace was also surrounded by flame clouds, soaring to the sky, caught all the crew members, then soared upwards, breaking through the boundless sea of clouds and soaring into the sky. With Eren's current physical strength, it is not a problem to use the flame cloud to transport several countries like Amazon Lily, and the flying speed is not slow at all, let alone just a pirate ship. Even if it advances at a constant speed, it is still above the sea of clouds, stirring up thousands of air currents. The speed is so fast that it almost breaks through the sound barrier. At such a speed, normal ships may not be able to afford it. Even if it can bear it, those on deck will be affected. When Jay was flying at high altitude, he was hit head-on, and the airwaves like rashes couldn't penetrate the deck of the ship at all. All the wind pressure when approaching the ship was either pulled away by the flame cloud surrounding the ship, or the airflow seemed to be conscious and intelligent and dissipated on its own initiative. Seat. Has the control of the flame cloud and the storm reached this level? So to say, brother, you have awakened. Kaido couldn't help looking at Eren. His eyes were filled with admiration, and his tone was extremely firm. Others don't know, but as Xiaomi's younger brother, He knows very well that it is impossible to manipulate the flame clouds and storms as he pleases unless the fruit is awakened. At least, at this stage, he can't do this. Don't touch the realm of Qinglong's awakening prematurely. Fruit awakening is not a theory of will. It doesn't mean that if the will is firm and strong, you can succeed. Different from Paramecia and Logia, Zoan's awakening failure will have side effects. The stronger the devil fruit, the more difficult it is to awaken, and the higher the chance of failure. Qinglong's ferocity is too strong, and his body and mind want to match it. It's not easy. Now you forcefully touch this category. If you fail, then Qinglong will be Kaido, but not Qinglong. Eren didn't answer directly, but his words undoubtedly told Kaido that he had awakened. Zoan is different from Logia and Paramecia in that it basically hosts will, and the strength of will depends on the strength of the fruit itself. Awakening is only possible if the mind and body are matched with the will of haste and the fruit of the Zoan. The form of Yu fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon naturally hosts the will of the blue dragon. Once the awakening fails, the ability user will become a dragon forever. After touching this category, combined with Wanakuni's history, he was basically sure that the flying dragon that was cut down by the sword god Ryoma back then was probably the blue dragon form ability that failed to awaken. Then what counts as a successful awakening? When Kaido heard this, his face was full of eagerness and longing. As a green dragon form ability user, he naturally knows how difficult it is to master the awakening of this devil fruit. However, as a ghost, he naturally admires power. Naturally, he will not give up touching the field of fruit awakening because of the difficulty and danger. It's very simple. Qinglong is me, I am Qinglong. Compared with the saying that the body and mind match the ability is awakening, I'm more inclined to say that the body and mind override the ability to be awakened. Facing his little fanboy, he's the only one he trusts. Eren is still the same as before. After mastering the fruit awakening, he shared it with his brother without any intention of hiding it. Qinglong is me, I am Qinglong. After Kaido heard this, his expression seemed enlightened. Seeing that he was silent, thinking about the awakening of the green dragon form, Eren didn't bother him. Instead, he rode the clouds and steered the boat with flame clouds, breaking through the sea of clouds, flying for half a day. Fengping. Yunjing. When the flame cloud no longer soared forward, supporting the beast's pirate ship quietly suspended in the sky, Eren looked down and cast the light into the ocean thousands of meters below. Coincidentally, on a ship with a bearded skull and a pirate flag, Edward Newgate, with a white crescent moon beard and blonde wavy long hair, held Song Yunxia in his hand as if he had heart. The smile on his face suddenly subsided, and he slowly raised his head. His eyes, which were so sharp that they could penetrate the sea of clouds, looked directly at the sky, that condescending collision together. The strongest vs. the strongest. The strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air have come into direct contact with the strongest man in the world. 164, Chapter 164, King vs. King. Whitebeard in its prime. Trimmer and Conquerors are full. Seek full order. Dad, what are you looking at? That's right, what's so good about the sky? It's all the same. It's better to look at the sea. Or the storm is preparing to come. Moby Dick aboard. Seeing Whitebeard looking up at the sky motionless, a large group of children surrounded him. Either male or female. Some are babbling, some have just learned to walk, and some have not yet been weaned, still holding a baby in one hand. These are foundlings adopted by Whitebeard. At this stage, although Whitebeard has quickly become the top 3 fantasy pirates after leaving Rock's Pirate, compared with Roger, who is dedicated to conquering the Grand Line, and Shiki, who dominates the world, his thoughts are all on sailing and starting a family, adopt abandoned children, abandoned babies. Looting? Of course, as a pirate who doesn't do production, he is wandering in the sea and has no base. If he doesn't plunder, how could he live? How could he take care of the sons and daughters in the pirate group? But he has 3 invincibility. Do not rob civilians. Do not rob young and old. Do not rob merchant ships. Only rob pirates. Yes. Basically, Whitebeard's looting objects are placed on piers. Whenever you meet your peers in the sea, you must rob them. When he came to some islands, towns, and countries occupied by pirates, he would definitely visit them. Raising thieves with thieves. Under his care, this large number of children also got the opportunity to develop peacefully. Goo-la-la-la-la, it's all right. Margout, Jaws, Vista, you are brothers. Take the others to the cabin. Father's meeting with 2 old friends, and he'll be right back. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from looking at the beast's pirates and turned his head to Margao, Jazzy, and Tie, and said in a soft voice, "Okay, Dad." Although the three of Margao are still young, the oldest is only 8 or 9 years old, but as pirates wandering in the new world, they are not like the flowers in the greenhouse such as Wang Luffy, Ace, and Sabo more than 20 years later in the era of great pirates. They are all very precocious. Although they are not heaven-defying like Eren, Kaido, and Glass Bullet, they go to the battlefield when they are young, and they are invincible to their own country when they are less than 10 years old, but they are quite intelligent and sensible. They used both hands and feet to report the family members who were playing around on the deck to the cabin one after another. The whole process. Whitebeard is like a gate god, defending in front of Margaret and others. And what made him feel a little relieved was that all the beasts pirates above the sky did not make any changes, allowing Margao and the others to transfer all the children to the cabin. Long time no see, Newgate. Why, you seem to be very vigilant. Need I give you a little more time to transfer them? After seeing Margao and others all return to the cabin, the beast pirate ship soaring in the sky just landed on the sea surface. Eren never took his eyes off Whitebeard. Are you threatening me? If you came here just to say these things to me, I could sink you brothers right now. When Whitebeard heard this, his expression turned cold and vain. He thought Eren was threatening him. Threatening you? No, it should be said that this is a kind reminder. Just relying on you, you can't keep them. As for sinking us into the bottom of the sea, you can't even do it. Facing Whitebeard, who was full of gunpowder as soon as he opened his mouth, he looked like a tiger protecting his son. Eren smiled, but didn't get angry. Try. Whitebeard's eyes turned cold rapidly, and the pupils showed a captivating scarlet light. Try and you're dead, Whitebeard. As soon as Eren finished speaking, he felt that the whole world and the sea seemed to be shaking. A wave of Conqueror's haki, which is only worse than the peak Shiki, roared towards him like a bursting embankment. Oh, Conquerors! After a year's absence, it seems that you are not standing still. Compared to a year ago, you are much more presentable now. Eren narrowed his eyes slightly, and when the scarlet light flashed, a wave of Conquerors that could also shake the sky and stir the sea spread mightily. Boom. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, the two Conquerors' haki, like supersized sea kings furious at both ends, broke through the sea, wrestling and colliding in the ocean. The violent turbulence shattered the airflow, stirring up a storm that covered the sky and the sun. The black thunder surged wildly, and haki soared into the sky. A torrent of haki like a beam of thunder, surrounded by black lightning, rushed straight into the sky, first piercing through the vast sea of clouds, leaving a bottomless hole, and then tearing out endless gullies to the left and right. 0 for flowers. Like a crack in the sky, it stretches across the sky and never dissipates for a long time. Conquerors, not bad. Eren nodded slightly, acknowledging Whitebeard's strength. As the future leader of the 4 emperors, the man who can use Conquerors to wrap around a tough Roger, Whitebeard is not only strong in fruit ability, but also Conquerors. If we say that Shiki's strength lies in the double knife style and lion fruit, and his major is also swordsmanship and fruit ability, Conqueror's haki is a support, and Newgate is majoring in Conquerors and Kongjinlu. So, only the man in front of him can carry out Conqueror's collision with Roger and Shanks, the world's strongest Conqueror's owners in 2 eras, without losing the wind. Just because Whitebeard filled both shock fruit and Conquerors. Goo la 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 la, let me tell you how dare the interns back then dare to speak out in front of me. Based on this Conquerors, Lousy approves of you. Eren M. Whitebeard grinned, the coolness on his face lessened a little. Obviously, this is the treatment in exchange for strength. Of course, this is also an essential process for Wong to meet Wong. Conqueror's bump, say hello. If you can catch it, you can talk about it. If you can't catch it, then there is no need to talk about it. Is there any wine? Whitebeard didn't make a move immediately, but instead asked Eren. I'm afraid you won't dare to drink. Eren looked over to Shaki beside him, who turned, picked up a jug of wine on the deck, and threw it backhanded at Whitebeard. Goo la 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 la, is there any reason not to drink something you like? After Whitebeard took over the flagon, he was not afraid of Eren poisoning it, so he drank freely. See here. Eren also nodded secretly in his heart. Even the strongest man in the world is only a body of flesh and blood. He would die without a heart or a head, and his body circumference is the same as that of a normal person. Not like him, not like Kaido, not like Charlotte Lin Lin, all monster physiques. If poisoned, as long as the poison is strong enough, even the strongest man in the world can be poisoned. But Whitebeard drank anyway. This boldness, this mind, This bearing indeed lived up to the name of the strongest man in the world. As strong as naval headquarters, it is not unreasonable to only dare to attack the old, weak, sick, and disabled Whitebeard. 165, Chapter 165. Let's talk, let's fight. Haki is like the sea. Crushing tsunami, full order. This wine is good. It's the wine produced by Amazon Lily. I snatched this wine from a group of pirates before. Tell me, why did you brothers come to me? It's not just reminiscing about the past. It's as simple as inviting Lousy to drink. After Whitebeard drank the wine in the jug in one breath, he just said something that was still full of meaning. Nothing. Talk about it. Fight. Aaron is very straightforward. If there is a fight, Lousy will accompany you at any time. I also want to see how Shiki died at your hands. As for talking, I don't remember what we can talk about between you and me. Whitebeard frowned. At this time, he is at the peak period. Whether it is body, spirit, or the ability of Haki and fruit, they are all in full bloom and cannot be full again. 057. With strong vitality and strong body, he is both a pirate and a king, so naturally he will not resist fighting the king, and even desires it quite a bit. However, the premise is that the king can arouse his interest. Compared with talking with Aaron and Kaido, I am more interested in communicating with these two with fists. The fruit of the bird, the phantom beast, and the form of the phoenix are in your hands, Aaron said startlingly. Lin told you. Whitebeard frowned slightly upon hearing this. Is it important? Aaron asked back. I reject. Whitebeard nodded. It was indeed not important, but he didn't think it was necessary to talk about this topic. The bird fruit, phantom beast, and phoenix form are nothing in his eyes, but he has already decided to give it to his son. This is the case, no matter what, he will not use it to make a deal. Won't you listen to my conditions first? Maybe after listening to it, you will change your mind. Aaron wasn't in a hurry either. The phantom beast species this time is different from the form of the phantom beast species that snatched the dog fruit from Shiki. At that time, Deku True God, the phantom beast, had already fallen into his hands, and he could kill without any worries. But now the phoenix form is in Whitebeard's hands. Even if Whitebeard can't beat him, destroying this devil fruit is not a problem at all. I'm a pirate, not a businessman. Whitebeard stood his ground. Sphinx. Aaron stared at Whitebeard and paused. Bang. Whitebeard's complexion changed suddenly, as if a giant dragon had been poked against its scales. His whole body erupted with incomparable terror, directly dyeing the sea of clouds with a gloomy, murderous aura. Boom. He punched backhand, where the bombardment, the atmosphere, no, the space was directly split, and the shocking gaps of white light formed 10 broken space cobwebs. Click. With the sound of cracking silk, pieces of air like shards of glass shattered from the cracks in the spider web, and the relatively calm sea suddenly rolled up turbulent waves. One weight is higher than one weight. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of meters can directly flatten an island, and the submerged tsunami will directly form. Murderous interference with the weather. Fist power triggers a tsunami. This was Whitebeard in its heyday. Every gesture shows the power to destroy the world. Is this the strongest man in the world? Simply a monster. One punch triggers a tsunami, and the murderous intent affects the sky. Witnessing the color change of the sky, howling because of the sea. Shaki, Jin, Douglas Bullet, and Bernie Wald all change their expressions in horror. They have heard the name of the strongest man in the world many times. But it was the first time that he had actually witnessed the other party making a move. At this moment, they just understood why Whitebeard was able to pull a boatload of newly weaned children with his own strength. They should be on an equal footing with Roger and Shiki, two kings who are extremely powerful in themselves and have a lot of strong men. Just because Whitebeard is a little too strong. The world's strongest man at his peak, whether it's a sea battle or a land battle, is a nightmare for anyone. Can it withstand a tsunami? Can it handle the shock waves? Even Whitebeard with residual blood, once it breaks out, can climb Merryford with only devil fruit. Not to mention Whitebeard in its heyday. Great look, that's the Newgate I want to face. Seeing the shocking tsunami sweeping towards him, intending to flatten himself and get sucked into the bottom of the sea, Aaron stretched out a palm calmly. He didn't use the fruit ability, nor did he use Conqueror's Haki, but simply stretched out his hand, and armament Haki rushed to the palm like a torrent of rivers, then condensed and released. Boom. The frightening seaman rushes in, not to mention a ship. Even an island can sink into the bottom of the sea. Like a broken balloon, it is instantly broken into waves and scattered. Point zero. If so, Whitebeard is as powerful as the sea. As for Eren, Haki is like the sea. With a snap of his fingers, armament Haki was as majestic as the sea, crushing the oncoming tsunami. This armed color. The strength of Haki is not lower than that of Garp, and the quality of Haki is far higher than that of Garp. Whitebeard's pupils tightened slightly. He has seen a lot of strong-armed people, the strongest of which is Garp, but the strength of the other party lies in the strength of Haki. Like Eren, he has both the strength of Garp's armed color and the massive amount of Haki that Garp does not have. See you for the first time. But after a brief shock, he was suppressed and replaced by violent anger. Even though Eren's strength made him admire again and again, it still couldn't appease his heart. Eren, boy. Laozi gives you another chance to reorganize the language. Whitebeard's eyes were as cold as a knife, and he pinned on Eren viciously. Would you like to talk again? Joe. If they can't agree, he doesn't mind raising the whole Whitebeard pirates. Eren met Whitebeard's eyes, and he didn't seem to care about the murderous intent and anger rising in the 3.0 eyes. It's just a fantasy pirate, and it's not like he hasn't killed it before. Why do you need to protect the Sphinx? Shiki in his peak period, together with the flying pirates, has all been praised. Explain. You can protect it, but do you dare to protect it? You give me the Phoenix, and I can shelter the Sphinx. It was about the Sphinx, and he had to talk. Do you dare to declare to the sea that the Sphinx is your domain, Edward Newgate? Even when you were in the Rocks Pirate, the treasures you plundered could only be sent back there secretly, for fear that people would know the relationship between the Sphinx and you. You dare not even reveal your life, and you dare to say want to protect it? At least, even if there is a fight, it will be after the talk. Whitebeard sneered. Eren's words made Whitebeard furious, but he didn't lose his cool. Eren gave Whitebeard a slap in the face, making Whitebeard's face look cloudy. Still, do you think Laozi can't protect there? Whitebeard gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, 166, Chapter 166, I want a promise from you. The Phoenix is safe for the Sphinx. Seek full order. Tell me. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, and the killing intent in his eyes receded slightly. Although all relatives related to him have died, and he left the Sphinx when he was very young, he still has a deep nostalgia and love for his hometown. Even children who are not related by blood are his lifeblood, let alone the Sphinx Island that is inextricably linked to him. Even if the people on that island no longer know him, and they don't know that the world's strongest man came out of the Sphinx. I can move the Sphinx to a dangerous place where there are few pirates, just like the Dragon Kingdom, protected by cliffs and waterfalls. Ordinary pirates can't even land on the island. You can also plant the flags of the beasts on that island. Either move it to the next door to the Dragon Kingdom, or raise it to the sky of 10,000 meters to be adjacent to Sky Island. Eren came up with 3 plans in a row, each of which made Whitebeard quite moved. After all, he dared not plant Whitebeard's pirate flag on the Sphinx, nor did he dare to let the world know that he had any relationship with the Sphinx, just because he has a clear understanding of himself. Even the strongest man in the world has the heart and brain of an ordinary person. He will die as well. Once the Sphinx gets involved with him, at that time, once he gets old or dies, countless pirates and marines will have bad thoughts about the Sphinx. Don't move there just yet. Don't be there either. I want a promise from you. Whitebeard pondered for a while, then met Eren with his eyes. The anger and killing intent in his eyes faded away. Explain. Eren and Whitebeard looked at each other. Beasts do not burn, and the Sphinx does not die. Whitebeard said in a low voice, Newgate, you have a good plan. You and I will protect an island overtly and secretly. Even if you die in the future, I will protect your hometown. Eren chuckled. How? When Whitebeard heard this, he didn't comment, but looked directly into Eren's eyes with burning eyes. Okay, I promise you. Isn't it just sheltering an island? As long as all the beasts are alive, I guarantee that no pirate will set foot in the Sphinx's field. Eren nodded. 1 phantom beast can be exchanged for a franchise country under the world government. Now Whitebeard wants to exchange a phantom beast for the safety of a Sphinx island that has no special resources, can be said to be backward and poor, and became a pirate paradise in the past. Wait, Whitebeard didn't doubt Eren, let alone ask him to do anything to prove it. Just because he has confidence in his vision. A king like Aaron can be ruthless, vicious, and unscrupulous, but as long as he sincerely promises, he will surely keep it. Oh. He turned around and walked into the cabin, returned to his room, and when he returned to the deck, there was already an extra devil fruit in it. This is Whitebeard. The incomparably precious phantom beasts were not carried with them, and they were just thrown in the cabin, so they were not afraid of being eaten by others. But to him, it doesn't matter if someone eats it. After all, the people who ate the phantom beasts on the boat must be his children. As long as they are children, it doesn't matter. This is the form of the phantom beast you want. While speaking, Whitebeard threw the devil fruit luin in his hand. Originally, he planned to leave it to Margao. After all, this is the first son to follow him, so it is naturally very important. But now he is willing to give up the phoenix form for the Sphinx. As for Margao, in the future, he will find a devil fruit that is no less than the form of a phoenix. Such is Whitebeard's confidence. With his strength, if he wants to find devil fruit wholeheartedly, he can't say that he can find a devil fruit he wants 100%, but he can definitely find a super superior devil fruit. Take it. Consider whether to eat or not. After Aaron took the phantom beast fruit in the form of a phoenix, he threw it backhand to Douglas Bullet. Oh, you came to me from all over the world. Is it because of this kid? Give it to the phantom beast. It seems that you appreciate this kid very much. Seeing this, Whitebeard couldn't help but look slightly sideways. He, Aaron, and Kaido have stayed in the Rock's pirate, and he even brought them to meet the Rocks. Naturally, it is clear that the Qinglong brothers in front of them are different from themselves, and they don't regard the crew members as their sons and daughters. Now, he came all the way to find him because of Douglas Bullet. It was obvious that this kid who was about the same age as Margot must have something unknown. Come on, let me introduce myself. Aaron admitted his appreciation for Douglas Bullet. Looking at the sea, Douglas Bullet is an extremely pure person, dedicated to chasing the strongest. There are only two things in life, fighting and cultivation. Even purer than the future Roronoa Zoro. My name is Douglas Bullet, and I'm going to be the strongest man in the world. Douglas Bullet met Whitebeard's probing eyes. He didn't care at all, and he didn't fear him at all, and said grandly that he would become the strongest man in the world. Goo-la-la-la-la-la, is the world the fishiest? That was an extremely difficult road. I won't give it to you easily. Whitebeard grinned, not only did not get angry, but a trace of appreciation flashed in the depths of his eyes. He didn't mean to alienate, he just wanted to know Aaron's purpose. The betrayal that can be seen is not terrible. The real horror is the betrayal that cannot be seen. Aaron thought of Blackbeard and said meaningfully, "After all, it's you, Aaron, boy. I told Bullet before, and now I'll pass it on to you, Newgate. As long as you're always the strongest, the people around you will be good people. Even if you want to take dark fruit, you won't choose the way of backstabbing Sarge." The man in front of him was different from him. In his eyes, I don't see betrayal, only strength and the strongest. He wants a home, and the stronger his son, the happier he is. But Aaron is different. Raise a kid by my side who wants to become the strongest in the world. 980 in other words. Not only me, even you are the goal of that kid. If Whitebeard has always been at the top of his power and will always be the strongest in the world, will Blackbeard dare to rebel? Can he rebel? Aren't you afraid of raising tigers? Why Blackbeard betrayed? One is that he has evil intentions, and the other is that he sees Whitebeard getting weaker day by day. Whitebeard could see at a glance that this man could allow many beasts to exist as kings, just like rocks, but he would never allow anyone to be his equal. If Blackbeard did not go the wrong way, but frankly said that he wanted dark fruit, Sachi might not give it up, and Whitebeard might not fully support him. Unless it is Kaido, a close relative of blood who shares weal and woe at such a young age. 167, Chapter 167, The King is the Road to Invincibility. Goo-la-la-la-la, have you always been the strongest? That's a harder road than surpassing lousy. Although Whitebeard does not agree with Aaron's statement, after all, no one can be the strongest all the time, but he also knows that this is right. As long as you can do it, there are indeed good people around you. Marines, pirates, 5 elders, celestial dragons, these are all good people, because if they are not good people, they can only be dead people. The king is invincible, born to be a king. If you don't pursue the strongest, then it is meaningless. I've always encouraged everyone around me to chase. As it is with Kaido, so it is with Bullet. Aaron talked and laughed, revealing a courage that even made Whitebeard feel terrified. In a trance, Whitebeard seemed to see a long-lost figure. Same hockey monstrous. Just as ambitious. Rocks D. Zebek. This moment. The long-gone figure seemed to overlap with Eren in front of him. No. The man in front of me is even more incomparable than the legend that has passed away. Invincible egg. So this fight must be fought. Whitebeard suppressed his thoughts. He hadn't forgotten why Eren had come. Talk about it. Fight. What needs to be discussed has been discussed. Then, the next step is naturally the communication between the kings. Why not? The world regards you and me as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, and the strongest man in the world. I really want to know, when the strongest meets the strongest, who is the strongest? Eren's eyes blazed with burning intent. Change the place. Whitebeard looked around the sea, and finally stopped in sight, on an island several kilometers away. Just as he was about to sail the Moby Dick towards that island, Eren stretched out his right hand and pointed his palm at the island in the distance. Don't bother. The voice just fell. Eren's outstretched 5 fingers were slightly retracted, forming a dragon's claw, and then pulled back. Around the island in the distance, clouds of flames rose immediately, and then the huge island lifted off in place and rose into the sea. At the door of the Moby Dick's cabin, under a pair of shocked gazes protruding out of their heads, the island flew up across the sky and flew towards the location of the ship. In just a short moment, the island several kilometers away flew to the side of the 2 pirate ships and then fell into the sea smoothly, setting off waves. Small is a little small, but it's barely enough. Eren looked down at the island below. 10 kilometers in diameter. Smaller than Ghost Island. However, as the venue of Wang Zhan, it is barely enough. Wait, brother, don't try to play tricks. We just talked about it before we left. This time, I'll go first. Seeing that Eren had forgotten the promise he had made before departure, Kaido became anxious immediately. You do not mind. Seeing this, Eren could only look at Whitebeard. Gulalalala, how can I mind the beautiful thing of cleaning up your brothers one by one in one day? A mere Kaido, it's only worthy of warming up lousy. 11. Whitebeard sneered proudly, not paying attention to Kaido at all. If it's Eren, he still needs to go all out, but Kaido at this stage is at best fighting against the sky of the old era. And just one battle. If the fight goes on, there will be more defeats than victories, let alone him. Oh, winning or losing is not said with your mouth, but with your fists. Whitebeard. Kaido was not angry when he heard the words, and flew up from the beast pirate ship with a big laugh, and the moment his feet landed on the island, he transformed into a dragon man-beast. No temptation, having been on the same boat, he knows Whitebeard's strength better than anyone else. That is the existence above Admiral. Even stronger than the peak Shiki. After the Valley of the Gods left, he did not neglect, and his strength increased day by day. But this is not the case with Whitebeard. Little Qinglong, come on. Let Lousy see how much you have learned from your brother. Whitebeard jumped up from the Moby Dick, but his burly body showed agility as light as a swallow. It is completely different from the slowness, cumbersomeness, and output that can only be output during the Top War. You'll see right away. Kaido's eyes flashed brightly, and a burst of thunder burst out from the sky, accompanied by the blazing thunder giant mind-clearing waves, like purple dragons soaring into the sky, descended from the sky and entwined around him. Qinglong roared and added to his body. Overlord Black Thunder, Wound Stick. When the soles of his feet stomped on the ground, he exploded with shocking force like a dragon-shaped rocket, smashing through the oncoming airflow and sound barrier, dancing with the 8 commandments in his hands, surrounded by purple-black lightning and engulfing the Overlord. Is the Conqueror's winding? That kid who followed Lean's ass back then has grown up too. It's a lot more presentable than before, but that's all. Seeing Kaido hit with a stick, not only the roar of the blue dragon, but also the entanglement of the Conquerors, Whitebeard's eyes brightened slightly, and he admitted that Kaido has indeed grown a lot compared to the past, but he still has a lot of time to go to become the strongest. Boom. Just when Bajijia smashed the sound barrier and whipped up thousands of air currents, rushing towards him angrily, he moved. One person with one knife, bursting out of violent black thunder knife light, sweeping away thousands of troops, and slashing directly at Kaido's 8 fasts. Pling. The saber and stick clashed across the air. The sky-shattering saber sound resounded in all directions, and the air was directly split by the sharp slash. Haki collided, and black thunder shot out, stirring up Haki waves like a tide, sweeping away in all directions. The weapons of the two clearly came into direct contact, but they bloomed with a destructive power. Chi. Accompanied by the roar of dragons and tigers, jagged black and red thunderballs burst out between Song Yunxia and Bajijia, continuously venting out the hockey storm that crushed the earth, shattered trees, and burst the sea of clouds. The weapon didn't collide, but it caused such a terrifying force. Seeing this scene, Douglas Bullet's pupils couldn't help constricting. Before, when Aaron fought with Shiki, he also had a vision similar to that of Li Zhaozhao. But at that time, his strength was low, he didn't even know how to observe hockey, and he was not qualified to watch, and he only survived under the protection of Kaido. In addition, Aaron and Shiki fought fast, and the battlefield was directly set at an altitude of several thousand meters, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Not like now. Kaido fights Whitebeard, uses Conqueror's entanglement weapon, and engages in air-to-air skirmishes, and he sees it all. Same KO as armament hockey. There is a skill to mastering the Conquerors to the fullest power. The Conqueror's winding seems to be different from the armed color, but in fact it is far more powerful than the armed color winding. In Beast's Pirates, Shaki, who also owns Conqueror's hockey, saw Douglas Bullet's shocked and suspicious face, so he told him, "Conqueror's winding? Will you too?" Douglas Bullet turned to look at Shaki. He remembered that apart from Aaron and Kaido, Shaki also had the qualifications of a king just like him. 168, Chapter 168. So cute, grown up. Seek full order. If I knew Conqueror's entanglement, it would be you, not me, who the captain is chasing and feeding with devil fruit. Shaki smiled at Douglas Bullet's innocent question. Only those who have the qualifications of the king know how difficult it is to master Conqueror's winding without opening it. If the strength of the king's spirit is not in place, it cannot be practiced. Knowing the method of cultivation and being taught by others, that's not enough. Looking at the Grand Line, in every era, there are as many kings as a cow's hair, but very few of them can practice Conqueror's winding in the end. There may not be 20 people in the entire sea. Is it so difficult? Douglas Bullet was a little surprised, and a strong fighting spirit emerged immediately. In his perception, Shaki is already the strongest woman he has ever seen. I never thought that the other party could not learn Conqueror's entanglement calmly. This is a skill that only the overlord of the sea can master. You can understand that this is the watershed between a sea emperor and an ordinary king. If you succeed in training, whether you have fruit or not, you will be the overlord of the first level of the emperor of the sea. If you fail in training, I will give you a top-level devil fruit, and you will never be the emperor of the sea for the rest of your life. Shaki said every word. As the owner of the king's aptitude, he is well aware of how deep the Conqueror's waters are. The more profound this hockey is, the more terrifying its deterrent effect will be. Like Roger at his peak, Shanks in the future, Admiral's substitute scored 190. Even an elite vice admiral like Flying Squirrel couldn't face him. That is, the number of people in front of the top Conqueror's powerhouse is nothing but a joke. Below Admiral, it is difficult to even stand with a knife, let alone participate in a battle. Emperor of the Sea? Douglas Bullet has a clear understanding of the road ahead and the threshold to break through. Start by eating the devil fruit, then develop it while finding ways to improve your spirits and master the Conqueror's entanglements. Just as the heir of the devil was sorting out the next training policy, the double emperor who entered the island had already played extremely brilliantly. A shot of Conqueror's entanglement. After a weapons airstrike, the two removed Song Yunxia and Bajijia at the same time. One of them clenched a fist with 5 fingers, bursting out a translucent, glowing light ball, which directly distorted the surrounding atmosphere, and the other clenched his fist into a stick, heat, thunder, dragon. The 4 natural forces of Wan and Yin Yun turned into 4 dragons of different colors, wrapped around their arms. 4 elephants, thunder 8 trigrams. Whitebeard and Kaido looked at each other. Their scarlet eyes burst out with arrogance and confidence. Their faces coincidentally raised arrogant and excited smiles. Then they stepped forward, and rushed forward, pushing their arms horizontally, fists like cannonballs, and the opponent sent them out. Boom. Fist and fist collided, and there was a violent loud noise that overwhelmed the thunder. Rolling shock waves, mixed with lightning, flames, storms, and flame clouds, like torrents opening gates, swept away in all directions, destroying thousands of trees in the square. At first, he was bent over and succumbed like a courtier, and then hard tree bodies shattered layer by layer, turning into sawdust all over the sky, engulfed by the shock wave and straight into the sky. The thick earth is like the sea, rippling waves of ripples, and then setting off waves of mud waves, pulled by the spiral air waves, raging in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Kaido's body stiffened suddenly, and then like a fired cannonball, he backed up uncontrollably. Even though the dragon's tail plunged into the ground and tried to drag his body in place, he still couldn't stabilize. The feet stepped on the opposite side one after another and made deep pits one after another. This retreat was more than 50 meters before stopping the body. In contrast to Whitebeard, after knocking Kaido back with a punch, he just staggered backwards, took a few steps back and stood still. Who is strong and who is weak, high and low? Kaido is far from reaching the peak, and he has not even mastered the awakening of the green dragon form. Whitebeard is already at its peak. Conquerors, Shock Fruit, and other Haki are all full. Gulalala, I haven't seen you for a year, and it's indeed a lot better. However, if you want to fight lousy, you are still young. Go on, it's almost as good as your brother. Whitebeard didn't make another move, but signaled to Kaido to be more sensible and stepped back from the stage neatly. This kind of big talk, let's save it for my next move. Kaido didn't get angry after hearing this. If the strength is not as good as others, it is not as good as others, so there is nothing to be angry about. If you have any free time, it is better to convince people with reasoning. Hold head high. After clearly recognizing the gap between himself and Whitebeard, Kaido transformed himself from the form of a dragon man into a 100-meter green dragon, with heat breath, flame, tornado, and flame cloud four-color elements added to his body, like elemental dragons, entangled everywhere. Four Elephants mode. In the form of the Azure Dragon Beast, after turning on the 4-elephant mode, his combat power instantly rose to a new level. When Whitebeard, who was originally full of disdain, saw him, his eyes also flashed a trace of seriousness. All along, I have been fighting in the way of my elder brother, have to learn what tricks he has developed, and how he uses the ability of the green dragon form. Later, he told me that those who learn from me will live, and those who resemble me will die. Even if they have the same fruit ability, they must have their own things after all. I'm not like my brother, who can easily control the 4 elements at the same time so that they don't hinder each other, but are compatible with each other, enhance each other, and become one with each other. Since I can't do everything at the same time, I will specialize in one kind. The dragon chant that resounded through the sky just fell. The 4-color elements covering Kaido's body dissipated one after another, directly withdrawing from the tricks developed by Eren before. Quadruple mode. Just like what he has learned, he has mastered the tricks, but it is limited by the development of physique, Haki, fruit ability, control, and innate talent. He just can't do that to Eren's level. After all, it was a trick developed by Eren for himself, and if others learn it, it is impossible to completely fit it, unless that person, like him, has all the external conditions. Double Ghost Clan, Double King Kong, Indestructible Body, Lunaria Bloodline, Blue Dragon Form, Haki who has downloaded the entire Amazon Lily, and the courage to grow into a top king by Lotus. None of these are available in Kaido. Brother, please take a closer look. This is my way of fighting. After Kaido dissipated the 4-element mode, turned his head and glanced at Eren, as if eager to be recognized by his brother, a fiery red heat rose from his body quickly. Chi. The temperature of the island and the sky suddenly rose steadily, and the air fluctuated like the surface of a lake, presenting a viscous and distorted visual picture. Suddenly, the fiery red heat gradually dimmed, not to be extinguished, but the color was no longer fiery red, but dark red. With a gradual change of color, the temperature not only did not drop, but continued to rise. After turning from red to dark, it didn't stop, but continued to change. Fire red, dark red, light black, pure black. When the color changed from fiery red to pure black, the heat like black flames covered Kaido's whole body, turning him into a black flame dragon. So cute, grown up. Eren folded his hands on his chest. Seeing this scene, a trace of sincere relief flashed across his eyes. 169, Chapter 169, Kaido's exclusive power. Black Flame, please order in full. Eren will never forget that when he just crossed over, he was holding a fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form. Obviously, he wanted to eat it very much. Obviously, he was very eager for power, and obviously it was given to him by Charlotte Lin Lin, but in the end, in the face of brotherhood, he chose to give himself the phantom beast species. It is precisely the place of crossing, the friendship at the end of the day. Eren has always been etched in his heart. He doesn't believe in anyone, except that he is so cute. Exactly. If there is any good thing, he will divide it half as cute. As long as he has it, he will do it. Whether it's Haki's practice, or the brain opening of the blue dragon form, and some tricks developed, he will pass them on to Kaido without reservation. Even, he's secretly wondering if there's a way for the cutie to get a second devil fruit ability. But no matter how good I am to cuteness, the road to becoming a king is not dependent on the help of others to become 4 emperors or even surpass 4 emperors. In the final analysis, you should be more cute than yourself. In the scene in front of him, seeing the cutie soaring into the sky, covered by the black dragon flames, and feeling the terrifying heat wave coming towards his face, Eren knew that Cutie told himself with practical actions that he was very proud. Under his relentless indoctrination and teaching, being cute doesn't need to be weak, and you don't need to be hungry or full. You are often caught by Marines, and you don't need to become experimental materials. Instead, just like Douglas Bullet, you can spend your time on practice and battle. From the moment Kaido showed this unprecedented black heat, he knew that the follower brother who followed behind him had grown up. In the future, the 4 emperors will definitely surpass the original time and space. Whitebeard, let you experience it by Kaido's exclusive power. Heat breath black flame. Kaido raised his head to the sky and screamed. The black flames all over his body instantly surged, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a giant black flame dragon whose size was comparable to the entire island under his feet. Flame Dragon Torch. Accompanied by rumbling thunder, the violent and domineering conqueror's lightning wrapped around the faucet, and with just one swing of the body, waves of heat waves were set off in the sky, directly burning and dyeing the sea of clouds in the sky into black. Goo la 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 la. It's finally more presentable than before. But it's not enough. Whitebeard was slightly taken aback, but then Weiss sneered proudly. Even though Kaido showed a brand new power, he remained unmoved and regained absolute confidence in his own power. This is also a common feature of the general top kings. Boom. After hearing this, Kaido drove the black flame dragon, covering his whole body, to dive down without saying a word. Before the dragon arrived, the atmosphere had already shaken and shattered, turning into a terrifying scorching wind pressure, pouring down, stretching Whitebeard's long golden hair and beard. Facing the black flame dragon falling from the sky, Whitebeard's knees were slightly bent, his arms were backward, and he made a signature strike. His right fist was covered by a white light gas mask, and the infinite vibration force gathered in it, and then he punched out. Click. Where the fist hits, the atmosphere shatters with a sound, and the cracks in the spider web extend in all directions, lingering for a long time. What is also broken is not only the air, but also the land of the island under his feet. At the same time, it is covered with crisscross cracks, and the surface of the ground is broken into countless pieces in an instant. The unstoppable black flame dragon. A majestic shockwave. 2 forces, the former condescending, the latter bottom up, under the eyes of many shocked, bombarded together fiercely, like thunder colliding with fire. When will a devastating shockwave erupt, destroying the island? Numerous trees crushed the 2 nearby mountains, and terrifying violent grits soared into the sky. As a group of huge and incomparable grinding roller clouds churned, the ocean near the island was affected, and wave after wave of monstrous waves swept through, as if the ocean connecting the island was directly squeezed out. Dozens of incomparably huge black lightning bolts, like a sharp blade in Thor's hand, connected the sky and the sea, directly tearing the sea of clouds apart and shattered them into a spiral cloud crater, like a meteorite crater, buckled upside down in the sky. It's been a long time. Thunder roared and hurricanes howled. Whitebeard exerted strength with his right fist, lifted his feet off the ground, and soared upwards. His fists were packed with strength, and he smashed the oncoming dragon head away. The giant black flame dragon, which was comparable to the size of an island, was forcibly dispersed by the never-ending shock waves like a tsunami, turning into flames that filled the sky and flying in all directions. Without the protection of the black flame dragon, Kaido's 100-meter green dragon was exposed to Whitebeard. Black Flame Mode. The giant black flame dragon that was the size of an island was scattered, and Kaido couldn't see the slightest fear on his face. Instead, he was aroused with monstrous ferocity. The mighty dragon power exploded, and his waist mutated from 100-meter green dragon to a 10-meter high. The Dragon Man, holding Bajijia in his hand, was surrounded by blazing black flames and shot down through the air. Shanglong Black Flame 8 trigrams. Kaido roared. The mace in his hand burst out with Conqueror's lightning, and then swung it out. 0 for flowers. Boom. The airflow reversed and turned into a huge tornado, sweeping across the sky. In the tornado storm, a dragon-shaped impact cannon entwined with Conqueror's lightning shattered the atmosphere, tore the surface, exposing rock formations tens of meters deep and bombarded in front of Whitebeard in a blink of an eye. Boom. When Whitebeard saw this, he was not afraid, and he picked up Song Yunxie with his backhand, dancing the gorgeous saber flower, covering the unparalleled shock force, and smashed Huashan with a simple but extremely domineering force. Click. The sky, the atmosphere, and the surface of the earth shattered at the same time. The dragon-shaped blaster and the shock wave violently collided with each other, and finally formed a huge energy light ball that submerged the entire island, pulling countless air currents and gravel, forming a huge mushroom cloud towering over the sea. 0-0. Bang. Suddenly, a saber sound exploded, bursting out the lingering saber pressure, like a white tiger roaring, sweeping away the mushroom cloud. Immediately afterwards, a handful of Song Yunxie came into view first. Kaido lay on the sea, looking at the glorious sun hanging high in the sky, obviously defeated, but his face was full of joy and excitement. Did you lose? The whole thing flew upside down and landed on the undulating boundless sea. Blood oozes from the corner of the mouth, especially the dragon scale on the chest, which was split open, and a clearly visible bloody knife edge appeared. However, I can see clearly that the gap with you is not far away, Days. He only needs to follow his own vision to continuously upgrade Roaring Thunder, Hurricane, and Flame Cloud according to the heat development route. He pushed out his limits and saw clearly the gap between himself and the strongest man in the world. Stand proudly. This battle. Domineering together. The strongest man in the world. Next, like the towering red line, no one can shake it. The most important thing is that as a small expert in defeat, he has the talent attribute of getting stronger when he is defeated. After this defeat, not only Haki broke through the bottleneck, but also affirmed that he was on the right path. In contrast, Kaido. Heat is heat, hurricane is hurricane, thunder is roar, not mixed with others, not complementary, but to increase the limit of each ability individually. This is the way he develops and uses the green dragon form. Knife Bear. Though, focusing on controlling one natural element, rather than controlling four at the same time, this is Kaido's unique path to Qinglong. 170. Chapter 170. Your dragon tooth has indeed touched me. Full order. On the island. As the winner, Whitebeard glanced down at his chest. There was a mark of being hit by a stick on it, and there was a burst of heat from it, as if it was half-cooked. When he saw this scene, the expression on his face was a bit complicated, a little less arrogant than before, and a little more recognition. Gulalalala, the little green dragon, has also begun to change. I have to admit, your dragon tooth has indeed touched me. Kaido. Whitebeard raised his head and looked at the ones floating on the surface of the sea, but not as much as sinking to the bottom of the sea. This is the unique advantage of the form of fish fruit, phantom bee species, blue dragon. Unless he completely loses consciousness, the sea is useless to him. The next time it's not as simple as bumping into you, but letting you fall under my dragon's teeth. If you can live until the next meeting. 777. Kaido seems to have heard Whitebeard's words. Under the wrapping of the flame cloud, Kaido rose from the sea water, glanced at Whitebeard, said something meaningful, and then flew back to the 100-beast pirate on the deck of the ship. How does it feel? Eren looked at Kaido, who stood up from the deck as if nothing happened for a short moment. Very good. All along, I have lived under your protection and light. It's time to come out. Kaido met Eren's eyes and grinned. I think it's time to change the perception of the world. I am your right hand, not a little fan who has been living under your light and protection. Little Qinglong, it should be on par with the big Qinglong. Hear this. Eren knew that the little fan following behind him had grown up. Then go for a break. Dragon swims in the sea. There is no place in the sea that dragons cannot go to. Eren smiled happily. After I get the thunder fruit, I will set off. Kaido nodded. He seemed to have the destination he yearned for, his eyes eager to try. Are you leaving the beast? Listening to the conversation between the two, Burndy-Wald only felt that he was in a fog. If he didn't know that Eren and Kaido have a good relationship, he couldn't even help wondering whether the big and small Qinglong had broken up. When have you ever seen that there is only one dragon among the beasts? When Kaido heard this, he looked up at the pirate flag flying in the wind. Then you are. Burndy-Wald looked towards the pirate flag and saw two dragons painted on a flag, as if he had realized something. If I stay in beasts all the time, I can't become the emperor of the sea under the protection of my brother. Conqueror's growth depends entirely on courage, but what about the growth of courage? It's up to you to figure it out. Kaido is a lone ranger in his own right. It should be said that Eren and Kaido are both lone rangers. Even if they have a cloud of strong men and a huge force, they still like to travel alone, and at most they only bring one or two people with them. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that beasts hadn't set sail together for a long time, and Kaido and others proposed, Eren would also plan to travel alone. What are you going to do? Douglas Bullet hurriedly asked about the improvement of Conqueror's Haki. Oh, it should be suicide. Kaido pondered for a while, his eyes flashed, and then he spoke surprisingly. What? As soon as this word came out, everyone except Eren was stunned. Suicide? How unbelievable this is. At this time, everyone can see that although Beast's Pirates has a small number of official crew members, they cannot stand up to the strong captain, and the crew members under his command have great potential, except for the Combat Power Measurement Unit Burnywald. Even Shaki Willet is also the level of Admiral's alternate. If you can master the Conqueror's winding, you can go even further. The rest. Jin, who ate the dog fruit, Deku true god form. Douglas Bullet torn between Phoenix form and Thunder fruit. To grow up in the future, it is a proper capital of Admiral. Especially the latter is the existence of Super Admiral. As the deputy captain of such a powerful pirate group, he actually wants to commit suicide. This, of course, stunned almost everyone. Don't listen to his nonsense. He used death as a whetstone to practice the blade of kingly spirit. Also, don't imitate him. Others don't know why Kaido loves to commit suicide, but Eren naturally knows. Seeing that Shaki, especially Douglas Bullet's eyes were shining, as if he wanted to emulate Kaido, honing his courage and improving Conquerors by committing suicide, he immediately warned. Conqueror's Haki has no specific cultivation method. It can only be strengthened by the improvement of courage, so every king can only find the most suitable improvement method for himself. 0. Like Kaido, only me and him are suitable for it. Don't look at Kaido's defeat, but it is only a matter of superiority, not of life and death. If it is really necessary to fight to the death, with Kaido's physique and resilience, Whitebeard will also spend a lot of money. It will take half a day, or even longer, to get rid of him. Why? Because of the blood of the Ghost Clan, because of the indestructible body of King Kong, and because of the Phantom Beast fruit in the form of a green dragon. Without these things, if other people imitate suicide to hone their courage, then those who follow me will live, and those who resemble me will die. It's so simple, but if you learn it, you will die. Eren looked around a group, mostly speaking to Douglas Bullet. Shaki will not commit suicide, but it is not necessarily the case to spend his whole life chasing the strongest Douglas Bullet. Oh. Seeing Eren's rare warning tone, Douglas Bullet extinguished the thought that had just arisen. Although strict, he also knew that the man in front of him was doing it for his own good, so naturally there would be no period of rebellion. There are many ways to improve your courage, and you don't have to go to extremes, workers. You can improve without committing suicide. The easiest way is to challenge, wipe out the kings, overwhelm the heroes, defeat the kings who are famous in the sea, and defeat the invincible heroes one by one, in the Haki collision again and again. 4.4 in the power confrontation again and again. Conquerors will improve accordingly. Eren talked about the method he used, and also the method used by Roger, Wong Luffy, Shanks, and others. Sweep the kings and overwhelm the heroes. Douglas Bullet was fascinated when he heard this, and he wished he could set sail immediately and pick those famous kings and heroes off the boat one by one. And Kaido's extremely incomparable method of suicide. He still thinks that Eren's method is more suitable for him. Whitebeard, do you need another break? Seeing that Douglas Bullet dismissed the idea of imitating Kaido's suicide and using death as a whetstone to improve his courage, and instead pondered the method he gave, Eren felt relieved. He didn't want to bring it back by himself and spend so much time. The air of the devil cultivated by energy has become a dead ghost. He turned his head towards the island, looking at Whitebeard, who was immediately crossed. 171. Chapter 171. Swords are such an inconvenient thing. Full order. Rest. That stuff is for the dead. You don't think that a king like your brother can make me work hard? Facing Eren's question of whether to give himself time to rest, Whitebeard scoffed. It's just right now. After exercising your body, it's time for some intense exercise. What are you waiting for? Whitebeard stabbed Eren on the deck with a sharp gaze. It's nothing. I'm just afraid that after you lose, I will think in my heart that I am the aftermath of the Wheel War, defeating you. Eren's words made the smile on Whitebeard's face unabated, but was a little cold. This is comparable to fearing that he will lose, and using this as an excuse to refuse to admit it is even more irritating. If that's the case, then you don't need to worry at all. That's not going to happen. I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard seemed impatient to wait. He bent his knees slightly, jumped up, and soared up like a big rock spreading its wings. After a few ups and downs, he flew more than 1,000 meters away, and he was less than 100 meters away from Eren. Yeah. Looking at Whitebeard flying down, like an eagle above the 9 heavens, with the power of the sky 30, he spread his wings and hit him directly. Eren stomped his foot on the deck. The pirate ship remained motionless, not even shaking the hull, but the sea surface under the ship, like a trampled mirror, cracked and extended one after another with lightning-like cracks. Through the boat, the power of the foot is transmitted to the sea without hurting the pirate ship, but breaking the sea surface. This kind of control makes Kaido feel amazing, but also more determined at Eren's development of the dragon form, and those tricks may not be suitable for him. He doesn't have this unearthly level of power control. It is impossible to control the 4 natural elements at the same time. Instead of conflicting with each other, they complement each other. The elements that grow together can cooperate with each other and increase. Elements that restrain each other can also blend with each other and promote their mission. This kind of method, he can do it by force, but it is not satisfactory, and it can't reach the height of Eren at all, so he can't stand alone. Develop fire, wind, cloud, and thunder to ultimate respectively. Just like the heat breath black inflammation just now, it is the product of the development of heat summer to ultimate. After heat breath is transformed into ultimate, it is not mixed with other natural elements, and still possesses terrifying destructive power and high temperature. This guy is just like Garp. In midair, Whitebeard Eren stepped into the sea across the pirate ship and couldn't help shrinking slightly. He had only seen this kind of physical skill in a man. Garp. As far as physical strength is concerned, Garp is far from being number one in his knowledge, but in terms of physical skills, absolutely no one can match. Not even Roger. But Eren's kick made him see Garp's figure, and he felt like facing Garp directly. Monster-like body, monster-like hockey, monster-like physical skills, and the stomach dragon form ability developed to ultimate. No wonder Shiki died. That guy definitely didn't die from recklessness, but that he was actually inferior to others. In the blink of an eye, various thoughts flashed through Whitebeard's mind, but the movements of his hands did not slow down at all. Playing. He raised Conqueror's haki with one hand, and as the blade sprouted a layer of deep and dazzling purple ons, the moment it was hardened into a black knife by armament haki, Conqueror's haki turned into black lightning bolts, wrapped in monstrous coercion, entangled in Conqueror's haki, not to be outdone Cloud cut on. There seems to be some kind of tacit understanding between the two. At the same time, Eren put his 5 fingers together, using his palm as a knife, hardened his palm with armament haki for the first time, and then rolled Conqueror's surged out, wrapping around his palm in the form of lightning. One person was condescending and slashed down with a knife, as if he wanted to split the entire sky. One person used his palm as a knife and haki as the front, and with one palm blasted out, the waves of the sea trembled and burst. Boom. The palms and the blades of the two didn't get along in substance, and there was still nearly a meter apart from each other, but between the palms and the blades, there burst out a creepy hockey ball of light, releasing a steady stream of violent rage coercion. The black light flashed, and the rolling haki was like a hurricane, raging in all directions of the sea, stretching across the entire island behind. After the battle between Whitebeard and Whitebeard, the island was already destroyed beyond recognition. To this moment, the scorched black surface, like a go board, was divided into countless pieces by cracks extending one after another. Pieces of rock formations rose from the ground. Bursts of violent grit shot out in all directions. The forest that was originally located on the island, like a green ocean, was directly crushed and shattered into countless sawdust, and then was swept up into the sky by the mighty haki wave and flew to the sea of clouds. Originally filled the sky, like a gloomy sea of clouds and lightning, unable to bear the infinite coercion of the two conquerors' conflicts, the surging haki, like a rising sea current, soared into the sky, pressing down the sea of clouds like porcelain, covered with densely crisscrossed cracks, and then exploded with a loud noise. Let that brilliant sun hang on the sky again. Eren, Newgate. Eren exchanged a glance with Whitebeard and increased his strength. Each other's conqueror's haki is like a torrent that bursts a dike, roaring and roaring, sweeping out. Through fists, feet, and blades, conflicts continue to erupt. Before Kaido's clash with Whitebeard's conquerors was the equivalent of a Category 13 hurricane passing through, Eren and Whitebeard's Conqueror's clash caused damage comparable to a New World scourge. Click. Bang. A sword is such an inconvenience. I myself am the strongest sword. Kaido has 8 fasts. Just one Conqueror's ultimate clash triggers horrific visions in the Destroyer Zone. Whitebeard also has a cloud cut. Whether it is a swordsman or not, there is no exception. Shiki has Kiku and Sakura 10. Clenching 5 fingers tightly, making a fist into a seal, a berserk black thunder exploded, and Whitebeard flew out from the sky above the pirate ship, including the man and the knife. Eren Saul's exerted force, shaking the entire pirate ship. The force rose from the ground, and his spine twisted like a dragon, mobilizing the strength of his limbs to his palms like a tide. Roger has aces. Bursts of ocean currents cover the sky and sun like a water curtain. Judging from Eren's physical skills, he could tell that the opponent also knew swordsmanship and was good at using weapons. Charlotte Lin has Napoleon. Under Eren's feet, the sea surface at the bottom of the beast pirate ship, under the sound of cracking, first cracks spread all over the sea, stretching in all directions, and then shocking currents, seeping out from countless cracks like a volcano erupting, magma gushing toward Huang the great sun erupted. Except for Garp, who has physical skills and hockey dual cultivation, or some people whose fists and feet are better than swords. All the top kings of the sea basically have their own sabers. Where's your knife? Are you going to fight Laozi with your bare hands? Seeing Eren unarmed, Whitebeard lifted Song Yunxia, who was wrapped around Conquerors, with his bare hands. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face was wild and excited. 172. Chapter 172, Strongest versus Strongest. Xinglong is shaking. Seek full order. Boom. One punch cut Whitebeard from midair to the cloud, and after they flew out together, a gust of wind rolled up, wounding Eren midair. His toes lightly tapped midair, and flame clouds lingered under his feet. Yin completely removed his gravity, allowing him to walk on the ground anywhere. The quickness and speed of the wind pushed his speed to the limit. Obviously, it was just light on the toes, and it seemed that it didn't use much strength, but it shot out like an arrow from the string, and the speed far surpassed Moonwalk. Even Burndy Wald's 100-fold increased Moonwalk was far behind. Less than. A howl of a hurricane resounded like the howling of a dragon, and Eren had already whipped up a gust of wind, so fast that he seemed to be able to catch wind and catch shadows, and caught up with Whitebeard in a blink of an eye. So fast. As soon as Whitebeard's feet landed, he felt the terrifying wind pressure pouring down. This scene. He had already foreseen it with observation hockey, but the feeling of foreseeing and facing it in person are completely two different things. Precognition is more like watching a movie. Now he is personally on the scene. Playing. In an instant, he raised his right arm across the sky and raised Song Yunxia in his hand. Armament hockey turned into streamers of light, like a purple dragon, wrapping around the blade and turning it into a black knife. At the same time, the Conqueror's hockey spewed out, like a flying berserk black dragon, entwined tightly around Song Yunxia. Hold head high. Whitebeard had just set up the long knife, and the air in front of him had been torn apart. Eren stepped on the wind and rushed to the front of him with his right foot, which had been charged for a long time. Wrap around Conqueror's thunderbolts, harness the wind, and kick straight out with one kick. Rumbling. With the front of the foot as the center, a powerful Conqueror's storm took shape in an instant, sweeping and curled crazily in all directions. Visible purple mist, mixed with ferocious lightning, exploded, overlapping and overlapping, rippling one after another, spreading straight in the distance. It even spread to foreign aid on the island. Kaido, Shaki, and others standing on the pirate ship. If they hadn't released armament hockey immediately to disperse the aftermath, they would have been thrown away together with the ship. There was a loud bang. A thick force like a unicorn's foot burst out from Eren's right foot, trampling on Song Yunxia's blade fiercely. The blade, which was enough to cut Kaido's dragon scales, was trampled under his feet at this moment, unable to hurt him at all. With the sudden explosion of majestic foot power, a huge Uzumaki wind was formed in an instant, and a giant dragon protruded out of the core. It's not the 100-meter blue dragon after Yalin's transformation, but the storm dragon that combines armed colors, conquers, and the form of the blue dragon to dominate the hurricane, and then integrates monster-like physical skills. Bang, bang, bang. This kick was like the leg of the wind god, and Whitebeard, who was holding a knife, felt that there was an island oppressing him in the cloud. Violent, heavy, like the Yangtze River, the power that has never been released until now, shook his feet on the ground and sank into the ground, forming a half-meter deep pit. Call out. Whitebeard is not easy to be with, on the contrary. When he was old and frail and sick, he was just about to die, and now he is young and in his prime, and he has just arrived at ultimate. After holding Aaron's foot tightly with his right hand, he raised his left hand, and the infinite vibration force gathered in the palm to form a translucent light ball envelope covering the palm, and then slapped it horizontally. Click. Before the palm arrived, the vibrating force gathered in the palm had completely shattered the nearby air, covered with devastated spider web cracks. The sound of cracking silk resounded continuously, and the moment the ears exploded, it even suppressed the roar of the hurricane. Seeing the majestic shock waves sweeping towards him, which seemed to shake and completely shatter this space, Aaron had to admit in his heart that the Whitebeard in front of him was stronger than the golden lion who died in his hands. Able to lead a group of newly weaned children by himself, and then drag them into the strongest pirate group in the world. Whitebeard deserves the title of world's strongest man. Boom. Although there were various thoughts in his mind, Aaron's body seemed to attack automatically, facing the shattering atmosphere, a terrifying earthquake, and shock waves that spread to islands and oceans. He put his 5 fingers together, and his palm was surrounded by flame clouds and lightning. Facing the strongest devil fruit in Paramecia, he didn't dodge, retreat, or defend, but went head-on. In the hands of Kaido, the flame cloud that can only be used for flying or flying with objects fell into the hands of Aaron. After development, it has developed incredible attack power. Xinglong 4 elephants. Heat breath, hurricane, roaring thunder, and flame clouds are all extremely powerful natural disasters. None of them are useless, and none of them have low attack power. It only depends on whether they can be developed and used. Bang. The loud sound of cover pressure and thunder came out, and the two of them surrounded the flame cloud with one hand, and covered the shock wave with the other hand, palm to palm. And before the palms touched, the Conqueror's haki wrapped around the hands had already collided for the first time in the air. The island vibrated, the ground was broken, sand and rocks were flying, and the airflow was reversing. Countless rubble rose out of thin air, and were immediately crushed into slag by the shock wave from the Conqueror's collision. Because he doesn't need to deliberately aim at the enemy, nor does he need to deliberately aim at any direction. With a random punch or kick, the shock wave can carry haki to radiate 10 areas. Facing Aaron, who suddenly disappeared, he didn't even need to use the observation haki. He didn't intend to capture the opponent's movement at all. He opened his hands directly, and his 10 fingers were like a pair of supreme sharp knives void, and then slammed it hard, as if it was going to pull the sky down and smash it to the ground. But no matter how fast you are, you're going to attack the old king's son. As long as you have this thought, you can't run away. It seems that it is still in sight, but if you don't pay attention, it has already disappeared. There was a sound of footsteps, and Aaron and Whitebeard froze, then staggered back a few steps. Incomparably majestic, enough to crack an island's shock waves. Bang, bang, bang. Although Whitebeard was amazed by Aaron's body speed, he didn't panic at all. Aaron, boy. Click. After a brief moment of Conqueror's collision, triggering a shattered surface that shook the island's horrific devastation, the two's palms literally collided. This area, which can be several kilometers long, can be an island. When the two collided, the air seemed to be boiling, and circles of ripples spread in all directions, rolling up countless gravel and dust, bursting into a shocking current, connecting the island and the sky into a line. After more than 10 years of fighting, he has seen all kinds of strong men. What he is most afraid of is siege, and the most fearless thing is speed. Boom. The ethereal, cloud-covering flame cloud turned into a mountain. The latter just stabilized his body, but suddenly found that Aaron had disappeared. The speed was so fast, and his whereabouts were vague, like a ghost, like a cloud. 173. Chapter 173, Whitebeard. There are stronger tricks, right? Seek full order. Bang. In an instant, the ground shook, the tsunami churned, and the sky bent sideways. Whitebeard caused earthquakes in one breath, airquakes, seaquakes, and no area covered by the shock force, whether it is the sky, islands, or oceans, was spared. Aaron, who was in the mid-air of the deep island, was naturally impossible to avoid. Originally, in an instant, stepping on the clouds and riding the wind, he dodged a move to Whitebeard's back, but he felt the violent vibration force, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, submerged his whole body in an instant. Even with the carrier of the flame cloud and the support of the blast, he still loses his center of gravity. Like a spinning top in midair, his body spins uncontrollably. Although the center was adjusted immediately, haki surged, the dragon wings spread out, and the center of gravity was stabilized. But this series of actions took time. Even if it was extremely short, it was still enough for Whitebeard to react. As expected. Just as Aaron regained his center of gravity on his front foot and adjusted himself, Whitebeard suddenly turned around, raised his arm, and covered the white light gas mask with a heavy fist that was ready to go, carrying the scalp-numbing sound of air breaking and the terrifying coercion hit Aaron's chest. Click. Where the fist hits, the atmosphere shatters, and the space can't bear the folds visible to the naked eye. It makes people feel terrified when they see it, and it's impossible to imagine what kind of ghostly power this punch contains. 067 Scoff. The ground of the island was directly torn apart by a crack connecting the north and south sides like a biscuit. Yes, Whitebeard's all-out punch, even if it didn't hit the ground directly, but the ghostly, overbearing punch still tore the island apart. As strong as naval headquarters, it has been strengthened by countless capable people, but it still can't withstand the punch of Whitebeard when he was furious. Not to mention that he is now the top overlord in his heyday. This punch. It is as if the island is forcibly broken apart, and magma liquid can even be seen surging in the cracks. It's so slow to fall down. After a punch, Whitebeard withdrew his arm. The shock force lingering in the air still did not dissipate, making Aaron, who had suffered the heavy blow, fall down very slowly. This punch was even more terrifying than the punch that landed on Akainu, immobilizing him, losing his ability to resist, and allowing him to be slaughtered for a short period of time. After all, Whitebeard, who made this punch, is not only in peak form at the moment, but also not only uses the armed color and shock fruit, but also uses Conqueror's winding. Scoff. Suddenly, a pair of dragon wings opened suddenly, and Aaron, who was about to throw himself to the ground, seemed to press the pause button, and the phoenix floated in midair. He raised his head slowly, bleeding slightly from the corner of his mouth, but the dragon scales at the place where the abdomen was hit hard still didn't break. Obviously, this attack can't break through the defense outside his body, but Shockfruit's attack power is too terrifying. Once launched, it will not only hit the outside of his body just like armament hockey, it can also cause devastating damage to the internal organs of the body. It wasn't the surface of his body that really hurt him, but his internal organs. Blood. It's been such a long time that I feel a strange smell. It turns out that I also bleed. As expected of the strongest man in the world, this punch is more painful than Shiki hit me so many times. Aaron stood in the air, looking at Whitebeard, whose face gradually showed a hint of surprise. As if the person who had just suffered a devastating blow was not him at all. After being punched to break the island apart, he acted as if nothing had happened, unexpectedly digging out the overflowing dragon blood from the corner of his mouth while chatting and laughing nonchalantly. After wiping off the wisp of blood, he landed on both feet, stood up straight, and then stretched like no one else. It seemed that Whitebeard's punch had ended the injury, and the blood bar that had been cut had been fully regenerated. It's really good. Much more decent than Shiki. It's worthwhile for me to come to you in person. Keep dancing, Whitebeard. After being punched, Aaron seemed to have just finished relaxing his muscles. There was no trace of pain on his face, but a trace of satisfaction. Abdi, Whitebeard, do you have a stronger move? He gently twisted his neck, and there was a burst of popping beans. Whitebeard's face darkened, but there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes that he had never seen before. Yes. His evaluation of Aaron has been rising again and again. The more fights and the longer the fight, the higher the evaluation. No. He already regards the man in front of him as an enemy he has never encountered in his life. Playing. As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard naturally has his own pride. Facing Aaron's provocation, he stepped forward without saying a word and slashed straight with a knife. Chi. Raising the blade, pointing directly at the sky, billowing conquerors and armed colors spew out, turning into lightning beams, soaring into the sky, directly stirring up the sky. Instantly, the sky was thunderous, dark clouds covered the sky, and the wind was strong. It seems that a white tiger is roaring, causing a hurricane, and there seems to be a green dragon singing a long song, flying clouds and spreading rain. In just a few seconds, the sky seemed to burst a dike, and a huge gap appeared, and the torrential rain poured down, turning into a rain curtain that covered the sky and covered the island. Playing. The blade slashed down, and the rain curtain that was like the water of the Tianhe River seemed unable to withstand the pressure of the blade. The torrential rain stagnated suddenly, suspended in midair, as if frozen in time, unable to rush down. The light of the knife flashed, and the paused time resumed its operation again. Instead, the continuous rain curtain was cut open directly, and circles of misty rain clouds were rippling out, stirring all directions. Song Yunxia wrapped in a majestic armed color, and the conquerors shocked the sky, covered the mountains, split the sea, and smashed the sky with fierce power, directly on Aaron's shoulder. Clang, clang. It was clear that the supreme sword was beheading the flesh and blood, but when the knife touched the shoulder, there were bursts of cannonballs, like the point of the knife colliding, resounding continuously. Click. When the knife fell, let alone Aaron's shoulder, let alone the sea of clouds in the sky, there was a bottomless ravine directly. The sky was split. Certainly. Even though the remote horizon has been deeply affected by it, the nearby islands are certainly not spared either. The sound of biscuits crumbling came out one after another. The island trembled, the rock formations cracked, and a chasm stretched out, intersecting with the previous cracks, dividing the island into an extremely large canyon. Boom. Enduring Whitebeard's full blow, Aaron seemed to be hit by a super-large sea king's, as if Jack the Drow had been kicked by an elephant's foot. His feet rubbed the ground 2 meters deep, and he retreated all the way, pulling out a long kilometers of ravines just stopped. After standing still, he glanced at his shoulder, and there were clearly visible white marks on the dragon scale, but it had not been cut open. Have to say, with double ghosts, double Vajra indestructible body, plus the flames of Lunaria, his body's external defense is really terrifying, far above Big Mom. 174. Chapter 174. The gap between dragons and dragons is greater than that between dragons and dogs. Full order. The knife is good, but the cutting is not sharp enough. Don't try to break the defense from the outside. Give up, Whitebeard. Even if I stand still, it is impossible to cut my dragon scales with your slash like tickling. Aaron spread his wings, left his feet, and floated up. The dragon wings flapped gently on his back, rolling up thousands of air currents and blowing away all the dust on his body. There is such a thing. What's the matter with this guy's body? Simply harder than sea stone. Whitebeard saw clearly that his knife was unable to slice through Aaron's dragon scales. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of shock flashed across his eyes. Before. With a random blow, he can break the defense of Kaido, who is also a ghost, also has a Vajra indestructible body, and has eaten the ability of the Phantom Beast green dragon form fruit, cut off the dragon scale, and went straight into the internal organs. But now, he has gone all out. Two-color hockey and shock fruit have nothing to hold back. It can be said that this is the limit under normal conditions. The results of it can't hurt one of Aaron's dragon scales. Body, indestructible. Better than sea stone. The same ghost clan, the same Qinglong, but the gap is so big. This made Whitebeard see an idea involuntarily in his heart. The gap between Qinglong and Qinglong is bigger than the gap between Huangdo and Qinglong. Gulalalala, I advise you not to be too arrogant. After a brief shock, Whitebeard calmed down. He didn't believe that there was an unbreakable defense at this time. If there is, it's just that the attack is not in place. If you can't cut it with one knife, then you can cut it twice. If you can't cut it with 2 swords, then you can use it 3 times. Until the dragon scale is broken. Playing. As the thoughts turned, Song Yunxia raised in his hand, and the armed color and conquerors followed like a shadow, entangled on the blade at all times. I saw him stomping on his footsteps, rushing forward about 10 steps. Song Yunxia slashed from bottom to top, the blade touched the ground, and the solid rock formation was chopped up like paper in front of Song Yunxia open. The sound of ground breaking. Atmospheric howling. The moment a piece of war music was played, Song Yunxia had already dragged the lightning and streamer, bursting out an unrivaled vibration and chopping wave, and slashed headfirst at Aaron's side. Boom. As if in response to Whitebeard, he still did not dodge, but the dragon wings spread out behind him, surrounded by black lightning and purple streamers, like a scythe. Under the sound of gold and iron, he held up the oncoming cluster of clouds cut. The majestic hockey torrent swelled, shattered the earth, caused thousands of air currents to disrupt the sky, and blasted the sky full of gravel. The cloud that was enough to shadow the mountains and split the ocean was stopped by the dragon's wings. Boom. Seeing this, Whitebeard raised his hand and threw a cannon punch. The infinite vibration force was condensed, and it went straight to Aaron's chest. Boom. A faint smile came into his eyes, and then he opened his palm, blocking his fists like a mountain of 5 fingers, and the overwhelming shock wave was like a tsunami, adding cracks to the island again, shaking the whole island upside down. There was no way to drive Aaron back. Hiss. Seeing that the bombardment was ineffective, Whitebeard was not discouraged. He spread his 5 fingers and grabbed Aaron's palm. The vibration force was like a torrent bursting out of a bank. His center of gravity was out of balance, and when he was crushed to the ground like a mountain, he felt his hand tighten. A scene that surprised him suddenly appeared. As Aaron's 5 fingers spread out, he clasped his palm like an eagle's claw like lightning, and a curl of freezing air rose up. At first, there were only 4 or 5 streaks of freezing air like white mist floating up, but immediately it seemed to connect the world of ice and snow, induce immeasurable cold air. First the palm, then the arm, and then extended to half of the body, and finally Whitebeard's whole body turned into a humanoid ice sculpture, which was connected to everything and was frozen. What? Mr. Kaido, isn't the blue dragon form only able to control 4 natural disasters? Wind, fire, thunder, cloud. When will there be a 5th one? Is it because of awakening? Seeing Whitebeard being frozen into an ice sculpture, Shaki, Jin, and others were surprised and delighted. The good news is that the strongest man in the world has been frozen. Surprisingly, Aaron actually displayed the 5th force of nature. It has nothing to do with fruit awakening. Although my blue dragon form is still a step away from awakening, and my body and mind have not completely tamed the will lodged in devil fruit, but I still have some understanding of the awakening of the blue dragon form. The abilities that were not there before will not appear. Even if the phantom beasts are awakened, it will be greatly strengthened on the basis of the existing abilities. Facing Shaki, Jin, and others questioning, Kaido shook his head, saying that Aaron's ability to freeze Whitebeard has nothing to do with the blue dragon form. Asking for flowers. Have you noticed that this force is very familiar? Douglas Bullet stared intently at Whitebeard, frowning slightly. The ability to freeze seems to be the same, but there are some things that I don't understand when subdivided. Some are ice, some are snow. The most important thing is that the characteristics of Aaron's ability to freeze Whitebeard make him feel very familiar. Suddenly, the peripheral light from the corner of his eye swept across Jean, and the thought suddenly jumped out. Big Mouth True God form. There's nothing wrong with that. I fight against Jin every day, and I have been frozen no less than 100 times by him in the form of Deku True God. This is definitely the ability of Deku True God's form. 0. Douglas Bullet blurted out. Big Mouth True God? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The captain is Qinglong, not some true Deku God. Even if it is, one person can only eat one devil fruit. How can it be both a green dragon and a round god? Honest man and unit of combat power, Burnywald was the first to say that it was impossible. It's not impossible either. Kaido thought of his ability in the form of a blue dragon and said meaningfully, Mr. Aaron, he's not someone who can be more constrained by mere rules. Jin's eyes swept over the dragon wings and the burning flame behind Aaron. He thought of the ability of the Lunaria tribe, which suddenly appeared on Aaron. Intuition told him that the secret of his captain's ability to display the form of Deku True God came from the same source as the ability to possess the Lunaria tribe. But like Kaido, he didn't go into it. Daddy, it is different from the 100 Beast group who were surprised and delighted. Stamped in the cabin of the Moby Dick and saw through the glass window that Whitebeard was frozen, the faces of Margar and others were all pale with fright. They were even more horrified. Aaron grabbed Whitebeard's palm, froze it, and immediately punched directly. The conquerors roared and shone in the sky, wrapped in shocking coercion, and turned into an unparalleled terrifying fist, bombarding Whitebeard's ice sculpture superior. Bang. Thunder roared, lightning bloomed, and the fragmented island seemed to turn into a huge thunder pool, filled with black and purple lightning, completely submerging Whitebeard. 175, Chapter 175 Shock Fruit Awakening. Bang. One black and one purple two-color thunder snake danced recklessly on the torn-apart island, flashing wildly. Fill all the cracks on the island one by one, dye them into black and purple thunder light, and penetrate the airflow in all directions, stirring up circles of clouds and mist. Even the frontal sky cannot escape the destruction of lightning, and it is dismembered into different areas. Seen from a distance, this space seems to be completely occupied by these two kinds of thunder, shattered, fragmented like a mirror. Puff. After a while, the rumbling thunder sounded like the roar of dragons, and tigers gradually became smaller. It ravaged the island and spread to the sky, like super-large sea kings. The winding and circling snow pythons dispersed one by one. Puff. Just when the island returned to silence, a sound of water like a fountain suddenly came out, and blood flowers penetrated the lingering smoke clouds in all directions and fell on the ground. Margao and the others looked along the blood flower, barely seeing a figure. Surprise and delight them. 937 inch. The good news is that this figure is Whitebeard and has broken through the ice. What surprised Whitebeard after the ice was broken was that most of the skin on his chest looked scorched black, obviously injured by the roaring thunder. Especially in the middle of the chest, there was a bloody scar, which was bloody and shocking. The strongest man in the world. Injured. In contrast to Eren. At this moment, suspended in midair, the dragon's wings vibrated gently, blowing up majestic air waves and dispelling the smoke from the entire island. Having endured several attacks from Whitebeard before, not only was he alive and well, but after wiping off a strand of blood from the corner of his mouth, he didn't look injured at all. Yes, you are stronger than I expected. Withstand my punch, but it didn't get pierced. The strongest man in the world is really scary. Eren glanced at the wound on Whitebeard's chest and sighed slightly. Although he did not use heat breath, but chose Paolé, but it has to be said that in Whitebeard's heyday, his physique was second, and the key was Haki. No sickness. A Haki tyrannical to ultimate. The fist just now hadn't touched his body, but he felt a powerful armament Haki outside his body's surface, which turned into an indestructible chi wall, constantly counteracting his attacks. After breaking through a heavy armed wall, the body surface is also wrapped around armament Haki, and the skin is also hardened by armament Haki. There are many defenses, which are offset layer by layer. IT is not as easy and relaxed as Summit War, where Akainu beat Whitebeard. Taking advantage of Whitebeard's immobility, he pierced each other with one move. But even so, after the eruption, Haki's fully opened Whitebeard was carrying more than a dozen magma punches on his body, and he was unscathed. He rushed to Akainu like a ghost and killed him critically. If it wasn't for the lack of both Haki and physical strength, it can only burst out briefly and cannot continue to output as it is now. Before its Haki is exhausted, even Lava Fruit, which has the highest peak attack power among the main devil fruits, will not be able to break defense. Whitebeard in his 70s and 80s, once he mobilizes Haki, he can still resist the Magma Fist, let alone his heyday. Goo-la-la-la-la, no matter how much you underestimate people, there should be a limit. Compared to what happened to you just now, it doesn't seem to be the ability of the green dragon form. Caught off guard, he was frozen. Although he broke free immediately and defended with weapons, he was still injured. This surprised Whitebeard. He also has the Devil Fruit illustrated book. He also knows many abilities. Naturally, it also includes the fruit abilities of Fish Fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Blue Dragon form. Fire, wind, thunder, cloud, the four natural disasters are constant. There is no fifth. Did you say this? Eren's palms are facing upwards, and the white and rich East Chi flutters from his palms. Yes, this is not the ability of the green dragon form, but the form ability of Deku Jinshin. But a more accurate term should be my ability. The voice fell. Under the gaze of Whitebeard's constricted pupils, he changed from the green dragon man-beast form with dragon wings on his back to the real god man-beast form with white wings on his back. This is Dog Fruit, Phantom Beast species, Deku true god form. You don't have two kinds of devil fruit? Seeing this scene, Whitebeard couldn't help but beat faster. Need to be so surprised? I don't seem to have ever said that I only have one fruit ability. Eren shrugged, speaking in a nonchalant tone. It seems that to him, owning two kinds of devil fruit is just a trivial matter. This is your true face. Whitebeard looked at Eren deeply. It counts. How about you? When will you show me another side of you, such as Shock Fruit Awakening? Eren met Whitebeard's gaze and said every word. Since you want to see it so much, then I will do as you wish. I hope you will also awaken the fruit. Otherwise, with your current strength, the battle will end immediately. As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard has obtained the Shock Fruit for many years, and Whitebeard has naturally mastered the Fruit Awakening, which is called by the Sengoku the power that can destroy the world. Not referring to Shock Fruit, but Shock Fruit Awakening. Paramecia is different from Zoan. After awakening, Zoan has unimaginable resilience and vitality, and all-round improvements in speed, strength, defense, etc. And Paramecia either greatly enhances the fruit ability like Op Fruit, or affects the surrounding substances like String Fruit. No matter which one it is, Paramecia's Fruit Awakening requires a huge amount of physical energy. During the Summit War, he couldn't even mobilize Haki, let alone use the Fruit Awakening. Chi. Suddenly, the sound of bursting air rang through my ears. Eren frowned slightly. He felt like he had fallen into the bottom of the usse. I don't know. It should be said that he had fallen into a space of gravity, but it was different from the space that simply increased the multiple of gravity, crazy shaking. The air is shaking. The island is shaking. The sea is shaking too. In this area, it was like turning into a sea of vibrations. In this area, his whole body was like being dismembered by countless high-vibration particle-cutting daggers, dismembering every dragon scale. It is a force that pervades the whole body, spreads to the bones, blood, and internal organs, and the whole body is subjected to destructive damage under this high-frequency vibration. Is this the shock fruit awakening? 0.5. The long-lost pain didn't spread all over the body, but came from every part of the body. It seems that even double ghosts, double Vajra indestructible body, coupled with the green dragon form, and the flames of the Lunaria clan cannot completely defend against this ability. In the face of this unimaginable destructive force, which spreads to every corner, all defenses seem to be useless. What happens when bones vibrate at high frequency? Smash. What happens to visceral high-frequency vibrations? Smash. What about cells? It will also be crushed under this high-frequency vibration. No. No more reservations showing the last whole card and the strongest shock fruit. After awakening, Whitebeard didn't even make a move, but just stood there, and the overwhelming shaking torrent made Eren feel the danger for the first time since crossing. The most important thing is that the intensity of this shock force is still rising. 176, Chapter 176. Don't you forget about this. I will awaken. Chi. Shock fruit awakened and changed. Overwhelming shock waves flooded the island, sky, and ocean. No. It should be said that Whitebeard blessed the power of shock fruit into the nearby substances, or let these substances vibrate by themselves, releasing shock waves. For example, every gram of seawater is releasing shock waves. For example, every gram of air is releasing shock waves. Gravel, white clouds, broken wood, etc. are no exception. Within the scope of influence of shock fruit's awakened power, all are affected, and shock fruit's already terrifying destructive power rises sharply, reaching the point where Sengoku can destroy the world. Suddenly, Whitebeard raised his palm, gathered his 5 fingers together, and the moment he clenched his fist, the space where the island was located seemed to be unbearable, and there were circles of rippling visions. As the space ripples swept away in all directions, all the tangible and intangible things they passed were shattered due to the space shock. Yes, when the vibration force climbs to ultimate, it is no longer 0-1 that causes the atmosphere, the ocean, and the land to vibrate. Instead, it causes space shocks. This is Whitebeard's shock fruit awakening. Raise your hands and throw your feet, causing space shocks, rippling like ripples on the surface of a lake. Even the space can't bear it, causing shocks. What kind of power is this? Puff. Eren, who was submerged by the torrent of shock force, was like carrying an ocean on his back, and his whole body was under the impact of powerful shock waves. Now, after being impacted by the rippling ripples, after enduring the space shock, his indestructible dragon scales, even if it is the flames of the Lunaria clan behind them, were burning fiercely, but they still couldn't offset the damage. The cyan dragon scales began to turn red, began to crack, and began to ooze blood. Before, as strong as Whitebeard, he can only focus on Eren's internal organs, and can only break through the defense by injuring the internal organs, but the internal body is still difficult to control. But now, as soon as shock fruit awakened, it caused a shock wave in the space of an area, and his dragon scales couldn't hold it anymore. In a trance, he even saw his blood bar dropping crazily. Not blood volume -10. Not blood volume -100. It's blood volume -10,000, and it's the one that loses blood continuously. As expected of Paramecia's strongest devil fruit. After the fruit is awakened, it can actually cause shocks at the spatial level. Even my dragon scales can't stop it. Eren glanced at the dragon scales that began to ooze blood from many places on his body, and couldn't help but sigh. First, this is the first time he has broken the defense since he got the god-level loading system, and after receiving various bloodlines, abilities, and stacking armors. Whether inside or outside, it was all broken by Whitebeard. This was Whitebeard in its heyday. What I said just now, I will give it back to you now. Give it up, Eren. It's not impossible for you to beat me. Whitebeard looked down at Eren from a high position, and then he punched out the heavy punch that was ready to go. There was no white light enveloping it, and it was just a simple punch that hit the mountain like a burden. On Eren, whose movements had become extremely sluggish. Boom. With one punch in place, the space vibrates, creating waves like waves. It is more surging and bigger than before. Wherever it passed, the islands that were already torn apart were not shattered by the space fluctuations, but were directly smashed into slag and were wiped out from the space level. After washing away from the island and touching the seawater, the layers of water droplets were directly shattered to the atomic level. The white clouds in the sky disappeared directly. The pouring rain curtain first solidified, then shattered and disappeared. Over the island, the rain stopped and the clouds cleared, leaving only a bare blue sky. Boom. There was a loud noise that overwhelmed the roar of the thunder, accompanied by shock waves like a hurricane passing through, ravaging the island and radiating to the nearby sea area. The islands that were already torn apart, the cracks between them swelled wildly, and they were divided into islands of different sizes. The waves are raging, one wave after another, straight up to the sky for hundreds of meters, as if to swallow everything in this sky. As the source of all the destructive phenomena, Eren flew backwards like a cannonball after being completely punched by a space shock, pulling out waves of air in the midair, like a piercing the blue light of the sky. The whole person is inlaid on one of the island fragments. Bang. The fragments of the island shattered in response. A fragment of the island with a diameter of 3 to 4 kilometers, the moment it came into contact with his body, directly exploded into a wave of dust, and then shattered into slag, which could no longer be put together again. After the first piece of island fragments were blown apart, they went to the second and third pieces. The island where the two fought was torn apart into 10 fragments of different sizes, and now Eren hit 4 of them, and the whole person was embedded in the 5th fragment, and the mountain was also covered with dense cracks. It looks like porcelain, and it will be fragmented at any time. That's Whitebeard's punch. Scarier than ghosts and gods. Before you met me, you were the strongest, but after you met me, you were not. Whitebeard retracted his fist and stood proudly, looking down at Eren, who was blown away by his punch, embedded in the mountain, and covered in blood all over his body. I admit that the awakening of your shock fruit really opened my eyes, and it was far beyond my expectations. It can actually break through the defense, and it breaks so thoroughly. Asterisk 580, it's just, you shouldn't forget about this. I'll wake up too. After seeing Whitebeard's punch, he couldn't wait to declare the victory of this battle as a winner. Eren raised his head slowly, not seeming to care about his injuries. Obviously, his chest was dented and his bones were a little bit displaced, but there was no trace of fear on his face, nor was there any unwillingness to be inferior to others. His expression was unusually calm. It seemed that such an injury was nothing to him. It seems that Whitebeard's fruit awakening is not worth mentioning to him. You said you will awaken the fruit? Impossible. Zoan is different from paramecia. Even for the most common Zoan, the awakening difficulty seems not high, but in fact it is more difficult than paramecia. It has the will interference that resides in the fruit ability. Once the awakening fails, it will become human. Unlike people, animals are not like animals, and unlike paramecia, if you master it, you master it. Ordinary Zoans are like this, let alone phantom beasts. Not only is the awakening difficulty 100 times more difficult than ordinary Zoans, but ancient ones are also hundreds of times more difficult. It will not take a year and a half to match the will of the phantom beast. Can do it? When Whitebeard heard Eren say that mastering fruit awakening, his first reaction was that it was impossible. It's not that he thinks the other party doesn't have the aptitude to master fruit awakening, but that it's impossible in time. 177. Chapter 177 Shock Fruit. I will destroy this power. The awakening difficulty of phantom beast species is many times higher than ordinary Zoan and ancient species. Once the green dragon form fails to awaken, it will turn into a dragon and go berserk. Opening like a King Luffy, it was after eating rubber fruit for more than 10 years, he was enlightened by the famous teacher Kaido's 3 sticks and opened up like crazy, and then he was awakened, and he was still affected by the will boarding in the form of Nika. But what about Eren? It has only been a year since I ate the green dragon form. In such a short time, I practiced hockey, practiced physical skills, and developed devil fruit. It would be great to be able to develop the green dragon form before awakening to ultimate, let alone awaken by touching the fruit. The difficulty is too high. Not enough time. This is why Whitebeard does not believe that Eren has mastered the ability to awaken the dragon form now. If in another year or two, Eren said something like fruit awakening, he wouldn't doubt it at all. And now, he thought it was impossible. It is too difficult to match the body and mind with the Qinglong form, not to mention completely taming the will in the blue dragon form. Ordinary people really can't do it. Unfortunately, I am not an ordinary person. Since the will residing in the phantom beast is the key to awakening, then you say, in terms of dealing with the will, what is more suitable than Conqueror's Haki? Aaron's eyes gradually glowed fiercely. Originally, after transforming into a green dragon human beast form, the pupils became vertical pupils, but there were still some traces of human pupils, but now it has properly transformed into a dragon. A pair of golden eyes burst out with boundless coercion. It is different from Conqueror's Haki, but Longwei in the form of a blue dragon. Perhaps the phantom beasts are more unique. Compared to matching the physical and mental abilities of the fruit, I am more inclined to completely surrender the will of the phantom beasts, rather than matching them. Unfortunately, I seem to have done it. Aaron cast his eyes on Whitebeard, and the golden dragon eyes burst out two solid golden lights, and the 10-meter-high body began to shrink, and the height did not decrease, still 10 meters, but the body shape was a little slimmer than before. No. It is a little less robust, and a little more heroic, which highlights the body shape and the symmetry of the muscles. It perfectly blends the characteristics of Qinglong and human beings. At the same time, clouds of cyan flame rose from the surface of the body, wrapping around the shoulders like ribbons. Under the cover of the cyan flame cloud, the dragon scales that had been oozing blood burst into a dazzling blue light. The blood stopped, and the dragon scales healed quickly. The healing speed of that non-human being is like that of Qingyan in the form of a phoenix. In the blink of an eye, the injury recovered as before, and no trace of injury could be seen anymore. Awakening in Azure Dragon form. It actually did it. Have you mastered the awakening of the most difficult phantom beast in such a short time? Watching the transformation of Aaron's form, he perfectly combined the posture of a green dragon and a human being, wrapped in a cloud of blue flames, giving people a feeling of being reborn. The whole body is covered with thick dragon power, and the air is as thick as a tide. At this moment, Whitebeard was terrified. Awaken? There's nothing wrong with this feeling. It's the awakening of the fruit in the form of a green dragon. Seeing Aaron's awakened appearance in the form of a blue dragon, if you want to say who is the most excited and ecstatic, it is definitely Kaido. He's also an ability user in the form of fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon. Now that his elder brother is displaying fruit awakening, it is no less than lighting a bright light for him, guiding him to the end of the road to fruit awakening. The shape has changed. There are more clouds of smoke in the shape of blue ribbons. The eyes have changed too. I just don't know what abilities the fruit has after awakening, besides changing its shape. Shaki, Douglas Bullet, and others are also full of curiosity and expectation. Especially Douglas Bullet. He was already very eager for phantom beasts, especially after witnessing Aaron beating Shiki to death in the blue dragon form. The ability of the phantom beast in the blue dragon form had a unique place in his heart. Let him be interested in further fruit awakening machines. Goolalala, what a monster, like guy. However, even if you really do it, it can't be the reason for you to win me. Devil fruit has grades, and fruit awakening has grades, not to mention how far you have just mastered and how far you can develop your abilities. Maybe you can really match me in the future, but now you still have to lose. Whitebeard suppressed the surprise in his heart, and his face regained his awe-inspiring confidence. What about the awakening of the dragon form? He is still not afraid. Chi. The air suddenly rippled like a tide, and the overwhelming vibration, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, swept across all directions and instantly submerged Aaron. The mountain that surrounded him couldn't bear such a torrent of vibrations, and began to crack, disintegrate, and shatter. However, withstanding this shocking torrent before, it was like being in Uzumaki, or carrying a mountain on your back, unable to move at all, and even the dragon scales ooze blood and rupture. Again now, after awakening in the form of the green dragon, the blue dragon wings behind Aaron spread out, creating a majestic wave of air, as if it was not affected by the torrent of vibrations that rolled in. The dragon scale was unscathed. No more bursting, no more bleeding. The dragon scale's defense has been raised by more than one level. Sure enough, after the phantom beasts awaken, their original abilities will be greatly improved. Dragon scales, which are known for their strong defense, are already strong enough to resist the ubiquitous shockwave attacks. This scene made Whitebeard narrow his eyes slightly. You seem very proud of your shock fruit awakening, so I will destroy this power. The voice just fell. The dragon wings on Aaron's back flapped once, and with just one flap of the wings, it made a blue light, broke the sound barrier, carried the ubiquitous shock wave that filled every gram of air, and flashed directly over Whitebeard. The dragon's wings spread out, like covering the sky and covering the sun, casting down a large shadow in an eloquent manner. At close range, engulfed by bursts of dragon power, like the water of the invisible Tian, Hanaozo River, condescending and rushing past. The combination of shadow and dragon's power, accompanied by the rolling conqueror's haki, is like a mountain pressing down on his head, and Whitebeard, who is as strong as a will, suddenly feels heavy all over his body, as if there is a voice in his heart that keeps saying to him, "Give up, Zhu. This is an invincible existence." Big words. No matter how much you despise me, Edward Newgate, there should be a limit. My power is not something you can destroy just by saying. What kind of existence is Whitebeard, with scarlet eyes flashing, suppressing the complicated thoughts in his heart, carrying the dragon's power like a mountain? The conqueror's haki around him is like a volcanic eruption. The magma gushes out, erupts towards the sky, and fiercely meets the conqueror's dragon's power sprinkled on his head collide together. Boom. A burst of haki collision resounded in all directions, like the roar of dragons and tigers. The sky-covering clouds and mist that had just reunited and formed were scattered wave after wave by the conqueror's waves that ravaged the sky until the bottom was wiped out. 178, Chapter 178, Azure Dragon Form. Awakening, please order in full. Bang. Accompanied by the collision between conqueror's haki, the rivers and seas are overturned, the weather is stirred up, and waves of haki burst out one after another, pressing down on the mountains. Whitebeard clenched his fist with his right hand and put it on his waist. His eyes burst out coldly, his feet stomped on the ground, and his spine swayed. The fist shot straight into the sky like a cannonball. The ground shook under his feet, dust soared into the sky, and billowing air waves vented to the courtyard. Chi. Centered on the front of the fist, the space seems unable to bear the boundless power of the fist, rippling out circles of terrifying ripples, like tidal ripples, like missile explosions, fluctuating. Facing him, he broke through his defenses with a single blow. His chest was sunken, his bones creaked, and the space vibrated. Aaron's eyes flashed with disdain, and he didn't make a move, but opened his mouth full of sharp dragon teeth, roaring loudly. The blue light bloomed, and a green dragon figure emerged from behind, following him like a shadow, roaring into the sky together with him. The sound wave of the rolling dragon's chant shakes the sky, and the wind and clouds sweep away in all directions. Wherever the sound wave passes, the sky, ocean, and islands are shaking again and again, just like Whitebeard is launching shock fruit with all his strength. The dragon roared, the airwaves rolled, and it seemed that even the space could be smashed into pieces with a single roar. The space fluctuations that were originally sweeping across the face, after being crushed by the dragon's sound waves, spread slower and slower, and the fluctuations became smaller and smaller. This dragon chant seemed to condense into tens of thousands of swords, 887 guns, cavalry, gold and iron horses, swallowing thousands of miles. Under the fierce collision, Whitebeard was punched out, and the fluctuations enough to shake the space roared to pieces. After the dragon's roar shattered the sweeping space fluctuations, Aaron roared up to the sky again, and the dragon's voice was like a tide, sweeping across the universe. The majestic dragon chant seemed to form thousands of giant dragons, covering the sky and covering the sun, swooping down and submerging Whitebeard. Is this a sound wave? Whitebeard's complexion changed suddenly, his hands opened, and the atmosphere was shattered, causing a torrent of vibrations that soared into the sky, as if he was resisting the waves of the dragon's roar. But he still felt the pain in his eardrums. His brain was dizzy, his eyes were filled with stars, and his brain seemed to explode, buzzing. The blood in the body seemed to be boiling and flowing backwards, and the internal organs were extremely uncomfortable. Even with armament hockey's full force to counteract it, his face was washed blue by the sound of the dragon's chant. He spewed a stream of blood foam from his mouth, and while his body was shaking, he stepped back with his feet one after another. But the fragments of the island under the feet, after being bombarded by the sound of the dragon's roar, directly swept up a tornado-shaped dust cloud, soaring into the sky, and then turned into a mushroom cloud, standing between the sky and the sea. Dragon chant. A few kilometers away in the sea, Kaido stretched out his hand to release armament haki, resisting the sweeping dragon chant sound waves, carefully feeling Aaron's ability to awaken in the form of a green dragon, and his heart suddenly felt turbulent. When it is not awakened, the dragon chant is just the cry of the green dragon. Although it is an infrasound wave, it can make ordinary people's hands and feet stiff and their brains blank after hearing it. But for the strong, the dragon chant has no effect. On the contrary, it is not as strong as the oppression of the spreading conqueror's haki. And now, without any ability, any haki, just a dragon's chant, will shake the sky, shake the sea, and shatter the islands. It was so strong that even Whitebeard's fluctuations that caused space shocks roared to pieces. The dragon chant after awakening is no longer as simple as a simple infrasound wave. It's like an extraordinary electromagnetic pulse. It is as strong as Whitebeard, who endured a dragon's roar and was roared on the spot so that blood was sprayed from the mouth and his internal organs were injured. Hearing the sound of land in his ears, Kaido looked back and found that besides himself, there were other people besides Jin, whether it was Shaki, Douglas Bullet, or Burndy Wald. All of them were pale and collapsed on the deck with uncomfortable faces. Is it because of my brother's dragon cry? Kaido was stunned for a moment, but then he came to his senses. Even if it is defended with armament hockey, and it is only the aftermath, but for people other than myself, it is really too lethal. If Jin wasn't a survivor of the Lunaria clan, he would probably be the same as Shaki and the others. The dragon chant swept over and collapsed to the ground. You guys, what's the matter? Jin turned around and saw Douglas Bullet and others all limp on the deck. He couldn't help but look surprised. It's so uncomfortable. The whole body's bones, internal organs, and blood are vibrating crazily. The mind directs the body. Can't even stand up. As Shaki, Douglas Bullet, and others spoke about their physical condition at the moment, Kaido knew it clearly. Sure enough, it was the reason for the terrifying dragon chant. Not only the lethality is terrifying, but the aftermath can make the people here, the brain unable to direct the body, although it is only temporary, but if it is in the core area of the dragon chant, it will be permanent. To this, Whitebeard is the most convincing, carrying the dragon's cry head-on. First, he triggered the space shock to resist, and then used armament hockey to counteract it, but now he is still terribly uncomfortable. His hands and feet seem to have their own independent will, and they don't want to obey orders. Without any hesitation, he fully activated his armor, and then he drove his fingers hard, plunged into the space, stirred up a circle of space fluctuations, and swept towards Eren, avoiding being caught by the opponent in a gap where he could not move and launching a fierce attack. At this time, the advantages of shock fruit are brought into full play. A random attack is all 360 degrees, a diffuse space shock attack, no dead angle, no need to aim at all. Even if it is attacked in the opposite direction, it is equivalent to locking on Eren and performing a heavy attack. The same ability. Why do you think it will work on me twice? Seeing this, Eren transformed into a 100-meter green dragon. After the fruit is awakened, not only the form of Qinglong Beast has changed, but even the form of Qinglong Beast is also changed. His body shape remains the same, still about 100 meters in size, but when he transformed into the form of a green dragon beast, his dragon claws had 4 fingers, but after awakening, they now have 5 claws. Not only that, but the blue flame cloud is lingering around his body, and the mighty dragon's power is raging in all directions. Next second, the extremely huge dragon's body is winding and circling in the sky, and its 100-meter body instantly swells to a length of more than 5,000 meters, covering the sky and the sun, completely covering up the brilliant sun in the sky. Such a body shape is already equivalent to super-large sea kings. The difference is that unlike super-large sea kings who have nothing but size and strength, Eren at this moment not only has size and strength, but also has various fruit abilities, as well as hockey. Gary's dragon claws protruded out with a bang, like a star collapsing, falling from the sky, enveloping the shadows that cover the sky and covering the soaring heat. The fiery red heat that was originally burning fiercely changed its color after the fruit ability in the form of a green dragon was awakened. The red heat turned into dragon flames, carrying the torrent of armament hockey and shot directly at the ripples that caused space shocks. Click. The air in a large area cracked and shattered like a mirror, and countless mirror-shaped air fragments flew out, like flying stones, strafing in all directions. 179. Chapter 179 Awakening Heat. Break through the sea full order. The airflow shattered. Space shakes. Wherever it passed, the space ripples that were enough to shatter all tangible and intangible things were slapped by Eren's probing claws. Like the wrinkles on clothes, the rippling space ripples were smoothed out directly. This scene made Whitebeard's heart skip a beat even after seeing it. Fortunately, at this time his disobedient body had recovered. He didn't dare to be negligent, nor did he dare to hold Song Yunxia in one hand, soaring up like a butcher. Like a dragon warrior, while Eren reached out to smooth out the space ripples, he grabbed and dragged the Conqueror's lightning with both hands, and it fell straight down. Clang. The knife light flashed. Song Yunxia dragged the heaven-splitting mighty slash onto the dragon's head. Although there was a huge difference in body size, the moment the blade landed, It burst into a violent thunder that shot straight into the sky, as if connecting the brilliant sun with the boundless sea. Column. Rolling Conqueror's haki was poured into Tsong Yunxia, and along the blade, endless lightning burst out. The majestic coercion, along the knife edge, like the water of the Yangtze River, slapped on Aaron's head wave after wave. Chi. Not only that, after the knife slashing around the Conquerors, circles of ripples like tide ripples, with the blade as the center, swept across the sky and in all directions. The sky was crushed by the shock wave, and it immediately set off a turbulent sea wave, which was full of holes and cracks blooming with white light. The sea suffered continuous attacks that could cause space shocks, instantly like a broken mirror, dismembered by countless ravines, piece by piece like ocean currents like mountains, scrambling to rise above the sea. Stand tall. As strong as Aaron, after enduring the knife, the dragon head, which was bigger than the mountain, couldn't help but throw it aside, but before Whitebeard could be happy, the split dragon head suddenly stopped in midair. The cold, golden eyes fixed on him, and then the dragon's mouth opened, and the blazing blue flames rolled and burned like magma. Bang. The dragon's head swung and opened its mouth to spit out, and the violent dragon flames erupted like magma, like a torrent breaking a bank, baking the sky into ripples and wrinkles, engulfing the scorching heat and the impact that penetrated everything and swept towards Whitebeard. Empty shock. Whitebeard's pupils constricted suddenly, and he immediately turned Tsong Yunxia, pulled a saber flower, surrounded by bursts of space ripples and violent Conqueror's lightning, and struck the oncoming heat. Before awakening, Aaron's heat could already burn down rivers and directly penetrate a mountain or even an island. After awakening, the red heat turns into blue dragon flames. Both destructive power and temperature are rising steadily. Once it erupts, it is like a galaxy of flames dragging boundless meteorites and falling down, carrying a terrifying heat wave that covers the sky and smashes the sun, crushing into space on the ripples. Whitebeard was blasted down from a height of hundreds of meters, including a man and a knife. Boom. There was a loud noise, and his junior fell to the ground, but he still didn't dare to take a breath, and swung the knife with all his strength, trying to smash the green flame in front of him. Click. Hearing the sound of cracking silk resounding in my ear, I glanced out of the corner of my eye and saw that the fragments of the island around me had begun to crack, extending shocking cracks, extending in all directions, covering the entire island at high speed. Whitebeard stretched his arms. Blue veins protruded from the arms and neck like a dragon. Arm color. Concourse. Shock fruit. The three forces joined in a line, bursting out Kamui that shook the sky and shattered the sea. Under a burst of dazzling, jagged flashes, Tsong Yunxia's blade burst out in all directions, like a majestic wave of energy like a wave. Boom. Bursts of loud noises exploded. Whitebeard slashed with all his strength, and the oncoming green flames were not cut in half, but were shaken away. IT was supposed to drown him, but now it just passed him by. Boom. The fragments of the island, which were already riddled with holes like porcelain, were punctured and shattered immediately. After the green heat pierced through an island fragment with a diameter of several kilometers, he was still not satisfied, let alone give up, and continued to bombard the turbulent sea fiercely with monstrous heat. Hiss. The conflict between water and fire raised a large white mist covering several kilometers. Whitebeard opened his eyes wide. Looking through the thick white mist, he saw a scene that made his face change in horror. Whether it is flame or magma, even the heat released by Aaron and Kaido in the past, in front of the vast ocean, it is a drop in the ocean. Once it falls into the sea, apart from splashing a few waves and white mist, it will be immediately extinguished by the endless sea water, leaving not even a trace of flame. But now, under his gaze, hot air was lingering, and a large number of bubbles continued to emerge, and a hole was actually broken in the surface of the sea like boiling sea water, like a deep well with no end in sight. It's like a cake being dug out from the middle, leaving a huge hole. No, the endless sea is like this. The heat of the blue flames was extinguished, and not even a trace of flame could be left behind. But this heat was being extinguished, but it burned through the sea, leaving a deep spiral well. After a few seconds, the majestic sea current poured back go down to fill the hole again. It takes a few seconds to heal, but these few seconds are enough to make the strongest man in the world unforgettable and unforgettable forever. It's not just the temperature, the key is the impact. The power of that cyan pillar of fire, the combination of high temperature and impact, penetrated the sea just now. 0.0. Is this the awakening of the green dragon form? Whitebeard found that he seemed to return to the feeling when he was a child, sailing out to sea for the first time and facing the super-large sea kings. Creepy. The hairs stand on end. Cold hands and feet. Sweat profusely, wet clothes. It wasn't that he felt fear in his heart. He was still the strongest man in the world who was fearless and looked down on the world. But the biological instinct, which surpassed his will, caused an overreaction to fear, etc. In addition to dragon chant and flames, blue dragons also have main natural elements. Since the flame has undergone a qualitative improvement, isn't that? Whitebeard suddenly remembered something. The heat has changed, and it is so powerful that it can open a hole in the magnificent sea, and the fire restrained by water can burn through the sea current. What about other natural elements? The ability of the green dragon form, in addition to the blessing of defense, strength, speed, physical strength, etc., the core ability of being a phantom beast is to dominate nature. Wind, fire, thunderclouds. At this moment, what is displayed is just one of them. Bang. As if responding to Whitebeard's thoughts, there is a burst of thunderous roar resounding through the sea above the zenith. Immediately, the dazzling cyan thunder light suddenly appeared from the sky and instantly dyed the sky cyan, like a blue curtain covering the sky and covering the sun, covering the hanging scorching sun and the sky together. 180. Chapter 180 can still breathe. Amazing. Seek full order. Rumbling. Thunder roared, just like the god of thunder beating a drum, resounding continuously. The lightning flickered like silver snakes dancing wildly, densely covering the void. In an instant, the boundless universe was covered with an incomparably huge thunder curtain, like a thunder pool filled with cyan lightning, hanging upside down in the void. The circling thunder, like countless pythons, just wandered in the sky and hadn't landed yet, but the vast power of the sky had already poured down, and even Whitebeard, who was as strong as ever, felt an unprecedented oppression. It's like facing the new world's catastrophe at sea, the kind of stormy natural disaster that even the air pirates can destroy. Beyond the realm of human conquest. No. The thunderstorm created by Eren alone is a natural disaster of this scale. The movement stretches for dozens of kilometers, covering a large sea area, and there is nowhere to hide. Daddy, watching Whitebeard below the endless thunderstorm on 147. The faces of Margot and others in the Moby Dick turned pale, and their eyes were full of worry and uneasiness. No matter how confident they were in Whitebeard, the giant lightning pond hanging upside down in the sky before them was too terrifying, making them feel uneasy. Thunder fruit, that's all it is. It's not an exaggeration to say that such a thunderbolt is a Logia-capable user. No, even a person with Logia ability may not be able to achieve this level. It's almost like a god to create a thunderstorm that stretches for tens of kilometers with every gesture. Contrary to the concerns of Margot and others, the anxiety is the opposite. At this moment, Shaki, Jin, and others on the Beast's pirate ship were shocked and awed from the bottom of their hearts. Eren's ability to awaken in the form of a green dragon is far beyond their imagination. Even if I can awaken and master the fruit of the green dragon form, I can't do it to this extent. Kaido looked up at the thunderstorm in the sky and thought silently. He knew very well that devil fruit was like a weapon, just like a supreme sharp knife. How much power can be exerted depends entirely on the capable person himself. It does not mean that everyone who holds the supreme sword is the most powerful swordsman in the world, but only Mihawk who holds the supreme sword is the most powerful swordsman in the world. Awaken by Humian, in a thunderstorm. Eren is entrenched in it, and all the blue roaring thunders are like his courtiers, his soldiers, loyal, and no blue roaring thunder hurts him. Qing Long Wanlei. Accompanied by the majestic and icy cold shouting sound spread. A huge thunder pool erupted in an instant, and a terrifying thunderstorm poured down. Thousands of blue thunderstorms, like torrential rain and strong wind, rushed down like a river bursting its embankment. Where the thunder light passed, the air was directly pierced, and circles of clouds and dew rippled out. There are tens of thousands of heaven and earth visions like this. In an instant, tens of thousands of roaring thunders have completely wrapped Whitebeard, turning into a sea of roaring thunders, submerging him in it. Bang. The loud noise, accompanied by the blinding thunder, instantly took away the sight and hearing of everyone in this area. I can't see anything but cyan in front of my eyes. Except for the loud bang, nothing can be heard beside the belt. Wait until the roar of thunder gradually stops. Wait until the dazzling electric light gradually dissipates. Everyone's hearing and vision returned, and a terrifying picture came into view immediately. A rock suspended above the sea. Whitebeard held knife in one hand and stood proudly, but his hair and skin were scorched black, and his whole body was like coke. But the cracked skin, limb muscles that smelled of burnt, could see cracks and dry bloodline. It's not so good to bear the feeling of being bombarded by thousands of thunders. Even if he released Armament Hockey's defense for the first time, triggering the ripple resistance in the shock space, he has already been hacked and scarred, shaped like Kurizumi. The whole person's hands and feet are numb, even standing upright, and even holding Song Yunxie these two movements, it takes a lot of willpower to support it so that he can barely do it. Oh, I have to praise you. After being attacked by my fruit awakening, you can still breathe. It's amazing. I've never met anyone better than you. However, you should stop here. Seeing that Whitebeard stood proudly and did not fall down, Aaron's eyes flashed with admiration. He has seen a lot of pirates. He has seen too many kings. But it was the first time I saw a man as bold and fearless as Whitebeard. From the beginning of the battle until this moment, he had clearly seen the gap in strength. But from the beginning to the end, he could not feel the slightest bit of fear or shrink back in the opponent's eyes, expression, and emotions. No matter what kind of attack it is basically tough. Even if it is dodging, it has never exposed its back to him. Compared to Katakuri, whose back never touches the ground, Whitebeard, a king who never turns his back on the enemy, is even more impressive. Goolalala, Qinglong boy. You'd better save this light for the light bulb. To take Laozi's life, it's still a little short. Whitebeard struggled to drive his arm and raised Song Yunxie in his hand bit by bit, pointing the blade at Aaron, maintaining an attacking posture to destroy the enemy. Frankly, I really don't want to kill you. You'd better stop moving and just fall down like this. Otherwise, I will use the awakened power of the green dragon form to turn your 5 bodies into dust. Aaron looked down at Whitebeard and paused. Different from other pirates. Qingjiao, John, Shiki, etc. all have the idea of being kings and hegemony. Even if they don't want these kings with the ambition to occupy the sea will come to me. It's a fight to the death, there's nothing to say. The only exception is Whitebeard. No matter whether it was face-to-face or understanding before time travel, he knew very well that the man in front of him, who was known as the strongest in the world, had no ambition to become a king. In other words, the opponent's ambition is the group of suns on the Moby Dick. It is Whitebeard's dream and his ambition to become a king to prop up a sky for Margall and others in this cruel sea. Compare. Dominating the World 5.4 world, conquering the Grand Line, world power, and the title of One Piece, none of these are of interest. Exactly. Since the Dust War, he is familiar with the battle power of the awakened green dragon form, and he has also suppressed Whitebeard to death. Aaron still has fighting intent in his heart, but he doesn't have much killing intent. My life can accommodate defeat and death in battle, but I can't accommodate surrender. Aaron, you better not underestimate me, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard met Aaron's gaze without giving in. Bang. Hearing this, Aaron didn't speak, but the dragon's eyes were filled with scarlet lights. The original thunderstorm dissipated, and it turned back to the cloudless sky with the scorching sun. Blossoming blue clouds appeared out of thin air, and in a blink of an eye they turned into a sea of blue clouds, completely covering the sky. 181, Chapter 181 Grand Line can only have one strongest full order. Bang. Clatter. As the sea of blue clouds stretched in all directions, covering the sky within the line of sight, after the sun was gone, thunder roared and exploded in the universe, and immediately the sky seemed to burst in embankment, and it was as majestic as a torrent, and the torrential rain rolled down. In an instant, the space with a radius of tens of kilometers has been covered by continuous rain. For the remaining island fragments, the land exposed to the sea is getting less and less. It is not that the island fragments have sunk, but the rain has fallen and the water level has risen. Let the clouds spread the rain. Seeing this scene, all the crew members of the 100 Beasts and Whitebeard regiments couldn't help but see 4 ministers in their minds. This is Qinglong awakening. Clouds and rain are just a matter of one thought. Before the fruit awakened, Aaron's flame cloud was basically used for one purpose, carrying people and cargo for flight. But now, after the fruit is awakened, the heat and thunder have changed, and Yin Yun is no exception. Before awakening, the flame cloud could only fly with people and objects, but after awakening, it can fly clouds and spread rain. Bang. Just when everyone was immersed in Yalong's powerful ability 03, the thunder and roar were countless times more deafening than before. The familiar picture reappeared. In the science sea of clouds, Thunder pythons emerged, rolling and undulating, winding and circling. The number and size of them were so large that it was appalling. This world is too small, but there are many strongest people. From now on, there can only be one strongest grand line. Eren looks down on Whitebeard. Ching Long Ling. Rolling dragon chant, as if words can't follow. The dragon roared, and the thunder roared. Thousands of silver snakes scrambled towards one of them, quickly gathered thousands of silver snakes, and turned into a blue thunder dragon, protruding down, icy cold, looking directly at Whitebeard with endless thunder eyes. The thunder dragon hadn't landed yet, but the mighty might of the sky was already overwhelming, making Whitebeard's spirit and body tense, and he felt unusually heavy. It was unclear whether it was thunder or the loud noise of the dragon's chant. The vast thunder dragon that covered the sky and the sun swooped down, only to fully expose the dragon's head, and it has already exceeded 2 kilometers of fear. It's just a dragon's head, but it's as huge as half of Eren's body. Bang. The sky-shrouding thunder dragon is condescending. Although it is huge in size, its essence is roaring thunder, and its speed is naturally thunderous. Well done. Facing the thunder dragon's dive, Whitebeard grinned wildly. Instead of retreating, he jumped up, armed with color, conquerors, and the power of the shock space, all wrapped around Song Yunxia, and then dragged the black knife light, like a god who opened up everything, slashing furiously at the oncoming dragon. Bang. Thunder roared. In an instant, all the colors in this space were taken away, leaving only the blue thunder light. The torrential rain curtain that was originally like the sky breaking the embankment suddenly stopped in midair as if the pause button was pressed. The torrential rain stopped falling, and it stopped strangely. In the next second, the majestic roaring thunder shockwave swept away in all directions. The rain curtain was instantly washed away and evaporated, and all tangible and intangible things were wiped out under the roaring thunder. Clouds and rain. It roared like the sea. The combination of the roaring thunder and the flame cloud after awakening, the destructive power is terrifying. Even Eren himself can't predict it. After all, it was also the first time for him to use the awakening of the green dragon form in actual combat. Many tricks are developed on the front line. This is also due to the fact that before the awakening of the fruit, he developed it in a fancy way and developed the ability of the green dragon form to various fields. The trick Wuwa 8 Gate, even if he used the awakening for the first time, the tricks were developed before the battle, and he did not pull his hips in the slightest. On the contrary, it is extremely powerful. Boom. In the sea of dazzling thunder light, Thunder Dragon crushed Whitebeard head-on and washed him into the sea. The loud shocking sound spread, and the sea cracked like a mirror with countless cracks. Immediately, countless sea currents gushed out from the sea gully that was split open like an earthquake, turning into a flower that soared into the sky. The huge mushroom water cloud stands majestically between the sky and the sea and has not dissipated for a long time. Clatter. It took a while. The 1,000-meter-high mushroom water cloud was pulled by gravity just now and fell down again, spreading out like a tsunami, submerging everything. At this moment, the mammoth thunder dragon also disappeared, leaving behind only a cyan thunder beam piercing the sky, like a sky pillar supporting the sky of the Grand Line and dividing the sky and the sea. As time goes by, the thunder light changes from strong to weak, from dazzling to dim, until it disappears. The sea surface was pierced through like white paper, leaving a bottomless sea pit. The nearby sea waters seemed to be disintegrated and disappeared without a trace, potholes filled. I don't know how long it has been. At the bottom of this abyss channel that can reach the bottom of the sea almost directly. Whitebeard's scorched eyelids trembled and then slowly opened. His eyes were a little dazed, You're thinking, why are you still alive? Suddenly, a familiar voice hit Whitebeard's eardrums, dispelling the confusion in his eyes. Eren. Whitebeard looked back and saw not far away a figure sitting on top of a sea king's hundreds of meters long. The sea kings, who were extremely violent and could not be tamed at all, acted like a good baby at this moment, acting as a 790 rider, allowing Eren to disperse them. This is where. Whitebeard glanced at Eren, looked around, and what he saw was a dark, almost lightless world. He can see the surroundings clearly, he can see Eren clearly, and he can see sea kings clearly, all because of the blue flame cloud above his head that is blooming with luster. Under the sea? As a capable person, in the nightmare of the capable person, an area similar to the Fishman Island was established in the depths of the sea. Is it the capable person who fears the sea, or the sea fears you? After Whitebeard opened his eyes, he didn't seem to care about his situation at all, and didn't care what would happen to him next, but looked around on his own. He could see that he was at the bottom of the usse.as for why the seawater couldn't submerge. It was entirely because the flame cloud in front of him spread out and formed a protective film similar to the Fishman Island. It blocked the backflow of seawater and even produced oxygen. If you can be afraid of the sea, if you can't even control the sea, how can you talk about dominating the world? Eren sat on top of Sea Kings and said in a natural tone, "You want to beat the second rocks?" Whitebeard looked at Eren and said in an affirmative tone. He has stayed in the Rocks Pirate, so he is naturally aware that the cadres and crew members inside have the ambition to rule the world. 182. Chapter 182, Whitebeard. I will call you the strongest captain. Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axis, etc., etc. The cadres and crew of these Rocks Pirate want to get their hands on the authority of the world. It's just that when Rocks D.Zebek was alive, everyone dared to think, only dared to say, but no one dared to do it. After the death of Rocks, the era of rivalry among kings came to an end immediately. Each is vying for territory, each is growing, but in Whitebeard's view, except for Shiki and Charlotte Linlin, who are a bit interesting, they are all the beauty of inserting the first bid. As for Eren and Kaido, they were just trainee crew members at the time, and they didn't even have a crew member under them. After leaving the Rocks Pirate, they could only be like ghosts. Even if it can become a major event, it will be more than 10 years later. However, unexpectedly, in just 1 year, the number of Beasts pirates was small, but under Eren's strength that surpassed the sea, the kings fell under his dragon claws one by one. The Golden Lion, as strong as a lion roaring at the sea, also drank its hatred under the dragon's teeth. Such a person, in Whitebeard's opinion, naturally wanted to be the second Lux. The path of a loser, if you go 100 times, only 100 losers will be born. I'm not interested in being second to the Rocks. I just want to say, number one. Eren shook his head. Unlike Wong Luffy, he likes to follow the path of others. In his opinion, the world will only remember the first of anything. Like One Piece, everyone will only remember Gold Roger because he was the first One Piece. Then, even if there is a second one, it is just following Roger's guidance and becoming Roger's second. No, it can only be hung up immediately to make a Joey boy. That's why you didn't kill me. Whitebeard was startled, so ambitious. But thinking of the strength that Eren just showed, he couldn't help being silent for a while. I have tried my best, awakened Shock Fruit, fully opened Conqueror's Haki, and paired with a supreme sharp-knifed Song Yunxia, but was defeated by Eren with his bare hands on the spot. In particular, he could feel that the man in front of him didn't do his best, and there was room for it. So, what's your choice? Do you want to join me, or become the dust of history with your sons? Newgate. Eren nodded. He kept Whitebeard and saved the other party in this vast ocean. Naturally, he wanted to recruit such a battle experience. After all, apart from the lack of special physique or special blood, Whitebeard is full in every aspect. Conqueror's Haki is almost the best in the sea, and there is no one else who can be better than him except himself and Roger. Shock Fruit itself is the strongest Paramecia Devil Fruit and has also mastered Fruit Awakening. Knowledge can predict the future. With Armament Haki and Shock Fruit, it can even break his internal organs. He is a man who values affection and righteousness and is arrogant. As long as he sincerely approves, there is absolutely no reason to betray. Even if you rebel, you will just leave silently, and you won't stab someone in the back. Such a man, covered with merits from head to toe, as long as there is still a slight chance of attracting him, Eren has absolutely no reason to give up. From childhood to adulthood, I always just wanted a home. When I joined Rocks Pirate, I thought it would be my home, but sadly it wasn't. A group of kings stay together, and there is only intrigue among each other. Dragons and tigers fight and intrigue. A flash of memory flickered in Whitebeard's eyes. Whether you treat the beasts as your own home, or run your own home under the auspices of the beasts, I will not interfere. Newgate, I just want an answer from you. Eren gave Whitebeard great respect and freedom. You nod, I can keep the Whitebeard pirates. You nod, as long as the members of the Whitebeard pirates don't offend my reverse scale, I don't have to interfere in everything about this pirates. You nod, whether they go or stay is up to you, and I will not interfere. If they stay, I regard them as crew members. If they leave, I will give them a piece of living soil and shelter them from growing up. Knowing that Whitebeard doesn't like the name, he doesn't like Lee, He only loves the blonde curvy nurse and his son, so Eren started with his son directly. Whitebeard heard the words, his face fluctuated, as if he was weighing. If you are alone and have just left Rock's pirate, then don't even think about it, just choose to fight to the death. But now he has Margao, Josie, and Vista, all of which are his lifeblood. Especially after he turned against Bakingum, these sons belong to him. This made Whitebeard have to think carefully. Phoenix Fruit. If in the end Bullet didn't choose it, but chose Thunder Fruit instead, then I can give it to one of your sons. Also, the previous agreement with you, Asylum of the Sphinx, works as well. If you don't believe it, you can live to see if I fulfill my promise. Eren's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. On the one hand, they are holding all their sons to die together, and on the other hand, they are submitting to Eren. All the members can live and have a bright future. Whitebeard naturally knew what to choose. Villalala, let me live to see if you keep your promise. Isn't this equivalent to asking me to choose to join your pirate team? Cunning guy, count me dead. Whitebeard grumbled. The only thing he cares about is his hometown and a group of sons. Now that Eren has clearly arranged his hometown and his sons, and his strength is strong enough to overwhelm himself in his heyday, he has no choice at all. After all, strength still has the final say. As long as the strength is strong enough, the people around you are good people, and the things around you are good things. What could be more joyful than harvesting such precious combat power? Everything I just said, it worked. As long as Eren doesn't kill his sons, the top combat power of the world's strongest man will basically be unable to escape. This is not. Even if Monkey D. Dragon joins 100 Beasts now, can't make him so excited. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. I also have to admit that your strength has reached the height of Rock's. No, maybe even stronger than him, Qian Zhaohao, and you are qualified to be the captain of my Edward Newgate. You are both the crew of beasts and the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is the heartfelt admiration of the strongest man in the world. No, since you call me captain, I won't let you call G in vain. I would like to call you the strongest, yeah? Eren smiled heartily. Whitebeard took a deep breath, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. The captain's voice basically established Edward Newgate's loyalty. Your son, you raise it yourself, and your pirate ship, you manage it yourself, and I don't interfere. Even the strongest man in the world succumbed. This life, you saved it. I must accept it. 183. Chapter 183. A new unit of measurement for 100 beasts, the power of Erbai, full order. Without him, Whitebeard is now the strongest man in the world. Haki is full. Devil Fruit is the strongest. The saber is still the supreme sword. Properly entering the 100 beasts, that is, the peak, does not need to be cultivated at all, but also needs to wait for growth. Not like Jin, not like Douglas Bullet, all of them are still developing obscenely. Even Monkey D. Dragon is still a long way from the heyday of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. You keep your word, and of course I will keep your word. Whitebeard nodded, relieved. The sons in that boat are all his precious lumps, and he is reluctant to beat them, and of course he is reluctant to let others teach them. As for being raised, Edward Newgate is not so poor that he can't even support his son. Even if most of the treasures obtained from the looting were sent back to the Sphinx, what was left was still enough to raise a boatload of sons. Let's go, that son of yours is probably crying from fright. If you don't go back, they will think you are dead. Eren stepped on Sea King's feet slightly, and Sea King's immediately understood, turned over and swam over, sent Whitebeard to the top of his head, and then swam towards the sea. When you fought against me just now, you didn't go all out. Whitebeard stood side by side with Eren, and suddenly asked, Qinglong 4 elephants. Fire, wind, thunder, cloud. When the man in front of him fought against him, only 770 used 3 of them to completely defeat him. What if the 4 images come out together? Having played against Eren and Kaido successively, he knows very well that although the 2 brothers are both blue dragons, they go to extremes in the development and utilization of the blue dragon form. The former is to dominate the 4 images, absolute dominance, can combine violent thunder and blazing heat into one, and exert the power of thunder and fire. The latter is the only one, although it also uses the 4 elephants to fight naturally. It only respects one kind. It will not merge with each other, and it will not control the fusion of the 4 elephants at once. Instead, it will focus on developing the history of each natural element. No. In the face of Whitebeard's inquiry, Aaron did not hide. How much is left? Whitebeard was a little curious. He didn't want to find out Aaron's strength, work hard secretly, and surprise everyone. Pure curiosity. Check out Aaron's limits and see how he compares to the rocks. I don't know too well. It's also the first time I've used the awakening of the green dragon form. Many tricks were developed on the spur of the moment. It can only be said that the stronger you are, the stronger I will be. Aaron shook his head. He didn't know how strong he was. Not to mention that after awakening, the wind, thunder, fire, and cloud have not all come out together. Just combining the cloud and thunder can overwhelm the strongest man in the world, can crush Whitebeard. Not to mention the natural fusion of the awakened four phenomena. Develop patterns like pre-awakening, heat breath patterns, etc. In addition, there are also tricks from the awakened version of the Deju series, none of which have been taken out. How high the combat power is really hard to measure. Probably. Whitebeard frowned, and he could see that Aaron didn't seem to be talking, but really couldn't figure out the upper limit of his strength. But also, without an opponent who can prove the strength, it is really difficult to make it to the stage. If you are used as a comparison, then it is not a problem to compare you to. I should have the power of 2 whites, or I should raise it a little bit. Aaron pondered for a moment, constantly weighing in his mind, and then took Whitebeard as a reference object for combat power, and finally came up with a combat power value. The power of 2 whites. The power of 2 whites. Seeing that he had become Aaron's unit of measurement for combat power, Whitebeard's face darkened a bit, but his heart was full of turmoil. In this world, no one can beat the combination of 2 admirals. Admiral here refers to the natural 3 generals at their peak in the future. What now? Aaron actually said that it is more difficult to single out 2 of himself than to single out 2 admirals. No less than the golden combination of Garp and Sengoku singled out at the same time. If this word spreads, it will inevitably cause an uproar in New World. But Whitebeard glanced at Aaron in front of him and had another thought in his mind. This man is not talking big, but stating a matter of course. Is that so? It's only been a year. It has already reached this height. Whitebeard sighed secretly. The resistance to joining the Beast's pirates, bowing to Aaron, and acknowledging him as the captain is weaker. After all, the world of pirates is the world of Emperor Lee. Strong can really do whatever they want. Bang. The sea surface broke open. The waves splashed everywhere, and sea kings hundreds of meters long broke out of the sea. Are you back? Isn't Whitebeard dead yet? Watching Aaron and Whitebeard standing over sea kings. Kaido, Shaki, and others seem to have realized something. Father is alive. On the other hand, Margot, who thought Whitebeard died in battle, Jaws and the others didn't have so many complicated thoughts. They were just ecstatic from the bottom of their hearts, happy that Whitebeard was alive. Go and deal with it. With a wave of Aaron's hand, a gust of wind rose out of nowhere, wrapped Whitebeard, and rolled him onto Moby Dick. He did not interfere with the reunion of father and son and the announcement of joining 100 Beasts. For the king and the powerful king, whether it's Aaron or him, they are all extra tolerant. Ooh, it's you, brother. On pirates, Whitebeard is not a professional. Brother Newgate, after all, this is a man who pulled a large number of newly weaned or even unweaned orphans and widows into captains and captains of the pirates. He didn't care. He kept the Whitebeard pirates and let the other party lead them. Rules are meant to be broken and trampled upon. Aaron nodded, acknowledging Kaido's guess. As a father, and across the ocean, there is no one like Whitebeard. With him joining, no force in this world can stop the advance of beasts. Whitebeard manages it himself. Even a battle force like Newgate can be subdued. Kaido didn't go any further when he said this. Well, he is a member of the beasts. Kaido grinned when he heard this. For a powerful king like Whitebeard, not to mention just keeping the Whitebeard pirates, even if he wants to set aside part of the Dragon Kingdom as the opponent's territory, he doesn't care and agrees directly. However, I promised him that the Whitebeard pirates will not be disbanded, but will be merged into the 100 Beasts just like the 9 Snake pirates. He was not at all afraid that Whitebeard would take his place and affect his status if he joined. 184. Chapter 184. Less than 10 fertile power. Nothing will be accepted. Full order. The number of people does not need to be large. It's enough that the crew is strong enough. Like Shiki, what about a large number of people? What about a large number of pirate ships? And the captain alone killed him. After learning that Whitebeard and his family joined a Beast's pirates, Shaki, Jin and others were overjoyed. After witnessing the battle between the strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air, and the strongest man in the world, although Whitebeard was defeated, they were also shocked by the strength of this fantasy pirate. Even an arrogant Kaido knows that he is not enough for Whitebeard to fight with one hand. If you want to be 50-50 with Whitebeard at its peak, you must point Conqueror's haki to the second strongest in the world and develop the fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form to awakening, otherwise you will be abused. Yes, Whitebeard in his heyday was just so clueless. From devil fruit to equipment to haki plus physique, every aspect pulled out is top-level configuration. The strongest paramecia, shock fruit, and fruit awakening. The 12 works of the supreme great quick knife, Song Yuncut. Conqueror's haki is second only to Roger. Armament haki masters 4 techniques with extremely high intensity, and observation haki can foresee the future. Physique, old and frail, disease-ridden, has not yet been able to stop the Moby Dick with one hand and slash the giants with one hand, not to mention the current peak period. Although he doesn't know superhuman skills such as Marine 6 styles, but with Whitebeard's strength, he doesn't bother to learn it at all. With his aptitude, it is a matter of minutes to learn. Not to mention winning, it would be extremely terrifying to have a 50-50 match with such a Whitebeard. Oh well, the number of people is still useful. It's just a coincidence that I ran into a polygonal fighter like my brother. In this sea, there is no second king with a physique as strong as my brother. The other kings, whether Roger or Whitebeard, are all flesh and blood. As long as their strength reaches a certain level, the number of people still has an effect on them, because it can break the defense. But my brother is different. Except for Shiki, the flying pirates can't break the defense together. Kaido did not fully agree with Jin, Burndy-Wald, and the others that the number of pirates is useless. If the number of people is really useless, how can Shiki try his best to cultivate the flying pirates? In the heyday, Shiki built the flying pirates to the point where they can kill the Roger pirates. The number of people is useless. It is purely because of encountering an unsolvable existence like Eren. A strong man whose strength is lower than the admiral level, he stands still. Even haki doesn't need to be used, and no one can break through the defense. This is the core reason why all members of Shiki's flying pirates once became the Melon Eaters. Otherwise, as long as it can break through the defense, it is still useful to participate in the battle after the strength reaches the level of Vice Admiral. Otherwise, the Whitebeard pirates and the naval headquarters will not actively prepare for the battle and dispatch all the troops they can dispatch. If it was Kaido instead, even if it was Kaido at his peak, if he singled out the flying pirates, he would still be besieged and defeated. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated and captured repeatedly in the original time and space when he singled out other 4 Emperor's regiments and naval headquarters. The number of people is indeed useful, but compared to the model of a large pirate group like the Sky Pirates, I prefer the model where all members are strong. Numbers are needed, but strength is even more important. Anything with less than 10 days' strength will not be accepted every day. While Eren was speaking, he did not forget to look at Burndy-Walder on the side. Captain, your eyes and your words are impolite. Burndy-Wald's face turned black. He only felt that he was offended, but after thinking about it, he couldn't get angry. Have no choice. He knew very well that he belonged to that kind of specially recruited crew, equivalent to the type of special students. If it hadn't been for the multiplication fruit that is extremely suitable for large-scale wars, and the Beast's pirates only had Eren and Kaido at that time, and they urgently needed someone to do chores, with Eren's almost harsh selection requirements for the crew, he couldn't help it, join the Beast Pirates. Now that the number of Beast's pirates has increased, their role in large-scale wars is even less. The greater effect is to become a humanoid combat power measurement unit. It is used to test the strength of the Beast crew. Jin, for example, is now conservatively estimated to have 2.5 fertile power. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Burndy-Wald's face was as black as a pan, with an aggrieved and depressed expression, even if he was as silent as Ember and as cold and arrogant as Douglas Bullet, he couldn't help laughing. Zero asking for flowers. Kaido and Shaki laughed out loud. How are you thinking? Do you want to eat Phantom Beast or Thunder Fruit? Frankly speaking, you may not be able to find Thunder Fruit, and you have to try your luck if you go there. After Eren made fun of Burndy-Wald, his eyes fell on Douglas Bullet. According to this time period, Enel is estimated to have not yet been born, so it is naturally impossible to eat Thunder Fruit, but whether Thunder Fruit has appeared in Sky Island is still unknown. After hearing this, the others also turned towards this newcomer who, like Jin, has been favored by Eren since he joined the Beast Pirates, and he is also a newcomer trained by the team. As long as you don't run into Nika, you'll be a piece of trash, and you can become a strong man. It can be seen that he really wants to eat phantom beasts, otherwise normal people would not even think about it, and would choose thunder fruit without even thinking about it. Douglas Bullett's eyes are a little troubled. Even if it is, it must be found in the way of finding a needle in a haystack. Even if it's just 10 punches, if you don't die, you will be dying. Enel just focuses on thunder, and without thunder, he can only be beaten. If the kings and heroes like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, or the 3 natural generals come to eat thunder fruit, even if the thunder and lightning are useless, they can still beat Nika out of shit and beg for it. Although he defeated Whitebeard, he knew very well that Whitebeard did not lose in Devil Fruit's development height and application skills, but in armament hockey, in racial talent, and in body. After all, this is an extremely rare Devil Fruit dubbed Invincible. Whitebeard, the man who was defeated by you, ate the top Paramecia Devil Fruit. It doesn't matter even if you meet Nika. Thunder is not only lightning, but also electromagnetism, light, heat, and other fields that can be developed. It's not the top as far as it is concerned. It's the strongest Paramecia. Douglas Bullet did not answer the question. In this way, can I understand that as long as you don't eat the top Devil Fruit, you can't aspire to be the strongest? Aaron corrected. He can take 100 punches from Whitebeard, even if it is an attack from Shock Fruit's awakening, and he is still alive and kicking, but Whitebeard can't. 185. Chapter 185 Bullet's Boldness. Fruit matches the king, and the king promotes the fruit, full order. You can become the strongest in the world without eating Devil Fruit. However, regardless of the compatibility between Devil Fruit and ability users, if everyone's conditions are equal, I eat the human fruit Phantom Beast species, and you eat the human fruit common people form. Why are you the strongest? Shiki, have you seen it? If what he eats is not lion fruit, but light lion fruit that can only change his body weight, do you think he can still become a dream pirate with the same fame as Whitebeard and Roger? Aaron spread his hands. Douglas Bullet's words are equivalent to wanting to rely on hard work and surpass the god of learning. Is it a matter of trying hard or not? This is a matter of high or low brain configuration. I see. If there is a thunder fruit, then I will eat it. On the contrary, I will eat the phoenix form. 000. Douglas Bullet took a deep breath, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. He suppressed his attachment to phantom beasts. After all, his admiration for phantom beasts all comes from Aaron, but his witness of eating phantom beasts is for the strongest. After clearing his mind and making a decision, he felt relieved. Don't be so entangled. It's true that the phoenix form is not as outstanding as thunder fruit, but devil fruit is like a famous sword. Famous swords match the strong, and the strong make famous swords. On the other hand, the same is true for devil fruit. The fruit matches the king, and the king promotes fruit. Before shock fruit was eaten by Whitebeard, it was just a Paramecia devil fruit. Strong Paramecia's reputation. Strongest, invincible, super superior. These titles are all earned by those with abilities, not devil fruit's own birth. Aaron saw that Douglas Bullet had made a decision, and he didn't want him to be disappointed and have flaws because he couldn't find the thunder fruit later. In fact, no matter whether Douglas Bullet eats thunder fruit or is in the form of a phoenix, he will try his best to cultivate it. After all, this is a king with a capital of rocks. No matter how bad it is also the capital of One Piece. Furthermore, whether it is thunder fruit or phoenix form, he will download them all. The strength of bird fruit, phantom beast, and phoenix form is here. It is the top phantom beast, but it is not as comprehensive as thunder fruit, and its attack power is so strong. But there are also things that thunder fruit can't match. Like the world-renowned 12 great swords, many of them were not born as supreme swords, but came from behind. Because of their users, they became known as supreme swords. If one day, you Douglas Bullet become the strongest in the world, then no matter what devil fruit you eat, your fruit ability will be named the strongest, just like shock fruit. Hearing Aaron's words, Douglas Barrett was completely relieved. Goolalala, it seems that you are a little brat who really takes it seriously. It's also a phantom beast, and it's also a thunder fruit. Those who don't know think he is your disciple. At this time, Whitebeard sailed on a Moby Dick and listened to what Aaron said to Douglas Bullet. That kind of earnestness, that kind of thing is microscopic. It's like cultivating them as heirs. He is qualified to be valued by me. As for you, disciple, it's just a title like Sir, Miss. Is it important? Aaron nodded, openly proclaiming his favor for Douglas Bullet. Hearing Douglas Bullet's words, the feeling of being valued, especially the fact that Aaron admitted that he regarded himself as a disciple, made him face no abnormality, but he felt a warmth flowing through his heart. Oh, can you tell me why? Hearing this, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly and looked more seriously at the kid who was about the same age as Margot in front of him. Not a special race, nor a gifted talent. Haven't eaten devil fruit yet. Not to mention ordinary, but no matter how you look at it, there is nothing outstanding about Douglas Bullet. At least they are not like Aaron, Kaido, Jin, and other ghosts and Protoss, nor are they born destroyers like Charlotte Linlin. 2 months ago today, he was an ordinary young soldier in GF country, the kind of orphan. I don't know hockey, I don't know physical skills, I don't know swordsmanship. Even not as good as your sons. Facing Whitebeard's curiosity, Aaron said casually, looking at Douglas Bullet. Bang. When Douglas Bullet heard this, he knew it in his heart. A cold scarlet light appeared in his eyes, and the air around him seemed to be filled with gravity waves, filled with an unusually heavy and oppressive atmosphere. In the next second, with him as the center, a stream of Conqueror's hockey swept in all directions like an invisible storm. Ah, is this Conqueror's? But now he was surprised to find that Douglas Bullet's strength has become a bit stronger after going to sea compared with when he was in the Dragon Kingdom. He is the one who fights Douglas Bullet every day, so he knows the opponent's strength better than anyone else. It's getting stronger again. Hey, what's up with this hockey range? Is this really a kid's Conqueror's? On the huge Moby Dick, figures fell to the ground in disorder. Some were foaming at the mouth, and some were rolling their eyes. Except for Margao, Jaws, and Vista who can stand upright, all the others fainted. In an instant, there was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Douglas Bullet didn't know whether he couldn't control it well, or he wanted to weigh the sons of Whitebeard. He didn't deliberately control the Conqueror's hockey and directly let it spread in all directions. Even if Whitebeard had been mentally prepared and knew that 5.4 Douglas Bullet must have something extraordinary, otherwise he would not have been so favored and valued by Aaron. But when the opponent showed Conqueror's hockey, no matter in terms of strength or range, he still changed slightly. Jin couldn't help but look slightly sideways. That guy actually has the aptitude of a king, just like Dad. Have you reached this intensity after only 2 months of awakening? According to this growth rate, even if he doesn't eat devil fruit, it won't take a few months to overtake him. Even the 3 of them, facing the raging sea tide, coming in waves one after another, slapping the Conqueror's hockey both mentally and physically, were sweating profusely, and their whole bodies were tense like a mountain. It's like a bottomless pit, especially the Conqueror's envelope, 10 kilometers in diameter. A person who has just awakened Conqueror's hockey for 2 months can actually use Conqueror's to radiate 10 kilometers. How frightening it is. This Conqueror's. 186. Chapter 186. Making a king. If there is no king I want, then make one myself. Seek full order. Not taught by anyone, just limited to the small GF country, and the country with endless wars, Douglas Bullet can be comparable to Pluton Rayleigh at the age of 15 or 16. What he ate was a not-so-powerful fusion fruit, and his battle strength was average. Now he was brought to the Dragon Kingdom by Aaron, taught by Mr. Guy, the #1 pirate teacher, 24 hours a day. All kind of courses, such as Laming 8 Trigrams class, Jiang 3 and I class, etc., are fully arranged full. Coupled with a bird fruit, Phantom Beast, and Phoenix form. But if he can't match Pluton Rayleigh at the age of 10, it is a question of Teacher Guy's ability. Although Jin is a Linealia race, a talented race, and his aptitude is not bad, and he has eaten Phantom Beasts, but he is at the Admiral level. Unlike Douglas Bullet, what devil fruit to eat, whether to eat devil fruit, the lower limit is 4 Emperors, and the upper limit is Whitebeard, Roger, and even Rocks. The height of it really doesn't take a few months to surpass Jin. This kid is a born king, so good at using Conquerors. After mastering the Conqueror's winding, let's not talk about the strength, but .03 is really dreadful. Whitebeard took a deep look at Douglas Bullet and acknowledged his excellence. However, even though it's a monster, if it's only at this level, it's not enough for a picky person like you to be trained as a disciple. He changed the subject. Obviously, Douglas Bullet's Conquerors just now was amazing enough, but it was only amazing, not enough to shock the strongest man in the world. After all, he himself is the monster of monsters, the man who single-handedly pushed Shock Fruit into the strongest paramecia. In Rock's Pirate, there are too many monsters to see. Aaron heard the words, but did not speak. Douglas Bullet's eyes flashed a hint of unruliness. He was very strong by nature. He aimed to be the strongest, and he didn't allow himself to be underestimated. Even if the opponent was the strongest man in the world, at the same time, he didn't allow anyone to question Aaron's vision. While thinking about it, he raised his foot and stepped on the deck lightly. Laughed. With the foothold as the center, the Conqueror's haki, which is visible to the naked eye, gushes out like a torrent that bursts the embankment. Rolling armament haki turned into a purple wave, wave after wave, surging towards the beast's pirate ship, and instantly covered the pirate ship, which was no smaller than the Moby Dick in size. Not only that, the majestic armament haki is still raging in all directions like a torrent, flowing into the sea, scouring the sea surface, and setting off rolling waves. Playing. When the armament haki stopped flowing, the place where the haki wave just passed was covered with an indestructible black light. Beast pirate ship, Moby Dick, both ships hardened by armament haki. Not only that, with the two ships as the center, the surface of the sea with a radius of several kilometers was covered with a layer of black light. Even sea water is hardened by haki. Is this haki? Oh my God, is that guy really only in contact with haki for 2 months? Not only can it be released outside, but can also cover a range of several kilometers. Harden 2 ships, harden a large sea area. Simply a monster. Margao, Bista, and Jaws looked at each other with horror written all over their faces. They thought they were characters too. Under the training of Whitebeard, he has a good strength. But after witnessing Douglas Bullet's haki, they just realized the truth firsthand. The gap between pirates and pirates is bigger than the gap between pirates and yellow dogs. Haki is like the sea. At this moment, Whitebeard, who was used to seeing geniuses and monsters, was also terrified, and even spit out 4 words involuntarily. It's only been 2 months. So I practiced this massive haki. Not just conquerors, but even the colors of the arms. What a talent. Even Edward Newgate, who is as tall as he is, admits in his heart at this moment that in terms of haki's talent, he is not as good as this kid in front of him who is less than 10 years old and wears a military uniform. Haki's talent, which can be called the ceiling, is also cultivated by Aaron and Kaido. He can fully imagine how terrifying this kid will be when he becomes an adult. Good. Haki is like an ocean. That's Douglas Bullet's talent. He doesn't have the physique of a natural destroyer like Lin Lin, nor is he a top race like me and Kaido, but he has haki talent that no one can match. Aaron nodded, agreeing with Whitebeard's statement. Douglas Bullet is born with a sea of haki, possessing an unrivaled amount of haki. An armed color, conquerors, and knowledge color are all like this. The next era belongs to him. No, he may still be able to compete with you for the throne of this era. Whitebeard said suddenly, a little meaningfully. Douglas Bullet's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help looking at Aaron. Obviously, he read between Whitebeard's words. There is no discord, but a statement of facts, but this kind of frankness and directness will have a more terrifying effect. It's exactly what I was expecting. Newgate, don't you think it's interesting? Cultivate a perfect king with your own hands. Aaron smiled lightly, and his tone revealed a trace of the 160-degree loneliness of reaching the top and the invincible sea, as well as a spirit of the Creator looking down on the world. Grand line, if there is no king he wants, then he will cultivate one. Cultivate a king who surpasses himself with one hand? What a crazy idea. This kind of thing, only you can do it. Whitebeard was horrified. At this moment, he understood why Aaron surpassed him in just 1 year after leaving Rock's Pirate. This kind of boldness is beyond his reach. No, Joe D. Roger is not as good as it. Bullet, remember, a king has no fear. From the moment when you are afraid of being surpassed, the strongest invincible is destined to miss you. Aaron put a hand on top of Douglas Bullet's head. Afraid that the air of the devil will overtake him? How is it possible? He still wished that Douglas Bullet would be stronger, so that the Conqueror's haki he downloaded from Douglas Bullet, as well as the human blood, would give him stronger boosts. Douglas Bullet nodded vigorously, and a hint of sincerity and respect flashed across his eyes. He secretly remembered everything that happened today. Someday, if he feels lonely and he's bored, follow Aaron's example. Cultivate a king you want by yourself. If there is no king to fight with oneself, then make a king. 187, Chapter 187, Landing on Sky Island, Searching for Thunder, Full Order. Time to go. After obtaining the Phantom Beast Phoenix form, subduing Whitebeard, and casting a haki heart for Douglas Bullet, Aaron did not continue to stay in this sea, but raised a cloud of flames to kill all the beasts. Ship with Moby Dick package. Where are you going? Whitebeard knew that Aaron's next target was the closest invincible devil fruit, Thunder Fruit, but don't know where the destination is. Sky Island. As soon as Aaron said this, not to mention Whitebeard, even Margot, Jaws, and others who were full of hatred because he beat their father almost to death just now had expressions of curiosity and longing. I heard from my father that there are islands not only in the sea, but also in the sky. Is it suspended in the sky? What is Sky Island, people, or other races? All the cub captains of the white group looked at Aaron one by one, like curious babies. There are men, there are angels, and there are gods. The other cub captains, Aaron is not interested, but the three giants of the white group, Josie, Vesta, and Margot, even if they don't look at Whitebeard's Buddha face, they also look at their monk face. Since Whitebeard's family has become 100 beasts, these captains are also his subordinates. In the face of capable subordinates, he has always been tolerant and unusually easygoing. God, angel. Hearing that there are gods and angels in Sky Island, not to mention Margot and others, even Whitebeard is quite curious. Even the Grand Line doesn't have gods, but Sky Island does? How strong is that? At Sky Island, an angel is a character, and a god is a position. Hearing what Aaron said, Whitebeard knew it. It won't be strong enough. Otherwise, the man in front of him would not have such a tone. Gentlemen, set sail. As soon as Aaron finished speaking, the flame cloud covering the two pirate ships suddenly lifted into the sky. The two ships rose out of the sea, like a big rock spreading its wings, and soared towards the sky. With the ability to transport countries by air and land on Sky Island, they will naturally not go to specific places like Wong Luffy and Roger to look for specific upwelling currents. Flame cloud can solve everything. Although with Aaron's words, I learned that gods and angels are just professions and characteristics, not real gods, let alone real angels, but the young cub captains still have a strong curiosity about Sky Island. Especially when I landed on Sky Island by flight, it was full of joy and noise all the way. On the contrary, Douglas, Bullet, and Jin had different childhoods. They lived on the battlefield since childhood, were hunted down, and experimented on. The two of them didn't waste any time. Even if you go to Sky Island, you only enjoy the beauty of the sky, the sea of clouds, and the sunset dancing together for a short time, and then you are immersed in cultivation. The former continues to exercise hockey, and the latter develops the form of Deku Jinshin. Two boats, Beasts and Whitebeard, about the same age, but it presents a completely different landscape. In this regard, Whitebeard did not ask Margot to follow suit, but let his sons enjoy their childhood in the way they like. In his view, the childhood he didn't enjoy, he had to enjoy it with Margot and others. Of course, he is not completely laissez-faire and does not teach. After all, they are pirates, and if they want to survive in the cruel new world, strong strength is essential. On the way to Sky Island, Whitebeard will set aside a specific time every day to teach these captains of the pups. Margot and others who know their father's painstaking efforts, although they play crazy when they play, they are also very serious when exercising, and it can even be said to be assiduous, but they are not as good as Douglas, Bullet, and Jin, who engrave training and fighting into their genes' madness in it. Time flies, fleeting. Although Aaron did not increase the speed of the flame cloud to the fastest, but flew at a constant speed and soared into the sky at the most comfortable speed, it still only took 2 days to return to the first half of the Grand Line in New World. Look, there are really islands suspended in the sky. That's Sky Island. Daddy, we're here. Seeing the silhouette of Sky Island suspended above the sea of clouds, the cubs of the Margot White group were excited and looked forward longingly. Even Douglas, Bullet, and Jin stopped their cultivation, stood up, and looked towards Sky Island. It's beautiful. Shaki snuggled into Aaron's arms. A blur flashed across her beautiful eyes. I can tell. The Queen of the Amazons is enjoying life right now. There is no strong breath. I'm afraid that there are not even people with the power to make a living. Is Thunderfruit really in this kind of place? Kaido's eyes glowed red. Observation hockey rolled out, and breaths jumped into his eyes one by one. Although he was mentally prepared, he was quite disappointed that there was not even a decent atmosphere in a strange place like Sky Island. Originally, I wanted to dance here. Now these auras are so weak that he doesn't even have the desire to lift the stick. Burndy Wald clutches her chest. Another day of friendly fire. I don't know, it's just a message. Point 27. At the same time as he landed, there were bursts of hurried footsteps in the forest, and soon, a group of soldiers armed with Sky Island weapons jumped out of the forest and came into everyone's eyes one after another. In particular, the atmosphere of Sky Island is as numerous as the sand of the Ganges River. After all, observation hockey is just observation hockey, not the divine consciousness of the world of cultivating immortals. It is true that devil fruit has a smell, but the smell is not unique. On the contrary, it is similar to ordinary fruits. Whoever finds it will belong to the phoenix form. After a while, Kaido suddenly turned his head, staring at the distant sky with scarlet eyes. Whether you can find it or not depends on luck. Let's find each other separately. A man riding a flying bird that looks like a Pegasus, wearing armor, and holding a spear flew from afar. It's not impossible, it just takes too long. Although his observation hockey has a huge range of perception, covering the Kingdom of God, Angel Island, Shandora, Cloud Shinobi Village, etc., the range is even greater than that of Enel. But the large range of perception does not mean you can find Thunderfruit. If you really want to look at each breath, it is equivalent to standing in front of Gujiao hundreds of thousands, millions of people, and let him identify them one by one. It seems that someone doesn't welcome us very much, Whitebeard suggested. Even on the way here, he has already told every Captain Cub that if he finds a strange fruit, don't eat it and put it away. Eren was not in a hurry to find the Thunderfruit, but flew around the entire Sky Island before landing in the Kingdom of God. His knowledge can perceive hundreds of thousands or even millions of breaths at once, but his brain can't handle them. Even if he can see the breaths that enter the range of perception, he still has to screen them one by one. With Eren's previous guarantee, Phoenix and Thunderfruit will only want one, and the other will be left to his son. He is also quite active in finding Thunderfruit, and he is not greedy at all. 188. Chapter 188 Retire God. Seek full order. We met for the first time. You are the god of Sky Island. Ignoring a group of Sky Island weapons jumping out of the forest, Eren fixed his eyes on Gonfall. I am the god of Sky Island, Gonfall. People from Qinghai, no matter what the purpose of coming to Sky Island is, this is the kingdom of the gods, and outsiders are not very welcome to set foot here. Please get out of here. Gonfall flew over on a Pegasus horse, holding a spear in his hand, turned over and landed on the ground under his feet. A group of subordinates, also wearing armor and holding Sky Island weapons, followed behind. Although there was no murderous intent, they all stared at Eren and the others vigilantly, as if a disagreement, then the implementation of force to expel the posture. Sorry, can't make it through. Eren's tone was casual. What? People from Qinghai, maybe what I just said was not clear enough, so let me say it again. Sky Island welcomes outsiders, but the Kingdom of God is an important part of Sky Island, and you are not allowed to enter without permission. So get out of here and trespass, and I can act like it never happened. Gonfall's face darkened, but he didn't attack. Unlike Enel, who sits in a well and looks at the sky. In fact, during his years as a god, he has come into contact with people from Qinghai, some of whom are similar to those of Sky Island, and the difference in strength seems to be some are like gods. It's not his profession that he claims to be a god, but his strength is comparable to that of a god. Before confirming the purpose and strength of Eren 187 and others, he prefers to resolve it in a more negotiated way. I'll only say it once, too. Back off, God. Eren's eyes are calm, without any momentum, but like a calm sea, there is an undercurrent surging behind him. At any time, there will be a stormy sea that swallows everything. People from Qinghai, don't be ignorant. Do you not understand human speech, or what? God has been kind enough to you and tolerant enough. Hearing this, one of Gonfall's subordinates turned cold and raised the weapon in his hand, as if he would strike at any time. It looks like the negotiation failed. Jin rested his right hand on the handle of second-generation Onitsu's knife. Since he stole the house of the Kazuki clan and got the second-generation Onitsu, after some consideration, he finally chose the latter between Heidao Shushui and second-generation Onadu. Actually, it's not that Heidao Shushui is not as good as second-generation Guiche. On the contrary, Heidao Shushui itself is a big, sharp knife, and it is also a big, fast knife that has been refined into a black knife. It can be said. At present, there are 21 jobs in De Kwai Dao, and Heidao Shushui is the first. Maybe it's just character. Sagittarius thinks that the combination of Dao Yiwen and second-generation Onitsu is more suitable, and the second-generation Onitsu, which has the name of the demon sword, is easier to use. Just like a famous sword chooses its owner, the strong will also choose a sword. If it is not a famous sword, he will definitely choose it. Of course, this is also because there are not many beast pirates, but there are many famous swords, even more than the crew. This gave Jin a luxurious opportunity. Compared to verbal communication, I think it is more appropriate to use this to communicate. Douglas Bullet reached out to hold the black knife Chushui. Contrary to Jin, among the many famous swords of beast pirates, he likes the black sword Chushui the most. Without him. Just because this is the strongest big fast knife at this stage. It is also the only black knife of the beast pirates. Either don't use a knife or use the strongest knife possible. Therefore, even if Jin was very generous and asked Douglas Bullet to choose between second-generation Guiche, He Dao Yuan, and He Dao Chou Shui, he would still choose He Dao Chou Shui. Stop. Gunfall swung his men back. He felt that, unlike Eren, Kaido, and Whitebeard who were restrained in their aura, Douglas Bullet and Jin's undisguised aura spread out like an invisible storm at the moment when their murderous intentions were almost rising. Just two teenagers have such power and influence, and there is no need to say more about others. People from Qinghai, I am no different from you as an enemy, but the kingdom of God is different from other places. If you come here for something important, you can tell me. I can consider at my own discretion whether to let you step here. Although Gonfuer is a tolerant and generous god, he still doesn't let strangers step into the kingdom of gods casually. After all, it's because his fists aren't hard enough. It's a little in the way. Eren glanced at Gonfall. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell the other parties such an important matter as Thunderfruit. Douglas Bullet did it brazenly. With the smoldering eyes surging, the Conqueror's haki was released like a torrent, and immediately washed everyone in sight to one side or the other, foaming at the mouth. Including Gonfall, the gods of Sky Island, and the soldiers of the gods, all collapsed to the ground. Miscellaneous fish. Douglas Bullet looked around the audience. Seeing that no one could withstand his conqueror's shock, he immediately lost the desire to make a move. He only wants to challenge the strong, and is not interested in those who are weaker than himself. Especially the miscellaneous fish who can't even bear their own courage. Gonfall prostrated himself on the ground. His face was pale, and he resisted the dizziness, looking at Douglas Bullet with horrified eyes. He knew that the young man in front of him was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. No need to do anything, just a look, and you will see stars dizzy and fall to the ground. Even to stay awake, you need to cut your arm with a gun, and you can barely do it with the help of pain. Can you stay awake? But I advise you, just lie here and don't have any bad thoughts. When we find what we want, we will leave. Remember, this is not a negotiation, but an order. It seems that Jin did not kill him because of Gonfall's refusal to speak ill just now, but teamed up with Douglas Bullet. One conqueror's awe. One person gave a warning. Go find it. Start with the kingdom of God. Eren didn't waste time on Gonfall, and gave the owners of these a warning not to hinder him from doing things. Then he said to Jin and the others, Go. Whitebeard also looked at Margall and the others. Okay, Dad. Margall and the others happily set foot in the kingdom of God one by one. Although it is the same as the island of the Grand Line, there is nothing unusual, but after all, this is the sky above 10,000 meters. Even if it is the land and trees that can be seen everywhere, they are full of interest. Walk around. Shaki put his hand on Eren's arm and suggested. Eren nodded, then left the deck and stepped into the kingdom of God. His eyes flashed red from time to time. The color of knowledge, and knowledge is spread out, and wherever it passes, it is like seeing with the naked eye. Trees, fruit, land. Everything is in sight. 189, Chapter 189. Shaki, I want to help you become king. Full order. Don't you need a guard? Seeing that Eren, Kaido, Whitebeard, and others had all left one after another, completely treating Gonfall and others as nothing, Bernie Wald had no choice but to ask. It's not necessary. Instead of wasting combat power on things like guarding, it's better to find them. If they don't think it's good to be alive, then just give them another ride. Jin looked down at Gonfall, then retracted his gaze, spread his black wings, and flew away. In his opinion, Gonfall and others have survived on Sky Island for so long but haven't found the Thunderfruit. It should be because they don't know where the Thunderfruit is, or they would have already eaten it, so it doesn't matter if they let them move around on their own. Just don't do stupid things. Of course, even if there are some bad little moves, it doesn't matter, just chop them off, that's it. He has already memorized the breath of these people. No, It should be said that there is no need to take action. The Conqueror's haki of Douglas Bullet alone can cover the land under his feet. Too strong. Watch people go empty ship beast pirates. Gon 4 gasped for a long time before he struggled to get up from the ground, but the dizziness sweeping his whole body still didn't dissipate. At this moment, he was very fortunate that he had never planned to use force, and his words were considered polite. Otherwise, Aaron and others would not be so easy to talk to. He knew very well that just Douglas Bullet's Conqueror's haki was just a shocker. But next time, it will not be deterrence, but crafting with wind. God, what about them? Hours later, the Sky Island fighters who were stunned by the Conquerors woke up. What came into view were 2 empty ships. They entered the kingdom of God. Gonfall told the truth. All they got was silence. Even the guy who just said something bad about the beast pirates fell silent. He knew very well that he was able to live only because Aaron and others were in a good mood today, and his God was very polite. Otherwise, once you close your eyes, there is no chance to open them. Looking at their appearance, it doesn't look like they are here to make trouble, but they are looking for something in Sky Island. Send the order down to inform the entire Sky Island. As long as they don't kill people, don't interfere. Gonfall pondered for a moment, then made a decision. Yes. After experiencing Douglas Bullet's boldness, they all knew that the entire Sky Island combined, compared with Beast's pirates, was the gap between Inghua and Haiyue. Naturally, he will not seek his own death. The other side. Aaron and Shaki wandered around, looking for thunder fruit as they surveyed Sky Island. Walking and walking, stepped into a barren ancient city. The heavy historical atmosphere blows over us. This is not the most important thing. After all, neither of them are archaeologists. What really attracts them are 2 things in sight. Aaron, we seem to have found something amazing. The gold reserves here are probably more than 100 tons. Shaki reached out and pressed the golden clock in front of him, looking at the clock tower and other things. A golden light came into view. In sight, everything is gold. Shandora's gold has not been taken away by Enel, and before the spaceship is built, the tonnage is very frightening. The unit of measurement is used entirely for calculation. After all, if you can build a spaceship, you can imagine how terrifying the gold reserves here are. And this thing is even more astonishing than this hundreds of tons of gold. Shaki turned his head and reached out to touch a stone tablet full of historical texts. Playing. She clenched her right hand into a fist. An armament haki surged, entwined, and smashed against the stone tablet with a gust of fierce wind. Boom. There was a violent impact, and a circle of haki waves burst out in the air, spreading to all directions. Withstanding Haki's punch, the nearby houses full of history collapsed directly, except for the stone tablet, which remained motionless except for being kicked back. There's nothing wrong with that. After Jin copied the home of the Kazuki family, I found some secrets about these writings and stone tablets in their family records. This kind of steel will never be destroyed. These characters, after being inscribed with special technology, cannot be erased or changed. After investigation by Jin and I, there is a big secret or a huge treasure. Shaki reached out and scanned the historical texts on the steel one by one. As the Queen of the Amazons, she is not as in love with Boa Hancock. In fact, her abilities in all aspects are superior to the Pirate Queen. Based on women's intuition, and after copying the Kazuki family, she has conducted various researches and investigations, and she is basically sure that behind these words, there are 10 big secrets hidden in 10 walks. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. It can be described as a treasure. Because we studied separately at the beginning and each learned apart, so it would be faster, I can interpret some characters, but only he can interpret some characters. Neither Shaki nor Jin are gods of learning. Even if they want to learn, Kazuki Sukiyaki, who can't stand it, has no intention of teaching. He also releases some wrong information from time to time to mislead the two, which also slows down their progress in learning to interpret the historical text of calendar. He taught us that 7 or 8 out of 10 words are true, but there are also 1 or 2 that are false. The key parts are hidden, and it is likely to be misinterpreted. This information must be very important. Not everyone is a god of learning. Otherwise, it would not be only O'Hara's group of talented scholars who can interpret historical texts. Aaron knew that Jin had tortured Kazuki after he caught it, especially about the history text. Both intuition and reason tell me that there are huge secrets hidden behind these words, which may be helpful to you. Otherwise, this kind of indestructible stone tablet would not be used to record it. Just so happens that this kind of writing appeared in the Kazuki family again. It is precisely because not everyone knows the text of history, especially if you become a monk halfway. Looking at the sea, there is only Nico Robin, who became a scholar at the age of 8 and mastered ancient texts. Jin has also read the ancient books of the Kazuki family and guessed the importance of these words, so he tortured Kazuki Sukiyaki more than once and forced in a hand over the method of interpreting the historical text. I also went to court. However, it is difficult to decipher the text, and there is no intention to teach us only by using Sukiyaki from time to time when teaching us to decipher the text. It misleads us. In addition, we may not have the talent of scholars, so we learn very well slow. Sometimes after learning it, I realize that this word is not interpreted in this way at all, and the meaning is wrong. Just like that, after destroying Wanakuni and capturing Kazuki Sukiyaki alive, she has been trying to master the method of interpreting the historical text. Shaki said in a firm tone, I want to help you become king. What do you think? Let Jin come over. If two people decipher, even if they can't decipher all the characters, they can decipher most of them. Shaki nodded. Can you read it? 190. Chapter 190 Whitebeard. Did you rob Mariewa? Seek full order. Jean, come here. I'm in Shandora. If you don't know, go to that god to show you the way. Just say the place where the gold is stored. Aaron took out the phone bug and called Jin. In order to facilitate contact and find each other, every crew member of the Beast Pirates has a phone bug, and they all carry each other's life cards with them. With the phone bug notification, coupled with the life card full grand line precise positioning and navigation guidance. In less than 15 minutes, a burning figure suddenly appeared in the line of sight, like a flying fire meteor piercing the sky, coming through the sky at extreme speed. From appearing in the field of vision to landing in a flash, it only took less than 3 seconds. One can imagine Jin's speed. It's hiss, too much gold. Wait, isn't that a text in the Kazuki family? 980. They are also here. After landing, Jin's eyes were first shocked by the gold in front of him, and it took him a while to come back to his senses, and he turned his gaze away from the gold to the stone tablet on the other side. He glanced at it and recognized the stele in front of him and understood Aaron's purpose for asking him to come here. See if you can read it. Aaron didn't pay too much attention to the content on the stele. In his view, no matter how great, heavy, and magnificent history is, it is just history after all, and its only function is to read and learn, just like a mirror. He will not be like Roger, Robin, and Wang Luffy, who tirelessly pursue blank history, Raftel, and unchangeable facts that have happened in the past. Compared with history, he cares more about the present and the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Sky Island until now. Yes, but it will take some time. Moreover, the interpretation is not thorough and comprehensive enough. There may be 1 or 2 words missing, and some words may be misinterpreted. When Kazuki Sukiyaki teaches us to interpret these words, it is still very easy to deliberately teach mistakes and mislead us, so it needs repeated comparisons. Jin nodded, walked to the stele, and joined forces with Shaki to interpret it one by one. They are like English translators with half a bucket of water. The translation speed is not fast, and they often have to think over and over again. However, after a long time, the two of them still jointly interpreted the historical text in front of them. After comparing and sorting out, they found that several texts were somewhat inconsistent after interpretation. It takes a lot of guesswork to sort out the complete information. They immediately realized that this was Kazuki Sukiyaki misleading themselves. I dare not say that every word is 100% correct, but the general content should be correct. After we go back, we will torture Kazuki Sukiyaki again and compare them one by one. Then you can get the absolutely complete content. Let's take a look at it now. Shaki exhaled. For the Queen of Amazons, it is really much more difficult to hold a pen than to hold a knife. If she hadn't cared about Aaron, and her intuition and reason told herself that these historical texts could help her man become king, she wouldn't have patiently studied and researched again and again. Mr. Aaron, our initial guess was indeed correct. These stone tablets, which are much harder than sea stone and cannot be damaged at all, do record extremely important information. For example, this stone tablet records the construction of an ancient weapon named Poseidon. Jin explained the translated content. Poseidon. After hearing this, Aaron understood. Knows about as much as he does, but much more comprehensively. It seems that the Fishman Island is going to go out. Shaki suggested. No hurry, find thunder fruit first. Knowing that Poseidon is Shirahoshi, Eren, who has not yet come into the world, is not in a hurry. He cares more about thunder fruit than ancient weapon. Mr. Eren, the contents of this stele are too appalling. Since it cannot be destroyed, I suggest collecting them all. Although few people in this sea can interpret this kind of writing, they are not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Shaki could sense the importance of the historical text of Eren, and Jin naturally understood it too. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that all the methods known at this stage could not destroy these stone tablets, he would have personally destroyed the stone tablets in front of him as early as the moment of interpretation. You deal with it. Eren nodded and handed the stele to Jin to deal with. For this pair of loyal king's wings, who consider everything from his own point of view, he trusts and rests very much. Yes. Jin stretched out his hands to grab the stele, exerted force with his arms, and lifted the stone up vigorously. Compared with the dazzling gold, he only has this stone tablet in his eyes. Eren, take the gold with you. Shaki reached out and stroked the golden clock in front of him. Ancient weapon, that future benefit. But the hundreds of thousands of tons of gold in front of him are the existing benefits. No pirate can resist it with such a large amount of gold. Even the Queen of the Amazons can't put down. With this gold, whether it is ruling or recruiting troops, all of them can play a great role. Looking at the decks, warehouses, and almost all the spaces of the two pirate ships filled with gold, Burndy 5.2 walled, Jaws, Bista, Margao, and others slumped down on the ground. One of the two is young, only in his early 20s. 10 is also in his teens. Jaws, let me punch you quickly, and if it hurts, yell out loud. Aren't you talking nonsense? Hitting yourself will hurt. Even Douglas Bullet, who was chasing the strongest with all his heart, was terrified and moved, and was slightly absent-minded for a moment. Why don't you punch yourself? That night, with a wave of Eren's hand, the flame cloud rose up, supporting all the gold in sight to midair, and then flew away. It's true that they treat money like dung, but they still can't treat gold mountains like dung. My God, is this a mountain of gold? Don't talk about them. After all, looking at the entire Grand Line, there is no other place where gold mountains weighing hundreds or thousands of tons can be taken out at will, except Mariewa. Gulalalala, Eren, are you looting the entire Mariewa by yourself while we are looking for thunder fruit? Scatter in all directions, the beasts who searched for thunder fruit in the kingdom of gods, and the crew of the Whitebeard regiment returned to the pirate ship one after another. They were all stunned. Although Whitebeard was joking, everyone really had this suspicion. He could even airlift a giant as Amazon Lily from Combelt to New World, not to mention the hundreds of tons of gold in front of him. Even Kaido and Whitebeard were shocked when they suddenly saw the mountain of gold. 191, Chapter 191. Long time no see, Roger. With Eren going out for a stroll and bringing back hundreds of thousands of tons of gold, Margao and the others, who were already interested in everything about Sky Island, even increased their desire to explore. A group of White Cub captains scrambled to explore and search everywhere. Both want to find thunder fruit before the other, and like Eren, find a lot of treasure. With the Pearl in front, after a few days of straight-up power, Margao and the others really found a lot of good things in Sky Island. For example, some gold ornaments left in the corner. Although the amount is very small, it cannot be compared with the 1,000 tons of gold brought back by Eren, but for the captains of the Cubs like Margao and Jaws, they experienced the joy of treasure hunting with pirates, and they were all very excited. In addition to gold jewels, some powerful weapons were also found. For example, the platoon clam, which has long been extinct in the Sky Island market, was discovered by Douglas Bullet, who was not interested in gold, but was interested in power and weapons. 06, however. Although all members of Beast's Pirates and the affiliated Whitebeard Pirates have received the goods, after searching Angel Island, Kingdom of Gods, Cloud Shinobi Village, and many other well-known places on Sky Island, they still failed to find Thunder Fruit Cell. Eren, forget it. The Phoenix form is also a top-level phantom beast, but compared to Thunder Fruit, it is not so famous, and it doesn't have so many abilities, and its offensive ability is a little bit worse. But that may also be because the ability users in the form of Phoenix in the past were not so good that will develop. In my hands, the Phoenix is definitely not just regenerated. Douglas Bullet saw that Eren turned almost every inch of Sky Island over for his Devil Fruit. The surface was still cool, but his heart was touched. It is the first time that he has been valued and loved so much in such a big age. Before, as a young soldier in the GF country, even a weapon, a little food, and a little water, all had to be sacrificed to accumulate military merits in exchange for it. But now those are you demons and Logia devil fruit. A month, stay in Sky Island for a month. If you can't find it, leave. Eren pondered for a while, but didn't put the beans down. Since Enel ate thunder fruit on Sky Island, he must be on Sky Island. Thinking of this, he decided to go to Gon 4 and ask if there were any other small islands in Sky Island that he didn't know, or didn't remember, that didn't appear in the original book. After all, as far as he knows, there is more than one Sky Island, and even the Sky Island where he is now has many unknown islands. At the same time, he also planned to search for each place one by one, using observation hockey to screen every breath. If you still can't find it after a month, then it's not too late to leave. Okay, just one ear. If I can't find it, I will eat the phoenix form. Instead of wasting time searching for ethereal thunderfruit, I'd rather spend my time developing phoenix form. Douglas Bullet is also a man with a very high spirit. The phoenix itself is a top-level phantom beast, and with his own development, he is confident that this phantom beast will be able to reach a height comparable to Qinglong, Nika, Buddha, and other phantom beasts. Even if the phoenix form is really not as good as the legendary devil fruits such as Qinglong, Nika, and Buddha, he will let the phoenix form become an existence comparable to Qinglong and other devil fruits because of his Douglas Bullet. Bang. Eren was about to say something, but turned his head suddenly. His eyes flickered, as if he had noticed something. At the same time, in the direction he was looking at, a beam of hockey light flashing deep black light soared into the sky, instantly piercing through the sea of white clouds suspended above Sky Island, walking out of a Uzumaki-shaped hole. What a mighty conquerors! One of the breaths Whitebeard. Who was the other? Conquerors can match him. No, this is Whitebeard's limit, but the other breath of conquerors is not over yet. Douglas Bullet's pupils constricted. Even at such a long distance, he could still feel the powerful oppression, which landed on him like a mountain. After long-term contact with top powerhouses like Eren, Kaido, and Whitebeard, his knowledge has also risen in a straight line. Just once witnessing the Conqueror's collision from a long distance, he felt that Whitebeard had already made a real move. After all, he had only witnessed the battle between Eren and Whitebeard before, so he naturally knew the limit of Whitebeard's conquerors. Even though Whitebeard's conquerors has grown after the previous extreme wars, it's very limited. After all, after conquerors has reached the height of Whitebeard, it is extremely difficult to improve again. This is no longer due to hard work or purely through extreme combat ability. Requires a talent for hockey that no one can match. Just like Douglas Bullet's huge amount of hockey, even if it is only 1/10, it is a height that other kings cannot reach in a lifetime of cultivation. It's him. Eren pondered for a while, and then remembered a breath that only existed in memory after a long absence for a year. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's been a long time, Jay. The corners of his lips raised slightly, murmuring in his heart. Who is he? Douglas Bullet was curious. A conqueror's hockey is faintly better than Whitebeard's king. 857 is what he needs to surpass. GOL.D. Roger. Eren unhurriedly said a very important name. Fantasy pirate. Douglas Bullet's eyes lit up, his expression eager to try. 3 legendary fantasy pirates. He is seen too. The Golden Lion, who died at Eren's fist. Whitebeard defeated by Eren. Only GOLD Roger is missing. Dream Pirate Party? The corners of Eren's mouth raised a savage arc. It seems that he is quite interested in the upcoming meeting with Air.D. Roger. The collision scene between Whitebeard and Roger's conquerors was so magnificent that it shocked the entire Sky Island. Not only Eren and Douglas Bullet, but also everyone else noticed it and set off to rush to where the two were. The other side, towering beneath the conqueror's thunder pillar on the zenith. One big and one small are filled with monstrous hockey figures, each holding a supreme sharp knife, entangled with the roaring conqueror's black thunder like a black dragon, and another collision in midair. Goo-la-la-la-la. Ha 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 ha. Mixed with the long laughter that resounded through the sky, the weapons of the two collided in the air, triggering a wave of hockey waves that overwhelmed the mountains and seas, forcing countless towering ancient trees in the kingdom of gods to bend down row after row. 192. Chapter 192 Steel. It belongs to all beasts. Please order in full. That's pretty cool, Roger. After a sword fight in the air, a wave of hockey was created. Whitebeard fell to the ground with the trend, and he looked at Roger, not with that kind of engraved hatred, but with an evenly matched tit-for-tat fighting spirit. Instead of hating each other because the Rock's pirate was destroyed, They saw it as a rivalry. I didn't expect that. After a year's absence, I actually met you on the Sky Island above 10,000 meters. It seems that you are a little faster than Russia. Roger grinned, surprised in his tone. He is different from Wang Luffy, who will walk the Grand Line again according to the guidelines he left in the future, and will not need to go wrong at all. From scratch, looking for Raftel, he is not like Wang Luffy. He can choose a route at random, and he can go to the end. On the contrary, in order to find the historical text and find out the method or person who can interpret the text, not only the 7 routes of the Grand Line, he traveled one by one, but also searched every island. In addition, he never let go of every island in the 4 seas, every place in New World, almost digging 3 feet into the ground wherever he went. This is also the reason why he can only become One Piece in his 50s. This is also the reason why Wang Luffy became One Piece after more than a year at sea. You don't need to find it yourself, just pick a route and follow it step by step. That's why the so-called conquest of the Grand Line and the so-called One Piece are nothing but jokes in the eyes of other 4 emperors and naval headquarters. One Piece, after all, the world still only recognizes Gold Roger. No, I also came here on someone else's cloud. If it wasn't for him, probably I wouldn't be here for a long time. On the contrary, you Roger, what are you here for? It can't be for sightseeing. Whitebeard looked at Gold Roger, who rushed up to Sky Island suddenly, and after saying hello with conquerors winding in collision, he began to reminisce about the old days. At the same time, his heart sank a little. I am afraid that the purpose of Roger's trip is the same as Aaron's, to come to Sky Island to search for Thunderfruit. If that's the case, the fun will be great. He didn't think that the captain on his ship, who was less ambitious than Lux, would let Roger go. I came here to search for a steal! ! Roger didn't hide either. He has also known Whitebeard for some years, and he knows that Whitebeard doesn't care about power, money, status, fame, and so on. Especially after leaving the rocks, I just want to be a baby daddy. To be 4 emperors, to become the strongest man in the world, is just to better breastfeed children and let the captain's cubs and the pirate group develop better. Not to mention that Whitebeard will not become his competitor at all, as if they have the same goal, he doesn't care, but he is even more happy to have 10 neck-and-neck masters to compare with himself. Stone Monument. Whitebeard's face remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly. When he learned that Roger's purpose in Mang Island was not Thunderfruit, he was slightly relieved at first, but soon after he found out that it was a stone tablet, his heart sank suddenly. Just because he remembered that a few days ago, when Aaron came back, besides thousands of tons of gold, he also brought back a stone tablet. Not only that, that steel has been guarded by Douglas Bullet, or Jin, for a long time. If it is really that steel, have you seen? After traveling through thousands of mountains and rivers, Roger is not young anymore. And no matter how careless and nervous he has been traveling across the sea for a long time and has a wealth of experience. He noticed the change in Whitebeard's eyes at a glance. Is that steel harder than sea stone? There is almost no way to break it. Whitebeard didn't answer the question. There are some incomprehensible text on it. Roger's eyes lit up. It seems to be right. Whitebeard's expression was a bit complicated. Whitebeard, do you know where it is? Can you tell me? I've been looking for it for a long time, and although I still can't decipher the information on it, as far as I know, there must be a way to the real end of the Grand Line. Roger couldn't be more eager. It's not in my hands. Whitebeard was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. In whose hands? Roger asked immediately. Roger, although our friendship is not like brothers and sisters like you and Rayleigh, it was also established in the battles of blood and fire. For the sake of past affection, I would like to advise you, and I hope you will listen to my advice. Leave Sky Island, yes. Whitebeard glanced at Roger, and then glanced at Rayleigh, Jabba, and others behind him. Why? You want that steel? It's okay. Just let me rub it. Roger thought that the steel was being targeted by Whitebeard, or that Whitebeard's sons wanted it. It's just a stone tablet. If it's in my hands, I can give you the whole piece. But unfortunately, it is not in my hands, and I have no right to deal with it, even if you ask for rubbing, so why? Listen to me, Roger. Go back. I don't know what information is recorded on this steel, but I think there should be other ways to find your endpoint. Don't worry about this steel. Whitebeard persuaded. Why? Roger couldn't figure it out. It smells so familiar. Kaido. But now he is standing by Aaron's side, guarding both sides with Kaido, like the left arm and a right arm. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly. In the past, as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, whether facing Roger or facing other people, Whitebeard would only stand in the C position and would not lag behind anyone. Just when the Roger pirates and others spread out the observation hockey, a voice of hockey wrapped in the sky shook the atmosphere and swept over mightily. He is familiar with this picture. Suddenly, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba turned their heads almost at the same time, staring into the distance with scarlet eyes. What's wrong? Roger hadn't reacted yet. That's how I and Jabba defended Roger's side. Aaron, thinking of Whitebeard repeatedly persuading Roger to leave Sky Island and showing that the Steel can't decide for himself, Rayleigh believes in his own judgment more and more. He, like Whitebeard, does not know what fear is. The relationship between Aaron and Whitebeard, because it belongs to all beasts. Roger, something is wrong. No one else noticed, but he noticed Whitebeard's position after Aaron appeared. Roger looked at Aaron and Kaido, who appeared before and after, and then swept Shaki, Jin, Doug, Wang Zhahao, Russ Bullet, and others who appeared one after another. His eyes flashed a little dignified, but he did not have the slightest fear. 193. Chapter 193. Roger. Whitebeard, you have Aaron as king? Seek full order. There again. Not just Rayleigh, but even Jabba noticed. What's the meaning? The two of them used to be in a pirate gang. Of course they were together. Roger was a little dazed. By gang, we don't mean the gang that used to be the Rocks pirate, but now. It's like our relationship. Jabba explained. Whitebeard, the same Whitebeard we know, may be different. He was with Aaron. More accurately, he joined the Beast Pirates. Rayleigh took a deep look at Aaron, feeling turbulent in his heart. Although he had basically confirmed his conjecture, he was still shocked. Which is Whitebeard as famous as Roger? How did Aaron manage to take such a monster into his crew? Whitebeard, is this true? You actually have Aaron as king? When Roger heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of disbelief. What a frightening thing this is. Although Whitebeard once joined Rock's pirate in the past, but he joined at a very young age. Just like the future Shanks and Buggy once joined Roger pirates, they all joined at a very young age. At that time, Whitebeard was not the strongest man in the world, but Rox was already the 143 strongest overlord at sea. But now, Whitebeard is a real overlord standing at the top of the sea. He was actually willing to embrace another person as king, and he was also the trainee crew member who was in the same ship in the past as king. Just the difference in age, status, etc. It is doomed that this kind of thing cannot happen. Just like Ace, just like Margao and others cannot surrender to teach. Just like Rayleigh, Jabba, and others, it is impossible to surrender to Shanks in turn. But it just happened to Aaron, the former second in command of the Rocks Regiment, in turn became the king of the trainee crew of the Rocks Regiment. That's right. Facing his old friend, Whitebeard wasn't embarrassed at all. In his opinion, winning is winning and losing is losing. Since he lost and admitted that Aaron is the captain, he would not be a little bit embarrassed, but behaved unusually frankly. Before, I always got in touch with you through newspapers. It's really unexpected. The first time we met, it was in such a form, and you actually got Whitebeard to join your crew, Aaron. After all, Roger is a person who is used to strong winds and waves. Although Whitebeard joined the Beast Pirates, this kind of thing seemed impossible to him in the past, but after it happened, he was stunned for a short time. After being surprised, he calmed down. At this point, he was already thinking about another matter. Still, if you have this idea, I can also let you join. The ship of beasts is not big, but it is still no problem to accommodate the entire Roger pirates. What do you say, Roger? Aaron smiled lightly. I don't know what Newgate thinks, but if I think about it, I will never be inferior to others in my life. So, change the subject. Stone tablet, when you plan to hand it over to me? Roger's tone revealed a touch of arrogance, and then he didn't dwell on this topic. After all, Whitebeard had joined the Beast's pirates, and as unbelievable as it was true. That being the case, it is better to talk about business first. When you join the Beast's pirates, I will let you browse through these steals and the information after interpretation. Aaron spread his hands. You actually know how to interpret? Things are getting more and more interesting. It seems that the goal between you and me is the same. If this is the case, let's solve it in the way of pirates. When Roger heard that Aaron had not only mastered the steel, but could also interpret the information, he was not anxious or worried, but delighted. It seems to be excited to have a competitor with the same goal as oneself. The one who loses will keep the property. In this regard, Eren has no opinion, but deeply agrees. There are no more than 3 ways of communication between kings and kings. Meet conquerors whining and say hello. Then business blows each other. In the end, if there is no agreement, then fight for days and nights. Winner takes all. Agsai. Of course, there are also very few kings like Roger and Whitebeard who fight and fight for each other. But after all, it is just an example. Just what I want. Then let's fight. Roger held the handle of Ace's knife with his right hand, and his face was full of eager laughter. Before, when he saw in the newspaper that Eren single-handedly slaughtered the flying pirates and killed Shiki, he wanted to fight this man. Now that he learned that Whitebeard actually joined the Beast Pirates, he even wanted to win the star the quality of the opponent. What kind of man is it that makes the strongest man in the world inferior to him? Not to mention, the steel is still an indispensable thing for him to reach the end of his dream. This is a tough battle. Rayleigh glanced over Kaido, Whitebeard, and others in turn. If you meet Whitebeard, although most of the people you fight against are Roger, it's not like he hasn't met Whitebeard before. Just less frequently. Now Roger can't get away, so he has to go to Whitebeard. No matter how hard you fight, after winning this game, Roger is not far from conquering the Grand Line. This time, we don't need to rely on Marine's power. We can only rely on ourselves to come to this pirate group. Jabba took out 2 axes, and armament hockey lingered. The axe had turned into a black axe, stabbing Kaido beside Eren with his eyes like knives. King against king. The right hand of the king to the right hand of the king. The king's left hand to the king's left hand. Before the battle started, the high-end combat power between the 2 pirate groups had already taken their positions and picked their opponents. Whitebeard, let your son stand down. Since it's a battle between the beasts and Roger, it's enough for the people from the beasts to join the battle. Eren's words startled Whitebeard slightly. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates is also a subsidiary pirate group under 100 Beasts. Participating in the war is duty-bound. Even AI Zero didn't intend to let Margao and others avoid fighting, even if these captains were just cubs. Never thought that Eren would let these cub captains all step down. Father, we can join the war too. Yes. Captain Eren, we are pirates too. After hearing the news, Margao, Chaozi, and others all showed their knives, as if they wanted to join the battle at any time. As a pirate cub, what I fear most is being treated as a cub. This is also a common problem of all pirate pups. Everyone has a chance to play, but it's still too early for you guys to set foot on this stage. Even as an audience on the edge of the stage, you are still far away. See yourself clearly, see the world clearly, and when your body and mind match the stage at the top of the world, there will be a time for you to appear on the stage. Eren's words were neither light nor heavy, but after they fell into the ears of Margao and Jaws, they calmed down their frizz and calmed down the fighting spirit of these cubs. They feel that they have not been underestimated, but it is not yet time to play. 194. Chapter 194, Conflict between the 6 kings. The sky is 3 feet high, and the ground is 3 feet deep. It's no wonder that guy can hold Newgate so hard. Seeing that Eren persuaded all the cubs of the Whitebeard pirates to leave in a few words, and he didn't have any resistance, but a look of approval and expectation. Roger, Rayleigh, and others seemed to understand why Whitebeard joined the Beast Pirates. These pups are Whitebeard's lifeblood. It's a shame if you don't join in because of Eren's tough control. Of course, if you want to handle these cubs, you must have great strength, otherwise, with Whitebeard's pride, it is absolutely impossible to succumb to the former trainee crew. Thinking of this, it also made the crew members of the Roger Regiment very curious. Eren, how strong is it? Rayleigh, Jabba. While thinking about it, Roger suddenly opened his mouth. He didn't tell Rayleigh and Jabba what to do, but as the king's hands, the 2 knew the thoughts of the king they supported without Roger opening their mouths. Well, let's weigh it. The king who can surpass the strongest man in the world. Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances. The voice fell. In the Roger Pirates, the 3 who symbolize gold, silver, and copper glared at Eren and the others at the same time. The scarlet light burst out, dyeing the pupils of the 3 people into scarlet. Bang. At the same time, 3 creepy auras spread from Sub-Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba one after another. As the momentum climbed, 3 strands of Conqueror's hockey exploded like a black dragon going out to sea, and the hurricane roared, wrapped in a monstrous coercion that changed the color of the world, shaking the air in all directions like the water surface, with waves of waves, like a mighty torrent, with overwhelming power roaring towards the beast pirates. Leaving aside Rayleigh and Jabba, let's just talk about Joel D. Roger, the man who climbed to the top of the sea by virtue of hockey, and also the only non-capable person in Dream Pirates. If Garp is the strongest armed color in the world, then he is the strongest conquerors in the world. His courage alone is only stronger than that of the future peak redhead. As soon as the conquerors spread out, it shook the white sea to the top of the sky, sank 3 points, and rolled up like Uzumaki, triggering violent black thunders that shot straight into the sky. The majestic hockey torrent hadn't washed over yet, and everyone in the 100 Beast group had already felt the heavy pressure of Mount Tai sweeping their bodies. A person who does not have the qualifications of a king. For example, Jean, such as Burndy Wald, felt that every cell in his body seemed to be trembling. Not to mention, in addition to Roger's Conqueror's Hockey leading the way, Rayleigh and Jabba's Conqueror's Hockey followed closely behind. None of the three are capable persons, and they are all existences who have reached the summit by relying on their energy. Their Conquerors is indeed not as good as Rayleigh, but compared to the future, the other 4 emperors except Whitebeard and Shanks are definitely not weak at all, and it can even be said that they are only strong but not weak. After all, none of them are capable users. The whole body hockey that can be relied on. Such a terrifying conquerors, and there are as many as 3 strands rushing together, is even more terrifying than a monstrous tsunami. There was no conqueror's collision, and the trees along the way were crushed to the point of bending over and yielding. The trees, the ground, and the sea of clouds were cracked in proportion. In an instant, the entire Sky Island was covered by these 3 conquerors' torrents, and under the terrifying aura of the 3 kings of Roger's regiment, it shook again and again, as if humbly wailing and begging for mercy. No wonder the Rock's pirate fell apart. Not to mention the other crew members of the Roger pirates. Just Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba can sweep the sea. Not to mention just relying on one pirate group to flatten naval headquarters. Toughness is definitely not a problem. Watching the turbulent coming, like a huge wave, wave after wave of conquerors. Shaki, Jin, Burndy Wald, and others deeply felt the strength of the Roger pirates. Even if Roger is not keen on strengthening the pirate group, nor is he keen on recruiting powerful combat forces, nor is he keen on training the crew, but it doesn't matter if he just lets it develop naturally. The Conqueror's hockey of gold, silver, and bronze is enough to solve 99% of the Grand Line's problems. Want to use this to measure my quality? Don't you think it's a little less interesting? Roger. Facing the tsunami-like waves of conquerors, Aaron smiled lightly, without any panic between his brows, a pleasant smile on his lips, as if he was enjoying the breeze. Conquerors are not rare among beasts. Finished. The pupils of him, Kaido, and Whitebeard showed scarlet light at the same time. 0. Seeking flowers. 3 strands of Conqueror's hockey shot up into the sky, engulfed in a series of ferocious lightning like black dragons, carrying vibrations to Sky Island, overturning the majestic coercion of Bai Bai High, crushing towering ancient trees one after another in the kingdom of gods. The earth couldn't bear the deterrence of the 3 kings of beasts. It shook and cracked, stirring up billows of smoke and dust, covering the sky and covering the sun. Boom. The vast and boundless white sea above his head could not withstand such a terrifying hockey impact, and was directly torn into 2 halves, which was difficult to heal for a long time. The white sea supporting the Sky Island under its feet also couldn't bear the impact of conquerors. The ground shook and the mountains shook. The sea of clouds collapsed and countless cracks extended in all directions. The conquerors' conflict of Aaron and others not only split the land of Sky Island, the Sea of Clouds, but even released the conqueror's torrent, which directly forced Bai Bai High to flee upwards and forced Bai High to flee downwards. Bai High, which has remained unchanged for many years, and Bai High have all changed their original positions. Under the shocking gazes, the 3 kings of beasts and the 3 kings of Roger, symbolizing the kingly spirit of the Grand Line pirates, collided fiercely like sparks hitting the earth, breaking out an unprecedented fierce conflict. The extremely violent Conqueror's shock wave, like a nuclear weapon explosion, shattered the void and atmosphere, directly printing and dyeing the entire world into darkness. The sky collapsed and the sea cracked. No need to do anything, just a riot of momentum. The conflict of the Conquerors created a world-shattering power and influence. Even every inch of Sky Island has been displaced enormously. The Bai Bai Sea, which has been snow-white for many years, and the Bai Hai Sea, directly under the deterrence of the six kings, have been dyed into a gloomy color, like a sea of thunderclouds, exuding endless depression. The sky-shaking loud noise shook the atmosphere, and a terrifying sonic tsunami burst out, dragging huge waves of dust and gravel, sweeping away in all directions. This is the power of the six kings who stand at the apex of the pirate world, and their aura is magnetically aroused. The sky is 3 feet high, and the map is 3 feet high. Bang. No. Countless black lightning bolts rose from the ground like sharp knives, carrying the majesty of the king, splitting the white clouds, splitting the earth and crushing rocks. Countless trees couldn't bear it. They were uprooted first, and then shattered layer by layer, until it was turned into dust and was swept away by the sonic wave caused by the Conqueror's storm. Scoff. 195. Chapter 195 for Kings of Beasts. No, it's the 5 kings. Seek full order. Is it blocked? They are all capable, and the conquerors can stand up to us. Unbelievable. Seeing that the 3 of Eren not only resisted the conquerors of themselves and others, but even managed to be evenly matched, Futura and Jabba felt incredible. None of them are capable, but they can stand at the top of the world. What do they rely on? Of course, it is Haki who is above everyone else. But now, competing for courage, the 3 of them did not overwhelm the 3 of Eren. They just scored a tie. The most important thing is that they all know that Roger didn't release the water. A court of justice? When did you have the illusion that we are equals? Still, your own perception of being equal to each other is inherently wrong. Unlike Rayleigh and Jabba, who looked shocked, Eren shook his head and laughed in 967. His eyes burst out with a chilling scarlet light amidst the wave of conquerors sweeping across the sky. It looks boundless and abrupt, and it looks extremely dazzling. Bang, bang, bang. Under the sound of Haki's roar that shook the whole world and spread all over Sky Island, the original stalemate conquerors conflict suddenly changed. Like 2 little suns, the Haki light spheres colliding endlessly began to change. The conqueror's Haki, jointly released by Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, was like a defeated rooster, retreating steadily until it was completely suppressed. Yes. In the conqueror's conflict between the 3 kings of beasts and the 3 kings of Roger, the high and low will be judged. Was completely suppressed. However, when the crew of the Roger pirates were shocked, 2 people came out from Eren, Kaido, Whitebeard, and others. If I remember correctly, this is not a battle between the 3 kings and the 3 kings, but a battle between the 100 beasts and the Rogers. Shaki raised his hands, palms up. Bang. Accompanied by Haki roaring like dragons and tigers, billowing Nankians poured out like a storm. Already suppressed, the 3 of Roger, who had already decided the winner, made it even worse. Their conqueror's Haki couldn't spread 10 meters away from their bodies. This is the deterrent power of the top king. Especially such top kings, when the number reaches a certain level in a large-scale war. It is almost like the Haki version of nuclear weapons. Without the power of the top kings, unless all the members are Shichibukai, the strong who started as the emperor's deputy, otherwise, if they fight together, they will inevitably suffer losses. During the Summit War, Sengoku and Garp were sitting on the execution platform, and they didn't take much action, except for Luffy's reason. They were crazily released into the sea, but they were actually guarding against Whitebeard's conquerors. As long as Whitebeard dares to use conquerors, they will team up to release Haki, suppressing Whitebeard's conquerors around the body, so that it cannot spread. Naturally, it will not affect otherwise shock fruit plus top-level conquerors for any force, as long as they don't restrain them. It is equivalent to facing hell. I just never thought that Whitebeard was weakened by disease, aging, and under the sword of the great Uzumaki filial son, to the point where even Haki was difficult to mobilize. In the end, he could only rely on King Luffy to break out conquerors and save Ace. It is conceivable that no matter how strong or weak a king is, as long as the number increases, how terrifying it will be. Not to mention, there are many kings of the 100 beasts, and the conqueror's strength is more terrifying than one. The 4th. Beasts pirates are not 3 kings, but 4 kings. A pirate group that doesn't even have 10 people, but there are 4 kings. Seeing this scene, the crew of Roger's regiment were all shocked. Originally, they all thought that the pirate group they belonged to was enough. There are only 10 or 20 people, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. But now, Beasts pirates did not have 10 people, so there were 4 kings. 4 kings of beasts? No. It's the 5 kings. At this time, Douglas Bullet raised his neck and showed a proud smile on his face. When he forcibly corrected the cognition of the crew members of Roger's regiment, the conquerors in his body was like a torrent breaking a bank, venting in all directions. 3 kings against 3 kings, complete suppression. 4 kings versus 3 kings, conquerors cannot spread beyond 10 meters. The 5 kings against the 3 kings became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The conquerors of Roger's 3 were directly suppressed, and the conquerors of Aaron's team drove straight in and washed over the other crew members in an instant. The conquerors of the 5 kings is awe-inspiring. How terrifying it is. Even the Roger pirates cannot be supported by any crew member. With the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, the crew members of the Roger regiment who had been preparing for battle fell to the ground one after another. Those who can stand up are all Shichibukai, 3 disasters, generals, cadres, and emperors. After the scouring of the 5 kings conquerors, there are still 10 members of the Roger pirates who are about 20 people standing still. In other words, apart from Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, the gold, silver, and bronze kings, the Roger pirates can still pull out 10 generals, 3 disasters, and Captain Shichibukai-level combat power. What a powerful pirate group this is. This is the Roger pirates. Can grow from scratch, know when to guide, conquer the Grand Line under the situation of the kings vying for it, and successively overwhelm Shiki, the pirate group commanded by Roger of Whitebeard. 13. About there. You guys, it's all right. Aaron glanced at the 13 remaining members of Roger's crew standing. In terms of the number of people, the Roger pirates are still better. On his side, except for Shaki and Burndy Wald, the other cubs are all. Douglas Bullet and Jin are both developing. In other words, what we have to face is a big battle of 4 vs 10. However, his expression remained calm, showing no sign of panic or worry. 4 to 10 is fair. If the numbers are even, it's an unfair fight. Shaki said unhurriedly, her brows showing the demeanor of the Amazon Queen. How to divide? Jin glanced at Douglas Bullet beside him. I'm going to hit 3 5.2s. Taro, Duolingo, Mr. Momola are mine. Divide the rest among yourselves. Douglas Bullet fixed his gaze on Taro, Duolingo, and Armomola. Dragon, CB Gallon, Jackson Banner, I want it. Jin heard what he said and glanced at Douglas Bullet, as if he understood something. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. He didn't take it too seriously. After all, the opponent is the crew of the Roger pirates, who can stand upright under the conqueror's conflict of the 6 kings, and each of them is a simple and easy-to-follow generation. If he develops to the peak and masters the fruit awakening ability of the Deku True God form, he is confident to fight more, but holding on to 3 now is already his limit. This is still relying on the speed and defense double form of the Lunaria tribe, as well as the ability of fire and flight. Otherwise, only 2 can be played at most. 196, Chapter 196, Let's Go Together. Seek full order. Facing the 3 crew members of the Roger pirates at the same time, it is impossible to win. However, relying on the form of Deku True God and the flame ability of the Lunaria tribe, plus flying, it can still be done for a while. This is what Jin asks of himself. In the ensuing Battle of the Pirates, he single-handedly held down the 3 crew members of Roger's pirates to buy opportunities and time for others. Burndy Wald saw 2 little ghosts under the age of 10 scrambling for the first place, and said he wanted to hit 3 with 1. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout out such majestic words, but when he reached the edge of his mouth, he saw a line of people lined up with the 4 Rogers regiment crew. Sika, Sunbell, Don Gino, Captain Mullen. None of them are easy to get along with, especially Sika and Sunbell. It can be regarded as the 4th and 5th strongest under the 3 kings of the Roger regiment. Seeing such a lineup, Burndy Wald knew very well that he could play at most 1. If there are 2, they will definitely be pressed to the ground and rubbed against each other. I will leave Dong Gino and Captain Mulien to you. Shaki spoke suddenly. What? Burndy Wald's expression changed drastically. Isn't he just a unit of measurement for beast pirates? 07. He was so valued by Shaki that he actually let himself single out 2 crew members of Roger's regiment. I have to say that people's ambitions will change. With the growth of experience, the improvement of knowledge, and seeing himself and the world clearly, Burndy Wald is no longer the werewolf that even the cadres and crew of Rock's Pirate dared to deal with in the past. After knowing the gap between himself and the strong ones who can reach the top of the world stage, he has already extinguished his old ambitions and only wants to be a unit of measurement for beast pirates honestly. Have opinions? So Cal and Sunbell, are you coming? Shaki glanced at Burndy-Wald. You don't have to. Burndy-Wald shook her head hastily, gritting your teeth against the words of the other two. Maybe you can survive until the other crew members defeat their respective opponents and instead come to support yourself. But against Sika and Sunbell, unless there is a distance of more than a few kilometers between the ships on the vast sea, you can still suppress the opponent from a long distance with the advantage of naval warfare. Ken now. Being in the same sky island, so close and down to earth, it's good that I don't get smashed. That's it. Only then did Shaki nod in satisfaction, and then opened his bow with his left hand, pulling out Yenemo and Tianyuyu together. She's also a woman with the aptitude of a king, and it is not impossible to tame these two knives. After this period of constant feeding with armament hockey, coupled with Erin's relentless teaching of her Conqueror's Entanglement, she has successfully mastered the Conqueror's Entanglement. Yenemo and Tianyuyu Jean have also been tamed. At least it won't drag you down in battle. At this moment, her strength is even worse than that of Yamato during the Onijima War. It is precisely because of this that she dared to fight the two battles of the Roger pirates alone with 2 swords. 4 against 10? Is that fair? It seems that we are really underestimated. Sika, Sunbell, and the others listened to Shaki, Jin, and Douglas Bullett's conversation. Although they were not angry, their expressions turned a little cold. It was the first time he was underestimated in such a long time at sea. No, it is precisely because of the importance that the regiment assigned you. Shaki's hand holding the knife tightened slightly, and armament hockey spewed out from both hands, turning into 2 dragon-like streamers, entangled on Yenemo and Tianyuyu Jean. Playing. When the 2 knives were hardened into black knives by armament hockey, ferocious black lightning lingered on the blades with a palpitating coercion. Conquerors like black thunder. The armed color is like purple fire. Before even making a move, the monstrous sword power has spread like a storm. Let's go together. Shaki held 2 knives in his hand. His whole body was surrounded by hockey, and his beautiful eyes were full of coldness and scarletness. At this moment, she is no longer the little bird in Erin's arms, caught in a storm of love, but a decisive, iron-blooded heroine who looks down on the world. This woman is not just bragging. Seeing this, the coldness on his face faded a bit, replaced by seriousness. It doesn't matter whether the king is good at conqueror's hockey or not, whether he is dominated by conquerors like Roger and Shanks, but as long as the king can master the tyranny, they are all werewolves. He was the first filial son of a pirate at the beginning. The existence of Yamato's level. Is the conqueror's winding? I didn't expect him to be the third-rate kings that can be seen everywhere in New World. Actually mastered the conqueror's winding that only Captain Roger, Co-Captain Rayleigh, and Jabba can do. Sunbell stared intently, not daring to neglect. Armament hockey spewed out. In an instant, the 3 figures, already carrying the torrent of hockey, turned into 3 rays of light, burst into bursts of hurricane roars, and fought together. Call out. Without saying a word, Jin spread his wings and directly revealed the form of Deku True God. With the wings of the Lunaria tribe and the double form of speed resistance, sometimes it is indestructible, and sometimes it is as fast as lightning. Not Conqueror's hockey, but still not to be underestimated. With 2 knives in his hand, Hidawi was lingering in fiery flames, and the second-generation ghost was entangled in icy air. With every move, he chopped out the ice and fire twin dragons, and bit them towards I-Dragon and CB Gallon. This kid is not simple. If you're not mistaken, this is the Lunaria family. The god of 800 years ago, with the form of the big mouth of the phantom beast, and the 760, also has 2 big sharp knives. No wonder he dared to say 1 against 3. At the beginning, Yanlong also felt that he was underestimated. In Shaki's case, at least he is still an adult, and he is also the famous Amazon queen, and he also shows a powerful conqueror's hockey. What about Ember? That's not even 10 years old. A child with no hair at all said that he would fight 3 times. But he was not very angry, he just laughed secretly at the other party's overreaching. And now, after Jin shot, he extinguished this thought. If it is 1-on-1, none of the 3 of us is Jin's opponent. At least 2 can draw, and 3 can win. Want to hold us back? CB Jellin hardened his armed hands, and blasted away the oncoming ice dragon with a punch. So he's buying time for other people. Is it Burndy-Wald? No, not him. Jackson Banner turned to look at Burndy-Wald. Good guy, the battle just started, and he was rubbed against the ground by his companion. There are no surprises in this fight. This is a man waiting for support. Immediately afterwards, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Shaki, Sunbelt, and Cycle. The three of them were fighting hockey up to the sky, and their swords were shining. They were obviously evenly matched, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a moment. 197. Chapter 197 Thunder Ability Users. Heir of the Devil. Seek full order. It's not Shaki, it's not Burndy Wald, it's just to buy time for that kid. He's less than 10 years old. Could it be that a kid who is less than 10 years old can single out the 3 crew members of our Roger Pirates? Jackson Banner's eyes fixed on Douglas Bullet. At this moment, he figured out the plans of the Beast Pirates. Shaki, Jin, and Burndy Valda, no matter if it was 1v2 or 1v3, they were all trying to buy time for one person. Douglas Bullet. Can a kid who is less than 10 years old really defeat our 3 companions? That kid named Jin is already outstanding, and he can appear on such a stage at such a young age. Could it be that the Beast crew, who doesn't even have a bounty, is better than Jin? Not only Jackson Banner, but also Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba can see that Shaki and the others are planning. However, none of them believe that Douglas Bullet alone could achieve 1v3. After all, the 3 who besieged Douglas Bullet were stronger than the 3 who besieged Jin. Chi. It seems to be aware of the collective doubts from the Roger Pirates. Douglas Bullet didn't say anything, but grinned ferociously, raised his arms above his head, accompanied by bright, dazzling thunder surges and deafening thunder roars, like dragons roaring and tigers roaring, instantly shook the universe and spread throughout the Sky Island. With his body as the center, billowing blue and white arcs burst out, like silver snakes dancing wildly, soaring into the sky, sinking into the sea of clouds on the zenith. What? It's actually that devil fruit, the closest thing to invulnerability, Logia Thunder Fruit. Seeing the moment when Douglas Bullet showed the majestic lightning, all the crew members of Roger's regiment were shocked and suddenly realized. Before. The Conqueror's hockey shown by Douglas Bullet is amazing enough, not to mention the strength. The key is the amount of hockey and the coverage, which is simply incredible. A kid less than 10 years old, Conqueror's hockey can cover a range of more than 10 kilometers. It was like a tsunami torrent, appalling. Hockey is like the sea. Add a thunder fruit. Top hockey talent and top devil fruit. Such a combination, even if it is a stupid job, does not affect its stable and strongest qualifications. No wonder you dare to pick 3. This Beast Pirates is not easy. Obviously, the number of people is small, but the crew members are stronger than each other, and the age is obviously younger than each other, but the fruits are more terrifying than each other. A trace of fear flashed across Momola's eyes. All along, he has seen countless pirates, but none of them can compare to Roger's pirates. Although the number is small, all members are strong. But now, it took Aaron a year to build the Beast Pirates even more terrifying. Although most of the crew, including the Deputy Captain Kaido, are still developing crazily, it does not affect how powerful and terrifying these people are at this stage. Of the adult crew, the older one was bigger than the older one. As for the underage crew members, the younger ones are more ruthless than the last. He couldn't imagine how terrifying this kind of Beast's Pirates will become after a few more years of development and growth. Start is unstoppable. Sure enough, I found it. Shaki glanced at Douglas Bullet, who was bathed in thunder, and a smile flashed across his beautiful eyes. She had been vaguely aware of something back when Aaron came back with Douglas Bullet. As expected, Thunder Fruit was found. As for just eating devil fruit, she won't be able to exert too much combat power. She is not worried about this. The strength of devil fruit's ability basically depends on the latter. Awareness of fruit abilities, development of fruiting abilities, and the strength of the capable person. As long as the awareness of devil fruit is high enough, everything about devil fruit is clear, coupled with strong enough strength, the development process can be shortened infinitely, and it can even be achieved while fighting. According to the actual situation, develop the corresponding tricks as you like. Such as Wong Luffy. The 5 moves are completely against the enemy in front of the battle, respond immediately, and draw as soon as they are used. There is no acquired development, and there is no hard work. For example, Blackbeard, within a few months after eating dark fruit, smashed Ace, who had eaten Maramara fruit for several years, to the ground and smashed it with a hammer. As soon as he had shock fruit, he was able to beat Sengoku's Big Buddha Shock. These people all have 2 things in common. Their own strength is strong enough, and their awareness of devil fruit is high enough, and the rest is naturally how they come. And Douglas Bullet also met these conditions. Shaki knew that from the moment he decided to look for Thunderfruit, Eren had taught him all his experience, methods, and skills in controlling and developing Thunderfruit. And so it is. After Douglas Bullet ate the Devil Fruit, he stood on Eren's shoulders to control the Thunderfruit. Thunder. Take it and use it. I really found it. If he hadn't been young and ignorant and hadn't eaten the multiplication fruit back then, he must have had a share of these top devil fruits. Wang Zhao's he. Burndy Wald was punched flying, embedded behind a hill, staring fixedly at Douglas Bullet, with strong regret on his face. A top devil fruit with a reputation of invincibility is enough to create miracles. Jin raised his mouth slightly after he had a panoramic view of Douglas Bullet's figure. There is no jealousy, no envy. Some are just excited from the bottom of my heart. People with such abilities must go all out. That kid Bullet will definitely become the strongest man in the world in the future. After all, the crew of Beast's pirates is too small, top-level ability, top-level swords, etc. There are too many points. First, there is the form of Dog Fruit, Phantom Beast, Deku Jinshin, then Bird Fruit, Phantom Beast, Phoenix, and now it is Thunder Fruit. Momola, Taro, and Duolingo looked at each other, and without saying a word, the three of them rushed over with their knives in hand. Are you going up together, or one by one? If it was before, they would have been full of arrogance, but after Douglas Bullet showed Thunder Fruit, they no longer have such thoughts. One top devil fruit is enough to reverse everything. Even if he took other people's leftovers, he still made a lot of money. Douglas Bullet stepped on the soil with one foot, and the violent thunder that surrounded his body flowed across the ground, splitting the ground's surface into cracks, and the electricity was wrapped in black smoke. Feeling genuinely ecstatic that the Beast's pirates have grown. He hates it so much. 198. Chapter 198 1 against 3. Thunder in the palm. Don't worry. Those who want a challenge line up one by one. After eating the devil fruit, he felt the terrifying Lei Wei continuously bursting out of his body, and Douglas Bullet was not afraid even when facing the three Roger Pirates crew members. At this moment, he is very grateful to have met Eren, and also very grateful that he obeyed the other party's words and did not eat the fruit of fusion. Otherwise, an ordinary paramecia, how can it compare with Thunder Fruit? Bang. Facing the three people who raised a knife and held a knife, they slaughtered one after another like tigers out of cage. Douglas Bullet's eyes glowed with blazing lightning, and he stretched his hands, centered on his body. Blue and white lightning bolts raged out, spreading like a waterfall. Bang. Facing the linear lightning that pierced through the air, Mamura's face was slightly condensed, and he did not dare to neglect. Armament hockey spewed out from the palm of his hand and swept up along the handle of the knife like a purple python, holding the blade wrapped around and chopped down with one knife. The light of the knife and the light of thunder are bright. Lightning dances with hockey. Accompanied by the roar of slashing and lightning strikes, he forcibly broke through the flowing blue and white lightning with one blow, and Armament hockey dispelled the lightning that wrapped around Douglas Bullet's body. Paralyzed. What a troublesome ability. There are high temperatures that are more terrifying than flames, destructive power like magma, speed like flashes, and this kind of numbness that affects the body. Momola still wanted to step forward and take advantage of the situation, but felt that after the blade cut through the thunder, a strong paralysis swept the whole body. Even if he used Armament hockey to offset it at the first time, it was still affected. All the movements of sprinting forward suddenly slowed down. Although it was only a fleeting moment of stiffness, if it was a one-on-one match, such a short period of time was enough for Douglas Bullet to do a lot of things. Fortunately, there are other crew members beside him. The three of them are also members of the Roger Pirates. They have galloped for many years and fought side by side countless times. They have a perfect understanding and do not need to communicate at all. At the same time that Maramura took the lead and broke through the current at the cost of short-term body stiffness, Duolingo rushed forward like an arrow from the string, and Armament hockey wrapped the scimitar in his hand, bursting out with sharp cuts. At the same time, Taro also raised his long knife, and his armed color rose like a flame, burning violently, wrapped in amazing sharpness and air waves, and left and right with Duolingo, and slashed at Douglas Bullet. Clang. Laugh. The expected feeling and sound of the blade piercing the flesh did not appear. Some were just the sound of metal and iron clashing, and some were just the roar of thunder and lightning. I saw that Douglas Bullet was covered with a layer of thunder armor everywhere, and the blue and white lightning turned into a dragon shape, wrapping around his body like a real dragon. It's Eren's roar mode. After entering this state, Not only is it like opening the 8 inner gates, but the body functions are improved in all aspects, with thunderous speed, destructive power, and extremely powerful defense. He is not in the form of fish fruit, phantom beast species, or blue dragon, but as a thunder fruit ability user, it does not affect him to follow suit and use Aaron's tricks. After all, as a user with the ability to thunder, he can do what Aaron's thunder can do, and he can do what Aaron's thunder cannot do, such as elementalization, like Thunderbolt. This is Thunder Fruit, the closest thing to invincibility. Attack, defense, speed, flight, assistance, etc. are all capable. Call out. After bearing down the blade's slashing blows of the two, Douglas Bullet fixed his eyes on Akmola. His eyes flickered fiercely, turned into blue and white lightning and disappeared, and the speed was so fast that he rushed in front of the opponent in the blink of an eye. The black knife Chushui around his waist had been unsheathed at some point and was held in his hand. Boom. The dragon-shaped lightning and armament Haki scrambled to be the first, entangled with the black sword Chushui, like a lightning blade, splitting the air, rippling clouds of smoke, and exploding the air with loud noises like cannonballs. So fast. Mamura immediately used observation Haki to perceive, and also made the fastest response to block with a knife in an instant. Boom. When swords collided, there was no piercing sound of metal and iron clashing, but only the roar of Haki and the roar of thunder. The extremely violent Haki shock wave, mixed with lightning bolts, tore apart the earth, rolled up the 1-meter-deep soil, turned it into sand and dust waves, and blasted in all directions. Seeking flowers. Damn it. Heidao Choshue caught it, but Mamola's face was extremely ugly, and her body twitched slightly. Obviously. At the moment when the blades collided, the lightning wrapped around Douglas Bullet's black sword Choshue was like a giant snake coming out of a hole, and it went up with the trend. Even if it was protected by armament Haki, it was a flesh and blood body after all, not an indestructible king like Aaron. The body is not a steel balloon like Charlotte Lin Lin, nor is it the terrifying immunity of Lunaria blood. When Haki cannot defend completely, he can only rely on physical strength. The injury was not great, but his muscles were paralyzed and his body was shaking, which made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that Douglas Bullet took the opportunity to stab straight with his knife, cutting out blossoming thunder sword flowers in mid-air, he could only step forward forcefully and distance himself. Anyway, Duolingo and Taro behind him have already killed, so there is no need to forcefully fight the opponent with the paralysis of thunder and lightning. Otherwise, if he touches Douglas Bullet's lightning again before using Haki to dispel the impact of lightning on his body, once the number and time reach a certain limit, he will really be in a miserable state of being unable to move, and then he will be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. That's one of the scary things about Thunder Fruit. Unless it is in the form of Nika, it is completely immune to lightning. Otherwise, it is just a collision of fists and feet, swords and swords, and being touched by lightning will also cause huge damage and influence to the body. Same with gangrene of the bone, lingering numbness and pain bone. Even Mr. Mamura, a Haki master from the Roger Pirates, cannot be completely exempted. After all, he has Haki, and so does Douglas Bullet, and much more than he does. After all, the thunderous lightning is not comparable to Charlotte Lin Lin's Zeus or Hera.it is the thunder and heavenly power that starts at tens of millions of volts. This is only the strength developed by an ability user of Enel's level, in exchange for Douglas Bullet. Given him a little time, it would be 10 times more terrifying. Wanna go? Just as Momoa opened the distance and got farther and farther away from him, Douglas Bullet's eyes flashed a cold color. Instead of turning elements into lightning to chase after him, he raised his left hand, and the palm was facing the Momoa pole. Palm Thunder 9. 199. Chapter 199 Roger Pirates. So scary. Seek full order. Bang. The sound of roaring thunder resounded through the sky. The sound is so loud that the gas cloud spreads. As Douglas Bullet raised his left hand, and his palm was facing Mola, a series of blue and white arcs spewed out, like silver snakes dancing wildly, and like black dragons going out to sea, they scrambled towards him. Not good. Mamura's complexion changed suddenly, and he wanted to block with a knife, but the speed and intensity of the thunder and lightning far exceeded his expectations, and he had just fought with Douglas Bullet's sword. The paralysis has not completely subsided. His speed and reaction were all slower than usual. In a hurry, in paralysis, he only had time to cut off most of the lightning with his knife before being pierced by the 3 participating thunder snakes. A fierce, hot, and violent force invaded his whole body. The skin began to turn black, and a large amount of 880 black smoke came out of the body's surface. Just being pierced by 3 thunder snakes, his body began to shake uncontrollably, like dancing on the spot. Damn it! A step slower? Seeing Mr. Momola was pierced by thunder, and Duolingo and Taro, who arrived late, had gloomy eyes and ugly faces. Annoyed, the two unleashed a powerful armament haki together, and the blade in their hands slashed out wildly. The armament haki was released, tearing the air, and burst out a sword cry like howling ghosts and gods. Call out. The sword light flashed, and 2 slashing waves wrapped around armament haki came out across the sky, breaking the sound barrier in an instant, carrying bursts of air waves and ripples in the air where they passed. The speed is so fast that it seems that even Douglas Bullet is too late to move at lightning speed. When he was about to be cut into 3 pieces, his body suddenly took a step forward, the elements turned into lightning, and then dispersed into 3 sections out of thin air, just enough to allow 2 slashing waves to pass through the gap between the split body. Although John Jambua is strong, he can only pass him by, without hurting the slightest bit. Active elementalization? Seeing this, Duolingo narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately a dazzling thunder flashed, occupying the entire line of sight. With observation haki fully open, he knew that he was being targeted, and even sensed the opponent's next attack. He closed his eyes calmly to avoid being affected by the lightning. Then he stepped on the ground, twisted his spine, turned around and drew the knife, blooming a sharp slash that tears the earth. Thunder Fist. At the same time, Douglas Bullet turned into elements, moved at lightning speed, and flashed behind Duolingo. The entire left arm turned into blue and white lightning. Armament haki rushed out like a torrent, printing and dyeing blue and white lightning into purple and white, adding the somewhat invincible edge turned into a frenzy, and the majestic thunder punch came out directly. Boom. Fists and knives collided. Haki strikes. Bend thunder and lightning. Centering on the clash between the two, thousands of thunderstorms raged in all directions, cutting off nearby trees and leaving cracks on the ground. Snore. After a brief stalemate, Duolingo only felt a terrifying thunder force coming from the blade, and the burning sensation and numbness invaded his whole body along the tiger's mouth. The man took the knife belt and flew out. Puff. A fishy sweet smell came from the throat, and immediately a mouthful of blood mist sprayed into the sky. The weight of Douglas Bullet's thunder fist and the strength of haki far exceeded his expectations. Even if he used observation haki to perceive the opponent's actions and intercepted them in time, he was still crushed in front of absolute power. Duringo. At this time, a roar came from Taro's mouth. As the most powerful crew member of Roger's regiment among the 3, seeing his companions being injured one after another, he was also completely angry. While Duolingo was flying backwards, he waved the long knife with both arms, let out a long roar, and the long knife in his hand burst out with a terrifying sword light, and armament haki rolled out to open the way first. While Douglas Bullet was punching Duolingo with a punch, the horizontal knife swept over. The blade locks the country straight out, the air explodes with a sound like a cannonball, and circles of transparent ripples rippling. The air ripples like the surface of water. Immediately, the tide-like atmosphere was cut open by the blade. Next second, the sword light was vertical and horizontal. Haki surged violently, and the slashing wave higher than Douglas Bullet submerged his whole body. Even though he turned around in time and swung his knife to block, he was still cut back by the furious Taro, pulling a deep ravine on the ground, knocking over a dozen towering trees before stopping. Ha! You crew members of Roger's regiment are as strong as monsters. It's really scary. Douglas Bullet looked down at his chest and hastily resisted it. Even with the black knife Chioshue to resist and the Thunder Dragon armor to protect his body, he still got a hot knife cut. Taro's armament haki, in terms of strength, is indeed unable to catch up with him, but in terms of strength, he is much better than him. In the final analysis, no matter how talented he is in haki, his practice time is too short after all. Even with Mr. Guy, the #1 teacher in the pirate world, giving personal guidance, the time is still too short. Under normal circumstances, if you don't practice for 10 days and a half months, you will definitely not be able to catch up with Taro. Yes, with Douglas Bullet's current arm strength, it will take at least half a month of practice to reach the strength of Taro. With incomparable haki talent of the Devil's Heirs, coupled with the first teacher bestowed by Aaron, excellent training resources, it will take another half a month to catch up with the Taro. One can imagine the strength of the crew of the Roger Pirates. But that's okay. Haki strength is not enough, then use the amount to make up. If the amount is not enough, fill it with thunder fruit. What's more, besides cultivation, the best way for Haki to get promoted is to fight. To break through. Douglas Bullet's eyes flashed with excitement. Under the pressure of 1 against 3 Roger Pirates, Haki is improving unconsciously, and every time he has a 1.9 Haki conflict with Taro and others, he will improve. Whether it is strength or quality, it will increase, and the speed of improvement is far faster than training and fighting with Jin. After all, it was a duel with Jin, not a battle to the death. Come again. After being stabbed, Douglas Bullet smiled instead of anger, and took the lead in holding the black knife Chushue, and Thunder quickly dodged, killing the 3 of Taro, fighting again. The more they fought, the more frightened Taro and the others became. At the beginning, all 3 of them found that the brat in front of them was not as good as any of them in terms of the strength of their weapons. However, Douglas Bullet seems to be on the hook, and the strength of the arm color has risen in a straight line, and it has caught up with Mr. Mamola and Duolingo and continues to move towards the level of Taro. Monster! A thought involuntarily came out of the hearts of the Taro and the others. 200, Chapter 200, The King's Deputy. Left hand to left hand, right hand to right hand. Seek full order. Whoa, how's it going, Jabba? That's a student I taught by myself. It's not long since I learned Haki with me. So does that Jin over there. Can you still see it? By the way, I forgot to tell you, he has just turned 8 years old, and Jin is only 2 years older than him. Kaido witnessed Douglas Bullet eating thunder fruit, and after being reborn, his face was full of wild laughter that could not be concealed. Like Jin, this is also a masterpiece from his Kaido class, and it is a student trained by him. Compared to becoming a king, dominating, fighting, and changing the world, he thinks it is a good choice to breed thieves for the beast pirates. Looking at Douglas Bullet, Jin, these students who have the talents of monsters and the talents of kings, under their own teaching, each of them has become a king or a top hero. The sense of accomplishment is really indescribable. Children's play house battles. Don't you think you can change anything? Hearing this, Jabba was secretly shocked, but 07 smiled lightly and raised 2 axes. Then if I throw you from Sky Island, will it change? Kaido sneered and took the lead in transforming into the form of a green dragon man and beast, holding Bajie in his right hand, stepping on the flame cloud, his body like an arrow flying from the string, rolling up a violent wind and calling out to 8 trigrams with a thunderclap at the beginning. Good idea, I'll deal with you like this later. Jabba showed no sign of weakness. Black lightning burst out from the dual axes in his hands, wrapped around Conquerors, stepped forward, and slashed towards Kaido. Boom. When the axe and the stick struck, there was a loud thunderous noise in an instant, and it raged in all directions, forcing down the trees within a radius of 1,000 meters, and digging the ground 3 feet into the ground, sweeping the shock wave of a monstrous dust wave. Bang. As the two continue to increase their strength and squander the Conqueror's Haki in their bodies, under the intense Haki conflict, with the weapons in their hands at the center, black lightning bolts shoot up into the sky, turning into a black pillar of thunder, enveloping an earth-shattering threat piercing through the white sea of clouds in the sky, tearing out a cloud eye. The battle between Kaido and Jabba is earth-shattering and stirs the sea of clouds, let alone the tong between Whitebeard and Rayleigh. Bang, 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 bang. The thunder-like roar resounded continuously, like thousands of thunders, like thousands of sea kings breaking out of the sea, all roaring towards the sky. Here is the horror of Whitebeard's collision with Rayleigh's Conquerors. And it's not Conquerors entwined collisions, it's purely outbound Conquerors for interspace conflicts. Dozens of black lightning bolts, like flying dragons, cracked the ground where they passed, shattered towering ancient trees, and blasted huge dust pillars, like huge mountains. Whitebeard, what a surprise! Farewell to the Valley of the Gods. When we fight again, it's actually on this occasion and in this capacity. If you have any concerns, you can say it, whether it's Roger or me. Although they regard you as an opponent, they also regard them as your friend. Rayleigh stared at Whitebeard with reddened eyes. In his opinion, the strongest man in the world must have some unspeakable secrets before surrendering to Eren. Otherwise, with Whitebeard's pride, it's impossible to give in. No worries, you think too much. I fought him with dignity. Win is winning, and losing is losing. Since I lost, I will be convinced. Whitebeard glanced in Margal's direction. He knew it before Douglas Bullet showed up to show Thunderfruit. Because Eren gave Margal the bird fruit, phantom beast species, and phoenix form, fulfilling the original promise. Although this phantom beast belonged to him originally, but he had already used it to make a deal with Eren, so naturally he would no longer regard it as his own. Skills are not as good as people, there is nothing to say. Promises are fulfilled, and promises are kept. In addition, Sphinx and his sons seem to have been integrated into the beast's pirates, and Eren took special care of Margao and others, and did not let them who had not grown up participate in the war. Instead, Jin, Douglas Bullet, who was about the same age, made the shot. After all these things, with the personality and pride of the strongest man in the world, it is really impossible to do something that goes back on its word. Yeah, that's a pity. It seems that we can only talk with knives. Rayleigh drew his sword. He knew Whitebeard, and since the other side said so, there was no turning back. It doesn't matter if Roger comes. Gula Allah, that's how it should be. King and king, don't talk with swords, don't communicate with hockey. What else do you use? Come on, Rayleigh, let me see how much you, Pluton, have improved since the Valley of the Gods. Whitebeard grinned and raised Song Yunxia high in his hand. He didn't use the ability of Shock Fruit, but released the Conqueror's Haki he had filled up, turning it into black lightning, entangled on the blade that had already been hardened by armament Haki. I also want to know if you, who succumbed to Eren, are still the strongest man in the world in my memory. Rayleigh's eyes blazed sharply, and the Haki in his body was like a torrent, venting out. Boom. As the blade was entangled by the Conqueror's Haki, he took the lead and stepped forward. With a black long knife in his hand, he dragged the Haki edge that smashed the mountains and cut off the sea, and slashed towards Whitebeard from bottom to top. Then you have to pick it up. Whitebeard let out a long cry, shaking the world, swung the long knife with his arm, and Conqueror's Haki burst out with dazzling light. Like a black dragon, Conqueror's Haki moved with the blade and slashed at Rayleigh's saber from top to bottom. Boom. The two weapons of different sizes did not collide with each other, but stopped suddenly when they were half a meter away from each other. In the space between the knives, a ball of lightning burst out, and then sawtooth-shaped red lights flashed all around. The overwhelming Haki's coercion vented in all directions, shaking the island under his feet, and split it into countless pieces. Countless stones rose from the ground, suspended in the air, and then were shattered by the sweeping Haki storm. The berserk Haki overturned the airflow, causing a terrifying hurricane, and instantly swept across most of the Kingdom of Gods. Haki's scarlet light shines continuously, and the black lightning surges against the sky like a waterfall, attracting a layer of black light to the brilliant sun hanging above the sea of clouds, making the sky appear scarlet light. For an instant, the Kingdom of the Gods seemed to be bathed in the light evoked by the duo's Conqueror's Haki. This is the King's deputy. Left hand to left hand, right hand to people. Eren and Roger haven't made a move yet. The four of them just released the Conqueror's Haki for a warm-up collision, and after a little communication, they triggered a terrifying vision that covered the sky and the sun on Sky Island. 201, Chapter 201. Draw your sword, Eren. Kingdom of God. Under a giant vine tree that goes straight to the sky to see the bottom of the growth, and you can't see the end of the growth. The two kings stand side by side, and neither of them took the initiative to release the Conqueror's Hakano. It should be said that their Conqueror's Haki has already reached the state of being activated at any time. It will be affected by momentum, emotion, and will, so as to be diffused in all directions. No. This Conqueror's Haki, which pervades the whole body and is activated at any time, has already begun to affect the surroundings. Bang. The originally clear sky disappeared, and the sea of white clouds became thick and gloomy, gradually submerging the brilliant sun. Before, when I met your brothers for the first time in the Valley of Gods, I had a premonition. This sea will be turned upside down by you sooner or later, but I know very well that it's not yet that time. Your younger brother may have grown faster than I expected due to your influence, but he is still on his way to becoming a king after all. But you, to be honest, really make me feel so touched again and again. Surprise? Roger looked at Eren with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through the man in front of him. 1 year, standing at such a height. I can't do it, Newgate can't do it, Shiki can't do it, the rocks can't do it. But you did it, the second blue dragon form, the ability of the Lunaria tribe, and the unbelievably powerful Haki really made my blood boil after seeing it. This is Roger in his prime. Seeing the incomparably powerful Eren, the first reaction was not to be afraid or retreat, but to want to fight. Even if there is no stone tablet recording the text of the history as a fuse, as long as it is encountered at sea, it will be fought. After all, the friendship or recognition of the top kings is not spoken, but typed. Garp and Roger. Shiki and Whitebeard. Whitebeard and Sengoku. Roger and Garp. The relationship between each other is not only hostile, but also sympathetic and also a different kind of friend. This is the king with great power in one body. 1 second can be a life and death fight, and the next second can be a drink and talk. Even if there is a conflict of positions, it still does not affect the occurrence of this kind of thing. But there must be a prerequisite, that is, to have the experience recognized by the other party. If not, when Marine encounters pirates, it will only be wiped out or thrown to impel down. When pirates meet pirates, they can only plunder and destroy each other. You seem to be very confident, and I'm curious that I asked the source of your confidence because of your crew, but your crew can't last long. Rayleigh is no match for Whitebeard, and even if Whitebeard doesn't hit the killer, he will definitely lose. Jabba can play 50-50 with Kaido, playing brilliantly, and it's hard to tell the winner in a short time. It's hard to say for others. Bullet and Jin are growing very fast, and your crew members will be the best catalyst for their rapid growth. Eren met Roger's gaze and said in a tone that stated the facts of what had happened. Or, because of yourself? Suddenly, his words changed abruptly. Not bad, because of myself. As long as I defeat you before they lose, they will be fine. The one who defeats you will win the Roger Pirates. Roger spoke unhurriedly. His voice was full of unquestionable haki, and at the same time revealed a strange power that made people want to change their will, believe in him, and follow him involuntarily. Top observation haki. You don't think that this observation haki can interfere with my emotions and will? Eren narrowed his eyes slightly. The top observation haki is the same as the conqueror's haki. They are born with it and cannot be cultivated. Even people with the top level of knowledge are even rarer than those who master the tyranny. Only 1 or 2 are usually born per era. Like Queen Odoheim. For example, Roger in front of him. They all have the top observation haki, which can feel each other's thoughts and emotions and convey the user's own consciousness to others, influence the minds and thoughts of others and generate strong resonance, and even change the other's values and ideology. This knowledge, coupled with Roger's unparalleled conquerors and the world's top armed colors, is the key to his ability to conquer the Grand Line. If it is said that Wong Luffy's journey to the One Piece was created with the surname Monkey, then Roger's journey to the One Piece was properly created by Haki. How will you know if you don't try? It can make you have some mood swings, and it's enough without knowledge. Roger was not discouraged when he saw that Eren was not affected at all. The impact of this top-level observation haki on consciousness and values is not instantaneous or short-term, but a long-term subtle influence, equivalent to distinguished heavenly gods with a long lead time. Of course, not everyone works. For the top kings, it has little effect. Unless it happens to encounter a collapse of will, it may have a certain effect. Compared to destroying the enemy on the spiritual level, I prefer to destroy the enemy on the physical level. Eren smiled slightly. I'm looking forward. Draw your sword, Eren. Roger grinned, with his right hand resting on the hilt of the supreme sharp knife ace. Seeing that Eren was unarmed, he frowned. Where's your knife? Wano Kuni, that is a country rich in sophisticated weapons. You conquered there. You should have obtained a lot of famous knives. Otherwise, your subordinates would not have 1 or 2 big knives. Apparently, he'd always known about Eren's deeds. Although it is only through newspapers and some information from the underground world, it is well known. Even his subordinates are all using famous knives of the first class of big fast knives. He doesn't believe that Eren, the captain, doesn't even have a famous knives. Wano Kuni of Zhao's, what a long-standing name. Unfortunately, after I conquered there, I did get quite a few famous knives, and all of them were fast knives. However, there is no such thing as the supreme sharp knife, and among the known supreme sharp knives, except for Whitebeard's Song Yunxia, there is no weapon that I like to take advantage of as a captain. I can't steal the crew's weapons. Eren spread his hands. After conquering Wano Kuni, he rummaged through almost the entire country, all the samurai clans. Regrettably, over the past 800 years, there have been no fewer pirates visiting Wano Kuni, and even the world government has overwhelmed Wano Kuni. Trapped in the Grand Line due to pirates. Fallen to the world government there. After 800 years, there are quite a few famous knives left in Wano Kuni, and there is also 1 black knives, but the famous knives of the first level of the supreme big fast knife have already been hollowed out. Heidao Chiu Shue is already Wano Kuni's highest quality weapon fort. 202. Chapter 202, King Jean. Supreme Big Knife Lingyan saw full order. As the king of beasts, do you even have a sword? Seeing that Eren was unarmed, Roger frowned slightly. What he longed for was a hearty, fair fight with Eren. But now the other party didn't even have a saber, which made him a little disappointed. I always feel that it is not perfect, not that he wants the battle of legends. In his eyes, Eren should be like Whitebeard, with the strongest devil fruit, the strongest haki, plus the top saber, and then fight again. This is what he was after. When did I say that I wear a sword? Eren smiled lightly. Didn't you just say that there are no weapons you want in Wano Kuni and 12 swords except Whitebeard's Songyunchi? Roger said in a deep voice. That's right, there is no knife I want in Wano Kuni, and the only one I like in 12 works of Supreme Fast Knife is Songyunchi, which is also Whitebeard's saber. So, I just built a supreme sharp knife myself. Eren's words made Roger slightly moved. Sorry, correct me. It's not the 12 works of the supreme quick knife. It's the supreme sword 13 works. The 560 tone just fell. He raised his arm suddenly, spread his 5 fingers, and stretched out his palm in the direction of the beast's pirate ship. Pling. A high-pitched, domineering knife sound like a dragon's chant suddenly sounded from afar and spread mightily throughout Kondo. Call out. Roger looked around and saw a cyan knife light flying from a distance, breaking through the clouds and mist, surrounded by piercing air waves, like a green dragon soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the cyan knife light flew in front of Eren, hovering in midair motionless. He reached out and grabbed the blue knife light in front of him, and the light shattered and spread like a broken mirror. Immediately, the whole body is blue gold, from the handle to the blade, all are entrenched by green dragons. The shape and size are similar to Songyunchi, but the appearance is even more beautiful. Haki's long knife is exposed to the air. The handle of the knife, the body of the dragon is entrenched. Haki is awe-inspiring. The head of the knife, the Qinglong probe, the mouth contains the blade. This is the ultimate sharp knife in Eren's mind. After all, before transforming with a physique as high as 7 meters, that kind of famous sword like Ace Yimo and Tianyu Yuzhan is really a bit ridiculous. Not to mention, after transforming into the form of Qinglong human and beast, the normal body size will break through to mining. Such a majestic and tall figure, of course, must be matched with a knife. The supreme sharp knife. Roger was instantly amazed by this long knife that he had never seen before. Even if it was just a quick glance, he could feel the sharp sharpness rushing toward his face. This feeling he is familiar with, just because the ace in his hand gave him this feeling. Or, this is the sharpness that only the top-level famous swords possess. But he also recognized it. This is definitely not any one of the 12 known supreme sharp knives. Combined with Eren's previous words, this unprecedented long knife was made by him alone. It is a treasured knife that was born not long ago, but its quality can definitely rank among the top 12 knives. Is there a name? Roger looked at the brand new supreme sharp knife in Eren's hand with fiery eyes. King against king. The supreme sword against the supreme sword. This is in line with the battle in his mind. Lingyan saw. Eren said the name of the long knife in his hand. After all, the supreme sword in his hand was modeled after the Qinglong Yingyue sword. The name Lingyan saw is most suitable. I didn't expect you to be not only an overlord, but also a legendary swordsmith. That's right. I versus you, Ace versus Lingyan saw. This is the battle. Seeing Eren show off the brand new supreme sharp knife Lingyan saw, Roger could no longer hold back the boiling fighting spirit in his heart and appeared first. I saw him striding forward, his figure like a shell fired, dragging the violent wind. In an instant, he rushed to a position less than 10 meters away from Eren. While holding the ace in his hand, he danced brazenly. Bang. The Conqueror's haki surged out from the grasping hand, turning into black lightning bolts, revealing a terrifying coercion. Together with the rolling armament haki, Ace was first hardened into a black knife, and then wrapped around the Conqueror's haki, using the black lightning as the blade, and then raise your sword. The sword energy floated, and haki surged wildly. The overwhelming coercion spread in all directions, pressing the surrounding air to ripple like the surface of a lake. Call out. In the blink of an eye, Roger yelled and slashed the ace in his hand. A slashing wave entwined with Conqueror's haki flew out from the blade, crushing towards Eren in a sweeping gesture. Coercion comes first. The chopping wave is behind. Not far from Eren, he charged forward again, as if merging with the ace in his hand. His body and sword turned into a black light, shattering the atmosphere, and appeared in front of Eren like a glimpse. One after another, pouring down. If a large-scale war breaks out with naval headquarters, he doesn't need to move. Just a wave of Conqueror's haki sweeps, and the Marines below Vice Admiral, including the elite Vice Admiral, have already fallen. Puff. Not to mention fighting, even maintaining consciousness is extremely difficult. This is the peak period, not yet plagued by illness, after defeating the Rocks, sworn D. Roger. Behind him, the billowing haki wave followed closely, chasing him closely. Before making a move, but the Conqueror's was fully opened and the speed was full. It set off a monstrous haki tide, like a map cannon, directly submerging the nearby area. This kind of haki, this kind of saber, is what I want. Seeing this, Eren's eyes flickered coldly, and he lifted the Lingyan saw with one hand. The extremely heavy blade was in his hand, as light as chopsticks, and he swung it with one arm, cutting across the air. Ha ha, the sword is stronger. The sound of dragon chant resounded throughout the universe. Seeing that the haki coercion he had released and the slashing waves entwining the Conquerors were cleanly and neatly broken by Eren, Roger was not surprised or disappointed, but the flames of battle in his eyes became more and more intense. Wherever it passed, the extremely violent haki waves swept in all directions, flooding the surrounding forests, barren mountains, and the earth, and even covered most of the giant tree with towering vines. First, with lightning speed, he chopped open the rolling coercion, and then with an invincible posture, he slashed down. Flying through the air, the slashing waves entwining Conqueror's haki were cut by the cold and severe Qinglong Daoguang, like a sliced birthday cake, split in two. If they pass by, even elite vice admirals like Flying Squirrel and Ghost Spider will collapse on the spot. Haki's glamorous saw was in Eren's hand, and he slashed lightly, instantly cutting out a looming Saiyan dragon, wrapped in boundless sharpness, condescending and slashing down. 203. Chapter 203 God Avoidance? There is no need to avoid it, seek full order. Soon. Eren looked at Roger, who appeared in front of him like a teleportation in an instant, and there was no surprise on his face. He is familiar with this move. After all, he had seen similar plots before time traveling. The speed of teleportation, followed by the haki knife light that exploded everything. Enough to offer a reward of 3 billion in an instant, the Fruit Awakened Kid. What the red-haired Shanks can do, Roger at his peak can do the same, even stronger and better. Not to mention, he can see into the future using observation haki. Red light appeared in Eren's eyes, and a movie-like future appeared in front of his eyes. His observation haki can be used and can perceive everything in the entire Sky Island, but he cannot perceive everything about Roger, who is close at hand. Whether it is to predict what will happen next related to him, or to perceive everything about him, it will not work. Obviously, Roger was right in front of him, but it seemed as if he disappeared out of the perception field of observation haki. Don't waste your efforts. In front of my experience, it is impossible for you to use observation haki. I just used observation haki to affect you. But it's just an illusion. The observation haki that really wants to kill you is now. Roger seemed to be aware of Eren's thoughts. The corners of his mouth raised, and a smile bloomed. Ace in his hand was already entwined by the Conqueror's haki, which was so strong that it compressed the surrounding air to ultimate, showing ripples like the surface of a lake. The blade is completely covered by black lightning. God avoids. Haki roared, sword energy soaring to the sky. It was hard to tell whether it was the sound of the sword or the rumbling of thunder, and the Conqueror's haki wrapped around a blade of Ace burst out immediately, like a black dragon sailing out to sea, unstoppable. After the billowing Conqueror's haki broke away from the blade, it instantly turned into a Conqueror's slashing wave that split the sky and overwhelmed the sea. Instantly, dust waves soared into the sky, and lightning danced wildly. Under the overwhelming roar and impact, the Conqueror's slashing wave flew out at close range, wrapped in terror and coercion, and slashed straight to Eren's abdomen. Does God avoid it? Although observation haki doesn't work, Eren's speed is so fast that if he wants to dodge, he can dodge it in time. As long as the flames of the Lunaria clan behind him are extinguished, and with a Qinglong human beast physique and natural abilities, it can break through the sound barrier at a speed several times the speed of sound. However, facing the surging Conqueror's slashing wave, he did not extinguish the flames behind him, but transformed into a green dragon human beast form, with the dragon wings spread out, and he did not use the supreme sharp knife Lingyan saw to resist, but he raised his left arm, spread his 5 fingers, and under Roger's shocked gaze, he grabbed the god's refuge that was close at hand. This move is not Roger's ultimate move, but it is his signature skill. The power is strong, there is no doubt. In his hands, Kazuki Oden, who is riddled with diseases and has only a few years of life left, is still at the peak of his strength after being blasted out to sea. In the hands of Shanks, he killed 3 billion berry in 1 second, the Fruit Kid, and the entire Kid Pirate group in a second. Ken now. Eren didn't use the Lengyan saw, but directly grabbed the god's shelter with his bare hands. Without him, it's true that the gods might have to avoid it, but I don't have to avoid it. Bang. The sky-shattering loud noise, like the roar of thousands of giant dragons, set off bursts of storms that covered the sky, and ripples visible to the naked eye rippled through the space. Immediately, the sky and the earth were surging, and the ripples suddenly escalated into turbulent waves, just like Whitebeard's awakening with shock fruit, which was terrifying. If such power is not stopped and allowed to erupt in an all-round way, tearing an island apart is no problem at all. But in the face of such a terrifying slashing wave, Eren had 5 fingers on one hand, clasped dragon claws, and his feet stood tall like 2 mountains. His wings flapped, causing violent wind pressure, and he walked on the spot. You don't avoid it. Roger looked at Eren in surprise. In his opinion, there are only 2 choices when facing his divine avoidance. Avoid, with Eren's ability, can do it. If he didn't avoid it, he would vomit blood and fly backwards. Why do you want to avoid it? Eren lifted himself up. A flash of arrogance flashed in his eyes. His arms exerted strength, and his spine was like a dragon, mobilizing the strength of his whole body and massive haki. Bang. Pushing the palms straight and horizontally, the majestic energy exploded. The 2-color haki can hardly be distinguished from each other, and it is easy to become a choppy haki wave that drowns everything wave after wave. It sweeps all directions and destroys everything blocking the way, whether it is rocks, trees, or rivers. Seeking flowers. At the same time as haki burst out of the sea, his arms continued to be fully extended, as if he was about to flatten a mountain. The shocking divine power broke out completely, vented brazenly, and stopped Roger's Conqueror's slashing wave. His left arm burst, and the dragon claws closed, holding the atmosphere, bursts of wind pressure and explosions. Click. Accompanied by the sound of splitting silk, the god's shelter that could cut mountains, seas, and sky was forcibly crushed by his 5 fingers, blasting the sky with shock waves, and directly bulldozing the forest with a radius of hundreds of meters. This man. Roger looked at Eren, who was close at hand, holding the shattered aegis with one hand. His eyes were slightly shocked, and his face was terrified. After learning that Shiki was killed and Whitebeard surrendered, he knew that Eren was stronger than the 2 of them. Exactly. It's useless to let your punches break mountains, your sword cut seas, and your fruit abilities wipe out islands. Never thought about it. If you are intimidated by the coercion of Haki's sword and stand still in the same place without moving, the final result will be to be cut by someone. After this set of combos, I dare not say that it can instantly kill the physical defense, the strongest Eren in the world, but if he succeeds, at least he can be knocked into the air, and his health bar is several layers. If you can't handle it, no matter how strong your physical skills are, no matter how strong your swordsmanship is, in front of the powerful fruit ability, in front of this amazing and brilliant knife, there is no room for the slightest use, and you will be killed in seconds. Not only did Eren not dodge, nor was he injured, but he raised his hand and crushed his shroud. God's avoidance, it's okay. Except for the brief temptation at the beginning, he started with the color of knowledge and the avoidance of God. Eren said indifferently, and then turned the Lengyan saw with his right hand, and a burst of knife light like white snow bloomed. Boom. He knew that this was not a mental illusion, but the actual coercion formed by room energy and sword power. Bad wind. The light of the sword is coming, and the overwhelming pressure of the sword has already struck first. Conquerors. Arm color. Blue Dragon 8 trigrams. 3 kinds of power poured out, twisted around the blade of Ling Yansaw's dragon head, and finally made a cyan dragon-shaped blade light, like a blue dragon looking down on the world, slashing towards Roger mightily like a rainbow. Roger only felt that an invisible mountain was crushing his body, and his body and spirit were extremely heavy. Even if he just moved his fingers, it would take a lot of strength. 204, Chapter 204. The first time using a knife. Good time. Although he was burdened with heavy oppression like a mountain, instead of shrinking back in fear, Roger smiled wildly and took the initiative to meet the knife. Holding Ace's 5 fingers with a slight force, the rolling Conqueror's haki surged out like a torrential river, turning into a black lightning, carrying an earth-shattering, terrifying coercion. entangled on the blade. Pling. The black saber light bloomed, breaking through the mountainous coercion in an instant, and the whole person was indescribably comfortable and relaxed. After the coercion ceased to exist, his momentum became more and more violent, and the light of the ace blade in his hand became more and more shining, and finally converged into a crescent-shaped black slashing wave, cutting the sky and the earth, and directly slashing at the azure dragon sword that Eren slashed with one hand over the light. Boom. The two knives collided, and the golden sword screamed. The entire kingdom of gods was instantly occupied by dazzling saber light, except for the two-color saber light of one blue and one black. There was no other 843 there, and the colors of heaven and earth were all blue and black. Bang. The sky-shattering loud noise, like a dragon singing and a tiger roaring, roared in all directions, sweeping away the surrounding fields. As the two supreme sharp knives collided, circles of round moon blades spread like clouds and mist. Wherever they passed, the trees were not cut off, but smashed, and the mountains were not cut, but shattered. The explosion shattered, the rivers stopped flowing, and the clouds and mists in the sky exploded. So heavy, so fast. Relying on the top observation haki, Roger narrowly kept up with Eren's knife and blocked it, but the light of the knife was far faster than the thunder and lightning. It was as fast as a laser, and it was too fast to handle. For other people facing such a sword light, they can only passively defend and wait for attack. Not to mention, the Qinglong Daoguang that broke through the air not only has unparalleled speed, but also has an indestructible blade. At the moment when the blades intersected, he felt that the world in front of him seemed to be split by this blade. Mountains and rivers, islands, sea of clouds, sky. Everything was cut by the blade like white paper. Chi. Cemetery. The green and black edge bloomed, bursting out the boundless pressure of the knife, and the black lightning shot straight into the sky, splitting the sky and leaving the kingdom of gods full of holes. Qinglong 8 trigrams, not bad. Roger only felt a piercing sharp edge attacking the tiger's mouth along ace, sweeping his whole body. Even though he tried his best to stabilize his body, he was still knocked backward by this powerful knife, and he took 10 steps back to stabilize himself body. Although retreated, but unscathed. Returned it directly. Just now Eren commented that his shroud is not bad, and now he directly retaliates. The Qinglong 8 trigrams consult. Not bad, that is too. After all, it's the first time to use a knife that it's raw, and its power is a bit unsatisfactory. But it doesn't matter, after beheading you, the power will increase as you become more familiar with it. After Eren chopped Roger flying with a single knife, it seemed as if a seed had exploded. Haki was exposed all over his body, venting in all directions. Hearing that the future One Piece is still stubborn, he is not angry, let alone argue. The communication between kings and kings is not more convincing than using swords and haki. Pling. After a knife was thrown out, Roger flew away, and his right arm twisted from bottom to top, and the cold saw in his hand burst out with chilling knife lights. In an instant, the invisible air was as clearly visible as the tide. As if compressed by the light of the knife, not only can you see it, but you can also see the air trembling uncontrollably. Armament haki is like a purple streamer, bursting out from his hand, hardening the cold saw into a black knife, and the boundless sharpness condenses on the blade. The Conqueror's haki erupted loudly, turning into a branch-like black lightning, along the hilt, straight to the edge of the blade. With the blessing of two-color haki, the blade that already gathers boundless sharpness is even better than 3 points. Not only that, as the Lingyan saw was lifted from the lower bar, the blade pointed straight at the sky, and the cloud sea zenith seemed to be intimidated by the edge, and the purple lightning rolled down and wrapped around the blade. Roar Thunder Blue Dragon 8 trigrams. Inviting thunder from the sky and coordinating with the two-color haki to cast a matchless blade for Ling Yinsaw, Eren's arm exerted strength, and Ling Yinsaw slashed away in his palm. Where the blade passed, a semicircle was drawn in midair, which lasted for a long time. Click. The atmosphere is broken, and there seems to be a fault between the sky and Sky Island. In an instant, the green dragon's sword is in full bloom. The sword's light is like electricity, and haki is like a rainbow, galloping thousands of miles, stirring up the sea of clouds that has finally reunited. The Bye-Bye Sea supporting the kingdom of gods is rolling again and again, just like the grand line below, sweeping waves of clouds and waves. The bright knife light pierced the sky in an instant and rushed straight to Roger, venting his endless sharpness to his heart's content, and the instantaneous airflow roared like dragons and tigers. Wind from Tiger. Yun Somu. This knife dragged along the boundless sea of clouds. What? First time with a knife. This monster. Facing such a terrifying blade, even the future One Piece didn't care to be shocked. It was the first time Eren fought with a sword, so he immediately concentrated his mind. After all, he is not Eren, who has an indestructible body and has the capital of countless trials and errors. If it were him, with such a knife, if one hits, the blood bar will inevitably drop, ranging from serious injury to death. Boom. Without hesitation, he lifted the soles of his feet and stomped on the ground. His mighty feet poured out together with haki, shaking the ground under his feet, and countless stones rose from the ground. At the same time, holding the saber in both hands, the conqueror's haki roared like thunder, forming a dragon's head in a trance, and then slashed straight out, slashing directly at the light of the green dragon's saber flying through the air. The twin dragons crisscrossed each other, and the ground instantly exploded into pillars of dust, and the majestic wind pressure engulfed the conqueror's lightning and flew. God! Roger's eyes glared furiously. The pupils of the eyes glowed with scarlet light, and the blue veins in the knife held the knife. The boundless haki was like a volcanic eruption, and the magma spewed out, shattering the light of the green dragon knife wrapped in lightning in front of him. Chi. Unexpectedly, the light of the knife in front of him had just shattered, and he had no time to catch his breath. He regained his strength and returned to haki, only to see Eren dragging the knife in one hand, sprinting coldly against the ground, cutting the surface of the ground, leaving an appalling crack. In the blink of an eye, Eren is already dragged and charged, and the Palm 5.5 holding the handle of the knife released blazing heat, turning the entire supreme sword into a blade of flame. For a long time, he has been accustomed to fighting with fists and kicks, because he is the strongest sword in his own right, with a Vajra indestructible body, a green dragon form, and with a Lunaria tribe, even a big fast sword is far inferior to his hard body. Until he successfully forged the supreme sharp knife Ling Yen saw, made completely for you. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of using a knife. No wonder. Roger, who is obviously good at using haki to fight, will use Ace, a supreme sharp knife, as a side knife. No wonder. Shanks, who obviously inherited Roger's mantle, will use a famous sword, the Griffin, as his saber. No wonder. Obviously, Whitebeard has the ability of shock fruit. Using hands and feet is the same as using a knife to display the ability, but he always carries a supremely fast knife to cut. 205, Chapter 205. The Supreme Sword is the King's Romance, full order. Before the era of great pirates, almost all kings with heads and faces had a weapon. Shiki is famous for Toki Kure and Sakura Tin. Whitebeard has the ultimate sharp knife. Roger has the ultimate sharp knife ace. Charlotte Lin has Napoleon. Kaido has 8 fasts. Regardless of whether it is swords, guns, swords, and sticks, almost no king is empty-handed anyway. Eren understood too. Fist to the flesh, haki vertically and horizontally. Of course, it is smooth and dripping. It is the romance of a king to be able to hold a knife vertically and horizontally, and to hold a supremely fast knife in your hand. The most important thing is the famous sword, especially the famous sword of the first level of the Supreme Big Fast Sword, which also has an increase in strength. The stronger the sword, the stronger the haki, and the greater the increase. Resigned. This is the case for him, apart from the fact that it was the first time he used a knife in a battle, and he was wrestling with a king of the same level. He was a bit unfamiliar with it. The extension of the fists and feet, the rapid familiarity, the power is also rising steadily. Haki's swordsmanship, fruit ability, and the Lingyan saw in the hand are also from the initial independent 3 individuals, and gradually 0-9 are connected in a line, regardless of each other. Heat breath, Qinglong 8 trigrams. Eren dashes forward like a blazing fire dragon, leaving cracks in the ground where it passes, and then the terrifying heat-breathing dragon fire fills the gully, like a volcano that is about to erupt buried beneath the crack, and the scorching flames burn in the crack shunting. The gravel and soil melted rapidly. Hard rock formations turn into red liquid. Burn the earth into magma. When the aura climbed to the ultimate level, his arm burst, and the glamorous saw was ejected to the ground, bringing out a trail of flames in midair, drawing a scorching sun, carrying boundless hot wind, heavy knife pressure, and cutting out a stream of heat Qinglong, venting its unrivaled sharpness. In the last second, the man and the knife were still far away in the sky. In the next second, the blazing green dragon was close at hand. Compared to before, the power has been improved. It's not because the thunder and lightning were replaced by flames, but because he has become more and more proficient in controlling this supreme sword. All kinds of capabilities are no longer independent, but integrated with each other. Feeling the monstrous blazing sharpness pouring down, Roger's heart trembled, and after witnessing Aaron's unimaginable growth rate, he completely believed the words of the man in front of him. This is indeed the first time to use a knife. Thinking back to just now, although those few knives were powerful, they were a bit stiff, dull, and less fluid. But now this knife is not only more powerful, but also controlled like an arm and a finger, giving people a feeling of doing whatever they want. After realizing that Aaron was growing rapidly, he didn't dare to neglect. He held both hands and stepped forward. Ace in his palm carried boundless haki and dragged the fierce wind to meet him. Boom. The knives interlaced in the air, and the two conquerors' haki were like two sea kings who were bigger than the islands, wrestling crazily, causing lightning waves that covered the sky and the sun. The boundless sea of clouds first turned rapidly like Uzumaki, and then reached a certain critical point, breaking apart like a mirror. Boom. After cutting out with a single knife, Roger felt as if a country had fallen on him. The heavy blade was pressing on his chest. His blood was boiling against his body, and his internal organs seemed to be twitching. The body staggered slightly, and the footsteps took a few steps back uncontrollably before stabilizing the body. To Roger's slight relief, he followed up with a knife, but immediately brought it up again. Bad wind blew Dragon 8 trigrams. Because after Aaron slashed down with one knife, he who had been wielding the knife with one hand suddenly stretched out his other hand and held the handle of the knife together. As he turned both hands, the heavy, huge glamorous saw was as light as a gust of wind, but the pitch black the blades actually surrounded by thick and sharp edges. It's just that the Lungyan saw turned like a top, causing a majestic wave of air that swept all directions, setting off flying sand and rocks, as terrifying as a hurricane passing through. Bang. The blue light bloomed, the sound of the dragon's chant roared out, and the light of the green dragon knife wrapped around the terrifying and sharp wind, smashing down on the head. Bang, bang. Facing this sword light that was as swift as a gust of wind and faster than thunder. Roger didn't have time to adjust his body, stabilize the boiling blood, and immediately raised his knife to block. The mighty power and sharp edge of the Lungyan saw's drag force smashed Washan, and the ground shook like an earth dragon turning over. Large number of dust waves raged wave after wave like a tsunami. Puff. The blue light flashed, and the wind howled. One held the knife and slashed straight, the other blocked with the knife horizontally, and the two looked at each other closely, and the scarlet eyes seemed to be filled with boundless haki, colliding and impacting. After a short stalemate, Roger only felt his feet go soft. The ground could not bear it, and it collapsed like a quagmire. His feet went deep into the ground, and his movements were momentarily inconvenient. At this time, Aaron seized the opportunity, and the flame cloud vented out, seemingly illusory, unlike the heat, bad wind, and roaring thunder that were full of terrifying natural power, but it covered the sky and the sun and penetrated everywhere. Flame cloud azure, Dragon 8 trigrams. Lungyan saw sticks to Ace's blade, rubbing against the sparks at the moment of staggering, turning from chopping to slashing, with potential to chop Roger in half. He just wanted to resist, but found that the light of the green dragon sword was completely different from the previous three swords. It didn't drown him, but directly wrapped and entwined him like a snake coil. The sharp edge is hidden in the clouds and mists, everywhere and penetrating. It's useless to force him to block with a knife. Fortunately, he has the top observation haki, and he also has the knowledge kill. Aaron's observation haki was blocked, but he himself was able to use observation haki. He foresaw the future of 773 in advance, and saw that it was meaningless to block with a knife. He decisively let go of the hand holding the knife, and then spread his 5 fingers, armament haki vented, forming a defensive wall. What's even more weird is that stretching like a wave, black lightning burst out from the raging waves of armed forces. Twist the Conqueror's haki on the armament haki that was released. Seeing this scene, Aaron was also slightly taken aback. As expected of a man who transcends everything with haki alone, and makes Kami spend his whole life chasing after him. Not to mention the strength and quality of haki, it is just the skill and the usage is so ingenious that no one can match it. Before Roger, no one thought that haki could still entangle haki. Unfortunately, this man did it. Send out armament haki to form a tidal wall of defense. It's very simple. Anyone who already has enough massive armament haki can do it as long as he masters armament haki. For example, 8-year-old Douglas Bullet can do it after receiving the Thunder 8 trigrams education from Mr. Guy, the #1 teacher of pirates. Wrap Conqueror's haki on the outgoing armored wave. This cannot be done. Even Eren himself didn't think that haki could be used like this. Wrapping the Conqueror's haki around a chopping wave is no small feat. Now it can still be wound on armament haki. 206. Chapter 206 is expected of you. You were able to leave a red mark on the dragon scale. Bang. Seeing Roger's unprecedented haki usage skills, Eren was surprised for a short time, and then directly responded with more tyrannical strength. Accompanied by the sound of the dragon's chant resounding through the sky, Qinglong Daoguang moved forward indomitably, dragging the boundless sea of clouds, and pushed Roger out with one hand, completely wrapped in the haki wave formed by the armed colors and conquerors. Haki is no longer turbulent, rushing forward, and after being surrounded by the sea of clouds, a series of earth-shattering colossi burst out, blasting violent sound waves sweeping tens of kilometers, and blowing away Douglas Bullet, Jin and others who were fighting. In other words, Kaido and Whitebeard are not afraid of the impact of the sound waves. Similarly, except for Rayleigh and Jabba, all the members of the Roger Pirates were thrown off their feet and were blown away by the waves of boundless haki. Puff. Suddenly, the sound of cracking sounded. The turbulent haki tide, wrapped in the sea of clouds, first presented a horrifying and tragic posture full of holes, and then was overwhelmed by the light of the green dragon knife that split the sky, slashing a way forward. Seeing this, Eren took a step forward. The dragon wings behind his back trembled wildly. His speed was as fast as teleportation. The glamorous saw in his hand turned into a giant green dragon, dragging the tornado cloud and mist, venting his boundless edge, chopping down the meteor shower towards Roger boomed past. The black and green sword staggered past. Figures of all sizes passed by. Under Roger's horrified gaze, Eren's body swayed slightly, and he took 3 steps back, stepping on the ground with both feet, not only trampling the ground into depressions, but also trampling the atmosphere into a sonic boom, exploding dust columns into the sky, standing majestically like a mountain, stay for a long time. And he himself, like a shell fired from a gun, plunged his feet into the ground, tearing apart the hard rock formation, leaving a thick and long ravine, which was just enough to stabilize his retreating body. D's blood. It is indeed not to be underestimated. I can't match the armed color, but Conqueror's is superior to me in terms of strength and skill. Eren glanced at Roger. This line of sight, like a blade, landed on him, and the future One Piece's body twitched slightly. A blue light bloomed on his chest, blood poured out, spurting blood into flowers, forming scarlet blood flowers in midair. Certainly, he was no exception, with a black and purple haki knife light bursting out from his upper body. After a while, the roaring haki disappeared, and a shallow knife edge appeared on the dragon scale, exposed to the air. The red line oozes out clearly. Although the wound was very shallow, it was still a broken defense and broken skin. Instead of breaking the internal organs from the inside of the body, it directly breaks the defense against the dragon scales outside the body, carrying the flames of the Lunaria clan. The blood bar is still unfathomable, but the defense is broken. This is the second time this has happened since Whitebeard. The body surface defense is so strong that it is still broken, let alone the internal organs of the body that also endured Haki's slash. Is this pain? It hurts more than the one against Whitebeard. It turns out that I will bleed too. Eren reached out and touched the knife wound on his chest, and the blood stopped before it oozes out. He will return life, easily control the muscle bonding, and prevent the wound from oozing blood. In addition, he is a ghost, and he ate the phantom beast in green dragon form, so he has a strong physique, amazing resilience, and terrifying life. This bit of blood has not flowed out completely, and the bleeding has stopped before it is tribute from the inside of the dragon scale. Ahem. Unlike Eren, who was nothing less. After being stabbed in the same way, Roger didn't have the Lunaria clan's flame immunity, nor the Ghost clan's Vajra indestructible body, and he didn't have the tough dragon scales in the form of a green dragon. He relies on his unfathomable health and haki toughness that no one can match. He was shaking slightly with blood all over his body, looking like he was seriously injured. It's really tough, but this knife should be for Xieting's team. Roger gasped and grinned at Eren. GOLD Roger, as expected of you. It actually left such a red mark on my dragon scale. The man who offered a reward of 4.5 billion is really different, as strong as a monster. Eren withdrew his hand in front of him and twisted his neck slightly. Although he was stabbed and felt the pain he had never experienced since time travel, Instead of being frightened and angry, he showed a smile on his face. The knife just now was very good. It makes me feel unbearable pain. However, if this knife is your limit, then you and your Roger Pirates voyage can only stop at Sky Island. He looked down on Roger, who was bleeding profusely. Indeed, competing with conquerors, comparing with knowledge, he is not as good as the other party. But in this world, hockey is not the only power, and hockey is not the only one who decides the outcome. Luffy is like a king, and in the end, he awakened Nika, and just barely won the victory in the case of battles, crazy sit-ups, and Kaido carrying a ghost island. Technology, weapons, hockey, swordsmanship, physical skills, fruit abilities, and racial talents are all the results that can interfere with a battle. Fruit awakening. Unfortunately, Devil Fruit is unable to conquer the world. Only hockey can overcome everything. I will not lose to you. Roger held up Ace, which was soaked in the blood of One Piece, and pointed at Eren. He is a staunch hakiist. It is also true that he can become One Piece with hockey alone. Whether it's hockey or Devil Fruit, in my eyes, it's a kind of strength. It's easy to use and powerful, so use it. It's not like the three natural generals who are also capable users, playing with Flash, Magma, and Freezing. All tricks. Hearing this, Eren was completely sure that Kaido was influenced by Roger. As for your saying that Devil Fruit cannot conquer the world, only hockey can overcome everything, I don't think so. This has led to the fact that in the next few decades, the abilities of the Phantom Beast and the Blue Dragon form will not be well developed, but instead they will focus on hockey wholeheartedly. The ability to use the Green Dragon form is extremely rough. Fencing, do. Devil Fruit, I want it. Hockey, I want it. Only children make choices, and of course adults must pick them all. Fortunately, I traveled in time and corrected Kaido's unwanted concept in time. Laming 8 trigrams, Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams, Doeda Laming 8 trigrams, Jiang Sanshuri Neriku, and a series of tricks sound very powerful and forceful, but in fact they are holding 8 fasts, wrap around Conqueror's hockey, transform into a Green Dragon Beast form, and smash anyone you see. It's also not like Luffy, the king who is also a Phantom Beast, has developed all kinds of abilities of Nika. I also want Special Blood. None of Qinglong's 4 natural abilities have been developed. Hockey needs to be practiced, and Devil Fruit needs to be developed. Physical skills I want. Bad Wind, Roaring Thunder, Hot Breath, and Flame Cloud don't have any good skills to speak of. 207, Chapter 207, This is not hockey theory, full order. If Kaido in the original time and space had the ability to develop the Blue Dragon form as he is now, even if he fought with wheels and carried the Ghost Island on his shoulders, he might not be defeated. Eren is not a theory of hockey, nor a theory of Devil Fruit, nor a theory of swordsmanship. He is pure power theory. I only know Ultimate's Devil Fruit, Ultimate's hockey, Ultimate's swordsmanship, Ultimate's physical skills, Ultimate's racial blood. Whether it is to conquer the world or surpass everything, they can do it all. Eren first denied Roger's hockey theory with words, then shook his arm and pointed at the other party coldly. Fruit ability, I will crush you. Swordsmanship, I will crush you. Physical skills, I crush you. Racial blood, I will crush you. Armament hockey, I crush you. This is not hockey theory, just relying on your tiny conqueror's advantage. How can you beat me? The sound of the dragon's chant that shook the universe and caused the waves of the Bye-Bye Sea just fell. Eren has been covered by the curling blue flame cloud, and his body shape has become a bit nimbler than before, but his speed, strength, defense, etc. have all been improved. Especially the resilience and vitality is so powerful that it is unimaginable. With my conqueror's hockey, Roger is also firm in his own opinion. If he is so easily swayed by 280 others, it is impossible for him to have the strongest conqueror's hockey in the world. No way, compared with the fruit ability, hockey is too friendly for him and too easy to upgrade. Observation hockey does not need to be cultivated at all. It is born to be the top level, and after a little thought, one can grasp and foresee the future. Armament hockey does not need to practice. All the way from East Blue A to New World, armament hockey's strength skills will go up. Conqueror's hockey doesn't need to be practiced. It is born with it. It becomes stronger with the improvement of courage, domineering, knowledgeable, and other skills, which can be learned naturally. He can become stronger without training, so he naturally wouldn't bother to eat devil fruit. It would take time to find and develop. The fruit's ability is not good, and it also adds a few weaknesses. Of course, it took him decades to reach the top of the world's strongest because he didn't practice much and relied on fighting and natural growth. Unlike a capable person with a powerful top-level devil fruit and a well-matched haki, he can reach the top of the world stage in a year or two. Bang. As if to prove it to Eren, Roger held a knife in one hand, his body swayed, and his whole body turned into a sword light, which instantly killed Eren. In the face of the great azure dragon of beasts who has shown the fruit awakening, he no longer has any reservations, and he has reached the ultimate conquerors in skills, showing it without reservation. Killing with knowledge and knowledge, blocking Lewin's knowledge and color. Don't give the opponent a chance to cast observation haki at all. At the same time, the violent conqueror's black thunder burst out from the ace in his hand, fully venting the monstrous coercion. The black light bloomed in all directions, and the blades swept across, cutting out a tornado-shaped haki storm, completely submerging Eren in an instant. Click. The sea of clouds in the sky was instantly shattered until it disappeared without a trace of cloud. The kingdom of God trembled under his feet. It was not Whitebeard who launched the shock fruit, but the haki storm that Roger slashed, shaking the island and engulfing the land of Sky Island. The terrain of the kingdom has been rewritten. However, a flash of light suddenly bloomed from the overwhelming haki storm. Immediately, accompanied by the sound of the roaring dragon, the cyan knife turned into a heat-breathing green dragon, entangled with the conqueror's black thunder, and split the haki storm, sweeping in all directions under the extension of cracks. The submerged Eren reappeared in Roger's sight. What? Roger looked around, his scarlet eyes filled with shock. I saw that after Eren broke through his haki storm with a knife, there was no wound on his body, and even the red mark on the dragon scale that he had left on the opponent's body before was healed after the fruit awakened. Not even a scar was left. Fire. Eren glanced at Roger coldly, let out a cold drink. The monstrous heat was like a volcanic eruption, and the magma gushed out, sweeping away in all directions. Turned the land with a radius of several kilometers into a sea of magma and flames. Fortunately, the two of them had a tacit understanding, and they stayed away from their respective crew members before the battle, which also freed their hands and feet, and did not need to worry about accidentally injuring their own people. Chi. The turbulent waves, like a mountain torrent and tsunami-like thermal torrent, burned up the broken wood, gravel, rocks, and even the giant vine trees that shot straight into the sky. Next second, the cyan heat like a sea of fire shrank wildly, flowed back, and finally formed a cyan dragon horse, crawling under Eren's crotch. The glamorous saw blade in his hand was shining brightly, revealing its sharpness, and faintly turned into a giant green dragon, entrenched behind him. Ching Long, heat breath, go to the meeting alone. Blazing flames burst out. The cyan dragon horse under the crotch spread its limbs, just one step, and it turned into a group of flying fire meteors that pierced the sky and rushed straight to Roger in an instant, and the glamorous saw rose across the sky. The awakened heat breath dragon flame completely wrapped the blade. People borrow horsepower, and people borrow power. In an instant, one person, one horse, and one sword turned into a blazing green dragon sword light, splitting the atmosphere, detonating thousands of air currents, and instantly drowning Roger with unrivaled terror. God back. Feeling the endless blazing edge attacking, Roger didn't dare to neglect, took a deep breath, and threw Ace with both hands. At this moment, the only thing he can trust is his conqueror's haki, which is so powerful as ultimate. The black thunder danced wildly, the haki roared. The light of the lightning knife suddenly bloomed, sweeping in all directions. The wind roared, the air shadows were heavy, and the extremely violent conqueror's haki turned into a wave of slashing that made even the gods dodge 3/4 in front of them. Angrily slashed on Qinglong's mouth. Boom. One green and one black knife light collided together, just like sparks hitting the earth, bursting out a terrifying haki turbulence, like a huge haki-like curtain, flooding the entire Sky Island. God. Among the endless haki-like curtains, a dragon chant exploded the battlefield. A sword light split the light curtain, and the boundless heat, like a mountain torrent erupting, swept away all directions. Wherever it passed, the light curtain covering the sky and the sun was directly melted away. Bang. A huge dust column soared into the sky, and finally turned into a huge mushroom cloud towering over Sky Island. The island that was originally floating above 10,000 meters was cut into a bottomless ravine at this moment because of the sharpness of the knife, and because of the thickness of the knife, it was cut to the point of sinking several meters toward the Grand Line. Even Bai tried his best to push Sky Island back to its original place, but it was still useless. and it still couldn't change the terrifying situation that the island sank several meters. 208, Chapter 208, Drinking the Blood of the One Piece Full Order. Bang. In a radius of several kilometers, a raging sea of flames burned violently. The terrifying high temperature directly distorted the atmosphere in this area, making it sticky and wrinkled. The sky was directly boiled into blue by the heat. The Bye-Bye Sea connecting the Kingdom of Gods was originally as bright as snow, but now it turned into a blue color, and the sea of clouds rolled, as if it had turned into a sea of flames, exuding the breath of destruction all the time. Boom. In the center of the blue sea of flames, a blood-stained figure holds a sword in one hand, uses the blade as a stick to support his body, and gasps heavily. Aaron's one-click attendance just now directly rewrote the climate and environment of this area. Although it is still not possible, a single blow can permanently rewrite the climate and environment of an area like Logia Awakening. Without the intervention of other Logia-capable people and strong enough external forces, the climate and environment will never regress. But during this period of time, this area of the Kingdom of Gods will only be ravaged by blue sea of flames. Being in such an area, Roger, who used a knife as a crutch, had to release armament haki all the time to resist the high temperature coming from him. After all, it is true that he is a member of the D family, but he is also a normal human being, not a monster with an indestructible body like Aaron. Without haki body protection, sitting in such an environment, after a while, he will be burned immediately die. What a power it is! Roger panted heavily, looking around. All that caught his eyes were blazing blue flames, and even the soil, sandstone, and rock formations under his feet disappeared. It was steamed and roasted by a blue flame into a high-temperature liquid similar to magma. Stepping on it, even with haki body protection, there is still a lot of smoke coming out. It's almost like a natural disaster. Looking around the circle, the trees, rocks, and mountains all disappeared. Only the burning flames and the blue liquid like magma. Roger couldn't help sighing. When Aaron slashed at him just now, he seemed to see a sea of magma and flames rushing towards him. Even with massive armament haki and extremely powerful Conqueror's haki to fight, there is no relationship between Devil Fruit and haki where you are strong and I am weak, and I am strong and you are weak. Haki is strong and can restrain Devil Fruit's ability. Devil Fruit is strong, so it can still blast away haki. Not to mention Aaron's knife, in addition to the awakening of the green dragon form, also has sword skills, strong physical strength, and haki who can't beat him. In terms of the strength of the armed color, even he dare not say that it is stronger than Aaron, and it is far behind in terms of quantity. Chi. Suddenly, the fiercely burning sea of flames, as if welcoming the people of Emperor Gai Xian, separated an area by itself, forming a wide passage. Click. Under Roger's gaze, a haki around him, like a demon god, appeared in realization riding a heat-breathing dragon horse, and walked towards him unhurriedly. Every time the horseshoe took a step forward, a pit was burned on the ground. As the distance continued to approach, it was obvious that the other party hadn't done anything yet, and the temperature in this area was rising steadily, and a cyan heat wave visible to the naked eye, like a hurricane passing through the border, rushed towards the face. You can be proud to die under my glamorous saw, Roger. This knife, after I forged it in Dragon Kingdom, has not used it in battle, and naturally it has not opened its hood. Because the first blood it drinks is crucial. Aaron looks down on Roger from above. I thought about it, Shiki, and I thought about Whitebeard, but in the end I chose you. Only your king's blood is worth enough, and it is most suitable for starting this famous knife. The fact is indeed so, yes, it is telling me that it likes to drink your blood. As he spoke, he raised the Lingyan saw in his hand. The blade was stained with drops of blood. Obviously Roger's. After drinking the blood of the future One Piece, this knife seemed to be completely awakened. It was already extremely sharp, but at this moment it exuded an aura of contempt and murder. It seems to be telling everyone that it was forged and born to drink the blood of the king. Playing. The Lingyan saw seemed to be responding to Aaron, and the blade trembled slightly, bursting out a cold blade sound. Even the Mir de Kwai Dao has personality and is extremely difficult to tame, let alone the Supreme de Kwai Dao. I'm still alive. Don't be so anxious. Use the tone of the winner to announce to me the outcome of this battle. 0. As Ace slashed out against the wind, a conqueror's slashing wave, like a thunder crescent moon, cut through thousands of air currents and flew towards Aaron's chest in an instant. Just experienced it personally. Aaron held a cold saw, combined with the awakened fruit ability and haki to create a dragon horse, and after launching the terrifying power of the charge, he never dared to let Eren take out the knife easily. The black thunder shines, and the sword light soars into the sky. The ground that was continuously burned into a magma-like liquid by the blue flames sank in an instant. This piece of land on Sky Island, which was regarded by everyone as extremely precious and which only gods could set foot on, was once again reduced by a part. Facing the Conqueror's slashing wave flying through the air, Eren didn't bother to use the observation haki. After all, this thing was useless to Roger, unless the Conqueror's haki was equal to him. A hand stretched out in the air, 5 fingers spread out, heat rose, the black thunder danced wildly, turned into dragon claws and grabbed the Conqueror's slashing wave. Call out. Roger's hand holding the knife suddenly exerted strength, and his body stood up straight again, in which Ace pointed directly at Eren. Eren smiled, nodded slightly, and immediately swung the Lingyan saw with his arm. Hadn't launched an attack yet, just a movement of raising the knife and released a fiery knife pressure, pressing on Roger's body like a mountain. In an instant, he stepped forward, before the cold saw in Eren's hand fell, and before the dragon horse in the opponent's crotch was activated, he came to kill with a sword, and the ace in his hand was full of majestic Conqueror's haki. As soon as the dragon claw and the slashing wave collided, a majestic wave of air was instantly set off, spreading wave after wave like a cloud, not only clearing away the burning sea of fire nearby, but even displacing the lava-like liquid under the feet opened the spoon. Feeling the terrifying pressure of the knife, Roger didn't dare to neglect, let alone let the man in front of him charge again. Whether it is the speed of the advance or the speed of the knife, it is much faster than before. As you wish. Boom. Click. It seems that the injury just now did not affect his combat strength at all. Instead, he was seriously injured. After being pushed to the limit, the One Piece showed even more powerful strength. Yes. If you want to say such big words, at least you should say it when you are stepping on my dead body. 209, Chapter 209, Don't underestimate the man who bears D. Full order. Bang. The tyrannical haki erupted like a torrent, erupting from Eren's dragon claws. Although it didn't smash the dragon claws, and didn't hurt the dragon scales on his palm, Roger's knife still exceeded his expectations. The Conqueror's haki, like a mighty Yangtze River, surged continuously, overwhelming him with a knife, and even the dragon horse under his crotch kept retreating. Don't underestimate the man who bears D. Taking advantage of Eren's body backing up and not stabilizing, Roger raised his knife and stepped forward again. The speed was so fast that thousands of air currents were generated in the original earth coiling, as if breaking through the sound barrier. God dies. The light of the knife blooms, bright as thunder. Haki soars into the sky and moves to sell his ministers. Roger took a deep breath, held the knife in both hands, mobilized his whole body's strength and haki, gathered on Ace, and then slashed down. Boom. September 6-7, rolling Conqueror's haki is as vast as the sea, pouring down like a torrent from the sky. The Black Thunder waterfall falls, and the sky of Sky Island is gloomy. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of haki, a sky-like slashing wave spanned the sky and the kingdom of gods, connecting the two together, and a violent and incomparably violent shock wave blew up in the sky, sweeping away all directions, turning everything visible and invisible. The thing crushed. The land of the kingdom of gods was shaking again and again, sinking and cracking at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a huge and incomparably wide gap opened up, forming a canyon and abyss in this land. The sea of clouds on the top of the zenith exploded and shattered, turning into thousands of clouds and spreading until they ceased to exist. The bye-bye sea that supported the island rolled up and down in an instant, as if it was about to be shattered at any moment, but fortunately, the bye-bye sea that has existed for countless years is extremely powerful, and its ability to gather and disperse is amazing. It can carry the island for hundreds of years, thousands of years without moving. How powerful the natural power is. The aftermath alone failed to shatter by high like a sea of clouds on the top of the sky. But even so, the endless white sea is still like a grand line, with ups and downs, stirring up waves of sea of clouds. Affected by high, the kingdom of God, which was originally as stable as Mount Tai, but floated in the sky 10,000 meters away, also shook violently. Just the aftermath of haki triggered by Roger's knife is so terrifying, let alone being in the core area of Conqueror's slashing wave. No. Eren, who endured the fall of the haki waterfall and washed his whole body, felt unprecedented sharpness and coercion, and began to dismember and slash from inside and outside his body. Internal organs, muscles, and bones. The body surface is dragon scales, from head to toe. Without exception, all bear the scour of the hockey sky that splits the void and shatters the earth. Puff. The dragon horse, whose crotch was formed by cyan heat breath dragon flames, conquerors, and armed colors, was the first to be unable to bear it. It was covered with cracks on the spot, like cracked porcelain, and then fell apart and dismembered on the spot. Immediately, Eren was directly pressed to the ground with both feet and collapsed layer by layer below the knees, even if he fell into the ground. Did it work? Seeing the dragon colt shattered, Roger's eyes narrowed slightly in midair, and the color flashed by. But immediately, the scarlet light surged, and after seeing all the pictures of the future in his eyes, the joy in his eyes disappeared instantly. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew back with a knife. It worked. Almost at the moment when he backed away, Eren, bearing the scouring of Hockey Waterfall, immobilized like the water of the Milky Way, could only allow his blood bar to drop rapidly, suddenly raised his head. The blind dragon showed a monstrous scarlet light. I saw his hands suddenly stretch to the sides, and the dragon wings behind his back suddenly spread out, and black lightning bolts, like a swimming dragon, circled around his body, dancing and swimming. Blue dragon chant. Suddenly, his mouth slowly opened, revealing sharp dragon teeth. At the same time, a phantom of a real green dragon slowly emerged from behind, several kilometers long, entrenched above the sky island. Hold head high. As Eren let out a long roar, the blue dragon behind him followed like a shadow, its mouth huge and pitch black, as if it could engulf an island, roaring into the universe together. The sound waves of the rolling dragon chant stirred all directions, shook the cloud cover, and shattered the sky and atmosphere like a mirror. As if being shattered by Whitebeard's shock fruit, countless shocking fragments of the atmosphere fell off and fell. A dragon chant caused the situation to change, and the sky exploded. It seemed that even the space couldn't bear it, and there were waves of water-like ripples, which were shocking. With the sound of the dragon's chant passed, everything on Sky Island, whether it was the towering mountains, the towering vines connecting the sky, or the rock formations on the ground, could not bear it. Cracks first, then shatters. Oh. The crew members of the 100 Beast group and Roger group who were fighting, even though they were very far away, were still affected by the raging waves of dragon chants, and their movement stopped suddenly, and they fell to the ground. As if they were trapped, the tsunami was directly washed away. Even if you use hockey to resist it at the first time, it is useless. This terrifying sound wave of the dragon's chant is pervasive. Once trapped in it, the will and the body seem to be separated, and you can only let it destroy and destroy you. Coming. Kaido's complexion changed slightly. Even though he is also a ghost and a dragon-shaped ability user, he is not immune to the sound wave of the dragon's chant released by the Eren fruit after awakening. The main reason is that this move is too powerful. Before awakening, the sound of the dragon's chant was like thunder. Although it was loud, it would not hurt anyone. But after awakening, the sound of the dragon's chant has undergone earth-shaking qualitative changes. Not only does it have extremely terrifying lethality, it is even more terrifying than shock fruit, and it is also pervasive. It seems that even hockey can ignore it, just like Conqueror's hockey, not only has physical damage, strength, and attacks that directly affect the spiritual will. This is also why he is extremely envious, determined to focus on awakening, instead of just hastily developing the green dragon form like the original time and space. All the tricks are holding the 8 fasts, entangled conquerors and armed colors, 0.2 various kind of smashing people important reason. In his opinion, this is Qinglong, this is Dragonine. He's grown again. Compared to when I was fighting, his blue dragon cry is not only more powerful, but it can also entangle hockey. What a monster! Whitebeard, who had experienced this trick a long time ago, and was even beaten all over his body by this trick, can be said to be fresh in his memory. When he saw the sound of the dragon chant like a torrent and a tsunami, and the turbulent waves came one after another, he resolutely abandoned Rayleigh and directly revealed the health fruit to awaken. Yes. To deal with Rayleigh, he hadn't used the shock fruit's awakening power yet. Instead, facing the blue dragon's chant released by his captain, he directly used the shock fruit to awaken. His punch shook the space, causing waves of ripples, forming a huge and incomparable. The flood-carrying defense line struggled to withstand the sound waves of Qinglong. 210. Chapter 210. Your conquerors. Not worth mentioning. Please order in full. Hold head high. Facing the turbulent waves, overturning the ground, turning over like an earth dragon, shaking the universe, and the sound of a dragon roaring like a sky-shattering dragon. Even Whitebeard must stand up and defend with all his strength, let alone Pluton Rayleigh. Long before the sound of the dragon chant rolled in, he had already informed Observation Hockey that he saw the future, and he immediately swung his knife and slashed straight. The ground is broken, smoke and dust roll back, gravel, vegetation, and clouds are rolled up by the sound waves, sometimes turning into tornadoes, sometimes turning into stormy waves, raging in all directions. Wherever they pass, they want to destroy everything. Just the aftermath shook the kingdom of God suspended in the White Sea violently. Just the aftermath shook the zenith above 10,000 meters to pieces and split it into pieces. Not to mention, it was the source of the violent dragon chant. No. In the huge hockey slashing wave released by Roger like a light curtain, Eren raised his head to the sky and screamed, and the roar of the dragon roared, causing ripples in the hockey shock wave. The sound of the dragon's chant rises from the ground, like a waterfall flowing against the current, like a rising ocean current rushing towards the sky. The giant slashing wave, like a light curtain, first rippled, then appeared to be in a countercurrent state, and finally covered with white cracks, like porcelain shocking. Click. Accompanied by the sound of silk splitting, Roger tried his best to slash out the god-destroying slashing wave, but Eren let out a dragon cry and forcibly shattered it to pieces. Immediately afterwards, the sound waves of the monstrous dragon's chant went up against the current towards the top of the sky, and the wind and clouds surged up, shaking the sky to crack, like tens of thousands of swords, guns, and cavalry, crushing everything that blocked the way forward. Even Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Kaido, Jabba, and others far away on the other side of Sky Island were not spared, let alone Roger, who jumped to Eren's head in midair. Facing the engulfing sound waves of the dragon's roar that could cover the sky and the sun, he had no way to avoid it, so he could only raise his sword vigorously. Ace dragged the black thunder-shaped Conqueror's haki and tried his best to cut a line of defense. At the same time, the armament in his body haki surged out like a tidal wave. Unlike Eren's star-studded abilities, all his tricks, all his abilities, are all derived from haki, either armored colors or conquerors. This is Roger. With only haki, you can walk the sea alone. However, this time his haki failed. No. It should be said that in the face of absolutely powerful forces, the so-called haki theory cannot stand. The sound of the dragon's roar, which was enough to break mountains and rivers and turn the world upside down, was already terrifying, and it even entangled haki. How terrifying is such power? Haki, who was as strong as Roger, was also flattened and shattered layer by layer. His sound waves can actually entangle haki. Roger saw that the haki he released couldn't resist the sound of the dragon's chant flickering with black lightning, and his expression changed suddenly. This scene is so familiar. Not long ago, he was on the armament haki, which was as powerful as a wave after being released, entwined black lightning bolts, and directly taught Eren a lesson. What now? Eren entangled Conqueror's haki directly on the stormy dragon chant sound wave. Not to mention, he even released armament haki outside, blending into the dragon chant sound like a tidal wave. All kinds of power support. After a moment of stalemate, the haki defense line released by Roger was completely defeated, and then was overwhelmed by the sound of the dragon roaring like a blue dragon going out to sea. Snored. In an instant, he felt dizzy, his eyes were full of stars, his blood was boiling and flowing backwards. Every bone in his body was vibrating and rubbing violently. His internal organs couldn't bear it and ruptured. His throat was filled with bitter sweetness, and he spurted involuntarily. A mouthful of bright red blood came out. In the blossoming blood flowers, even the pieces of internal organs, with pieces of blood and flesh in it, could be clearly seen. It is conceivable that this blow to King Longjian's prestige. It shattered the sky directly, shaking the entire kingdom of gods. No, it was the entire Sky Island biting violently. This monster. It turns out that capable people can be this strong. No, it's not that people with abilities are strong, but that guys like Eren are too perverted. They have reached Wong's ultimate in every field. Even Conquerors is stronger than Newgate, and only slightly inferior to me. Roger's face was pale, blood stained his face and soaked his clothes. An ace in his hand was like a blood blade. Like a cannonball fired, he was swept away by the sound of the dragon roar. His limbs were weak, his whole body was in pain, and even holding Ace had exhausted almost all his strength. No. He experienced the powerlessness and despondency he had never experienced before facing any capable person. Facing Whitebeard, who ate shock fruit, he can contend and even suppress with the absolutely powerful haki. In the face of Shiki, whether it sets off a tsunami or drops a meteorite, Conqueror's sweep can destroy everything, and Shiki can only use his flying ability to evacuate every time. If it wasn't for Feifei, and if he didn't have a lot of murderous intentions, Shiki could be kept. Eren's dragon wings spread out, and during the vibration, the person had already rushed to the sky, and then transformed into a green dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun, and the shadow that descended could cover the entire kingdom of gods. Until Aaron's green dragon chant shattered his condescending view of devil fruit and rewritten his original cognition. Similarly, facing Sengoku, and even Marine's other capable users, he directly uses the tyrannical conquerors, matched with the armed color, and the knowledge color can sweep the army. GOL.D. Roger. Not to mention being dismissive of devil fruit, but more or less in my eyes. This is what he knew before he met Aaron. Those with abilities cannot conquer the world. Only chi can overcome everything. Capable people cannot conquer the world at 390. Hockey alone cannot surpass everything. Your conquerors are nothing to me. Armament hockey is not as massive and huge. After all, except that Conquerors is slightly stronger than Aaron, and he is born with the most top-notch knowledge. None of him surpasses Aaron, but he is blown away in everything. Needless to say, Devil Fruit is the top phantom beast species, awakened and developed in an ingenious way, dabbling in various fields, completely dominating the 4 natural disasters, and even issuing more natural abilities through the combination of different natural abilities. But now it has changed. Physical skills and swordsmanship were completely exploded. In the face of so many disadvantages, the slight advantage he possessed in Conqueror's hockey was directly wiped out countless times. Defense, speed, strength, recovery, and vitality were completely exploded. I said, this is not hockey theory. In front of this man, in front of the opponent's top racial talent, King Kong's indestructible physique, Lunaria's flame immunity, tyrannical to Ultimate's physical and sword skills, and in front of Ultimate's hockey, with his hockey alone, it is too weak. 211, Chapter 211 Roger, bearing the captain's name, I can't lose. It's bigger than last time. When we fought against each other before, he was about the same as the supersized Sea Kings, with a body length of 5 kilometers. Now, I'm afraid it's more than 10 kilometers away. Whitebeard released Shock Fruit to awaken. A knife caused space shock, released bursts of ripples, blocked the aftermath of the dragon's roar, and couldn't help but look up at the sky. Big. It's just too big. Just 1 or 2 dragon scales made his entire body look huge. Before, when he fought against Aaron, the opponent also showed the beast form after the awakening of the green dragon, with a terrifying body length of 5 kilometers, comparable to super-large Sea Kings. That time, he was extremely shocked. This time, it shocked him even more. From the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, it has a body length of more than 10 kilometers. IT can completely reach the Grand Line from the Sky Island to the 10,000-meter low Grand Line, but the dragon's tail still stays on the Sky Island. Such a body shape has surpassed most of the super-large Sea Kings. Looking at the whole world, there are very few people who can surpass the green dragon in front of them in terms of body size. Of the creatures that Whitebeard has ever seen, there is only one larger than the dragon at present. Elephant Lord. Monster. In the eyes of the world, Roger's right hand, Pluton Rayleigh, is a monster among monsters. But now, when he raised his head and looked up at the blue dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun, he actually murmured. The sudden appearance of such a terrifying behemoth directly caused the Beast Regiment and the crew members of the Roger Regiment to stop fighting fiercely in different areas of the Kingdom of Gods. Facing the stalwart green dragon that suddenly descended into the world, they felt that their little power in that little fight was really worthless, and they were directly taken away by this giant dragon. Brother, is this the further fruit awakening? Kaido's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. He knows that the awakening of the fruit is the same as that of the devil fruit before awakening. Before awakening, it can be continuously developed, and after awakening, the ability can also be continuously developed. And so it is. When he first awakened in the form of a green dragon, Aaron transformed into a beast form, with a body length of only about 5 kilometers, but this time it exceeded 10 kilometers. Obviously, with continuous development, the awakening ability of the green dragon form is also rising. Roger. Jabba held 2 axes and looked at the blue dragon in the sky, his eyes filled with seriousness and deep worry. He could feel Roger's breath weakening. On the other hand, Aaron's aura is still extremely powerful. Not only does not weaken, but it goes further with the transformation. Bang. Above the zenith. After Aaron turned into a 10,000-meter blue dragon, a terrifying dragon body just hovered around, and with a little movement, it set off a torrential wave of wind and waves that swept across the Sky Island. Where the wind pressure passes, the clouds and mist are blown away, The waves of the White Sea rise and fall, and countless trees and buildings are directly forced to bend. Roger, who was about to land after being blown away by the green dragon chant, was swept up by the wind and was thrown into the sky again. One big and one small. One dragon and one person. Eyes crossed. Bloom bursts of sparks. Obviously, it was just a meeting of eyes, but it made the surrounding space extremely oppressive, and the air was rippling, turbulent and turbulent. Blue dragon, heat breath. Eren turned the faucet, enough to swallow a large sea king's in one gulp. The dragon's mouth opened, and blazing blue flames rose and bloomed from the throat, as if there was a volcanic group inside. Now these volcanic groups are about to erupt collectively, more violent than magma, such as the hot breath of the flames. The dragon flames burst out and gathered in the mouth in an instant. Blooming out is more dazzling than you. Boom. As the flames flashed, a huge stream of heat-breathing dragon flames shot out, piercing through the atmosphere instantly, breaking through the sound barrier, and setting off a scorching storm that swept across the sky. In midair, Roger only felt a blur in front of his eyes, as if the water of the Tianhe River was pouring down, and the zenith of Sky Island was like a water leak, which was terrifying. Seeing this, his heart beat violently, his blood-stained face changed color in horror. He resisted the pain from all over his body and slashed out with all his strength. The majestic conqueror's black thunder entangled Ace, and as he waved the blade with both hands, he unleashed a thick, tyrannical slashing wave, slashing head-on the heat-breathing dragon flame. Bang. Haki collided with Longyan and immediately set off a scorching wave covering dozens of kilometers above Sky Island. Everything in the core area was instantly ignited and burned, and everything outside the core area spontaneously ignited. Such a terrifying heat from the sky is even more terrifying and huge than the rising sea current. Looking at Roger, who was alone, facing the heat of the dragon. Whether it was Rayleigh, Jabba, or other crew members, their hearts jumped into their throats, their eyes widened, and they stared at their own captain, for fear that the captain would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Clatter. Blue and black riots, heat and lightning exploded into a wave-like sea of flames in the sky, first spreading out in a mighty way, and then flowing down, just like a cliff-like waterfall. Facing the raging sea of heat and flames, Whitebeard just wanted to release a shock wave to protect everyone, but suddenly found a cloud of flames rising under his feet, supporting him. Not only him, all the crew members of the Beast's pirates, without exception, were all covered by the flame cloud, stayed away from the kingdom of gods, and avoided being engulfed by the turbulent flames. They reacted immediately, and they were able to precisely lock every breath, and then span such a long distance and use the flame cloud to protect them. Only Eren could do it. He still has room for it. Whitebeard couldn't help sighing. When fighting Roger, even he has to go all out, regardless of everything around him. But what about Eren? While suppressing Roger, he took the time to distract and protect every crew member. This kind of strength is not only superior to him, but also superior to Roger. Even he couldn't help but suspect that even if Rox was resurrected, he didn't have such strength. In contrast, the crew of the Roger pirates were not so lucky. In order to resist the pyretic dragon inflammation, Roger has already done his best, and he is still seriously injured, so he can't be distracted and worry about other things. This also caused Rayleigh and Jabba to try their best to keep the other Jada crew members. Some crew members who were far away from them could only scurry around, struggling to survive in the raging heat waves. Similarly, it is not only Seeker, Sunbell, and other crew members who are struggling, but even Roger, the captain, is also struggling. His hand holding the knife had already burst into a tiger's mouth, bleeding profusely. The teeth are tense and bloodshot. At this moment, he almost squeezed out all the haki that he could use in his body. Even regardless of the damage to his body, he used the life return he learned from Marine to exchange his life for haki. Bearing the name of the captain of the pirates, I can't lose. Out of the corner of Roger's eyes, he caught sight of the fleeing crew members in the kingdom of God below. He saw Rayleigh and Jabba struggling to protect the crew members, some kind of shackles. Pale as paper, haggard like a blood man, he burst forth haki beyond the limit. 212. Chapter 212 throughout Sky Island. Are you still imagining that you can beat me? Seek full order. Roger. Captain Roger. It seems to be aware of Roger's thoughts. In the God's kingdom filled with heat and flames, Rayleigh, Jabba, Sunbell, Cycle, and others raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes fixed on Roger's back, and their eyes were full of trust without exception. It is a kind of trust that does not hesitate to bet one's own life and even everything on the other party. Eren. Maybe you really want to, but I have reasons why I can't lose. Roger pirates, we must not stop here. Roger roared, and Haki, who had reached the limit, suddenly burst into a stronger force. Billowing black thunder and surging, endless black light blooming, Haki's roar resounded like a dragon and a tiger, resounding through the sky. All the power gathers in the palm of Ace, bursting out a coercion that changes the sky and earth of the entire Sky Island, and moves forward bit by bit, carrying the hot breath of Qing Yin, gradually deflect him. Observation Haki spread out, sensing the bombardment direction of this heat. It would not hurt any crew member. He turned his body violently just now. The blade, body, and heat passed by. Bang. Lost Roger's knife. Release Infinite Conqueror's Haki to resist, so terrifying that it can even penetrate the sea surface, leaving a hole that takes a moment to heal, and the heat pours down. 487 engulfs and destroys the world, penetrates everything, and the temperature and destructive power of burning all things first bombards the surface of the kingdom of gods without any lag. Just like a red-hot knife stabbing a piece of butter, the surface melts through, and then into the rock formations. Wherever the heat is covered, wherever the heat passes, no matter what kind of rock formations are in the ground, without exception, it will be melted into a blue liquid in an instant, which is hotter than ordinary magma in nature, and then the scorching heat will be released, the cyan liquid let melt layer by layer, penetrate layer by layer. From the surface to the rock formation, from the rock formation to the center of the earth, from the center of the earth to the bottom of the island covered by the Bye-Bye Sea, a blue light bloomed directly at the bottom of the island, and a shocking hole opened and submerged into the Bye-Bye Sea, stretching for an unknown number of kilometers. Another hole was left in the bottomless White Sea, and it was completely penetrated directly, and continued to bombard the Grand Line with unabated momentum. Break through the entire kingdom of God, pierce through the entire White Sea, and it flew towards the Grand Line for an unknown number of meters before gradually stopping. Here is the heat of Aaron's awakened dragon form. With a green dragon cry, Roger's conqueror's slashing wave shattered. A green dragon's breath pierced through Sky Island and Bye-Bye High. The power is so great that it is completely different from before awakening. If the unawakened green dragon form is compared to the fourth gear King Luffy, then the awakened blue dragon form is equivalent to Nika King Luffy. Before awakening and after awakening, there is no comparison at all. All the abilities before the fruit awakening will have earth-shaking changes and enhancements after the fruit awakening. Punch through. Rayleigh looked around and saw a hole with a radius of hundreds of meters in the ground in front of him. It should be a deep well, and his pupils constricted. There's no end in sight. Jabba leaned over to stare, and what was in front of him was a blue flame that was still burning violently. At this time, a crew member took out the binoculars, and his eyes dropped down with the flame as the light. He still couldn't see the end, but he saw a scene that he would never forget. The island under our feet has been beaten. Not only that, even the white sea of clouds supporting this island has been completely pierced. As soon as this word came out, there were bursts of gasps, and the crew members of Roger's regiment immediately came out one after another. This moment. It was only then that they realized that Roger's knife with all his strength did not resist Aaron's heat, but shifted the attack trajectory and bombardment position of this heat a little, just avoiding each of them. Originally, when this wave of heat fell, it could take away 7 or 8 crew members in an instant, and then swept away. Roger's pirate group would surely suffer heavy casualties. The heat lost its original precision, and Aaron lost his precise control over the heat. Rayleigh, I now understand why Shiki put all his strength into the Sky Pirates, but in the end he was killed by this man alone. Haki, which is not inferior to Roger's, the fruit ability surpassing Newgate, and the natural blood of Lunaria and Ghosts, unmatched physique, powerful physical skills and swordsmanship, plus of the handle is supreme. Except for Shiki, the crew of the Flying Pirates could not leave even the slightest trace on that man's dragon scale, even if they went together. Jabba was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. Rayleigh couldn't help but fell silent when he heard the words. Yes. The most desperate thing in Grand Line is not how strong you are, not how strong your Haki is, not how strong your fruit ability is, but how strong your body is. What does it mean to have a body that makes all members of the Air Pirates, except for Shiki, unable to break through their defenses? It means that Aaron can ignore all attacks and does not need to defend. He only needs to attack and attack continuously until he destroys all enemies in front of him. The number of people is useless in front of such a body. Perhaps we will do the same with the efforts of the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh thought silently. Admittedly, their performance will be better than that of the Air Pirates. At least he, Jabba, and Roger should be able to make Eren lose blood. Much better than Shiki's air pirates. Playing. No matter what Rayleigh and Jabba think, how heavy their hearts are. Roger raised his knife immediately after slashing the heat. Although his blood-stained face turned pale and his mouth was gasping for breath, he was so embarrassed that he was ultimate, but his eyes were still full of contempt, arrogance. It seems that even if Eren casts the awakened dragon form, he still can't make him collapse and still can't wipe out his fighting spirit. It's really amazing to be able to block the heat. But what do you mean by that? The disparity in strength is already very clear. Don't you want to challenge me with a knife? Eren is entrenched in the sky, with huge dragon eyes, carrying overwhelming coercion, just staring down. The surrounding air freezes as if. Or are you holding on to an unrealistic fantasy now, thinking that you can defeat me and win the final victory? The sound of dragon chant shook the sea of clouds. All eyes were on Roger, the man who looked extremely small in front of Eren. 213, Chapter 213, downloading Whitebeard's ability, full order. Who knows? I just had a reason not to let go of the ace. Don't let go until you're down. Roger looked up, meeting Eren's eyes. His tone is extremely firm. Even if the Grand Line sets off a shocking tsunami, it can't be overwhelmed. I see. Eren nodded and suddenly put away the body of the blue dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun, entrenched on the top of Sky Island. With the disappearance of the 10-kilometer-long blue dragon, the sky suddenly became clear, and the shadow covering the earth disappeared, and the light became much brighter. What do you mean? Roger looked at Eren, who had changed from the blue dragon beast form to the human form, in amazement. Naturally, he would not be so naive as to think that until now, they cherished each other, so the other party kept their hands. This is a battle of pirates with a stone tablet as a bet. Before the winner is decided, unless he surrenders, the man in front of him will not stop at all. With Whitebeard, there is still some possibility. I just want to see who I am at this stage, the level I've reached. At this level, I need a reference to tell me, how strong is it? You are the best reference. Thinking of the God-level download system, Eren couldn't help but wonder. It's been too long since I've opened it, so let's do it all at once. Yes. Ever since he airlifted Amazon Lily to New World Longji and downloaded all the armed and knowledgeable colors of all members of the 9 snakes, and later comprehended the awakening of the phantom beast species in the form of a green dragon, he has become invincible when singled out to sea. Shiki showed the lion fruit awakening and exhausted the power of the flying pirates and was beaten to ashes by him. Whitebeard played shock fruit awakening, not his opponent, and surrendered to him. Roger showed Conqueror's Haki unmatched, still no match for him. In this sea, it seems unnecessary to be open or not, because no one can threaten him. Even if Roger and Garp join forces again, they may not be able to defeat him. In addition, the objects that can be downloaded, such as Jin and Douglas Bullet, are all still developing, and I thought that it would not be too late to download them after they develop to a certain level. It can be seen from Roger's unyielding gaze, that proud and upright posture, and that decisive tone, he couldn't help but want to see his own limit, and at the same time, he also wanted to see the despair of One Piece. System, bring up Whitebeard's number panel. Eren muttered silently. A character panel that only he could see suddenly came into view. Name, Edward Newgate. Faction, Beast Pirates. Race, Terran, downloadable. Devil Fruit. Paramecia Shock Fruit, downloadable. Skills, Air Shock, downloadable. Sea Shock, downloadable. Earthquake, downloadable. Haki, Top Observation Haki, downloadable. Top Armament Haki, downloadable. Top Conqueror's Haki, downloadable. System, download Whitebeard's Human Blood. Shock Fruit, all skills and knowledge color, armed color Conquerors. Eren glanced at the character panel and let the system start downloading. Although Whitebeard's physique is relatively ordinary compared to him, Kaido, and Charlotte Lin Lin, it is relatively speaking. In fact, Whitebeard's physique is not bad at all. He's old and frail, and after being stabbed, he can stop the boat with one hand and hold a knife with one arm without using haki. His strength can even completely suppress the two-handed knife, the giant vice admiral. This is the strongest man in the world. Aptitude, talent, and physique are all top-notch. Naturally, he would not miss this kind of human king bloodline. Needless to say, Shock Fruit is the strongest paramecia, and it has also awakened. Conqueror's Haki has reached the ultimate realm that ordinary people can achieve through practice. The top-level knowledgeable color like Roger is innate and cannot be achieved through cultivation. As for the further conquerors, this also requires special qualifications, and it is impossible to let the Overlord Tortoise reach the realm of Roger and Shanks through natural growth and combat. Even so, Whitebeard's conquerors Haki are all kings without exception. Start downloading Human Bloodline. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%, 1. Congratulations to host. Successfully Human Bloodline. Start downloading Shock Fruit. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Shock Fruit. Awaken. Start downloading Conqueror's Haki. Seeking Flowers. 0. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%, 1. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Conqueror's Haki. Start downloading Observation Haki. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%, 1. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded the top Observation Haki. Predict the future. Start downloading Armament Haki. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%, 1. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded the top Armament Haki. Winding, Hardening, External Release, Internal Destruction. Start downloading Airshock. As facing the existence of Eren, Roger was even more horrified. He didn't take the initiative to release any Haki, but the momentum pervading his body and venting all directions has already made people face hell like a mountain. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Airshock. Although the Devil's Air is still developing and hasn't been raised yet, it has grown quite well. A T worst. After the opponent grows into a top king, he will download it again. That now. As the abilities on Whitebeard's character panel were successfully downloaded one after another, Eren's aura instantly rose at an earth-shaking speed. After downloading all the abilities of Whitebeard, Eren felt depressed and powerless deep in his heart, just like the feeling when he just entered the new world and faced rocks for the first time. Everyone standing in the kingdom of God, regardless of whether they have mastered Observation Haki, can clearly and intuitively feel the changes in Eren. It's not over yet, GOLD Roger. Eren, who had shown the power of awakening in the form of a green dragon before, can still make a few tricks and fight back. He has the top Observation Haki, which is exactly the same. He can understand more thoroughly than anyone present how much the man in front of him has changed from before in the blink of an eye. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Eren glanced at Roger, whose face changed drastically, and his pupils constricted, and the corners of his lips raised slightly. It was even several times stronger than the oppression at that time. Anyway, something like Haki, as long as it grows, it can download power again. System, bring up the number panel of Douglas Bullet. If 214, Chapter 214, Understand for Yourself, My Strength. Seek Full Order. Name, Douglas Bullet. Faction, Beast Pirates. Race, Terran, downloadable. Devil Fruit, Logia Thunder Fruit, downloadable. Haki Intermediate Observation Haki, downloadable. Advanced Armament Haki, downloadable. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, downloadable. Compared with Whitebeard's character panel, Douglas Bullet's panel may seem inferior, but it is still not to be underestimated. Aside from the air of the devil, he can still grow rapidly, and the previous ability alone is very impressive. After all, it's just that I haven't had much time to get in touch with Haki. In terms of talent, even monsters like Kaido and Charlotte Lin Lin are not as good. It's just that Douglas Bullet isn't AD, and he doesn't have a special physique like them. As for the Thunder Fruit, it was also because he just ate IT in a previous battle. Douglas Bullet either used the random 603 strain or imitated Eren's way of controlling thunder, and the system did not display his moves for the time being. But enough for Eren. Download Bullet's Human Bloodline, Thunder Fruit, Knowledge Color, Armed Color, Conquerors. Eren had a panoramic view of Douglas Bullet's character panel and immediately let the God-level download system start downloading. Start downloading Human Bloodline. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host, you have successfully downloaded Human Bloodline. Start downloading Thunder Fruit. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host, successfully downloaded Thunder Fruit Unawakened. Start downloading Observation Haki. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host, successfully downloaded the Intermediate Observation Hockey. Start downloading Armament Hockey. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Advanced Armament Hockey. Start downloading Intermediate Conquerors Hockey. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. 1. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded the Intermediate Conquerors Hockey. With the successful download of abilities one after another, Eren immediately possessed everything that Douglas Bullet has at this stage. Needless to say, Thunderfruit has the reputation of being invincible. Armament Hockey has mastered the 4 skills of winding, hardening, external release, and internal destruction, but because of insufficient strength, he has not yet reached the top level. Observation Hockey, the coverage area is not small at all, but it has not been able to foresee the future, and it stops at the middle level. Conqueror's Hockey has not yet mastered the entanglement, and its strength is a little bit weaker. Even if it has a large number of Hockey, it is still not recognized by the system as a high-level medium. Yamato, for example, is not worthy of carrying shoes for Bullet. For example, Kong, in terms of Conqueror's Starfish, is less than 1/10 of Bullet's. This is still the Devil's Heir at this stage, and when he grows to Ultimate, the gap will only get bigger. Even Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are not as good as Douglas Bullet in Conqueror's volume. It's just because of his extraordinary talent and the fact that he ate the Phantom Beast Azure Dragon form, and his recovery ability is almost pervert. Kaido gives people the illusion that Hockey is inexhaustible. Not to mention the innate quality of Douglas Bullet. Looking at the sea, the talent of Hockey cultivation is almost unmatched by anyone. Kaido, Whitebeard, Jin, Douglas Bullet, Shaki, etc., their human, Lunaria, and ghost bloodlines, talents, aptitudes, and physiques all belong to Eren. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and qualitative changes lead to new quantitative changes. What's the matter? Whitebeard fixedly stared at Eren's figure. His slightly narrowed eyes were full of unconcealable shock. Compared with half a minute ago, this man is completely different. The momentum is as vast as an abyss. Hockey didn't activate intentionally. It was just in a state of natural activation, and the traces of Hockey that diffused still stirred up the wind and clouds, oppressing the surrounding air as clearly as seawater. With a little movement, it fluctuates again and again. Here we go again. Seeing this, Kaido grinned, without any surprise on his face. Similar situations he has seen too much with Eren. It's just that so many sudden improvements before are far from as huge as this time. Has it become stronger? Douglas Bullet glanced at Eren from a distance, obviously without any fear in his heart, but the instinctive reaction was vividly reflected in his body. His body trembled uncontrollably. Not afraid, but the instinctive reaction can't be suppressed. How can it be? Rayleigh and Jabba cried out in surprise, and their expressions changed. During their lifetime, they followed Roger in the north and south and met countless heroes. There is Shiki, who roars the sea. Garp with the punches. There are monstrous rocks by Hockey. There is Whitebeard, who looks down on the world. But none of these people's aura, the Hockey they emitted, could compare with Eren at this time. Even if it is to attack the Valley of the Gods, that stalwart, extremely arrogant figure. Rox D. Zebek. This kind of man is not as good as the big green dragon of beasts in front of him. And it's far worse than that. Long wait, Gold Roger. Eren glanced down at his hands, his expression slightly surprised, as if he hadn't even imagined that he would become so powerful. The incomparably thick coercion is like a Hockey mountain stretching for countless kilometers, and the air is rippling like a tide. But now, Roha gave him the feeling that he was far above rocks. What did you ask me to do? Bye High, Zenith, God's Kingdom, and other places are all covered by a blue sky. There was a thunderous roar that overwhelmed the sky, like a god and demon roaring towards the sky. In the past, as far as he could remember, the most powerful king he had ever seen was the man who needed to join forces with Garp to defeat. It's hard to explain to you in words. Even if they team up with Garp, they have no chance of winning. After a brief shock, he slowly looked down at Roger, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. In an instant, with him as the center, the mighty Conqueror's Hockey exploded, like a torrent and tsunami set off by the Grand Line, rushing straight into the sky and sweeping away in all directions. Roger's eyes widened, and the hand holding the knife trembled slightly in shock. Let you understand it yourself, my power. 3.1. Aaron said flatly. What the hell did you do? In just a moment, the boundless blue light bloomed, printing and dyeing the sky of the entire Sky Island into a bright blue color, and there is no other color. Immediately, the massive volume of Haki seems to have brought in water from all over the world, majestic and majestic, shocking the entire emptiness. 215, Chapter 215, as you can see, this is hell full order. It's just that Conqueror's Haki spread overwhelmingly, sweeping across the entire Sky Island. Almost all creatures, whether they were people or creatures in Sky Island, were all fainting, and some even sprayed blood before they fell unconscious. Generally speaking, it is difficult for Conqueror's Haki to cause great damage simply by spreading. The larger the spread range, the less damage it will cause. Like the red-haired Shanks aboard the Moby Dick, the Japanese demonstrations only rocked the ship. Conqueror's Haki, when you don't use the entanglement technique, when you use it diffusely, it mainly affects the spirit, but now the Conqueror's released by Aaron covers the entire Sky Island, knocking everyone into a coma, appears distorted, sunken. This is just the end of being unintentionally affected. The crew members of the Roger Pirates who are taken care of and are very close to Aaron are even more incomparable. Except for Rayleigh and Jabba, all the crew members were crushed to the ground. Their strength is all stronger than the elite Vice Admiral. Each of them is Wuhai, General Star, 3 disasters, and captain-level existence. But at this moment, without exception, they were crushed to the ground by Conqueror's Haki. Below Admiral, in front of Aaron, they couldn't even stand upright. Even as a substitute for Admiral, he still endures boundless oppression. It's not bad to be able to give full play to 60 to 70% of his strength. If it takes a long time, his spirit will not be able to bear it. Only Admiral and 4 Emperors who have reached ultimate in mind, body, and skills, standing at the apex, cannot withstand this coercion. Monster. The captain's Haki, not to mention covering the entire Sky Island, and the strength is simply beyond what humans can have. This kind of Haki is so powerful that it can be seen with the naked eye. There is no need to produce a Conqueror's collision, but it only increases the momentum and spreads out, just like pouring into the ocean. 11. Did you see it? The trees were shattered, the ground was covered with cracks, and the mountain couldn't bear it, and it was about to collapse at any time. Is this the heyday of the captain? Although the crew of the 100 Beasts were trapped in the Sea of Haki, under the care of Aaron, no one was oppressed by Haki, but they saw the environment of the Kingdom of Gods and the changes in the sky through their eyes, was directly submerged by the blue sea of Haki, and everyone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. As powerful as Whitebeard, as arrogant as Kaido, his face was full of emotion at this moment. Roger. Rayleigh and Jabba were not overwhelmed, but they also felt that their spirits were like a mountain. It took a lot more effort to breathe than usual. No. When they looked at Roger, their faces were full of unresolved worries. Such a king. Can Roger really defeat it alone? As you can see, this is hell. Aaron spread his arms wide and let out the seemingly endless Conqueror's Haki in his body. No, impossible. How can there be such a Conqueror's? Even rocks, he doesn't have this Conqueror's. Roger looked around, and all he saw was a vast ocean of Haki. Without observation Haki to perceive, he knows that the entire Sky Island is covered by this Haki ocean, and the entire Sky Island is submerged in this Haki ocean. And the instigator of all this, it is Aaron. Single-handedly, he unleashes an ocean of Haki that floods Sky Island. Bang. Just as everyone was immersed in Aaron's Haki ocean, after the hard-to-extricate event, suddenly countless dazzling light clusters descended from the sky like a torrential wind. But this is Haki wind. This is Haki rain. Yes, all the light clusters pouring down are all formed by Conqueror's Haki. It fell down like a domineering attack, instantly cleaning the earth and covering the sea of clouds. The terrifying coercion impact swept all directions and swept the sky. Billows of smoke and dust rose up against the volume and went straight into the sky. The ground collapsed and sunken, as if it was being bombarded by a meteorite shower. In the blink of an eye, a mushroom cloud mixed with blue light rises from the ground, towering over the zenith. The land of the Kingdom of God, the boundless White Sea, all are covered with densely packed, countless holes. It was destroyed by the Conqueror's torrential rain that just fell. Cycle, Sunbell, Taro. In the sea of smoke, Rayleigh holds the sword in one hand and releases the Conquerors in armed colors to resist the bombardment of the Haki rainstorm. He looked around, and all he could see were the crew members of Roger's regiment, who were dripping blood and prostrate on the ground. With one thought of Eren, the Haki Ocean was triggered, and the Haki rain fell with the snap of his fingers. Two waves of conquerors swept across without even doing anything, and the Roger pirates, except for the Captain Roger, the Deputy Captain Rayleigh, and Jabba, lost all combat capabilities. Their injuries were not so serious that they were dying, but their physical injuries were fine. The key is that the washing of the Haki Ocean and the bombing of the Haki rainstorm not only affect the body, but also affect the spirit. The spirit was bombarded by Conqueror's torrential rain, just like there are countless tyrant masters, bombarding them indiscriminately. They could only crawl on the ground helplessly, letting Eren dictate the direction of the war. Eren, your opponent is me. I will never allow you to harm my crew. Roger scanned his surroundings and saw all seriously injured crew members. He didn't care to be shocked by Eren's strength and was immediately filled with 360 anger. Once, because a certain person in a country said something bad about his crew, he destroyed the country's army and turned the country into a place where pirates ravaged. Now Eren is beating his crew, one by one, right in front of his face. Instead of just being stunned by the conquerors, feeling sick, dizzy, and staring at the stars, this time his crew members were injured a lot. How can he not be angry? Yeah. Then try to stop me, Eren said casually, not paying any attention to Roger's fiery gaze. You don't need to tell me, I will do the same. Roger stepped into the void and soared into the sky, turning into a jet of black lightning. Looking as if he wanted to split the Haki sky in front of him, he quickly flashed to Eren at the top of the zenith. Swinging a knife with both hands, the powerful Conqueror's Haki that had already been wrapped around the blade was blatantly break out. A huge, incomparable lightning strike burst into bloom, continuously expanded, and finally turned into a round of black crescent, hanging in the sky. After a while, as the crescent moon dissipated, a finger caught everyone's eyes. The Conqueror's slashing wave, which was enough to shatter an island, was counteracted by this finger. The supreme sharp knife ace, which was hardened into a black knife by armament Haki, was stopped by this finger. This scene let the entire kingdom of gods fall into silence in an instant. 216. Chapter 216. Is the cut too shallow? Seek full order. Who is Gold Roger? Single-handedly with Garp, ended an era and defeated the men of Rox D.Zebek. Such a king is not a person with abilities, but he prefers to overwhelm all the persons with abilities in this sea. Haki is stronger than anyone else. But now, such a Haki soaring into the sky, the Emperor of the Sea who looks at the world with disdain, carries the incomparable Conqueror's Haki, uses the supreme sharp knife ace as the front, and cuts out an earth-shattering sword, offset the slashing wave that was about to glaring like a crescent moon. Rolling Conqueror's Haki is neutralized cleanly. The sharp edge of the supreme sharp knife was suppressed, unable to get any closer. No, impossible. Roger looked at Eren, who stopped his ace with one finger. His eyes widened suddenly, and his face was full of horror. It's not that he didn't know that Eren suddenly had an earth-shaking improvement, but he never thought that the gap was so big. The proud Haki is as sharp as a 3-year-old child's toy knife. Meaningless. Nothing is impossible. Eren glanced at Roger indifferently. It was just a look, but was like an invisible sharp knife entangled with Conqueror's Haki, penetrating his eyes and reaching his heart, making his eyes go black and his brain instantly go blank. Playing. At the same time, he closed Ace's index finger without haste, gripping the blade like an eagle's talons, as if grasping the prey in his hand, without giving the opponent any chance to escape. Immediately, raising the arm, the cold saw in the palm of the hand burst out a smear of blue knife light, like a green dragon looking down, covering the entire kingdom of gods with a layer of green clothes in an instant. Puff. The light of the knife swept across, and the edge was vented. The sky was the first to be unable to bear it, and there was a scalp-numbing sound of cracking silk, and the sea of clouds in the top of the sky burst open on the spot into a ravine that could not see the end. Scoff. At the same time, Roger's body also heard a sound of sharp knives piercing into flesh, cutting muscles, and reaching the heart. Blood gushes out like injections, and blood flowers bloom one after another in midair. Eren looked down at Roger in front of him, and then let go of Ace's index finger. Roger's face was as white as paper, his eyes were in a trance, his pupils constricted, and he muttered to himself, as if he was still immersed in the shock of the vast difference in strength and couldn't extricate himself from it. At this time, from his shoulders to his abdomen, he was connected by a ferocious blood mouth, and the blood gushed out like waves. The body is like a kite with broken strings, slowly falling from the midair weakly. Boom. Bursts of smoke and dust splashed. He held Ace, fell on his back, and fell into the kingdom of gods. The blood was like a tide, quickly staining the ground below his back red. Looks like your hockey and body are a little bit better than I expected. I was going to cut you in half. Cut too shallow? Eren glanced at Roger, who was lying in a pool of blood, and saw that the wound on his upper body did not dismember him in half, but only injured his internal organs, and his face showed a little surprise, but it disappeared immediately. Since the cut was too shallow, cut it deeper this time. Since the cutting strength is not enough, then cut harder this time. 1 cut, 2 cuts, not much difference. Thinking of this, he unhurriedly raised the Lang Yen saw. The blade had not yet been cut off. The terrifying pressure of the blade spread to the entire Sky Island zenith like a storm that covered the sky, and everyone felt an invisible and a mountain of sharp knives pressed against his body. If there is a slight change, this invisible but real sword mountain will crush him and others to death. Roger. Rayleigh and Jabba were shocked when they saw their captain, who first slashed with all his strength and was blocked by a finger, and then slashed at will, almost cut in half. He didn't care about the one-on-one fight and immediately gave up Whitebeard and Kaido, turned into 2 black lightning bolts, pierced the sky and killed Eren. Whether it's Kaido or Whitebeard, they would normally stop the 2 of them, but after witnessing Roger's tragic end and Eren's terrifying strength, they all stopped in unison, even though Rayleigh and Jabba sacrificed themselves go and besiege Eren together. It doesn't make any sense whether to shoot or not to block. With such a gap in strength, even if Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh were all intact, they would not be able to win together. Not for anything else, just because Eren's defense is too strong. Often, the siege can be effective based on the ability to break through the defense, but if the defense cannot be broken, then the number of people is meaningless. Not to mention, Eren is not only strong on defense. Speed, strength, skill, hockey, and fruit ability are all beyond the realm of the king. Originally, Roger could slightly overtake the opponent on Conqueror's hockey, but now he was overtaken. Hockey ocean just overwhelming. Hockey showers that were overwhelming just now. It is already the best proof. As expected. The development of the battle situation is just as Kaido and Whitebeard thought. Facing Rayleigh and Jabba, the left and right hand held knives of one piece. Eren didn't even dodge. No, he didn't even have the intention of being ready for battle, just standing in the sky. One sword style 8 hells. That's Rayleigh. Seeing that Eren was so strong, Rayleigh and Jabba did not dare to neglect. Instead, they tried their best to step into the void, like lightning piercing the sky, broke through the sound barrier, and caused a sonic boom wave. The 3 slashing waves intersected together, like a snowflake symbolizing death. Wrapped in heavy coercion and piercing sharpness, it slashed on Eren in an instant. The next moment, the atmosphere resists ripples like the surface of a lake, and the circles of hockey shock waves carry the sonic boom waves sweeping the sky, washing away the entire kingdom of gods. The 2 hit with all their strength and chopped on both sides of Eren's neck, but they couldn't even break the dragon scale. However, this is the left and right hand of One Piece. As time went by, when the soaring hockey black thunder gradually dissipated, although Kaido, Whitebeard, Douglas Bullet, and others had been mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but gasp when they looked up and saw Eren standing motionless on the zenith take a breath. Bang. Billowing Conqueror's hockey swayed out, mixed with monstrous killing intent, covering Eren. The roar of hockey, which overwhelmed the thunder, shook the universe and spread in all directions. Mojaus. With a joint strike with all their strength, even if Marine Admiral saw it, he would turn his head and leave. Rayleigh and Jabba in their prime. Beheading the heads of one strong man after another, the double axe that overwhelmed the sea. 2 swords, dragon slaying. He drank the blood of countless kings and heroes in the sea, and was known as Pluton's sharp edge. That's Copper Jabba. 217, Chapter 217. The era of D is over. Roger, full order. Impossible. How could such a thing happen? Rayleigh and Jabba's eyes widened, and they couldn't help but gasp. They could all feel that Eren didn't use hockey defense, simply stood in the sky, with a body covered in dragon scales, directly hit the 2 of them together. The result couldn't be broken. It can't even leave a white mark on the dragon scale. It's not like they haven't encountered this kind of thing before, but that was when they just went to see enter the Grand Line from East Blue and faced the pursuit of Marine Admiral for the first time, and they didn't know what hockey was, that kind of gap. But now they have established themselves at the pinnacle of the world and can compete with all kinds of kings and heroes on the most lofty stage. However, in front of Eren, They are as powerless and immature as when they were just fledglings. Rayleigh. Jabba. Quick retreat. Just when the two were shocked, Roger, who was in a pool of blood, used Ace as a crutch, stood up with difficulty and roared loudly. His scarlet eyes are using observation hockey to peek into the future, and he seems to have seen something terrifying, and his face is full of fear and anger. He wanted to stop it, but the pain and weakness in his chest made him almost fall to the ground the moment he took a step. Call out. When Rayleigh and Jabba heard this, they immediately shuddered. Out of trust in Roger, they didn't even use the observation hockey. They immediately raised their feet, rolled up a wave of air, and quickly retreated 590 degrees. But the two are fast, but Eren is faster. Boom. A strong wind raged across the sky in an instant, stretching for an unknown number of kilometers. As the sky-shattering wind hit, submerging the two of them one after another, Jabba felt his eyes blur, and before his body had time to react, he could barely see an extremely blurry figure passing by him, stopped behind. Immediately afterwards, the flowing time of Sky Island seemed to be paused, and he who was retreating rapidly froze in midair in an instant, motionless. Eren stood with a knife in hand and glanced at Jabba behind him out of the corner of his eye. It is this glance that seems to restart the pause time. Wow. Jabba's complexion changed suddenly, pale as paper, and he couldn't see a trace of blood at all. At the same time, his body trembled violently in midair, and the 10 pairs of scarlet pupils returned to their original shape, spitting out blood. He listened to Roger's words, retreated immediately, and even used armament hockey to protect his body, but it was useless. A cyan light climbed from the shoulders to the legs, and then a burst of blood sprayed out, and the whole body fell limply from midair and landed beside Roger with the others. Calf on the other side, Rayleigh was also retreating, but Eren did not go forward to pursue him, but just glanced at him, and then slowly raised his left hand, which was not holding a knife, with a palm facing upwards. Lift the index finger and the middle slightly. Bang. Stormy. In an instant, Sky Island rolled up 2 tornadoes out of thin air. One was a tornado, and the other was a tornado cloud, like 2 flying dragons, converging on each other, bursting out a terrifying electric light, wrapping the retreating Fuli in 2 in. He released the powerful armament hockey, trying to break up the tornado in front of him, but it was useless. He swung the knife with all his strength and released the Conqueror's entangled slashing waves, but was still useless. After the wind and cloud tornado completely engulfed it, its shape began to change from a tornado shape to a cuboid, locking it inside. Chi. Immediately afterwards, sharp blades roaring with blue lightning emerged from all directions of the Phonian cuboid, and then pierced into the Phonian cuboid at the same time, penetrating Rayleigh's body. Wind and cloud make Coffin, roaring thunderblade, Pluton. As the wind and cloud dissipated, the thunder dissipated, and Rayleigh, whose body was scorched black in bursts of smoke, was covered with scorched blood everywhere, unable to fall, and fell beside Roger at the same time. The king's left arm and right arm also fell to the left and right sides of the king at this moment. Future One Piece. Pluton Rayleigh. Draw with a peak Kazuki Odin, and even suppress Copper Jabba to a certain extent. Such a powerful third king of the Roger pirates fell to the ground with serious injuries during a face-to-face meeting. On the other hand, Eren defeated the 3 kings in a snap of his fingers, without any damage. Your time is over. The era of D is also over. Roger. Eren withdrew his left hand and slowly descended from the zenith. His eyes fell on Roger, who was half dead and blood-stained. A man's dream never ends. It's too early to talk about the end of my era, or the end of D. Eren. Roger gritted his bloody teeth. Bit by bit, he stood up straight. It's not just him. Under his influence, Rayleigh and Jabba, who fell to the ground, also use weapons as crutches and willpower to stand up. What a pity. Your strength is completely out of proportion to your vitality. What a waste. Eren shook his head and chuckled. The 2 voices were true, and the faces of the 3 of Roger were extremely gloomy, but they felt unprecedentedly heavy. Even playing against Rock's pirate back then didn't feel that way. Let's stop. Your strength can only stop here. The steel is not something you can get your hands on for Whitebeard's sake. Get on your knees until we're gone. Eren looked over at Whitebeard. This man hesitated to speak several times, and he knew that the other party wanted to beg him once. Thinking of the complex friendship between the two, it is clear in my heart. His strength is also due to Whitebeard's contribution, seeing Shock Fruit, Conqueror's Hockey, and the complete obedience of such a king in exchange. He doesn't mind letting the Roger pirates who have no intention of dominating in this area, the Sea Lingers. After all, the ambition is not to dominate. A battle with a stone tablet is a bet. The curtain will be drawn when the victory is won. Whether the Roger pirates survive or perish is just an insignificant matter to him. However, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba still stood upright, and they didn't intend to prostrate themselves on the ground. Oh, is this your answer? Can I understand that until this moment, you still have this unrealistic dream of defeating me? Seeing this, Aaron was not angry, but looked at Roger with great interest. This is a man full of mysteries. Also the most mysterious man in the Grand Line. He also wanted to see, at this point, whether the future One Piece could still stand up and whether he could continue to please himself. It can be understood that way. Roger heard the words, grinned ferociously, and spoke surprisingly. He still seems to have a hidden hand of cards. You are not just fledglings. You have never seen the weak in the world. The gap in strength is already clear at a glance. I'm really curious, what is supporting you to say such arrogant words? After hearing this, Aaron became even more interested. 218, Chapter 218, let me tell you, the disparity in strength between you and me, full order. I'm not a fruit-capable person, but hockey's words, I admit, except for the top observation hockey, which cannot be cultivated. Conqueror's armed colors, whether it is strength or quality, you are above me. But there is one thing, you haven't surpassed me yet. Roger met Aaron's gaze, exerted strength with his right arm, endured the pain in his body, and raised the supreme sharp knife ace, which was stained red by his own blood. What you mean? Aaron heard this and asked with great interest. Conquerors born with the aptitude of a king, this kind of hockey is very special, different from knowledge-colored, armed-colored, not only cannot be cultivated, but also affects the strength of this kind of hockey. In addition to its own strength, skills are also very important. Understand, conquerors, no matter how strong the conquerors is, you will immediately become the king of the sea. After comprehending knowledge killing, you can directly block a person's observation hockey. Roger said word by word. Different from armed color and knowledge color, any conqueror's hockey usage skills, once mastered, will immediately be greatly improved. What do you say? In addition to conqueror's winding and knowledge killing, is there a third divination technique for conqueror's chamber gas? As soon as this word came out, Aaron and Kaido are all interested. They only know that there are 3 ways to use conqueror's hockey. The first is a simple diffuse release. As long as the conqueror's hockey is awakened, all kings can master it. The second is the conqueror's winding, which belongs to the emblem of the Emperor of the Sea. The third is the killing of knowledge, which can only be mastered by the king who has set foot in conqueror's ultimate. In addition to the above 3, they really don't know that there is a 4th conqueror's skill. There is. At this moment, Whitebeard said suddenly. Rox used to use this trick. However, because of Rox Pirate's intriguing style, and there is basically no opponent who needs Rox to use this conqueror's technique, so he rarely uses it. I've only seen him use it once in the years I have been in the hive. I used it when forcing back the Knights of God. Whitebeard tells a secret story that does not recognize the location. Interesting. Isn't it the same as knowledge killing, which can block armed sexuality? Armed kill. After hearing this, Aaron was quite curious about the never-before-seen conqueror's skills mentioned by Roger and Whitebeard. In the battle with Roger, he downloaded the bloodlines of the kings and gathered the aptitudes of the kings. He only watched it once or twice, and he already mastered the skill of killing by knowledge, but the difference in strength made it unnecessary for him to do anything extra. Go block Roger's observation hockey. Even if he saw the future, he couldn't stop his blade. Naturally, there is no need to use knowledge killing. Half guessed right. The corner of Roger's mouth twitched slightly, but he couldn't tell whether it was a smile or pain. Suddenly, the ace in his hand pointed directly at the sky. At the same time, Rayleigh and Jabba, who were struggling to stand, reached out and pressed his shoulders at the same time. Bang. Suddenly, the atmosphere trembled and the wind blew. Hockey's roar, like the roar of dragons and tigers, and the roar of thunder, shakes the universe and resounds through the sea of clouds. Roger, who was seriously injured and blood bar bottomed out, suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying hockey, which stirred up thousands of ripples and spread out in all directions. The sea of clouds, which was originally slightly gloomy, was directly dyed black by the roaring conqueror's hockey, presenting a terrifying picture of the sun and the moon without light. Seeing this, Aaron's eyes flickered, Observation Haki felt the haki on Roger's body rising steadily, like a rising ocean current, never ending. After a short period of surprise, he reacted. Well, he can use his conquerors to control other haki. Whether it's conquerors or armed color, or even knowledge color, he can control them all. The king governs all directions. This is the ultimate royal look. Whitebeard opened his mouth slowly, revealing the ultimate field of conqueror's haki. Rule over all haki. Not yourself, but someone else's haki. The king should expand the territory and rule the 8 directions. Not only must you make good use of your own power, but you must also be good at using the power of your subordinates. Incorporating the power of the pirates into one body, this is the One Piece. In the true sense, it is an existence above all overlords. Haki who rules over others. I see. He's taking Rayleigh, Jabba's conqueror's haki, ruling them all and taking it. Knowing that there is such a skill that surpasses tyranny and knowledge killing, Eren not only did not panic, but also did not take the lead. With ultimate speed and tyrannical strength, he prevented Roger from dominating Haki, who was under the command of the 2 kings. Instead, he let the opponent let go. Ask for flowers. There is actually such a skill. Kaido was delighted to hear that, and yearned for it in his heart. Really? As my brother said, this world is big, not about Haki, nor about devil fruit, nor about swordsmanship. If there is, it is the theory of power. Haki, devil fruit, swordsmanship, physical skills, and racial talents are all part of the strength. As long as it can be cultivated, as long as it is easy to use, as long as it is useful to oneself, it can be used as it is. There is no need to deliberately pursue a certain power to determine that Haki is higher than devil fruit, or that devil fruit is higher than Haki. Aren't you going to make a move? As soon as these words came out, Roger was stunned. Hearing this, Eren couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Let me tell you about the disparity in strength between you and me. He has seen many kings, but as invincible as Eren, there is only one monstrous haki. No matter how confident he was in his overlord you, he would not dare to belittle him. Not even the rocks. Fool you. It was just a forward movement of raising the knife, and the blade didn't touch the ground, but the kingdom of gods was shaking again and again, as if Whitebeard was causing an earthquake. If you don't have enough time, I can wait for you for a while. It's my reward for working so hard to please you. Why do you want to shoot? Eren crossed his hands over his chest, indicating that Roger could do it. Roger was also welcome. Roger, attack with your conquerors. Roger saw that Eren was so condescending, let him control Rayleigh and Jabba's haki, and had no intention of making a move at all. He said this, and he was sincerely admired in his heart. Although there is still such a hand of whole cards hidden, it is already the last hand of whole cards. The most important thing is that Eren is still like a bottomless pit, and no one can see its limit. Roger took a deep breath, stepped forward, holding the knife in both hands. The 3 streams of Conqueror's haki burst out like a torrent, pouring into Ace's blade continuously. You don't need to tell me, I will do the same. I said attack depends on vinegar. 219, Chapter 219. Sure enough, this is your limit. Full order. Before Eren downloaded the Conqueror's haki of the Beast Pirates Kings, only Roger's Conqueror's haki was the strongest in the world in this era. Now he also controls Rayleigh and Jabba, 2 kings who have the qualifications of kings and are also on the world stage haki. He hadn't launched an attack yet, but just charged forward with a knife, which triggered the power to shake the island. With his body as the center, circles of ripples surged, and before they spread far, they were smashed by the roaring haki waves, instantly submerging the entire kingdom of gods, sweeping dozens, hundreds of kilometers. As long as he wants, he can carry out precise strikes of Conqueror's haki from a long distance. However, facing such a terrifying wave of conquerors, Eren remained unmoved, just staring, and the Conqueror's haki erupted like a torrent and tsunami. It was originally dark and gloomy. The incomparable zenith of 2 or 3 is instantly dispelled by the blue light that penetrates the sky and the earth, and is printed and dyed. Bang, bang, bang. As the conquerors of the 2 collided, hundreds of haki lightning shot straight into the sky, and the overwhelming haki wind and waves swept all directions. First, wave after wave, they rushed to the top of the clouds, and then fell in all directions like a waterfall. Just one conqueror's collision changed the color of the sky and the earth, making the sky 3 feet high and the ground sink 3 meters. Before, the kingdom of God, which had collapsed once under the pressure of Eren, sank a little more. If it weren't for Bai Bai's best efforts, the kingdom of God, which was washed up to a height of 10,000 meters by the rising ocean current many years ago, would have collapsed and sunk into the Grand Line like a meteorite. Click. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The sky, sea of clouds, and Sky Island are directly divided into two. One was occupied by Roger, along with Rayleigh, Jabba's Haki. One was overwhelmed by Aaron's one-man Haki. It presents a horrifying picture with clear distinctions. This stalemate didn't last long. Roger held the ace in his hand, dragged the shocking blade, shook the ground Haki, and carried the rolling sonic boom wave. Infinite Haki, like the Milky Way breaking its embankment, like a star river descending, with the blade in his hand, it turned into a round of black crescent moon connecting the kingdom of God and the zenith, completely engulfing Aaron. Boundless Haki, venting panic. Incomparable sharpness, fully blooming. With the black crescent as the center, a destructive Haki storm swept across the sky, instantly destroying the tangible and intangible things blocking the way. Except for the White Sea supporting the kingdom of gods, the Sea of Clouds and other areas shook instantly, forming the terrifying Uzumaki are covered with crisscrossing sea of clouds and ravines, which seem to collapse and collapse at any time. Haki is like a torrent, washing away everything. The sword light is like a waterfall, killing everything. Captain, are you all right? Seeing this scene, Bernie Wald couldn't help but say something. Snap. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he raised his hand and slapped himself. Without him. Just because in the line of sight, the black crescent moon piercing through the heavens and releasing the terrifying Haki shockwave suddenly vibrated again and again, moved back a few minutes, and Aaron's engulfed figure came into view immediately, under the gaze of many horrified eyes. I saw Aaron with one hand in his pocket, one hand in the air, and with just one palm, he stably stopped the Conqueror's tooth-chopping wave that was enough to cut the countless buildings and terrains of Sky Island into two halves. As the palm of the hand pushed straight forward and continued to exert force, the black crescent that towered above the ground and connected to the sky was pushed backwards by one hand, unable to approach any further. Sure enough, this is your limit. In the final analysis, no matter how powerful a Haki technique is, it is still based on its own strong enough strength. Even if you control Rayleigh and Jabba's Haki, it's only at this level. Aaron suppressed the Conqueror's crescent with one hand, then folded his 5 fingers together, and a sonic boom exploded between his fingers, raging around. Chi. With the flickering sound of thunder, black lightning bolts burst out from the palm of the hand, wrapped around the 5 fingers, and then pressed forward. The majestic Haki impact rolled and vented, and instantly pierced through the black crescent that was close at hand. Cracks spread all over the body, like a piece of porcelain, broken on the spot. It's not over yet. Don't underestimate my strength. Don't underestimate my left arm and right arm. Witnessing this scene, Roger's pupils constricted and his heart was filled with shock. But he immediately calmed down so that these emotions would not affect his will. This is just the beginning. Seeing that Conquerors, which is the set of 3 kings, is still resisted by Aaron, this time he no longer simply dominates Rayleigh and Jabba's Conqueror's Haki, but together with armament Haki. With the Conquerors of the 2 kings, all the armed colors are controlled. He strode forward, and the monstrous Haki that shakes the world bursts out from his body. Before he even draws his sword, the rolling pressure has spread to all directions, crushing the entire kingdom of gods. No, the whole Sky Island is crumbling. God avoids. The sword light flashed, and the black thunder danced wildly. Accompanied by Ace slashing across the sky like lightning, a wave of Haki's slashing strikes that spanned more than a kilometer across the sky flashed out. Before it approached Aaron, the overwhelming sword pressure had already crushed him, and the pressure on his body was like a mountain, as if being oppressed by an invisible 5 fingers mountain. Even moving a single finger requires an incomparable effort. Scoff. The sword light was like a waterfall, splitting the atmosphere in an instant, and the shattered white light cracks were completely wiped away by the majestic and terrifying chopping waves before they could extend. Haki, who is so powerful as ultimate, not only shattered the airflow in an area, but even caused a vision similar to that of Whitebeard when he awakened with the Thunderbolt fruit. The space is like crumpled white paper, first showing circles and ripples, and then wrinkled again and again. It seemed that this space couldn't bear Roger's Haki's incomparable knife and was directly overwhelmed and on the verge of collapse. Boom. Facing such a terrifying Haki slashing wave, Aaron smiled lightly, neither dodging nor dodging. Just like before, he stuck out casually, crushing 2.9 with 5 fingers. As soon as the palm of the hand collided with Haki's slashing wave, a thunderous bang erupted, and the next second the endless black light expanded to the entire Bye-Bye High. occupying all sights. In this area, the mountains shake, the mountains crack, and the rubble rolls down. The ground was cracked, spider web cracks spread, and black lightning burst out from the gaps, like a volcano that had accumulated for many years, releasing endless destructive heat. Just the aftermath is so terrifying, let alone the center of the battlefield. No. The surface beneath Aaron's feet was divided by a bottomless chasm that stretched to the extreme north and the extreme south. This kingdom of gods, which existed for an unknown number of years, finally ushered in the moment of disintegration after experiencing this kingly battle. As powerful as him, at this moment, he was also crushed by this sweeping Haki wave, and his body was pushed back, as if he would fall down at any time, with his back on the ground. 220. Chapter 220. Landing on your back. Impossible. Seek full order. Suppress it. Seeing Aaron stagger from the beating, his body was unstable, and he was about to land on his back. Jabba couldn't help but look ecstatically. Fall down. Rayleigh roared inwardly. Since the battle, Aaron has never been wounded by Roger, and he has not even been repelled once, except for being wounded by Roger when he has not yet manifested the ability to awaken the dragon form. Even the wounds left by Roger before were completely healed under the awakening of the fruit. For the entire Roger pirates, the man in front of him is as tall as a mountain, standing tall like a mountain, not only Haki looking down on the world, but also as tall as the sun and the moon. Insurmountable. Even with a firmwell like him, he has been discouraged and depressed several times. But now, seeing that Aaron was about to fall, he suddenly realized that this man could also be repelled. As long as Haki is strong enough and attacks accumulate to a certain level, no one will never be defeated. As you can see, this is the Roger pirates. Roger roared again and again. The Haki in his body was like the water of the four seas, surging out mightily, engulfing the coercion of swallowing the world, gathering on the slashing wave, pressing Aaron 14 times, leaving the ground less than half a meter away. Boom. But at this moment, a pair of cyan dragon wings spread out in vain, and gusts of wind raged in all directions, causing the ground to stir up monstrous dust waves, and the extremely hard rock formations rippled like circles on the surface of a lake. As the dragon wings fluttered, the terrifying power was vented brazenly. He who was about to land on his back was like a nail, and his whole body was embedded in this space area, motionless. No matter how powerful the Haki slashing wave released by Roger was, it couldn't shake him at all. It's okay. It almost made me fall on my back. Aaron spread out his dragon wings, stabilized his body, and exerted strength with his palms. With the dragon wings, Yin blocked the oncoming chopping waves. This monster! When Rayleigh and Jabba saw this, their faces changed suddenly, and most of the ecstasy that had just risen in their hearts dissipated immediately. I'm not just planning to put you on your back. It's about defeating you. Beast, Aaron. Roger was slightly startled, but immediately stabilized his mind, and immediately stepped across the sky, like an arrow flying from the string, surrounded by fierce and violent winds, exuding an indescribable destructive aura around him, and instantly raised his knife until he was slashed by Haki waves suppressed Aaron. God back. After taking over Rayleigh and Jabba's Conqueror's Haki, he slashes with his sword. Slashing Huashan with a simple force, burst out with a monstrous spirit that even the gods can only retreat from the face. The light of the blade flashed, and the ace in the palm spewed out the extremely violent Haki, like a turbulent black torrent, pouring out along the edge of the blade. In an instant, a Haki slashing wave, which is 3 points better than God's avoidance, soared into the sky, like a majestic Haki sword mountain. It formed a horizontal and a vertical cross shape with the previous Haki slashing wave, with monstrous sharpness, infinite coercion, rolling agitation, and instantly submerged Aaron's whole body. First avoid God, then retreat. 2 swords in succession followed closely. Aaron saw the calmness on the surface, but he didn't despise him at all in his heart. It's just that the difference in strength made him appear extremely strong and condescending. Feeling the terrifying edge and coercion of the Haki sword that was so close at hand, his soles that touched the ground suddenly collapsed, and his body took a step or two back uncontrollably. Was repulsed. But he just unhurriedly put the cold saw in his hand on the ground, and then raised the other hand that was holding the knife just now. From the original one-handed response, it was changed to two-handed hard resistance. Boom. As 2 palms came one after another, pressing the cross on the oncoming Haki sword mountain one after another, the momentum was like a broken bamboo, but Haki's monstrous sword mountain froze in an instant, and he used the strength of both hands. When the pressure stopped, he could no longer show the strength he had at the beginning. Is it blocked by two hands? Not even a knife. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh and Jabba felt their scalps go numb and their whole bodies shuddered. Powerful. The man in front of him was so powerful that it was unreasonable. Even if Rox is alive, he is far behind. After all, Rox is a monster, yes, but not an unagonal monster like Eren. Constitution, hockey, speed, physical skills, racial talent, strength, fruit abilities, weapons, etc. are all full and overflowing. All aspects are seriously exceeded. It is not comparable to other kings at all. After all, looking at the entire Grand Line, any king has his own strengths, which other kings cannot be beautiful, such as Charlotte Leanlean's talent and physique, like Shank's Conqueror's hockey, such as Douglas Bullett's hockey talent. For example, Kaido's King Kong is not bad, etc., etc. Every sea emperor standing at the top of the sea has his own unique advantages, which are incomparable to others. But Eren was different. Want everything, have everything, and exceed the standard in every aspect. How could this not shock the well-informed kings like Rayleigh and Jabba? Is it blocked? Seeing this scene, Roger couldn't help but take a breath, but he didn't stop attacking. Can't win. Unable to break the defense. It's just that the damage is not enough, and the attack doesn't mean it. Since the instant damage is not enough, use continuous damage instead. He does not believe that there are people in this world who cannot be defeated. Bang. In a flash of thought, Roger's eyes surged with dazzling scarlet lights shining in the sky. He stepped forward, and he, who was already not far from Eren, flashed to the front of the cross-hockey sword mountain in an instant. Without hesitation, he jumped in one breath. The completed conquerors and armed colors along the way turned into a stream to illuminate the sky, and there was a long river of hockey that would submerge the entire Sky Island. Bang. Bursts of hockey's roars, coercing the world, shaking the entire Bye-Bye Hut. The momentum is so great that even the arrival of Wanfu is far behind. Kaba. As he held a knife with both hands, Ace's blade immediately burst into a sword light that split the sea of clouds in the sky. Countless broken trees and rocks floated up uncontrollably, and then were shattered by the spreading hockey storm. Suddenly, Roger held up the ace, and the hockey in his body was like a volcanic group accumulated for 10,000 years, spewing out a violent black torrent all at once, straight into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed into a blackness as deep as ink. His hockey seemed to be so powerful that it could replace the sky, but before he could make a move, the oppression as vast as the might of God had surged down, covering the entire Sky Island. God dies. Roger lunged hard, took a deep breath, and waved his hands. The hockey canopy that replaced the original tower sky on the Sky Island zenith collapsed. 221. Chapter 221. The era of fantasy pirates is over. Seek full order. The sky is falling apart. This word, Kaido, Whitebeard, Douglas Bullet, etc., all of them have heard of it, and they have imagined the picture of the sky falling and the earth falling in their minds. But now there is no need to fantasize, and you can see it clearly and intuitively when you look at it with your eyesight. Heaven has collapsed. The knife that Roger swung seemed to cut off the sky pillar that supported the sky from collapsing. Bang. Accompanied by the loud bang that swept across hundreds of kilometers, the black sky that was spread flat on the zenith rolled down, crushing and burying everything, collapsing into destruction. This is Roger's strongest cut. It is also the real death of gods. Cooperating with the left arm and right arm, Rayleigh and Jabba, two sea emperors, hockey, can make a new knife that destroys the gods. This is the most powerful force of your Roger pirates, right? Alright, I get it, that's all. Just when Hockey's sky was collapsing and getting closer to Sky Island, Eren suddenly raised his head, and his dragon eyes glanced at Hockey's sky lightly, without disappointment. Yes. He originally thought that this mysterious future One Piece could please him after showing all his whole cards, but he never thought about it. It simply cannot be done. After all, I still overestimate you, GOLD Roger. With this level of strength, you still dream of defeating it. Forget it, let me show you the reality of despair that shatters fantasy. The voice fell. Before Hockey's sky completely collapsed, he exerted force with his arms, and he who was originally loyal to the cross-shaped Hockey Sword Mountain Maiden could not hold on, and immediately burst into a violent hockey. With the 5 fingers clenched, the fingers are squeezed into fists, The soles of the feet are stamped on the ground, and the two palms are pushed straight, as if pushing two towering mountains and smashed on a terrifying cross-shaped hockey sword mountain. Boom. Hockey faced hockey. There was a loud, thunderous noise, venting the earth-shaking power. Click. A creepy sound of glass shattering sounded, and across the ground, the cross-shaped hockey sword mountain crushed on Aaron's body was like a porcelain doll, with cracks all over the place, and a dazzling blue light bloomed from the gaps, and it exploded immediately. This is despair. After raising his hands and throwing his feet, Aaron shattered Roger's two successive slashing waves. Aaron raised his arms high in a calm manner, slowly stretched out his index finger, and pointed his sword at the mighty hockey sky that covered the sky and the sun. Bang. Lightning boomed. Roaring heat. The hurricane roared. The flame cloud rolled. In an instant, 4 levels of natural forces burst out from the camera, all of which are the natural forces dominated by the awakened green dragon form. Roaring thunder, heat breath, bad wind, and flame clouds burst out, lingering and rotating with each other, forming a blue spiral light spot, condensed between the fingers, and blooming tiny jagged rays of light. 4 elephants Ching Long Yu. Then different voice just fell. At the front of Aaron's index finger, the cyan light spot, which was originally only the size of a grain of rice, instantly swelled, and under a burst of blue light that shone across the sky, it swelled to the size of a palm. As the volume expands, the air in all directions trembles like boiling, and even the space presents circles of ripples and wrinkles. Mountain-shattering waves of wind and wind swayed in all directions, rolling up sand and rocks, and pillars of dust soared into the sky. Suddenly, the terrifying aura swept through the surroundings, turning all the dust pillars, air currents, and even the wrinkled spaces even. Immediately afterwards, with a sawtooth light ball at the front of his index finger as the center, a cyan light beam soared into the sky, carrying the natural kimui that stirred up the wind and clouds, and blasted towards the ever-collapsing hockey sky with an unrivaled posture. Bang. The roaring sound like landslides and ground cracks shattered the universe and the sky for thousands of miles. The Bye-Bye High, which originally supported the kingdom of gods, was finally overwhelmed and instantly turned into a huge sea of clouds, Uzumaki. Then it fell apart. Losing the support of the Bye-Bye Sea, the kingdom of God, which had gradually disintegrated, immediately collapsed, but after sinking less than 10 meters, flame clouds rose from the bottom of the island. Although it is not as turbulent as the previous Bye-Bye High, the power produced by the curling clouds of flames is far superior to the endless Bye-Bye High. It directly lifts up the kingdom of gods that fell from the sky and fell towards the Grand Line, and then restarts. After taking off into the air and returning to its original position, it floated motionless above the 10,000-meter sky. At the same time, Sky Island's zenith on the other side. After being hit by the cyan light beam shot out by Aaron's flick of a finger, the sky of hockey, which covered the sky and covered the sun and carried the prestige of burying the gods and kings, suddenly shook violently, rippling like the surface of water, fluctuating again and again. Click. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound that made Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba's hearts suddenly tighten. With a bombardment of the cyan light beam as the boundary, cracks spread out in all directions like a python coming out of a hole. When the cracks pass, blue light gushes out from the cracks, like a volcano erupting and magma gushing out, releasing a terrifying energy aura. When the cracks extending in all directions cover the entire hockey sky curtain, the gigantic hockey sky curtain, including the Sky Island zenith, was torn apart, and countless glass-like pieces bloomed with black luster. Not waiting for the fragments in the sky to fall down like a fairy's scattered flowers, a blue light suddenly appeared on the top of Sky Island, and it expanded in an instant. Nothing happened. After a while, the scorching blue light that swept across the sky dissipated, and the fragments that fill the sky also dissipated. Aaron's flick of a finger not only tore apart Hockey's sky, but also shattered Roger with all his strength, causing the gods to shatter into pieces invisible to the naked eye. See this scene. Roger opened his mouth wide and squirmed a few times, as if he wanted to say something, but finally fell silent. Rayleigh's face was pale, his eyes were dull, and he couldn't see the sharpness of the past. Jabba's face was pale. His body stood still, fighting slightly. Hand in hand, how about it to dance? But the result is that the fingers are shattered and ashes are wiped out. No. Roger's time is over. He, Roger, and Shiki respectively became the trendsetters of the times, each leading the coquettish officials. It's all over. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Never thought about it. Can now. New World has since entered the era of fantasy pirates. It should be said that the era of fantasy pirates is past. The invincible overlord of the sea in the past actually joined forces with his two kings, with his left arm and right arm, but he showed unprecedented powerlessness in front of Eren. Kaido's eyes flashed with excitement. The three of them originally thought that if they joined forces, even if they couldn't suppress Eren and completely defeat him under Roger's Conqueror's technique, which was superior to tyranny and knowledge killing, they would still be able to win evenly. At the beginning, when he was in the Valley of the Gods, he saw with his own eyes how awesome Haki was, and joined hands with Garp to defeat the rocks. Lost. And now, the era of the rocks is over. Whitebeard looked at the three Rogers who were speechless and had suffered a huge blow and murmured. 222. Chapter 222 Roger. Now we are not his opponent. Full order. The lion roared into the sea, and the golden lion, who swallowed the world with arrogance, was defeated. Junior Roger, who crushed the rocks pirate, lost. World's strongest man, Edward Newgate, lost. During this year, the three legendary fantasy pirates were successively defeated by the same people. The fantasy pirate era, which lasted for a year, was ended by one person. Beast. Eren. Whitebeard, who has a panoramic view of everything, knows that although Roger is still alive, the era of belonging to the other party to himself, Tashiki, has completely passed. In the next two, there are no three fantasy pirates leading the coquettish, only Qinglong Eren alone, dominating the sea. This is despair. In the face of this desperate force, can you still have fantasies? With a snap of his fingers, Roger gave everything he had, released Haki behind the sky, and Eren withdrew his sword finger facing the sky and turned to point at Roger's master group, who was still in extreme shock and hadn't recovered. Chi. That is extremely familiar. The ball of light, only the size of a grain of rice, condenses into shape again, and the jagged flash surrounds the surroundings, bursting with dazzling blue light and an indescribable aura of destruction. If Roger's Bawanjiu has the ability to control other people's Haki, and the blow just now also controlled all the Haki of Rayleigh and Jabba, which is amazing. Then Eren's Qinglong has the ability to control the nature of its own four phenomena: perfect control, perfect integration, and integrate the roaring thunder, heat, bad wind, and flame cloud into one, forming a new kind of power. No more fire, no more wind, no more thunder, no more clouds. It is an extremely pure, natural celestial power that can only destroy everything. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a brand new natural element. Call out. The air was torn apart, the wind and waves exploded in all directions, the sound barrier was directly broken, and the land of God's kingdom, which had been blown back to stability, continued to ripple, like the tide, rippling with huge fluctuations. At the same time, a cyan light beam burst through the zenith, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, like the power of heaven, instantly drowning Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. Bang. The blue light flashed and turned into a huge energy ball sweeping across the sea of clouds on the zenith, occupying the kingdom of gods, annihilating everything. Around the ball of light, the sea of dust surged and spread in all directions. The pillar of dust soared into the sky, standing majestically. The dust storm swept across and hit the sky. In the end, the boundless storm, gravel, and dust waves gathered, surrounded the light sphere, and finally formed a huge mushroom cloud that covered the sky and covered the sun, which lasted for a long time. Call out. Suddenly, the sound of the sun breaking through the sky resounded. Three ragged, bloody figures flew upside down from the mushroom cloud, surrounded by air currents, and flew thousands of meters away, and then fell into the canyon, mountain, and sea of clouds respectively. Puff. The moment the three of them landed one after the other, they sprayed out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and at the same time, the whole body was sprayed with blood mist, and then the fine blood oozes out along the pores, blood staining the ground. With just one blow, the trio was disintegrated, and their blood bars were severely reduced. Captain Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba. At this time, the crew members of Roger's regiment who had been knocked to the ground or fainted woke up one after another, and just saw the tragic scene of Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba being defeated and severely injured. Ahem. Roger collapsed in a pool of blood, coughing violently. Every cough will bring out a pool of blood, like a fountain, or dye clothes, or blood stain the ground. He held the blood-red ace with the remaining strength and wanted to use the supreme sharp knife as a crutch to prop up his body, but just after leaving the ground several times, he fell down again and was embarrassed. It is unimaginable that not long ago, He also slashed the incomparably magnificent Conqueror's slash like a sky. No. But he exhausted all his strength and fell several times before he could stand up. Walk. As the captain, I order you. Everyone doesn't care about everything. Beth, just think about how to escape. The corner of Roger's mouth twitched. His hoarse voice was very weak, but strangely, it was clearly heard by the crew members in different positions in the Kingdom of Gods and the pirate group. Obviously, he is not just talking with his voice, but he's actually speaking directly to each crew member with the top observation hockey. Now we can't beat Eren, but it doesn't matter. Isn't it just defeat? Isn't it just running for our lives? These things have long been commonplace for us. In the past, we have tasted countless victories and defeats and also experienced the heartache and embarrassment of fleeing everywhere. But so what? We have all carried it through. And those pirates and marines who chased and killed us before have been surpassed by us. The people who made us cry all became the souls of our swords and even defeated the Rocks pirate. It was like this in the past, and it will definitely be like this now. Break through the past. Just like before, break through this hurdle. You must. One day, we're going to beat the Beast's pirates. I'm going to beat Eren. But now Roger Pirate, withdraw. As one sound after another sounded in the hearts of Rayleigh, Jabba, Cycle, and others, Roger turned and ran without turning his head or looking at any of the crew members. He is not abandoning his crew, but for a better future. He is very clear that as long as he pauses for a moment, the crew members who could choose to escape will all stop and choose to live and die with him. To this end, he can only run, even if he is like a stray dog. As long as Rayleigh et al. Can live. As expected. Sensing that Roger's breath did not stay, Rayleigh and Jabba got up with difficulty and then fled around without looking back. Like a defeated dog with its tail tucked up, it has reached ultimate. If it is said, no one will believe that this pirate group that can defeat Rocks will be forced to such a dead end. They can only escape in the way of birds and beasts, as if they can escape one is one, and one can live one is one posture. Run away. Such a quick and easy escape is really killing people. Kaido couldn't help being a little surprised when he sensed the aura fleeing in all directions. Although he didn't meet Roger many times in his memory, this man didn't seem like someone who would easily admit defeat, let alone someone who would run away. He will never escape, but there must be a premise. That's how his crew survived. In order to protect the people around him, he will never run away. But in order to keep the people around him alive, he will choose to run away without hesitation. As Roger's opponent, Whitebeard knew the man better than Kaido. This is a man who wants to smash the sky with his ace when the sky is falling and protect the pirates. Available at the same time. This is also a man who can give up his life, dignity, status, power, and wealth in order to let the crew escape.